they were a big deal. So I don't know. I try not to do a star turn. And people anger me every now and then, but if you're in the public eye, especially now in this cell phone age, you can't get away with jumping on people because you'll be trending the next hour. And you don't want to do that.
It's my understanding though that you have a totally toxic work environment and you berate your employees all the time.
That stuff you read, and it's so, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, you can't argue about it. And where are you going to, you sound like an idiot. Oh no, I'm not a jerk. So you just put up with that stuff. But no, if you talk to the people I work with, they would tell you, I'm a beloved person.
You're a beloved person in America.
Like you are.
Nobody gets. Say, Jack. Nobody gets to live this long in the public. You know this. You come from Hollywood and entertainment. You know television. You know fame. Nobody gets the runs you've had across this particular genre. I'm not just talking about like being a game show host or being on television for a long time. I'm talking about just people like you. That you're somebody who gets on television and people like you.
I guess it's a strange phenomenon. Yeah, I've been talking to people. The show's been on so damn long now. I mean, we're going on 40 years, and it's just unprecedented. And it occurred to me that when I started on the show in the early 80s, how different the television landscape was. I mean, there were 3 networks. There wasn't even a Fox network, much less cable, much less pay-per-view, much less Netflix, none of that stuff. Most cities had 3 channels and maybe an independent station or 2, and that was it. We've been through that. Think of all of the crazes that have come and gone, all of the hit shows that had long runs that have come and gone, and now you can't remember who the stars were. And through all of that, there is no relationship to what media is today and what it was when we started. And yet somehow our little hangman game has kind of persevered through all this. It's sort of a mystery to me. I mean, it's a wonderful mystery, but it's a mystery.
The art of doing television, you look at whom and say, it doesn't have to be one person, but just a handful of people and I don't know if you do this math, but all the time I'm watching television because I'm awkward and I sweat a lot. I get uncomfortable. I'm not very good as a stoic. And so I notice when people are exceptional through whatever the discomforts are. When you watch broadcasters, any realm, whether it's journalists or anyone else, who do you say, man, those people are really good at television?
You know who I like, and I know that. Look, no national sportscaster is universally loved. I mean, because sports fans are sports fans, and if you're not for their team, then you're that kind of thing. But I'm a big Joe Buck fan. I think he's just smooth as silk, and no matter what he does it with professionalism so he's somebody I admire, certainly. And when I started, there are people, you kid me all the time about my dated reference, people who are long since dead who inspired me when I was growing up. There was a Tonight Show host, 50 years ago named Jack Parr, who was kind of my idol when I was growing up. And that's the guy who I sort of tried to model myself after. But there are a lot of people who are good, but the problem now, the situation with television has always been, 80% crap. But back when there were only 3 networks, that wasn't that much. But now with 200 options and more, that 80% translates into a lot of terrible stuff. So when you see someone doing their job well, yeah, they do really stick out, I think.
When do you sweat, Pat?
Stugotz, I'm a pretty calm guy. Remember, I did a talk show on CBS, like 30 years ago now, and it was on like a year and a half. And I remember on opening night, I'm backstage, and our head writer, who'd written a monologue for me, was back there. He was pacing back and forth, sweating worse than Dan. And I was calming him down. Hey, it's going to be okay. The jokes are good, and I'll be fine. All that. And someone walked by and said, "Shouldn't he be calming you down?" So I don't, for some reason. The only time I sweat is if you were to say to me, "Hey, my mom's women's club is having a meeting next week, and can you speak to them?" And if in a moment of weakness I say yes, between the moment I say yes and the moment I have to walk in the room with 100 ladies, that's all I could think about. I couldn't sleep. I'd be sweating. So something about a small group I could never do a comedy club first of all, not all that funny, but the idea of telling jokes in front of 200 drunks scares the heck out of me. And yet, when I did the talk show, I did a monologue in front of several million people. But so it's those small groups that expect me to be entertaining with no camera in the room that make me sweat.
Can you give us a handful of things, a couple of things that Pat Sajak really doesn't like about his job?
Oh boy, I wish I could come up with something. What? For those who don't know, I've been on with Danny a few times over the years, and we have two goals. He has a goal and I have a goal, and they're sort of competing goals. His goal is to try to undermine my career as much as possible, and mine is to try to have a career once the interview is over. So we'll see which way it goes. There's not a whole lot I don't like. First of all, my schedule. We tape a bunch of shows at one time. I don't tape very often. In dog years, I've only done the thing about 5 years. So the schedule is great. Every year that goes by, I actually, in a weird way, like doing it more because I like the challenge of doing year 39, as we'll be starting in a couple of months, and not making it look and feel like it's 39. If I have any strength, I think it's that I still bring a certain amount of what feels like enthusiasm and interest to it. And I look at every show differently, and I look at every time we have 3 players, I look at them differently, and I work hard to get them through it with their dignity intact. And I think that's a real challenge. So that never goes away. And there's not a whole lot I don't like about it, to tell you the truth. I'd like to make more money, but I make a good living.
Who doesn't? How much longer do you see yourself doing it, Pat?
Yeah, I'm pretty close to the end. I've been doing it forever, and my goal has always been I'd like to leave while it's still popular, and I'd like to leave before people tune in and go, "What the hell happened to him?" So I'm not quite there, although I'm getting there. I've seen the pictures, and I don't know. I'd say 3 years, something like that, and that's about it. I don't plan to do this. I don't want to be 80 years old and doing this thing. I probably could, but at some point you have to give up the ghost. And there's nothing more tiresome, whether it's entertainment or sports, than someone who overstays their welcome. So I'd like to leave before people are suggesting that I do.
What is the greatest challenge involved with the job? The thing that perhaps you find difficult that we wouldn't even notice?
Kind of what I touched on, which is, when you've done the same thing repeatedly, and let's face it, the format's the format. The alphabet doesn't change much, and the people change. So how do you turn, and plus, the weird thing about doing a game show is that it kind of goes against a performer's instinct. The reason most of us get in this business is because we want to say, "Hey, look at me." And as you pointed out, Dan, I'm like the 4th biggest thing on the show. There's Vanna and there's the wheel and the players and all that. And you have to sublimate that a little bit. You have to step back. And so when I do anything that's remotely entertaining or funny, I do it in a kind of a hit and run fashion and try not to get in the way of the game too much. And that's a skill. And again, it's not one that comes naturally to someone who's out there trying to perform. So it takes some discipline to be able to step back from that. And as I said earlier, the other big challenge is keeping it fresh after all these years. Again, it's not like a sitcom where I'm going to kill off that character and bring in somebody new, and the star is going to marry somebody else and have 2 kids, and won't that be great? It's the alphabet, and it's Hangman, and it's a wheel going around. So how do you keep that fresh? And that's what you're always working at.
Tell me something about, because you've spoken about this before, you are as mystified as anyone about the idea that Hangman has lasted 40 years on television. But the specifics of, in this streaming age, with all of these content options on demand, how the hell, when you say the show is still popular, how as fast as things are moving in the world, as addicted as people are to devices. I know part of it has to be familiarity. Part of it has to be with a demographic that just thinks of it as this is America and it's an older demo. But what are the other explanations for how the hell this thing can still be a popular thing after 40 years, given how much everything has changed in the world?
In a weird way, part of this change and part of this sort of hurtling forward at breakneck speed kind of works in our favor because there is sort of a comfort level about this because it most people discovered it in simpler times, and it's sort of evocative in that way. I mean, you go back and yeah, I was watching the show with my grandmother, and now I've got my kids, and hey, put down the games for a while, and they come and solve this puzzle with me. Um, as I get older, I've come to a greater appreciation of that. It does sort of join generations, and it does evoke simpler times. And we're not, the show is much faster paced than it used to be. If you looked at a tape from 20 years ago, it looks a lot more old fashioned, but the game is pretty much the same. And I think people like that. The other thing is television, all of entertainment for that matter, but certainly television has become much darker. And I don't, it's great stuff, and there's great series on, but again, if you think about the biggest shows in the last few years, they've been pretty dark, and we're not, and I'm not saying that's bad and we're good, but we are a change from that, and we're a break from that, and I think people still respond to that. We're a little bit of an oasis in the storm.
The way that television has changed, as someone who has, cared about television, cared about the art of doing television, has done a lot of different forms of television. When you look at the way options on demand and content is now consumed, Pat Sajak watches this, and what are the parts of it he finds interesting?
I have to say, people come up to me almost every day and say, hey, have you seen, and they'll mention some limited run series on Netflix or something. And I confess, I'm not one of those. I watched one television show today. I got up early today because we had to tape, and I went out to we have a little gym here, and I do my little try to stay fit things. And it takes about an hour. And in that hour, I watched a Gunsmoke rerun from 1968. That's the only television I've seen today is, James Arness as Matt Dillon with Festus and Doc and Kitty. And that's all I've seen today. And that's kind of my diet. I like sport. I like hockey and baseball. I watch a lot of that. And I'm a Turner Classic Movie guy, and I love those films. And I do find there have all these little TV networks, Cozy TV and Antenna TV, that show all these sitcoms from the 60s. I'm not sure I've watched a television show produced after 1971 in about 10 years. So I don't watch a lot of those shows. So I know what's going on, and I know there's a lot of good stuff out there, but I just can't make myself sit on a weekend and watch 25 hours of some continuing cliffhanger thing. First of all, I always feel a little cheated. I always think that the writers get in a room and they're not necessarily saying, how do we make the best hour of television, but how can we get Sajak to watch again next week, or not turn off the TV and stay tuned for the next episode? So I'm an older guy, and so I like it all wrapped up. I like when Andy Griffith is done, Opie has learned his lesson, Aunt B is baking a pie, and Andy and Barney are going out with Thelma Lou and Helen, and all is right with the world. And there's no cliffhanger. I don't need to know.
Never sounded older.
I like
that stuff.
It's so great. Chris, please put it on the poll. Are you surprised at all that the only television program that Pat Sajak watched today was Gunsmoke?
It's so great.
Hey, it was a good one. There's a little Mexican child down there.
But Dan and I both started laughing at the same time.
Because he's been name dropping Lucille Ball and Gene Autry since I've known him, and the way he's skewed younger with his demo is, you know what I did today? I watched Gunsmoke.
Hey, it was on for 20 years, the longest running. It was tied with one of those police dramas for the longest running dramatic show until I can't help it that it was canceled 35 years ago, 45, 55, it doesn't matter.
All right, Pat, you're a big Dodger fan. For those of you who don't know, Pat has done, I think you've co-hosted 5 or 6 shows with us over the years, so we've gotten to know you a bit. You're a big Dodgers fan, so they finally win the World Series last year. Put us there. What was Pat Sajak doing?
Well, like all of us, I was pretty much trapped at home, and and sharing the excitement. We're very lucky to be able to get good seats and go to all the games. So it didn't seem right, and the season was truncated and all that. And I know people will forget about that, but it's interesting because the last time they won a World Series was also in a strange season when they had that split season. So it'd be nice for them to win a regular. I'd love to see them, win a regular 162 game season, which they haven't done in a long time.
We're both tired. It was Tampa.
Pat,
What did I say?
I don't know. Red Sox or Astros?
Pat,
Oh no, the two World Series they lost
Oh, okay. I'm
were
tired.
two.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, one of us is tired. Well, you guys what are you doing this for like 3 days, or what are you doing? For 24 hours? Are you going to Are you going to really do 24 hours without?
We're halfway there.
We're in the middle of it.
We're
yeah.
halfway
Are you?
there. This is yes, we're in the
Can
middle
you
of it.
explain something to me? I don't. You can cut me off whenever we have to go, but I'm the more I read about what you're doing, the less I understand. So if I call my Uncle Mo in Utah and say, "Hey, I'm on with Batard now," does he go to his microwave oven and you're in there? I mean, where what is this I'm doing? Explain this to me.
It's a great question.
It really is.
Pat, it's an excellent question. And
My dad's been asking the same
and
thing.
everyone's asking it. There's so many people I run into. It's like, you're done doing a show, right? Like, where are you doing this? And I'm like, I just go in every day to the Clevelander. We're not doing it for anybody. We just talk to each other and then we leave.
Someone said to me the other day, "Heck of a run."
Yes, no. It's as if the internet doesn't exist. It's a whole subset of people that aren't watching Gunsmoke as their only form of entertainment that day. But you have spoken the language. You have lured into the room one Greg Cody with your Gunsmoke references. Greg, what would you like to ask Pat Sajak?
well, Pat, I was in a different room, and my ears perked up when I heard the word Gunsmoke. No, listen.
Of course they did.
And then there came an Andy Griffith Show reference, and you did a deep dive. It wasn't just Opie and Aunt B, but you got to Helen. And I'm like, whoa, this guy is speaking my language. I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, what else? What else, Pat? Gilligan's Island? I mean, where else were you with
please
that
talk.
era?
No, I wasn't big on Gilligan's Island. I have to admit. So let's dive deeper into Andy Griffith. So the town drunk was
Oh, God.
Otis Campbell.
Otis, right.
There you go. Let's see who else.
How about the barber?
Oh, I'm so excited.
Oh,
for
that was
Greg.
Floyd.
Of course,
Howard
Floyd.
McNear played Floyd.
Right.
Anita Corso played Helen.
Wow,
Greg, how many beers have you
this
had?
guy's kicking my ass.
Greg, how many beers have you had, or is this just fatigue?
No, it's a little bit.
You want to hear the greatest piece? Excuse us, Dan.
Yeah.
You want to hear the greatest?
That's why you're good, Pat.
This may be a good time to pee or something. Do you know the greatest piece of Andy Griffith trivia? I don't know anyone who knows this except me. So they did 5 years of the black and white shows with
Right.
Barney, with Don Knotts.
course.
And then they did 3 more years when Don left. And it was, as you remember, they were color then. They were all black and white before.
Yeah.
And, they were color. And one of the, do you remember an episode with Jerry Van Dyke, Dick's brother, playing a carnival guy? He was like a ticket taker, geek, of tried played the banjo, little things, and he got fired from the carnival. And Aunt B had her purse stolen, and Jerry Van Dyke decides he's going to go in with some ruffians who took the purse and get Aunt B's purse back. And a fight breaks out. And I'm watching this episode one day because that's all I do. And I said, do I see what I think I see? And I froze the set and uncredited, and he must have just been on the set visiting his brother. But one of the guys in the fight scene was Dick Van Dyke. So there's
What?
my trivia.
Oh, my God, that's fantastic.
Isn't that good? So
Yeah.
freeze your set. And Dan, you can join in whenever you like.
I have a smile ear to ear, okay? Because this is what I'm telling you, okay? And I'm promising you this, America. This conversation is happening nowhere else in media at this hour. You can
That's right.
scour the internet. You can scour every device where you get your content.
But do you know how young the audience is at 1 a.m.?
Well, there is no one living, okay, who uses this as a form of technology.
Yes.
And it's like, you know what? I need to seek out the best analysis I've ever heard about Gunsmoke and the Andy Griffith Show. I wonder what the Wheel of Fortune host thinks about these things.
I mean, Dan, I'm even struggling here, okay? No offense, Pat, Pat, love your work. You're a legend, but holy cow, it's 1 a.m. and I am yawning back here.
No, but I love it. See, you're yawning, but I love that what's happened is you've lured out Greg Cody.
Delightful.
You started
Yes.
offering details, and it was like,
Greg,
yes.
Greg, we're going to have a beer real soon.
Pat, I am totally proud that in 2021 at this hour, you and I are the only people in America referencing and thinking about Francis Bouvier. I just love that.
And by the way, it's Bouvier.
Sajak is
Damn
a
it.
fancy lad. Yes.
Wow, this. If this is the way your project here is starting, you got nowhere to go but.
This is the future. Sajak, they gave us $50 million to hear Andy Griffith talk in the middle of the night.
Pat, you should join Greg at 4 a.m. He has an entire hour.
Yes, if you want to.
Oh wow! Well, I may be back.
In 3 hours from now, Greg Cody will return, and if you want to do the Gunsmoke Hour, you are welcome to do it. Pat, thank you for being on with us, and thank you for being a friend, and thank you for cutting your dinner short to make time for us, sir.
I'm delighted, and whatever it is the hell you're doing, I hope it's a big success. I really do. You're the best.
I didn't really answer your question, but it is. We are going into the future with a new media partnership where we make this stuff, and a lot of people go to where we are to meet us on this stuff, and so we're just televising this. That's the way I would explain it. Televising it the way the kids do these days.
Those young people
On the computer.
Hey, thank you guys. It's great fun as always. Take care.
Thank you, Sajak. Gunsmoke. I can't believe how happy all of that made Greg Cody.
I can't believe Greg's up. He's got a show in 3 hours.
It is surprising to see him still up. Jessica, why is your head in your hands? Like, what, are you ashamed of the programming we just made? Or?
I mean, Dan, the show's on YouTube. That's all you have to say. Like, go to youtube.com. It's on the YouTube channel.
He's tired. He's old and he's tired.
Well, but
I'm
I'm also explaining it to Sajak. Like, okay, the show's on YouTube, but he's talking about Gunsmoke. He's talking about something.
My dad asked me if he had YouTube.
Oh, man.
Have your dad stick around for the Juju Gotti performance that's coming around the corner. That should be that should be, honestly, for our fans, that Juju performance is going to be a real treat.
It's going to be in minutes, is it not?
Yes, it is. And all of this, by the way, is brought to you not only by our tremendous partners over at DraftKings, but also the fine folks over at Verizon.
And Dan, as you now well know, nobody builds 5G like Verizon builds 5G. No one else built this bold because no one else thought this big. And the more you do with 5G, the more building it right matters. The more your network matters. The more Verizon engineers go in the extra mile matters. It's Verizon versus Verizon. Who wins? You do. 5G built right from America's most reliable network. Most reliable based on rankings for Root Metrics second half 2020. U.S. report of 3 mobile networks. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
Fuck you, talking about. Don't miss your blessing. Let's go, cha-cha. Big ganja. Like the Rastas. Sauce on my body, I walk in the party like I got the juice. That color butter, you don't want any problem, my nigga was you. I come from the cross and I fuck with 4 billion and women are 2. I cannot fuck with no hater if he run up on me, he through. I am not used to the games, my niggas really young go. Hustling tryna maintain, used to be broke as a joke. Don't know no folk like oh shit, turn up like I on the hoe. Back the fuck up if you lame, back up if you are a dog. Young Michael Jordan, it turn up as soon as I walk in the place. Got some of my flavor, your man hoe with choosing me right in your face. Pockets on extra, broccoli, barrels on top like on Chase. Me and my niggas don't break, so better why would you say? I could rhyme by low numbers, big pain roll. Fuck you, talking about. Don't miss your blessing. Let's go, cha-cha. Big, big ganja. Freedom, man. Shouts out to everybody tuned in to this motherfucker, man. Salute to everybody in here. Shouts out. That was for my dog, Mark. Mark from Reddit. That was for you, my brother. Salute to you.
Did you know, by the way, someone told me this yesterday and then played it for me. A rapper put Trey Wingo's name in a song. The highest compliment.
No way.
How jealous are you?
Oh, my, I'm so jealous. But I think a rapper's put me in their song,
No
too.
way.
Juju Gotti.
I don't know if he qualifies.
You can get it if you really want it. That bullshit you talking about, I'm really on it. Bust a nigga head for a soda pop. Robocop tryna get me knocked for a photo op. More blessed than a haiku. Shook niggas telling stories when you see them like a haiku. Crocodile out the bayou. Catch you looking at my food, I'ma try you. Slapping niggas like I'm Ryu. With no manners. Now I'm tryna catch me on the scanner. Yeah, I'm Bruce Banner. Wouldn't like it when I'm angry. Need my money up front, heard you was janky. Cutting niggas off like I'm playing spades. Razor blade fade with the yays, boy, I'm getting paid. Wise guys put me to a test, now a nigga made. Bought the AK with the raid, be a fucking afraid. Alligator boots with a Gucci suit. Rugadoo, got your feet glued like a hula hoop. By his eye drop, I'm a young Yokozuna. Bust a nigga head from Bahama to Aruba. I will not participate in motherfucking rumors. Desert Eagle on me from the moon to the Jonah. Baby, I'm the realest on the planet. Baby, I'm so high, I think I'm Smokey and the Bandit. The chopper make a nigga scream like Michael and Janet. Rhyme with the triple beam, boy, you better can it. Lay hands on you like a preacher. Nigga, you cannot afford a feature. The hammer bang bang, that's an automatopoeia. If you ain't talking cash, baby, I don't wanna see you. See ya. Spotty. Let's go to the next one. Fuck that stanza wherever you at. I hope you watching this shit.
Couldn't be easier. Couldn't be easier.
God damn it. Shouts out to Tony, man. Shouts out my dog Chris, man. Shouts out to security, man. Fuck nigga better watch your tongue. All that talking ain't with that. All that shit on your song. Fuck star, he ain't never did that. Yo ho don't wanna go home. All the her stomach like a sick pack. Been killing these niggas so long. This shit feeling like a mismatch. Fuck nigga better watch your tongue. All that talking ain't with that. All that shit on your song. Fuck star, he ain't never did that. Yo ho don't wanna go home. All of her stomach like a sick pack. Been killing these niggas so long. This shit feeling like a mismatch. It's a bunch of killer ride with me. I don't think I really wanna risk that. No, no. Fuck nigga got a problem with me. Run up, nigga, we can fix that. Yo, no. Falling in love with these hoes. Boy, you softer than a rainbow. Ain't no me 'cause you broke. And I'm on top like a Kango. These niggas, they'll smile in your face. Whole time really wanna kill you. Show me one time you fake. I don't wanna be nowhere near you. Nigga, these days so lame. Had to cut a few of my partners. I put them niggas on game. Even made them a couple dollars. Long show short by them. None of them niggas want a problem. All this flavor on me. Got me Hollywood like a sauna. If you ain't talking about no money, nigga, turn down your combo. Cause got me like a mommy. Got my shirt out like Tonto. Fuck nigga better watch your tongue. All that talking ain't with that. All that shit on your song. Boy star, he ain't never did that. Yo ho don't wanna go home. All of her stomach like a sick pack. Been killing these niggas so long. This shit feeling like a mismatch. Fuck nigga better watch your tongue. All that talking ain't with that. All that shit on your song. Boy star, he ain't never did that. Yo ho don't wanna go home. All of her her stomach like a sick pack. Been killing these niggas so long, this shit feeling like a mismatch. Fuck niggas stop dapping me out, unless you talk about the money. You a dumb nigga and you so, please take the fuck from around me. I motherfucking lame nigga made me sick, just to fuck you and your homies. Talking cheaper than a bitch, if you a real nigga gotta show me. Back when I didn't have shit, niggas act like they know me. I was sleeping outside by the ditch, all of my partner got phony. Everybody start answering their phone, nigga that shit was so lonely. I was scraping over 124 for a little pack of Leonard. Now I got the chips with the deal, and all these bitches back on me. Throwing hundreds in the air like Will, cut niggas out like Tony. If you ain't talking about no money, nigga turn down your combo. Kush got me like a mummy, got my shirt out like Tonto. Fuck nigga better watch your tone, all that talking ain't with that. All that shit on your song, boy star, you ain't never did that. Yo ho don't wanna go home, all of her stomach like a sick pack. Been killing these niggas so long, this shit feeling like a mismatch.
I don't endorse the message of fuck Dance Ansic, but it was fun chanting it. I must admit. So right now, this is a little slightly beyond the midway point of our Freedom Marathon. I do have an update on Kate Fagan. She was feeling really good for a second, and then she started moving, and then started not feeling so hot. So she's struggling. Well, feeling very hot, but you catch the drift. Yeah. But we think she's going to pull through. Cinephobe is just a couple minutes away, and that'll be joined by Adam McKay and Neil Brennan. Our host will explain how you can follow along and all about that podcast. But earlier in the last 2 weeks, we caught up with Michael Irvin, who inspired us for this 24-hour marathon here, apropos, as we just passed the midway point. Here is what that sounded like.
Man, I miss being on with you guys, man. I know you guys been locked down in Cleveland over there, man. I know there's a lot of things been going on over there. Stu, what you got, buddy?
We need some help with something, Mike. We're doing a 24-hour radio marathon. You have delivered some of the greatest speeches in the history of this radio show, in the history of football. We need a motivational speech from the playmaker, Michael Irvin, to help us get through 24 consecutive hours of radio.
It is not radio. It is now podcast and YouTube. But
I'm old.
Regardless, the Michael Irvin podcast, that's also not radio.
Right. So you got 24 hours of air. You're trying to inspire people to stay on, or inspire you guys to have the juice to go.
Yeah, we need you to inspire us to be able to get through 24 hours of air.
I will ask you the question right now. Mike, can you please explain to us, give us advice and inspiration on how to get through 24 straight hours? And you take that wherever it is you'd like to take.
Okay, but why are you doing 24 straight hours?
Good question.
It is an excellent question, but we are starting a relationship with DraftKings. We have left ESPN in a way that fought them over the last year over political lines and racial lines. So we've left ESPN and we are starting with DraftKings, and this is our big kickoff event. And we need you as part of our kickoff event, as a Miami show, as a Miami guy, as a guy who over the years has given us the motivational speeches before the Miami FSU games. We need to get from Michael Irvin how to correctly do 24 straight hours with the proper energy, intensity, and inspiration. We just need one of we are asking for one of your great preacher man speeches as a guy who has ridden with us for 25 years.
Yeah, this is good. This is good too. Hold on, put thought on this because it's good. So you guys, okay, you're moving over to one spot. You've done a great job at building this show, and everybody is not meant to go where you're supposed to go. So you got to be able to take a chance and make a move. Okay, yeah.
All right, he's ready. I
give you this.
Mike,
I give you
process.
I give you
yes.
So how are you guys taking the show over? What are you taking the name over? What are you taking the same name? Because I don't know if ESPN owns all that. How does that work?
No,
What
we
do
took
you-
all our intellectual property. We got out of there. It was a big public mess, and we took all our shit and we got out of there.
How y'all did that, man? That's why I had to leave them up, because them must make you sign over your firstborn. Y'all know ESPN. It means anything you say on our air is automatically ours.
We both lost our daughters, but it was worth it.
They make you sign over your firstborn. They were like, you know.
I mean, I miss them a lot. I do.
So you got out with what? What's the day? What are you calling the show? The new show?
It's still gonna be the Dan Le Batard show with Stugotz, but we've got total freedom. We're gonna be on all platforms, and really, what we're doing more than anything is celebrating our freedom. So wherever it is that you want to take it in terms of
right.
This is 24 straight hours of freedom.
All right, it's 24 straight hours. I got 24. I got you something. Give me 2 minutes. Sorry.
Give him a second,
you need a good gulp.
No, we got to give him time.
Remember to lay out, because I want this to be clean with Michael.
Yes,
I may
this
even
has
turn
I'll
your
give
mic
some. I'll
off.
give some. I'll give some. 24 straight hours, small price, man. How many years you guys have in the show right now?
Close to 20. I love all the questions you're asking right now, Mike.
20 years.
Important backstory.
Yeah. Mike.
Yeah.
Let the master work.
No, I said I love it. This is an artist.
We have still played your Phil Collins in the air tonight speech that you made.
I got this for you. I got this.
I play that speech for my lacrosse team before I ever get focused.
Yeah, but because of YouTube's commercial music policy, if you want any music to throw to, it's got to be this. So that's not gonna make it better.
Yes, it's not going to make it better. But if you do at any point want shitty music, that's the best we can do. It's
music can
unbelievably
usually
bad.
make things better, but I don't think that's the case with.
No, we don't have licensing fees yet, so we're doing this kind of broke ass swap shop shit.
Right. Let me give you all this. I'm gonna give you guys this.
I hated to see Le Batard go. He does it differently. He doesn't do it in the ESPN way, but that's what I loved about him is he just didn't care. He did it the way he wanted to do it.
What you guys must think on. What you guys must hold on. What you guys must eat on. For those 24 hours, it is not about those 24 hours. This is about 20 years of waking up, showing up, and giving up all that you have to all that have heard. That's what you have done. That's why people follow, because each day they tune in, each hour they are listening. They come in hungry. You entertain and you edify so they can leave full. They get a meal right here every day. Don't you let a few people who haven't sweat with you for 20 years, worked with you for 20 years, cried with you for 20 years, ate with you for 20 years, but rose with you the last 20 years, tell you what you can and cannot do. So that behind us that couldn't see it, we leave that, because our greatness doesn't require them coming. In this new door we open, we start with these 24 hours. We live on the fact of what we've done, and we build on the place in which we are going. You have been called to greater heights than your old people can hold you to. You go to these heights. You do the things that you have been called to do, and you feed the people daily like you have fed the people for the last 20 years. Think not about these 24 hours. You think upon those 20 years. I'll see you in championship row. Damn it!
Yeah!
That's how you go and get them.
Holy shit!
I don't know where that shit came from.
All right, no,
You're
one
gonna
more
be
time,
so
but with this
tired,
music.
Michael.
Hey, bullshit, man. Hey, but for real, think on that 24 hours. You think on those 20 years, dude. And that breakaway is a beast, man, because it's something. You know, you want your freedom, man. We want our freedom. And everything. Now, you know, it's people have come in through sports and all that, but you gain the ability to influence. And they want to, everybody, they want to control the influence. Every you know that's what they want to do. That's what they want. They want to. So it's a good thing. I'm glad you guys are getting your freedom.
Thank you for helping us with it, Michael. We'll lean out a little more if you're willing, all right?
You're the best, Mike.
Absolutely, buddy. Absolutely. Anytime, man. Absolutely.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
All right, man. Y'all stay up, guys.
All right.
Always good
You're
talk.
the best playmaker.
Michael, that was the best, man. So great.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome to Cinephobe, part of the 24-hour live stream right here on the Batard Show and Friends Network. I'm Zach Harper. That's Amin Al-Hass. Amin, are you okay?
I'm getting there, man.
Okay.
I need to catch my second win.
All right.
We've been doing this for 13 hours now.
You know who's always energized me?
Who?
Method Man.
Oh.
Method Man has always energized me for decades.
So for the audience watching along at home, thank you guys so much for taking this graveyard shift over here. But we were alerted that Method Man would be able to join us anytime between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. And he knew he'd be just like rolling the dice as to which unit he'd be talking to. And we got a big unit in here.
We do.
Amin Al-Hassan and Zach Harper. What's up, Meth?
What's going on?
Meth, we're both huge fans of yours, and we have actually done one of your movies for our podcast. Our podcast is Cinephobe, in which we take movies that are poorly rated on Rotten Tomatoes, and we try to ascertain whether or not they're properly poorly rated, or maybe they didn't get a fair shake. And we did How High. We did that months ago, and Meth, spoiler alert, we both love that shit. That is an amazing movie. I don't know why it even qualified for our podcast. I don't know how it got so poorly rated, but we love that movie.
It's the highest compliment.
I appreciate that. We worked hard on that thing right there, but I could tell you how it was poorly rated. Because it was poorly hated.
Oh,
haters.
Whoa.
Haters.
How does that happen, Meth? You're so fun. Everything you've done is so fun. It sounds like I'm just sucking up to you right now, but I am a huge fan. I'm a huge fan. So, Meth, like, why has that happened to you?
Well, you know, we were the little movie that could. When How High dropped, it was around Christmas. And I remember because it was Harry Potter and a bunch of other movies out. And people were calling me saying stuff like, yo, it's sold out near, because we were in the multiplexes. What I didn't know was the multiplexes don't have, every theater in the multiplex isn't huge. You get where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
So the reason why the theaters were packed with How High is because people were buying, the movie would sell out, but people were buying movie tickets to the other. So there was a spike in Harry Potter, a spike in this, a spike in that around Christmas time because people were buying tickets for those movies, but sneaking in the hours because we were in the littlest theater in the corner.
I did that with Barbed Wire, that Pam Anderson movie back in like 1996 as a 14-year-old. Yeah, it was a big moment for me.
I'm surprised that wasn't on the big screen. Pam is awesome.
Pam is awesome, and let me tell you, for 14-year-old me or whenever, however old I was when that movie came out, I was a big fan. That was the exact movie I needed it to be.
Now, Matt, you guys were in this movie. You had some real life actors, like big time actors, like Fred Willard, and who else?
Shout out to OG.
Yeah, shout out to OG Fred Willard, who passed away recently, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
How were you guys received when you came on? Because you guys are the rappers, right? Coming in here and basically taking some good acting jobs from actors.
Well, I mean, if they said the movie was trash, I don't think we took anything from it. No, actually, you know, I don't believe we cut the line at all because the actual title of the movie is a record that myself and Redman did. And this thing was designed especially for us. It's no different than what Kid and Play did. Well, slightly different because I believe the Hudlin brothers had a big hand. Shout out to the Hudlin brothers. Of course. Black
absolutely, yes.
a big hand in doing that movie, which is a classic, by the way. So this was just geared for me and Redman. I don't think we cut any lines, but if you see me in like a Marvel movie or a big DC movie, I absolutely cut the line.
So if you're like the new Ant-Man or something, if they kick Paul Rudd out for some reason, we know that you did something nefarious.
Yeah, you think they're going to kick Paul Rudd out?
Hey, man.
You never know.
You never know. It's a tough game out here, man. People have been canceled for less.
Hey, Paul Rudd is certified, though. Let's be clear. Let's keep it a buck in here.
Well, Meth,
he's certified.
Meth, what made you want to act? What made you want to break away from just doing music and show more?
I was broke. No, I'm playing. Actually, actually, what it was I wasn't as satisfied as I was with the music anymore. It was drying up for me, as far as not for the genre, but for me. Hello? Yeah, but for me on a whole, because, you know, I mean, it was a whole new wave came in. You know, it's a young man's sport out there, especially with hip hop. And most of the shows we were getting booked for was overseas because no one was booking older school rappers in the States. And if you were getting booked, it was for like 10 grand, you know, crappy money. And we felt like we deserved more since we contributed so much to the game. But then it got a little tedious because I had found myself overseas for the 9th time that year. You know, and it's like, wow,
that's a lot.
I know I can do, I know I can do more than this. So I made a promise to myself that when I got back, I would explore, you know, other revenues of not just getting money, but, you know, to entertain myself, you know, career-wise, you know, and acting. It was like, why not? Let me see if I can do this. And if I'm not going to go 110% at it, I'm not going to even try it. So I went 110% at it, and I got booked, and I haven't looked back since.
Matt, I gotta ask you, in the movie, Jamal and Silas have a really funny origin story how they meet. What was the meeting between you and Redman the first time like?
It ain't as funny, but it's kind of funny because he don't remember it because he was gone. He was zonked. But I remember it vividly because everything was new for me. I was a brand new artist, and I was going out by myself. It was a crisscross album release party.
Okay.
They weren't there. They weren't there, but you know how you're in a big hotel and they have like that conference room and they had like some snacks set up and a poster of crisscross, and they just were playing their album, debuting their album for, you know, like media and people of that ilk. And that's probably why myself, Redman, was there. There's a picture we took that day because Nas was there too, and Curious George. And there's a picture of myself, Nas, Redman, and Curious George.
And Red has no recollection of this.
He has no recollection, and that was the first time I ever met his ass. You know, it was when I had the matter of fact, I can tell you exactly. It floats around on Instagram too. It's a picture of me. I got a fork in my mouth, and a New York Mets hat on, and Doc is in the picture with me. And then there's one with Nas in the picture with us and Curious George. But they always crop Curious out. I wonder why.
Doesn't ring a bell, but yeah, I'm sure we'll figure it out later.
That's probably why.
That's
probably why.
We'll figure it out. Matt,
I'm hip hop to the core. Curious George was a good artist, by the way.
Matt, I want to test your memory here. Okay, now this is going to be pretty hard to remember, but about 8 or 9 years ago, it was either 2013 or 2012. I went to Des Moines, Iowa, for 4th of July because Wu-Tang was performing in Des Moines, Iowa. 4th of July. Unfortunately, I got too high to go to the concert. There was a weed brownie. It's not like I'm that, like my friend messed up the weed brownie and I hit the floor and I never looked back for like 18 hours, and so I missed the concert. But I need to know because I just realized like maybe you weren't even there. Do you remember doing that show? Were you a part of that?
Do not. I was going to stop you as soon as you said Des Moines. I was like,
that's why it didn't make sense, right? It could have just been this big, this big ruse.
I'm not sure. Honestly, I've been so many places. I mean, Des Moines. I can't say I have. I can't say I haven't. I know I've been to Normal.
I do feel better.
Illinois before.
Okay.
You ever been to Normal, Illinois?
Normal?
Like Normal, Illinois.
Like
it makes
Chicago?
you know what abnormal Illinois is like, right? No, Normal, Illinois.
It's called
Normal?
Normal?
A place in Illinois called Normal. We went there on the Hard Knock Life store, and that was the joke. Like, what does abnormal Illinois look like?
Wow.
And you said Chicago. I'm going to tell everybody in Chicago you said that.
Meth, what? Yeah, I mean, hates Chicago. Meth, what's your favorite scene in How High? What's your favorite, like, either that you think is the funniest or that you had the most fun shooting?
I think the pimp scene with Mike Epps and that guy was one of the funniest scenes in the movie.
Shout out to
the
that guy.
funnest, the most fun we had filming was probably when we had the party, and that was like a week-long shoot right there. And you know, it was just fun. Everybody was just having fun, man. Had Cypress Hill come through. Mike was snapping on everybody's shit. Pardon my French. Chuck Liddell was there.
That's
Chuck
right.
Liddell,
Chuck Liddell's in the movie. Yeah, he's got a little cameo there.
The movie How High came out in 2001. How High 2 came out not too long ago. How do you feel about them rebooting your movie?
All right, I'm keeping it a buck. I thought they were smart enough to know that there was a product out there that nobody had done anything with for so long, and I probably would have did the same thing if I had the money to do it. So MTV was very smart. MTV was very smart because when they aired it, it got such high ratings. And this is regular TV, so all the curses and everything is pretty much taken out. And they were more or less like, well, what are these guys doing with it? You know, Universal sitting on it, we sitting on it. They bought the product and they put a movie out. And I salute DC Young Fly and Lil Yachty for stepping up because I was not going to do that movie. No way.
Come on now.
Wait, now what would it have taken?
A better script. Period. That's pretty much it. But like I said, DC Young Fly is hilarious. And Yachty did his thing for a first-time actor. And like I said, you know, we wouldn't crap on those guys because, you know, like you said, it's like stealing a job from somebody. I would never steal a job from somebody or take a check away from someone.
Now, did they approach you guys about doing a cameo of your old role or something like that? Was there even a discussion for you to say no to?
I personally was approached. Redman, I don't think so. I think that once they got a no from me, they was like, well, if we can't get one, you know, pretty much.
So you kind of took a job away from Redman then.
And that had nothing to do with DC or Lil Yachty. It was just, like I said, it was a material thing.
Gotcha. Meth, we struggled with this on our podcast when we did the movie. Do you remember the professor who's the botany professor? What is his accent supposed to be? Because we couldn't figure it. Like, it's not French, and it's like...
It's probably Swedish or Russian, somewhere in between there.
Do it. Come on, man.
He was saying, like, I give you an A. Like that's what it sounded, but I can't. That doesn't sound Russian to me. It doesn't sound Swedish. I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but like we could not, for the life of us, figure that out.
I don't know, but that guy Terry is like, he's been around a long time, man. He's a legend. I have no idea. You got me now. Now you're gonna make me watch it.
And after, maybe check out the Cinephobe podcast episode in which we review it. And spoiler alert, we loved it.
We all loved it.
Yeah,
we got the clean sweep, the highest honor in the land.
Yeah, clean sweep. All three of us on the podcast said, yes, this is a good movie. Like this is
dope.
Unfair. Yes, and that's
so you guys
rare.
only watch bad movies or movies that they tell you are bad?
Well, exactly. Movies that they tell us are bad, and we try to figure out. We try to ascertain. Were they actually bad, or maybe they didn't get a fair shake? And in the case of How High, didn't get a fair shake.
That's a great little platform right there. I wish I would have thought of that. That's dope, guys.
Hey,
nice.
Hey, Meth, anytime you want to come on, I'll kick them in off this show, and it'll be you and me and our producer Anthony Mays, and we will review whatever you want.
Okay, yeah, I got a couple of little ditties there that I can't believe people didn't like. You know, that
what's a movie?
They're classics now.
Okay,
they're classics now, but they were badly reviewed. Evil Dead Part 2. What the hell?
That's a great one.
I didn't see that one.
Great movie.
Come on.
You never saw it, huh?
Evil Dead Part 2, no.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, wow. You can check that out. It's better than
We'll
Part
put it on
1.
the list. What else? What else you got?
That's pretty much it because Attack the Block is one of my favorite movies, but it's a great movie.
Yeah. No, that one was well reviewed.
I think so. I don't think that qualifies for us.
Yeah, that was well reviewed.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something.
Dread. They tried to crap on that movie. Not the Sylvester Stallone.
Not the Stallone Judge Dredd, but the other one.
The other one because they said it was too much like The Raid. But I can't get that. Fanboys loved it, but critics kind of crapped on it.
I'm done with these critics. I gotta say, we read reviews of these guys every episode, and
it's the same names over and over again.
It's the same
by the way.
names shitting on the same movie. It's like, if you don't like movies, just don't review movies.
Also, by the way, they love to do this thing, Meth, where they watch a movie and no one will mention another movie, but they'll all have that other movie in their head. So one of the movies we did was A Million Ways to Die in the West. That's a Seth MacFarlane movie that I liked. I enjoyed it. But all the critics kept mentioning Blazing Saddles. Nobody said nothing about Blazing Saddles. Why are you bringing it up in your review?
And plus, there's a lot of people that watch that movie don't even know what the hell Blazing Saddles is.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
use
But
your review and say this is good. Maybe you should also check out Blazing Saddles.
There you go.
But if you look at some of the Oscar winners, I mean, The Artist, for instance, which I thought was a good movie, but they want that old Hollywood back. Well, guess what? You can't have it back. There's a lot of issues and things and movies that people want to see, and it doesn't include you guys. So you guys should not be doing the reviews, you know? But that's not crapping on movie critics, because they make a lot of valid points. And sometimes the dissection of the movie gets a little out of hand. It's like, it can't be it can't be Gone with the Wind. Every movie can't be Gone with the Wind. You know what I mean?
Gone with the Wind
Every
sucks,
now
by the
and
way.
My
you
mom
gotta-
loves that movie.
Gone with the Wind
She's
sucks.
watching right now, so I gotta shout out Gone with the Wind for my.
It's
But
not
at
good.
this point, the only way to satisfy every critic is to redo one of those classic movies that they love, and don't tell them that you're redoing it.
Right. You just give it a different title, right?
Right, and they'll say, "Oh my God, it's the 2000." You know how they put that cliche shit. It's the 2021 Citizen Kane.
Yeah.
Right.
It's you know what I mean?
Left
Stuff
with
like
the
that.
breeze.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Right.
Matt, what was the first like acting job where you were like, oh, I made it. Like this is it. I'm an actor now.
The first time I got an acting job, I was like, I made it. No, I didn't. Everybody should think that, though. You know, it's like I did it. Yeah. You know what? The first big paycheck I got, honestly, we did a commercial for Right Guard. Power stick.
What?
Wait, did you guys kind of like spoof the sophisticated, distinguished gentleman one? Am I remembering this correctly?
No, we didn't do the sophisticated genius one. It was more of a sports thing, and it was these bike riders and stuff, and we was putting all these shenanigans in front of them.
Okay.
And I remember because they wanted us to do like some Keystone Cop-ish, and I was like, man, I'm a grown-ass man. I ain't doing that ish. Y'all go ahead with
You ain't
that.
got, you
And
ain't
then
got
it
a
turned
sense of yourself.
something else.
You can say shit.
You
This is
can
on
say
But the
YouTube.
reason, yeah, I had to edit myself. I do that now. I'm 50. But the reason I brought it up was because that was the first time I got paid $500,000 for one thing I did. $500,000 for a commercial. And I told those people
for deodorant.
Deodorant?
Yes, and the exec told us, he was like, we had a few other people in mind, but I asked my kids, who should we use? And the majority of the kids said Method Man and Redman. I said, send me their addresses, their ages. We're going to get them Christmas presents.
Wow.
Okay, so on that note, what's a time where you got paid and you would have definitely did it for a lot less money, but they ended up
Ooh, I'm glad you
overpaying
brought
you?
that up.
Yeah.
All right. Prime example. I did Foxy Brown, El Nana, first album Foxy ever did on Def Jam, label mate, of course. So they asked me if I would do a hook for her. At this point in time, you know, I'm getting some money, but it's just a hook. So I'm like, I'll take 25. Cool. I go to the studio, I do the song. Say about a week or two later, I get a check, $25K. I was thinking 2,500. Yeah, I was saying 2,500. You know, but me not a gift horse in the mouth.
Right. No. Yeah.
You ran to the bank.
No, actually, I didn't run to the bank. One of the guys that worked at the label at Def Jam, Mike Kaiser, took me to Torno, right across the street from 34th Street's Macy's. It was a watch dealer.
Right.
And I bought my first Rolex.
Wow.
Blew the whole freaking
One
thing.
go, huh? One go.
Now, if it was 2,500, I would have put it in the bank. But this was a blessing. This is like finding $20 in the street. Are you going to put that in the bank?
No, you're just gonna
No,
buy,
you're gonna
I'm blowing
buy
that
lottery tickets or some shit like that. Like, that's what I'm. Yeah. We're also joined, Meth. We're also joined now by Adam McKay, Oscar winner. That's a Matt. You got to get into the Oscar winner category here. But Adam,
you know what?
Adam,
I'll chill. I'll chill.
Adam, where is the Oscar?
The Oscars
I don't know,
are
I mean-
at the Kodak Theater up on Hollywood Boulevard. I'm sorry, I'm on a cell phone here. Hold on, I'm getting settled. The Oscars are up at the Kodak Theater on Hollywood. By the way, Method Man, I'm a huge fan.
Thank you, Adam. Big fan of yours also.
One of my
Appreciate you,
favorite
brother.
rhymes of all time. Got a smile like a crocodile in profile.
I'm glad
There it
you got
is.
it, because sometimes my stuff goes way over their heads and trickles down their blacks to their butts, and they poop me in the toilet.
Wow. Wow.
Never.
That's what's up.
Matt-
That's what's up. Appreciate it, brother.
Matthew, you mentioned taking the $25,000 to go buy a Rolex. Is there something that you bought that you're just like, why did I do that? That was a mistake.
Oh, Jesus. Let me think. There's been a lot of things, but the biggest purchase I ever made, and I thought, why did I buy that, was that diamond ice pick. What was I thinking? Because, you know, it was a problem anytime I tried to travel with it. If I wore it around, I couldn't wear it around my neck because if they saw it, it's a weapon. If I put it in my bag, it looks like a weapon.
Right.
And there have been times where they debated on whether they were going to let me on a plane or not with my ice pick.
Wow.
Unless I checked it into the baggage that goes underneath. Yeah, okay. Little Kim got robbed for all her crap like that, man.
Oh, not the stowaway luggage.
Yeah.
Oh,
they go through that.
Yeah.
They go through that.
Come on.
That's
Look,
a
I
definite.
had a brother-in-law works for the airport. We won't say his name, but yeah, he's still selling, like, he gets
No one will
vacation
figure that out.
files,
You
all
should have
kind of
narrowed it the hell down.
Everything. Yeah.
Matt, thank you so much for joining us. I don't think we're going to do better than a diamond ice pick. So thank you
Man.
so much for joining us. We're
Thanks,
huge
man. I
fans.
got Adam McKay right now, man. Adam's going to blow it up. Give Dan my love.
Absolutely.
Make sure Poppy knows the words to my songs next time, you know,
course.
and we're all good.
Matt,
I
thank
can
you so
live forever
much.
with that.
All right. That's
Thanks,
Method Man of How High fame.
Wow.
Bye, Method.
Wow. So Adam, do you have a diamond ice pick?
I have a diamond ice cream scooper.
Okay. There it is.
And I don't regret the purchase. I get a lot of use out of it.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
It
I mean,
keeps
how
the
could
ice
you
cream
not?
cold,
Yeah, it keeps the
right?
ice cream cold. That's a brilliant.
Yeah,
brilliant use of
and
money.
it looks fly as shit. I mean, it costs $300,000, but I use it like a couple times a week.
Sure. What's the best ice cream with a gold or with a diamond ice cream scoop?
I use probably sorbet. Raspberry sorbet is the best because the diamond, like cutting into that bright red, looks really nice.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, I've got I mean, I don't want to seem gross because, you know, I know some people do it paycheck to paycheck, but I got about 6 diamond ice cream scoopers. I keep them in a velvet case.
You're a successful man. I mean,
Wait,
that's what's going to happen.
Is that one for every day of the week and you miss out on Sundays, or how does that work?
It's one for every 3-hour chunk of the waking day.
That makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that
wait,
makes
unless you're doing what we're doing here, in which case that's not enough. We need a couple
Right.
more.
And what we're doing is, Adam, you know, or I think you're aware, we do a podcast about movies that were poorly rated.
What's it called?
Oh, it's called Cinephobe. I mean,
Oh.
I'm so glad you asked the question.
Yeah.
It's called Cinephobe, in which we take movies that are poorly rated on Rotten Tomatoes and we try to ascertain whether or not they're properly poorly rated, or maybe they didn't get a fair shake. And that's Cinephobe wherever you find podcasts.
Yes.
And so, Adam, we did The Goods, Live Hard, Sell Hard, which is a movie you produced.
I love it. Yes.
And I'm
yes.
full disclosure, Adam. I went into this movie. I'd never seen it before. I went into this movie thinking I'm gonna hate this and I'm gonna rip it to shreds. And let me tell you, I loved that shit. That was a good movie. It was a good movie. The cast is amazing. The supporting cast is amazing. Like it turned me.
Is this your first time doing the podcast, Zach? When do we give out the result up front?
Maybe I'm lying to me. Maybe I'm lying to the celebrity.
Yes.
Okay.
He
Maybe
is a
that's what I'm
show.
doing.
He is a
But
show.
no, it's good. Live
I
hard,
know,
sell hard.
We got
good.
what was what was the Rotten Tomatoes score on that one? Just to refresh my memory, I know it wasn't good.
Strong 27% from the critics.
27% from critics.
And you know what? The audience
They
didn't
do
like
that
it.
to the comedies, though. They will do that to the comedies, and especially because that supporting cast, which you're right, is fantastic. A lot of them weren't that famous when we made it, and then became famous. So when you don't got that big name in the lead, the critics can kind of like go, okay, I'm going to give this one some shots. And you just never know with the comedies whose sense of humor is going to be what. And that was definitely one we got. I'm going to say we got dinged too hard on that one because I really sincerely like that movie too. We produce a lot of stuff. Sometimes you do your best and it doesn't always come out right. That was one where I really thought it came out right. I felt really good about it. And I remember being a little shocked that it got that level of hate. And it's directed, of course, by the great and brilliant Neil Brennan.
Right.
Someone we'll be talking to perhaps in a little bit.
Who knows?
Maybe. Stay tuned.
I love it.
You never know.
So, Adam, here's my question to you. The movie came out and that same weekend, District 9, G.I. Joe, Rise of Cobra, The Time Traveler's Wife, Julia and Julia, and G-Force all opened with a bigger box office. G-Force, if you remember, was the movie about hamsters in space. It made $300 million global box office. Wow. You guys made
I honestly
15.
don't know if you're kidding. Did that movie really make $300 million?
Yeah. Not only did it make $300 million, but it rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes.
Well, I mean, I guess you're up against there's only been, a few hundred movies about hamsters in space. So the competition isn't that thick.
Right. Cliche for a reason.
Maybe a few dozen movies about hamsters in space.
Give me the top 3.
I can only think about 20 off the top of my head.
Rank them.
So, so maybe they were grading against a curve on that one. But yeah, we were a low budget movie. We made it through the old Paramount Vantage label. They had done No Country for Old Men, There Will Be Blood. They had done a lot of Oscar movies. And they decided to try. We kind of pitched them on this idea that, look, you don't need to spend $50 million on a comedy. You can make one for under 20. If it's funny as hell, it's going to work. And I don't know if it quite worked.
You made money. You were in the green. You were in the black, I should say.
I think we were in the green. When all was said and done, someone at Paramount told me we did end up in the green, but most importantly, it is a funny movie.
What's the most expensive part about making that movie?
Oh man, that's a good question. I'm going to say there's a riot, I believe, at one point.
Yeah.
And I think there's an alligator involved in it. That's got to be the most expensive part. I'm trying to think what else.
I was wondering.
No, that's got to be it. I think a dude. I actually was a guy who got his arms ripped off. I don't know if it ends up in the final movie. There was an alligator. A bunch of hell broke loose in this riot scene, and we must have recreated the Smokey and the Bandit car, and that probably cost a little bit of dough because you had to paint the car. Otherwise, it was just all property rental. It was not a super pricey movie.
Hey, am I on yet?
You are on. That's Neil Brennan, director of The Goods, Live Hard, Sell Hard.
McKay, you know what's hilarious? I just tuned in and I couldn't hear you, but this is what you look like. So then I unmute you and you're like, the movie works. Ultimately, I think the movie works. Like, I'm assuming he's talking about The Goods and not Anchorman, because it's pretty clear Anchorman works.
The Goods were actually saying damn funny movie.
Oh yeah. If you're just talking about like jokes per capita.
Well, it had a little point of view to it. I'm gonna support your work here. I'm gonna say it's
Thank you.
Right when the US economy was crashing, and it's kind of about like a lot sale. America's on the ropes. It's got that bravado. I think like you captured that spirit quite well, and a ton of funny jokes, including what I rank as the funniest ADR line in history, which is Ving Rhames saying,
I'm waiting to be canceled for that.
It was him saying, looking at the lot, which was a mess, the car lot, and he says, it looks like the bus station from Total Recall. And I laughed for 2 years. Neil dropped that line.
Totally.
Neil, that's the funniest ADR line in the history of ADR lines.
I thought you were going to talk about when he said James Vanderbeek, my N-word.
Right, yeah.
My nigga.
I thought that was what you were
I can
going
say
for.
that.
That was a mean El Hassan saying that. I just want to make sure.
That's very funny. That's very funny about the I completely forgot about that. Not to be one of those showbiz people like, did I write that? Well, that's actually funny.
No, that is, I swear to God, I've cited it because we had a good one in Step Brothers. We had your voice sounds like a combination of Fergie and Jesus.
Yeah,
that's
which got a nice laugh. But when people talk about ADR, the line I quote that made me laugh the hardest looks like the bus station from Total Recall.
That is very funny. Thank you very much for reminding me.
No, I think you got short tripped on that movie. That's a damn funny, rock solid movie. Here's a little trivia on it though. One critic picked it on their top 10 list of best films for the year. And I think it was the NPR critic. And I saw it on the list. I was like, wait, what's going on? And I went and read it.
There's a typo.
And the guy just got it. Like the guy understood that it was America falling apart. Everything must go. The machismo, the bravado. Like he dissected it in that way only French critics do with comedies. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, he thought it was funny as hell. So it was on one top 10 list.
Now, Adam, did he also have G-Force on his list?
I think that was on like 70% of the list that year. I mean, of course. I don't think you get the premise. Hamsters aren't usually in space. I mean, you have to get that to kind of get into the movie, but it's an uncommon thing for hamsters to be in space.
That's so crazy. I literally was like, what the hell is G-Force? And now it's coming back to me piece by piece. First I saw the hamsters. Then I saw where they were. They're in space.
Yeah.
Who did the voices? That feels like a big payday for somebody.
Ooh,
that's a good question.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Well, we got to find that out. We got to get into that.
I'm on it.
I think it's Benedict Cumberbatch, Julianne Moore, Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, and they did
and Seth Green.
Close.
Seth Green.
Yeah,
It's Seth Green. Yeah, Seth Green's definitely in there. He's got to be in there.
What is it? We're doing this for COVID awareness. What are we doing this for?
For awareness for our podcast, Cinephobe, which
yeah.
is the podcast.
They both start with C's.
Yeah.
I think it's the Florida Republican National Party, right?
It's just no. That's offensive. It's just Ron DeSantis. We're just trying to make sure that he stays as long as possible. Yeah.
Cut out the middleman. Give it right to Ron.
Exactly. Just give it right
Neil's
to Ron.
a big DeSantis guy. I'm more of a Rick Scott guy.
Yeah. Well, I'm big on trying to kill people. So like, I just think that he's the guy for it.
I got my Gates DeSantis 2024 shirt.
Sure.
If you guys want
to. Isn't it the other way around?
If you guys want a piece of that. Did Gates actually say, McKay, this sounds like it's something you would write. He said, I exchanged money for naughty favors. So what?
No, he didn't.
I swear, somebody Google this. I think he said it 2 weeks ago. And it just got no traction.
Whoa.
Matt Gates, naughty favors.
Well, that's a tough search. I wouldn't just search that. Maybe throw some quotes in there.
Not my computer.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe it means like fart jokes or like poop jokes.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like naughty in like the second grade sense.
Like magic store.
And the money is like bubblegum money. Yeah, it could be much. He really said that? That is incredible.
I swear, yeah. Anything on that, Jonathan?
Yes. This is according to Newsweek. Matt Gaetz describes sexual misconduct claims against him as, quote, naughty favors. Says, under the fire, Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz has allegedly equated the serious sexual misconduct allegations levied against him as exchanging money for naughty favors.
Wow. I like
be great.
that as a,
I mean, legally that's correct.
You just put your crime in the second grade language.
Yeah.
It's not murder. It's I gave Frowny Man a boo-boo.
Yes. Yes, a boo-boo. And then it'd be funny if the jury just went all the way with it. Like in the above entitled action regarding naughty favors, you have to go to timeout for 5 years.
To Spofford Correctional Timeout Facility. Yeah.
To Broward County Timeout Facility.
My theory on Getz is that he's padding his resume, that it's all of this crap is so he can run for president on the RNC ticket, because none of what he's getting busted on is a liability in that party currently. Let's just go hardcore political for this.
That's what we were hoping this would turn into. So thank you guys.
Angry, passionate,
right?
Cutting people off. You guys aren't hearing me. Stuff like that.
You just don't get it, Neil.
I feel like we need like 3 more people, 3 more boxes, right? Have you ever watched on CNN? They always have like 17 people on the dais at the same time.
Right. So
yeah. McKay, are you doing? You probably donate a lot of money, right, to these places?
Which ones?
Like the DNC and shit?
I'm a little mad at the DNC of late. So I stopped giving to the DNC proper, but I will give to certain candidates. And if it's really an ugly, hairy race, I'll hold my nose and give to like a corporate Dem, just because I hate, the Republicans so much. So I definitely like donated against Susan Collins and like people like that, just out of personal vindictiveness.
Yeah.
But no, I usually I go more the Act Blue, the kind of progressive road. And then this last year, I got a little down on the whole money thing in general. So I started really thinking like no one should be allowed to give more than $200. So I started giving more to organizations that were trying to just get money out of politics. There's a group called Represent Us that I work with a lot. That's really good. That's just
and you saved an ass load of money this year, right? On that fake cheat that you told yourself.
That little spiel I just gave you saved me 300 large, my friend. That's why I got a Tesla pickup truck. I just got to say the shit I said to you a bunch, and I saved a fortune.
And it's wonderful, and it was just the one rationalization, and it changed my entire year.
Let's get into PAC law.
Yes.
And election laws about associations. Guys, is that where you want to go next?
Yeah, you guys just get movie podcasts.
Yeah.
Like you
By the
understand
way,
where it's going.
thank you for giving me and McKay what can only be called a prime slot. 1:30 to 1:45 a.m.
We were told this was a prime slot.
We're basically meter maids. This isn't even radio. This is podcast meter maids.
It's live.
I thought we were doing
YouTube.
pretty well. And then, McKay, did you see the poster? They did the thing where they put they go in order of popularity, like Charles Barkley, and then you, me, and Sure are like fucking. If there's any doubt about where writers are, even great writers are in the pecking order of really a Florida show business. It's not good.
Yeah, we were billed like terms of use. That was about the size of our building.
Fine print.
See that.
The finest of print.
Right.
Neil, I got a question.
Let's get back to movies. Do you want to talk about documentaries dealing with election law?
Absolutely. Well, I'm curious, Adam, this may be a dumb question, but what do you do as a producer? Is it just you write a check and you're like, go do shit with this? Like, what is a producer's job?
There's about 50 different kinds of producers that exist, and Neil can attest to this. There's like the kind of confident in the room producer who's, got like statement hair and like shakes everyone's hand and like has dinner with people. There's the actual nuts and bolts producers who do like the budget and like finagle and figure out all the stuff with the line producer and kind of grind it out. There's producers who like handle talent and like have talent relationships. There's producers that know all the department heads, or then there's producers that like cultivate screenwriters that just go, hey, good scripts are the way you get into that. The obvious joke is, of course, I'm none of those. But no, I'm more of a guy who works, I like developing writers. I like identifying material. And then I kind of go in and I vouch for the people that you're bringing in. So I go in and say, Neil Brennan's one of the funniest guys around, which fortunately he is. Or I go in and say, Jesse Armstrong, Succession, we should do this. I'll direct the pilot. So you kind of vouch for stuff and then you oversee it and make sure it doesn't go off the rails. And then you jump in as a writer. You can jump in for casting, for helping with directing. So Yeah,
yeah,
it's
and
really
it used to be. It used to be for I mean, and Zach, like it used to be. There would just be these producers who didn't really know. Before Judd and McKay, the producers were never funny. They were just guys who would go like. I remember a guy. I remember there was a guy who had produced. I want to say Dumb and Dumber. Don't quote me, but me and Chappelle were at the Sky Bar, which is a big bar in Hollywood. This is in the '90s, and a guy saw Dave and goes, "I loved you when what was your last picture?" He literally said, "I loved you in what was your last picture?" So like these guys didn't. They just knew that guy's hot, and then And then now the great thing about the reason like kind of movies have gotten actually funnier and less kind of goofy premisey, 80s and 90s goofy premisey, like a guy who drinks a potion and turns into whatever, is because Adam and Judd and Sandler to a lesser extent, but like actually funny people are in charge of what comedies get made. Instead of now McKay's moved on to deciding what financial wry sexy dramas get made. Psychosexual, we'll go with psychosexual McKay.
I like how you got sexy in there. Like I'm
yeah, well, yeah.
Wrong. In fact, because you said that, I'm going to make a super sexy financial drama next. A lot of.
I mean, there's something sexy about Succession, right? Like it's like, I don't know, not that would make it interesting. You know,
I know what you mean.
The
Well, I
intro
think
song.
that kind of high price, kind of penthouse living. I think money just has inherent sex. I think you just said more about yourself than anything that's going on around.
Probably, but isn't that what podcasting is all about at the end of the day?
I'm just glad we're away from the 80s and 90s from those ridiculous premise movies, and we get things like, Little Nicky. And that's my
That
was, yeah.
That's actually Little Nicky's pretty. I think Little Nicky's actually kind of funny. It's an underrated one. Here was my premise, Neil, during the peak of the body switching movies. It was a guy who worked at a video store. This is how old this idea is. This idea is 25 years old.
Yep.
And he was super cynical, and he's going through all the movies, bitching about all the movies where someone drinks a potion and can't tell a lie. Someone switches bodies so they can understand their child. Someone, a rainbow goes through them, so then they have a heart. And he's taken all the movies off the shelf, and he's like, we're not going to rent any of this crap anymore. And he fills them. There's like 50 of them, puts them in a box, and he's putting them on the shelf, and they fall and hit him in the head.
Mm-hmm.
And then
nobody saw that. Nobody would have seen that coming.
It's 25 years old. I mean,
no, I'm kidding.
It's like a forkball in a sports metaphor.
The Ephus pitch.
Yeah.
But yeah, they made a lot of those, man. That was the big thing in the 80s and 90s was those kinds of movies. Are we supposed to be talking about the goods, by the way? Because Neil and I can definitely shoot the shit for hours.
Yeah, I mean, I think people would rather you guys shoot the shit than us ask you questions. But I'm happy to talk about the goods if you guys are into that. Like, what was the toughest casting decision for that movie? Because I'm sure you wanted a lot of people in there.
They were all sort of obvious. It felt like, you know what I mean? It just felt like, yeah, him. It was like Catherine Hahn had been in Step Brothers, so she had been in maybe Step Brothers hadn't come out.
Han was someone, she actually went and did like some network show for 7 years, so we hadn't heard of her because we hadn't seen the show.
Crossing Jordan.
Oh my God, man. That is...
Was that a real answer or was that a joke answer? I don't know.
I only know that because I was watching dailies at my house and I had a friend over and she was like, oh, that's the girl from Crossing Jordan. I was like, what? I had no idea. I'd seen promos for Crossing Jordan forever. McKay, you'll enjoy this. I do a thing now when people ask me what I'm up to. I tell them that I'm on. There's so many shows now you can just make shows up. So I say I'm third lead on a show called X-Ray Tech.
Oh, I love that show.
Which is about an X-ray technician who solves crimes.
I'm going to say 80% of the people you tell that to think it's real.
Great show.
Why? How could they find out that it's not? There's too many. Just say it's on Apple TV.
I'm on a show called Apple Ridge, and it's just about like a bunch of young people who grew up in this area, kind of in the middle of the country. And I'm the social studies teacher, and I have like 4 lines every episode, and I crack a joke.
Yeah,
Apple
but
Ridge.
and your daughters love you for it.
They love me for it. It makes them happy. It's on the CW. Yeah. Like,
I don't even know if the CW still exists.
It's got to.
I honestly have no idea. Yeah.
Where else will I watch a drama about Archie and Jughead?
Is that real?
Yeah.
Oh, is that the CW?
That's the CW. That's where you get it.
I've heard of that, but I only, I've heard of that because of the comic, because I grew up on it.
Is USA Network? USA Network still around?
No, that can't be it. I think it's just wrestling.
That's that's where they show hockey highlights.
They do. They still do that USA Up All Night with Gilbert Gottfried. They still do that. McKay, do you know?
This
and
may
that's
be
the last time I saw was Elvira and Gilbert Gottfried. You still
Are both of them still with us?
I think they are both still with us.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they're still with us.
All right, good.
Yeah, they would host TV shows, and it was totally entertainment free.
That's tough to do. That's hard to do.
They would just, I don't know what they would just cut a commercial and then have them do wraparounds for 30 seconds. It was awful. It was, it's so bad.
Can I tell you the absolute high point of all of network television? When we were at SNL, one of the guys who was in charge of late night, God, I can't remember his name, Gary something. He got in charge of late night. He used to run parking at Burbank. By the way, God bless him. I'm sure he's a lovely guy. But anyway, there was a Friday night video show that used to be on.
Sure.
And he figured out that the show kind of couldn't lose money because it was so cheap. So he got his wife to host it. And every Friday night you would see the show, and then he would have his wife sing songs. And his wife wasn't really particularly famous. She was just kind of a pretty lady who could sing a little bit. And she would show videos and then sing like a couple songs. And that was Friday night videos for like 2 years. And he just slipped it under the radar. And I would ask everyone, like, how is this show on? Like, what's going on? They're like, there's not losing money in that time slot. But yeah, that was when you knew.
And a little known trivia, their son, Carson Daly, same thing.
Yep.
They gave birth to Carson Daly, and then that's how that happened.
Right. Well, speaking of fake people, I've got a question for you guys. The writers Andy Stock and Rick Stempson, are these real people? Because they don't have an IMDb like catalog other than this movie and like one other short thing.
They're definitely real guys. I mean, we rewrote it, but they were really nice guys. I've not seen them since that. Neil, do you once or twice a year meet them?
Yeah, a couple times a year.
Hockey game?
Guys, come on out. They're going to join us.
This is so cool.
Method Man. No one saw this coming. And they're...
Adam's actually been lying on them the whole time.
Didn't they live in Omaha or something? They lived in the middle of the country. And I don't know if they weren't interested in coming out. I bet they would have been interested. I guess we never made the overture that we hoped we would make. We just, guys, when you get to shooting, guys, filmmaking is war, and things happen, and invitations get lost, and you know what I mean?
Right.
Let's just focus on the ones that did make it to Alhambra, where we shot. And
that's no joke, by the way. That is where the movie was shot, Alhambra.
Yeah, it's a section of LA. That
do you know the most stories I remember from this movie, Neil, are what's his name, the older character actor who was in the Blues Brothers.
Yes.
Sorry, it's contagious. My name spacing, but he's the guy who runs the country western band. We're the good old boys in the Blues Brothers.
Charles Durning.
And what is it?
Charles Durning?
Nope.
No.
Thanks, Roy.
That was stupid.
Charles Durning, you're thinking of Tootsie, but that's okay.
Guys, you can look it up if you.
I like this better.
No, this is better.
And Andy Stock. Go ahead.
Anyway,
he played Dick Lewiston.
Yes.
The funny thing was, he got like hammered at the premiere, and I had to like walk him back to his room.
Charles
like,
Napier.
Like a Charles Napier.
Napier.
Yep.
That's
I had
it.
to walk him back to his room. And then, McKay, this is so fucking funny. So he would call me every 6 months and he'd be drunk, and he'd try to convince me that we had to make a movie about Meryl Haggard.
Oh, I love that.
But he meant it. He's like, Neil, man, I'm telling you what, man, we gotta make this movie about Merle, man, because I mean, he's dying, man. We got to do this before he goes.
Oh.
And I couldn't explain to him, like, dude, I can't get a fucking. I'll be like if I directed another comedy, let alone a Meryl Haggard biopic.
No, but that should be like, that should be a wake up service you can get at hotel rooms. Is Charles Napier. I am so jealous that you got 3 or 4 of those calls. That is.
I mean, I remember he said, you know, like another quote that I remember is they got their. I mean, they put on their. He was talking about the Marvel movies, and he goes, you know, they put on their costumes and their big monster boots clomping around.
Not wrong.
It was incredible. It was nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, he really was. Like, it was all old school Hollywood stories where they would all end with, you know, so I punched him in the jaw, picked up his hand, lifted him off the ground. We walked off set and we didn't come back for 3 days. And, you know, and we didn't sleep or stop drinking for 3 days. And then you're kind of like, oh, that's awesome. And then you think about actually what happened, which is 2 grown men assaulted each other and then gave themselves alcohol poisoning and cost a production hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But one of them was Robert Mitchum.
Oh, he had a lot of Mitchum stories. That's
he did
right.
have a lot. He used to call him Dad. I called him Dad. It was like, if you guys remember the Bill Brasky sketch that McKay wrote, it was just like a live Bill Brasky.
So good, man. Lots of Robert Mitchum stories. Yeah, he was like Robert Mitchum's. What do? They put like a sheep with a racehorse to keep the racehorse calm when you transport.
Yes.
Yeah, and he was like Mitchum's guy like that, except as far as I could tell, every story, that whole concept did not work because usually he just went with them and drank for 3 days. So, yeah.
Like Bob, I mean, he didn't have to twist my arm. Bob would just give me a look and I knew it was time.
That was Mitchum's sober buddy. Was a guy who liked to drink just a little bit less than he did.
Yeah. I mean, I worked for the rehab facility. Just did a really horrible job.
Charles Napier, legendary. Legendary.
Yeah.
That was definitely a highlight.
Jordan. Craig Robinson was very funny. The DJ Request, that's a very funny idea.
Yeah, that made me laugh. Yeah.
The guy who just would not play what he would ask for requests and then specifically not play them. That's a very funny joke.
Nobody told DJ Request to play.
Heckner was very, very funny. Could improvise all day long.
Yep. And
Riggle.
Who else? Yeah, Riggle.
Yeah. Playing a child.
Yeah, it was funny people. And what's his name? The guy who's married to Barbara Streisand.
James Brolin.
James Brolin.
Yeah.
Oh
James
my God.
Brolin. God damn it. James Brolin.
Funny moments in that movie, man. Yeah, the casting was kind of like went as well as it could go as far as like we kind of got quality people for all those roles. And then we had a nice, like, pretty sizable cameo from Farrell where he killed it too.
All right. I literally forget about that.
Yeah.
Okay, by the way, I have your arm on a trophy. It's mounted on a trophy and it's above my toilet.
Oh my God.
In the guest room, you know, where you keep the funny stuff. The guest bathroom, you may jump it up. My bathroom's for serious achievements.
So, you mentioned James Brolin, and there was one negative review of this movie that I actually found very funny, which said, and maybe you guys will disagree, but the funniest thing about The Goods is that the presence of James Brolin pretty much, ensures that Barbara Streisand will have to watch it at least once.
Saw it happen.
You did?
Saw it happen.
Oh, that's good.
She was in the I'll never forget it. She said it was cute.
Oh, wow.
Is that a good
So,
thing?
I don't know.
I think go fuck yourself. From what I can tell, I'm doing the math on this, and yeah, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, I don't
definitely
see
not.
what choice I have to. The next thing I have to say is go fuck yourself. And Alan Thicke was incredibly funny.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God,
Legend.
Alan Thicke is great in it. Yeah.
Yes.
And Ed
Alan
Helms,
Thicke.
a little, a young, almost rookie season Eddie Helms, choking up on the bat, flashing a good glove.
Yeah, he would get to. If we were started shooting at 6 a.m., he'd get there at 5, even if he wasn't shooting till 1 in the afternoon. He was just excited to be there.
Yeah. Now he's dead. Now you look in his eyes and he's just dead.
Yeah, he's just looking at the. You know what's funny? Bing, this is McKay. I don't know if I ever told you this. We were shooting, guys. When you shoot driving scenes, you you have to. And Jeremy had a monologue in a minivan. And so you have to drive the same route over and over so that when he says the line, it probably matches the background. And Ving tried to convince me that he didn't need to be in the third take, anything past the third take, because he's like, I had my eyes closed anyway, Neil.
Oh, that's a veteran.
Yeah, he thought I'd be like, yeah. You know what? You don't. If your eyes are closed, if you're not seeing the scene, then the scene can't see you. You're free to go, sir.
That's good math.
Jedi mind trick.
Yeah, I like that.
I did do a fucking hilarious thing when we were doing those scenes and we'd be driving back to the starting mark. I made an offer. I go, if any of you guys would like to try Jeremy's monologue yourself, go ahead and do it. No one took up the offer.
You know, by the way, Neil, I'm gonna brag a little bit on the movie a little bit more. Legitimately good ending for a comedy, which is hard, where they have to do a salesman to salesman lot sale, and he's got to sell Helms the Smokey and the Bandit car. Like, actually a pretty clever ending for a movie about salesmen, and pretty well done too, and kind of, because that's the hardest thing with these comedies is you have to have a happy ending. Like, legally you're bound to do it. And that was actually like a fairly clever, satisfying ending. I mean, this is me saying it.
You know what's the funny joke of that? There's a few funny jokes, but I think we ended up using this take where I had Catherine Hahn say, if he sells this car, I'll eat my own pussy.
Oh yeah, that's in the movie. That is in the movie.
And for the ADR, for the clean version, I said, if he sells his car, I'll eat my own peanuts, which means nothing.
Right.
Now,
or it's way dirtier than the original one.
Yeah, exactly. The thing where when he does the parachute down and then what's his name is walking behind him.
T.J. Miller.
Yes, T.J. Miller is connected to him for the first 10 feet, and then Jeremy stops and says, "Would you get him?" Jeremy, he's like, "All right, yeah, I'll get out of here." That was funny. Yeah, there was a bunch of funny stuff in that. And then
third act laughs, late third act laughs in a comedy are very difficult.
Why is
you're
that?
wrapping up all your story points. And
you are truly working against the clock. Like Mike Myers said, he's like, at about 45 minutes in a comedy, start the clock. People want to get out of there. You've kind of, although your Anchorman's are around 90, right?
Anchorman's 90. I think the longest one we did was Other Guys was like 145. But that's, I don't think we ever hit 150. Yeah, they're all around 90, 95, 140. They all live around there. But the endings are always the big thing. That's always what we talked about, was how do we do an ending that isn't just completely jive? Like, how do you do, like our most happy one we ever had was Ricky Bobby cannot win the race. And how do we have him win without winning? Like, because it's just too late that he wins the race. And Step Brothers, we wanted it to be a happy ending, but still deranged and demented. And,
I think Step Brothers is the weirdest ending. Like, the Catalina wine mixer is so fucking funny and insane. Like, an insane idea. As a thing, like, meet me at the Catalina wine mixer, it's just so insane. And then there's the Coda with the treehouse, which that wasn't a reshoot, right?
That actually was a reshoot because we had an even crazier ending, which is still in the movie where they go fight the kids.
Yeah.
And
that's my favorite joke of yours, maybe ever. They make Will eat the white poop, right?
Yeah.
The fact that the poop was white is the craziest detail. It's so insane and so wonderful.
And you know what I learned later? It's kind of an East Coast, or it's a geographic thing. Like, there are certain areas in the country where the old dog poop doesn't turn white. And I met some people that were like, what do you mean by white? Like, the other one is that Will bumped into Randy Jackson in an airport, and Randy Jackson told him he had signed like 36 samurai swords through the years because of the did we just become best friends scene too. So these are the things that movies do to you, where weird shit like Charles Napier's bizarre stories about getting hammered 50 years ago stick to you. So yeah, white dog poop is definitely one.
White dog poop is such an insane detail. I have a mean one that we did on Chappelle's Show. I feel like I told you this before. We did a sketch where Sally Jesse, you know when Sally Jesse Raphael would send kids to boot camp?
Yeah. Nelson Mandela.
We did it. It was the boot camp was run by Nelson Mandela. I don't know why it didn't work. And
freedom.
So all the kids at the boot camp are wearing Mandela's boot camp T-shirts. And I remembered from when I was in camp, if you were too fat, they would have to put you just in an adult shirt because they didn't get any large children's sizes. So I made the fat kid in the sketch, wear just a white T-shirt because he was too big for the imaginary logic of the fake T-shirts. So that's you have white poop. I have fat shaming a kid back in the early 2000s, back when we could do that.
It's all trauma. It's all pain. And we turned it into joy and laughter. So
yes, that's right.
What does it feel like? Both of you guys have created stuff that have found a life of its own on T-shirts and people just yelling out stuff in the street. What does that feel like when you see your art live on as part of mainstream pop culture?
Okay, you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll go first.
My answer is a very boring one, which is it's the weirdest goddamn thing when it first starts happening. And I'll never forget, I was with my wife at a bar on Vine because the Actors Gang used to be up there, and we had seen a play, or we were going to go see a play, and we went to get a beer, and Anchorman had only just come out a couple months before, and someone said, I thought they were looking right at me, 60% of the time it works every time. And I laughed and went, oh yeah, back at them. But then I realized they weren't talking to me. They were talking to someone else.
Oh, no.
And then I realized, I'm the director. They wouldn't recognize me anyway. And they were just using that line in conversation. And those are the weirdest ones where people say it almost just like a part of language.
Right. There's something kind of scary about it at first.
It kind of is, because like our behavior and the way we think can be affected that easily. And yet it's also wonderful because it's absurd and it means people connected with this jackass joke that you had. But it is really, really strange hearing people after Step Brothers. I heard people walk by me on the street quoting lines, like saying a line, and it was like threw me out of my reality for a second. But the craziest one of all was after the Saints won the Super Bowl, I'm reading in the paper, And just reading the article to see about the Saints winning the Super Bowl, I think it was the Saints, and one of the players comes in the locker room right after they win and yells, "It's the fucking Catalina wine mixer." And every player yells back, "It's the fucking Catalina wine mixer." And you're like, that's just, yeah, it's incredibly.
But there's something where you're like, how did that happen? Like, we filmed it, and then you can't even do the math on it. Like, I remember, if I may tell my version of that. So there I was, sitting at the craps table. No, I remember hearing Rick James. We had done the taping for Rick James, but it hadn't aired yet. And Chappelle's wife was at a restaurant and heard people saying, "I'm Rick James, bitch," before it aired, because they had gone to the taping. Where we showed it. And I was like, that confused me. And then somebody said, I was in Vegas and people at the craps table kept yelling, "I'm Rick James, bitch." And my first question was, why?
Wow.
Like, why were they doing that?
Wait, you didn't know?
And then to your point, McKay, there was another thing where somebody, I think a congressperson said, insurrection is a hell of a drug.
Oh my God.
Like, after January 6th. And I had to like look it up because I was like, what? Somebody said that?
That's real?
I believe they said in the halls of Congress.
Wait,
wow.
That
might be the best one I've ever heard. That's pretty crazy. As far as high stakes places for someone to quote or check something like that is really the almost overthrow of American democracy, and a thing you helped create was referenced. Like, that's insane. It also says a lot about our society in ways that are really boring that I think we should go into in depth right now.
I think if this is first of all, this is the hour to do it in.
So can we play some excerpts from Adam Curtis documentaries and then we'll just talk about them?
Let's do voiceover for stuff we didn't direct. That's so fucking. That's also a funny thing with their age, McKay, where they were like probably 8 when Step Brothers came out.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, I mean, some of them. Kamara, 25.
Saints win. Yeah, they're probably they were teenagers, definitely, or young teenagers, 12, 13, 14. Yeah.
Hit them right in the spot.
I mean, that one more than anything we've ever been involved in is like timeless because it's so juvenile and it's like a 4-year-old and a 60-year-old can enjoy it, So, yeah, but goddamn, that's a good one. The insurrection
with Step Brothers. Did you guys feel like it's got an essence in the same way like Napoleon Dynamite has an essence, where it's like, 6th grade the movie? How did you guys get it from? What was the idea? How did you get it into like a movie?
Yeah, the basic idea was just we wanted to do another movie with John C. Reilly because we loved him in Talladega Nights. So we sat around for 2 days kicking around ideas. And I just said, this is all execution based. You have to do it right because otherwise this is the worst idea ever. But you guys as grown-ups who still live at home and your parents get married. And I just keep seeing you guys in bunk beds, but playing it real, like playing it straight faced, like this is the way life has taken us. Yeah. And both of them were just like, yeah, let's do that idea. And that was it. And then we wrote a 200-page script because we couldn't stop writing it. It was so enjoyable. But it was also just like weird. And this, like all of us know this. When we were kids, the idea that grown men could openly like be into comic books or video games, or like that was another weird thing that was going on where like you could be 40, 50 years old and drinking like slushies and playing video games. So that was also part of it too, was just America took a turn. Like my grandfather would have wanted to punch everyone right now. And So that was also part of it.
Charles
But
Napier would have wanted to
it's
punch
how cool the idea of that. Like, when I'm an adult, you're gonna see. Like, you'll see. I remember me and a buddy of mine in like 4th grade were gonna split a Trans Am. Like, we were gonna like co-own a Trans Am. That was like a viable idea. Like, it was a viable thing that we were gonna do.
Honest to God, you should go do it and make it happen right now. For real. Something would happen. You'd have a feeling you didn't know you could have. Like, or at least you can make a really C- documentary about it that actually is like a gross Hollywood kind of stroke job, like how they always make them about record company heads from the 70s. And you're like, who cares? The guy didn't play any of the music. But I think you should go call it Splitting the Trans Am by Neil Brennan.
My brother and sister had they had a car, and whoever was in the car when it broke down had to pay for the repairs.
Oh no!
Oh, that's good.
So they would like push the car into the driveway and act like it was fine.
So it's like putting the milk carton back when there's heart.
That's exactly what it was.
Just a little bit.
Yes. And then now you're responsible for getting, now it's your job.
My big thing when I was in 3rd grade, I said like a promise to myself. I remember saying to my parents, like, so when I'm an adult, I'm going to have money like you have money. And they're like, yeah, you'll have a job, you'll have money. And I'm like, how do I make it so that when I'm an adult, I still want to buy like 40 G.I. Joes and like realistic looking tanks and fill a whole room with like G.I. Joe tank battles. And they just laughed. And that made me more sad and depressed. And I was like, I can't ever lose this want I have. And you know what? I don't give a shit about G.I. Joes now. And I'm okay with it.
Yeah, but like that spirit lives on though.
Glory days in the twinkle of
but no, there's something. This is not an adult's job.
Not remotely.
And then he's gonna come in with swords, and then like the young son is like, I want the company, and the old guy's like, no, fuck you. And we have to get a real office, a real skyscraper. That's not how I pictured you walking in. Try it again.
You wouldn't say it like that.
Yeah, it sounds childish when you say it like
Say
that.
it cool, like I saw it in my head.
You have to.
We got to do a movie where Wolverine actually kills people and there's blood. Oh, fuck, they already made it. Cool.
All right, sweet. That's awesome, man.
Any other questions for us, gents? Or have we been at all useful or helpful?
This has been tremendous. Neil, this movie was the only feature film you've ever directed. Why?
Well, guys, a thing happens when a movie doesn't do well. And what happens is they don't know how to do forensics on why things don't work, right? So they looked at me, Jeremy, Will, and Adam, and they said, Will and Adam, you're free to go. Jeremy and Neil, you get in those cells, those jail cells. And Neil, you're gonna, it's actually hilarious because I was thinking of like trying to think of anecdotes for this. I went to a tarot card reader or something, like some kind of medium, before maybe 6 months before the movie came out, and the guy was like, he said like numbers, like does 5.4 mean something to you? I think that's what it opened at, 5.4 million.
Oh,
but he goes,
wow.
You got a movie coming
GeForce.
out? I go, I have a movie that I directed that's coming out. And he goes, yeah, this one's not going to do it, but
wow.
Keep at it.
Wow.
Which is fucking hilarious. And but it's
Neil
like I don't
could
whatever.
direct.
I'm a comedian. I do good
He
hours
could.
and all
Neil
that
could
shit.
Neil could do stuff. I called Neil like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, because I've always thought way back when Neil's one of the funniest people walking around and sharp and as hell, and he's got a little worldview too, which I always appreciate. And I called him like 2 years ago because he was on fire. And basically we had a nice chat, but Neil's upshot was like, I'm really loving what I'm doing. So no, Neil could direct and write if he wanted to.
Yeah, I never got the impression that I could. I direct a ton of commercials too. That's like a very good living.
So you're not director jail doesn't really exist like it used to. Like we were working with, the great filmmaker Alex Cox, who did Sid and Nancy and one of my favorite movies of all time, Repo Man. That guy legitimately got put in director's jail. Like, he did that movie Walker. It went way over budget. He did Straight to Hell. And like, they would not let him back in the 80s into the 90s. They really would put you in director jail. Nowadays, people are a little cooler about it because there's a lot of stuff getting made. People would actually go watch the goods if they were going to hire Neil, and they would actually go, this is funny. Like, but back then, they did not screw around.
Neil.
Yeah, it's also movies are like a big commitment, and if it's not like burning a hole in your soul, like I did the movie because I wanted to hang out with Will and Adam, honestly. But and this has been probably the longest time I've ever spent with Adam, which is pretty sad. And but like that's unless it takes a year. So if you don't, if it's not like personal, it's kind of like, let me do some personal shit. And that's why I do Sprite commercials.
Nothing more personal than Sprite.
That's why I do Chase commercials with Kevin Hart, because that means telling the story of Kevin going to the mailbox and finding a credit card with the Chase with Freedom Rewards. You get 3% cash back on travel and drugstores, and I wanted to tell that story. And then because I saw it, I'm Kevin's neighbor, and I saw it happen, and I promised him, Kevin, I'm going to tell this story.
What's harder?
He's like, and they'll pay me a shitload of money. I was like, I'll make sure of it, and they did.
You should write that as a book. You really should.
Neil,
I know that. Yes.
What's harder? What's harder, bombing on stage or having your movie bomb?
That's a tough one.
I've actually bombed on stage.
Having your movie bomb is a slower, longer burn. Like it still bums me. You know what I mean? Like it still burns a little bit. Whereas if I bombed 3 nights ago, I'm like, I'll do another one. Whereas it takes a year to make it. So you're just pushing this rock up a hill, and then it starts rolling back.
I was a bad stand-up back in Philly. I used to do stand-up with Paul F. Tompkins in my late teens, early 20s. So I bombed, oh my God, like a good 14, 15 times. Nice. Like people flicking bottle caps at me, bomb. Nice. Having a movie or a project that you've worked really hard on is worse, because Neil's 100% right. It's a slow burn. It's a larger realization. Yeah, definitely tough. I do think it helps though if what you made is good. Like, and I did feel like The Goods is a good movie. And I remember being pissed when like critics were going after it. I think I was like openly hostile on Twitter. Like, what the fuck? This movie's funny. Like, I was outraged.
Yeah. Have you ever tracked anyone down, Adam? Like, hey, how'd you write this about my shit?
No, because McKay's got 8 fucking raves for every one bomb.
No, you gotta stop yourself at that point. And one of the greatest joys I ever had was I did have a critic take back a bad review.
Oh, what happened there?
I had that happen once, and I've never experienced that before. But no, you gotta take them in the gut. You got to take it like a body shot and just move on. It goes with it. It would be a little sad and sweaty. You'd be like George C. Scott in Hardcore if you did that, like crazed and on a mission. So no, I've never done that.
Well, which movie was
that?
that?
What's your favorite sketch that you worked on? SNL.
God, I was just telling someone about, I wrote a sketch, commercial parody called Old Glory Insurance that was insurance for the elderly against being attacked by robots. And Sam Waters, it was like one of those.
Yeah, wasn't it in like 3 or 4 parts?
Yeah, it had like, it had different scenarios of the elderly being attacked by robots. And Sam Waterston just played it so straight. It was one of the first things I ever got made on SNL. So I still have like crazy just fondness for that. And I remember just being blown away, kind of like you were saying with Step Brothers, that like this ridiculous idea from 3 a.m. actually got made and is now on television. So what about you?
It was taped though, right? I mean, it was pre-taped, right?
Yes. Yeah, it was a commercial parody shot by Signorelli back in the day, like 95. It's online. It's Sam Waterston hosted, or he's the reverse mortgage kind of guy. And then this robot is just terrorizing elderly people and eating their medicine for fuel. And
I remember that sketch and going like, this is crazy. I couldn't believe it was on television.
Yeah.
It was like an insane thing to me.
What about you? Because you guys had so many moments on Chappelle that were moments like, I can't believe I'm seeing this on television. What are there any that
there was the one I liked the best was it was one where Chappelle was explaining why he could never do jury duty.
He made Thriller.
And we just went through 5 different scenarios. It was like the Michael Jackson trial, OJ, where he said, why did the LAPD study why did they solve Nicole's murder and not Biggie and Tupac? Nicole Simpson can't rap. Just fucking crazy shit.
Well, one of those lines from that you guys mentioned, you hear people say, something I say all the time is some people say cucumbers taste better pickled.
Cucumbers taste better pickled. Huh? What? Huh?
Yeah.
What? Yep. Yeah. It's because, and McKay, you'll relate to this. We needed a sketch so fucking badly. Like, we had no ideas.
Oh, it's the best.
And I read a Michael Jackson. It was the big Vanity Fair article that really implicated Michael Jackson. And I handed it to Dave. I go, this is it. There's nothing you can say. And then we were arguing, and then he started poking holes. I was like, we got to do this. We got to do this as a sketch. And it was like, we both were like, thank fucking God. Thank God.
Oh, man. Nothing.
We were desperate.
Thanks, Michael Jackson, for touching those kids.
Something is the best catalyst. You have to, nothing better than you need a premise right now. And that's a classic. That's a good one. Was that one of the first couple shows that you did?
No, that's what it was, episode like 12 of season 2.
Wow.
So we were, not only did we had so few ideas that we did a garbage episode, the episode before it, where we just showed sketches that didn't work. Because, like, I remember Chappelle sitting in his dressing room, he's like, fuck it, just tell him to cancel the show. I was like, dude, let's just do shit that didn't work. Because we had a bunch of them that were funny, and Mandela's Boot Camp was on there. There was one where him and Charlie Murphy and Donnell, they were the time haters, where they traveled back in time to hate on slavery. They hated on
Hitler. He ain't even got shoes on.
Yeah, and then Charlie goes like, Charlie's like, look at these motherfuckers. I could live being a slave. I could never go out like that. And then we cut to Charlie as a slave looking at himself. And like he gets all scared. And then Dave shoots the slave master. It gets nothing. It got nothing when we showed it. Like at the garbage episode, it bombed to the point where he's like, Dave goes, I guess only me and Neil think that's funny. It bombed so fucking bad. Just a bunch of like refuse. There was another guy, there was a dating service on there where you would describe the kind of girl you wanted, and then dudes in the field would holler at them.
Dudes in the field.
It was the holler dating service. The guy would go, let me holler. So just off. And also, a lot of them should have worked anyway. It was just one of the things like, why didn't that work? No idea. But we made it work in the garbage episode. But we were fucked. We were absolutely fucked. And somehow came up with we scraped together a bunch of shit at the end, and they ended up being good.
Neil, what do you mean like they didn't work? Like in the process of
They bombed.
So you
did
show
not get
them
laughs.
to the audience, and it just gets.
We'd show them to the audience, they would bomb. And me and Dave used to do a joke where if a sketch didn't work, we'd go, very smart sketch. Very not funny, thoughtful, very thoughtful sketch. Really makes you think.
I had a sketch once on SNL that he killed at the table, which was there's 1,000 stories of sketches killing at the table and then bombing in dress. But this one really had killed in an extra way. And I think it was Farrell. No, it was Farrell, definitely. And he was eating a giant tuna sub while telling Rachel Dratch that she's terminally ill. And that was it. It was that simple. It was just a big, messy tuna sub. He's not playing it for laughs. He's just, he's busy. He's got to have lunch. And it's one of those big, wet tuna subs. And the fucking, read through it just destroys. And then you get out on the studio floor and you're like, oh yeah, that sandwich is small. This studio is big. So I'll never forget just a whole crowd. I mean, that studio's not that big. What's it hold? 200 people or something like that? And just dead silence, like they're watching a drama scene with the doctor telling someone they're going to die. And he happens to be eating a sandwich and no indication that anything is funny whatsoever. And Farrell just walked off and was like, that sandwich was good.
Was Rob Lowe in that sketch?
I cannot remember.
Because he told a story. You know how that's like, you ever hear Lorne? It's like Lorne at his smuggest, but also absolutely funny and great, where he goes like, no, I've seen that sketch 4 times. I wrote it twice. But because Rob Lowe told a story of a sketch that's almost identical to that, eating shit, like killing at the table, eating shit on the air.
It happened a lot, but that was the worst one I ever experienced, where you realize how small that live thing is. Because I was thinking about you saying these sketches bombing, and you're like, well, you're playing them on a monitor for a live crowd. Like, that's a weird way to watch a sketch. And I think you've kind of seen it now with TV. There's way more comedies that don't give a shit about the live. Because it used to drive me crazy on SNL. Like, really? We're going to let this live studio audience pick the entire show.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. And now people have gotten way more relaxed. Like, the laugh tracks went away from shows like The Office and, Parks and Rec and stuff. Yeah. And, but yeah, man, they had power. They had absolute power. And then sometimes you'd have a terrible sketch and like someone would drop a glass. So like the cast would get the giggles and it would kill. And then it would get chosen for air. And I'd go like, are we going to drop the glass again? Like, the drop of the glass was an accident, or a wig would come loose. And I was like, are we going to purposely have the wig come loose again? And then no. And then it would just bomb. But yeah.
A question for both of you guys. What's the worst joke that did well? Like, you didn't feel good about yourself afterward. Like, I made that joke and people actually liked it.
Man.
I mean, there's so many.
That you disgusted yourself,
that you don't even feel good about it.
There's a sketch on the first episode of Chappelle's Show that's so fucked up and irresponsible, where I don't even remember the premise was, and it worked, where it was like about older people shitting on hip hop and then saying like, this has been happening for years, and then we show Nat King Cole singing, and then he just dumps champagne all over a woman.
I gotta say, I fucking love this sketch.
I know, but it's like, I don't even know like, I look at it now, I'm like, what? We were fucking like animals.
Well, no, I don't mean morally reprehensible. I mean, like, this is not good comedy. Like, this is hack comedy, but people loved it for some reason.
I think, McKay, I think that what happened for us, and it probably happened for you too, at a certain point, they just expect. There was a thing where we couldn't do bad. If we did bad sketches, they would not laugh. Like, and I don't know if you guys have that probably with the movies where it's like, no, your standard is so high that, like, I saw remember the Step Brother screening that I went to that was like, it was like 2 hours and 25 minutes.
Awful.
It was like a wild screening.
Oh,
to
it was
the
one
point
of the
where
worst. I still reference it as one of the worst early screenings I've ever done for anything I've ever worked on. I had to go re-edit the entire movie afterwards. I mean, it was disastrous, like dead silence. Neil's right, though. I think, like, knowing Neil, how sharp he is, he's trying not to have those moments. And certainly when I was at SNL, you realize pretty quickly it's not worth it to get something on that's super cheap. However, because you're grinding away every week, it's gonna happen. And the worst one for me that's really embarrassing was that we had that band Hanson on. And they had that song Bop. And my wife and I had gone for our first trip together. We'd gone to Italy before we were even married. Went and stayed.
It was illegal. It was against the law. It was against the law, and they did it.
I'm older, but back then you couldn't be with a woman unless you had your feet on the ground in a government-sanctioned facility being observed by witnesses. And also my wife, no, I was going to make a horrible joke. Okay, so my wife and I are in Italy, and they play Bop every 10 seconds on the radio. I get back to SNL, that band's on, and without thinking about it, I write some sketch about people taking the band hostage and making them listen to the song 1,000 times like we had to listen to it. It's a bad sketch. We're blocking it on set, and I'm like, shit, man, why did I write this? This is a hacky sketch. And the little kid drummer from Hanson, while we're blocking it with Beth McCarthy, the great Beth McCarthy, comes up to me, and I'm like, well, you're supposed to be standing over here. And he goes, well, I'm not going to stand there because it's stupid, and starts yelling at me in front of the whole crew. And Beth McCarthy just comes over and puts her hand on my shoulder and goes, don't worry, Adam, I got this, and then handles the whole situation. I then begged Lauren to cut the sketch. And Lauren was like, why would I cut it? It's working. And it went right to air. And there was like a little bit of like the Indianapolis delivered the atomic bomb. That's why it got sunk and they all got eaten by sharks. So I got what I deserved from that experience. But that was embarrassing.
That's the weird thing about SNL is that if you don't like a sketch that you wrote, if it's after Wednesday, there's nothing you can do.
Oh, absolutely. I asked him to not put it on, and it went to air. Yeah.
That was
embarrassing. That was a bad one. But I did get yelled at by the 9-year-old drummer of Hanson. So I felt like there was Greek justice involved in it.
Is that the worst? Is that the worst time you've been yelled at because of a sketch that you were trying to do?
Oh yeah.
Like a 9-year-old's got to be tough. That's got to be tough.
Yeah, that was humiliating. I'm a grown. I mean, even though I was young, I was like 28 or something. Still, I'm 6'5". I'm standing on set. I think I was head writer at the time. And the 9-year-old drummer of Hanson's like, I'm not kidding, like yelling at me in front of like 20 crew members. So yeah, that's the worst.
Is that why?
And the thing is, McKay. But the thing he's not saying is that McKay shit his pants in front of the whole crew.
I mean, I wasn't saying it because I didn't want people to know about it, and it wasn't because the kid was yelling at me. I had some health issues as well, and then you could see us. I don't want to get into it. I had like an over saturation of a certain mineral, so that the poop was a strange color. So people started joking about that. They called me purple shit for the next 5 years. By the way, I just made the worst joke I've ever made. So there
we did it right here on Cinephobe.
I think we get off on that.
Now, McKay, I can't let you go without asking you this question. On our podcast, Cinephobe, which is the podcast where we review movies that are poorly rated on Rotten Tomatoes and try to ascertain whether they're accurately poorly rated or maybe they didn't just get a fair shake. Cinephobe, wherever you get podcasts. We have a recurring bit that whenever in these movies we sense heavy sexual tension between characters, we will drop the Will Ferrell sound from Eastbound and Down, where he says, "Woo! You feel the tension in the air right now? I feel it in my plums." Was that 100% improv by Will, or did you guys work a framework there?
I did not direct that episode. I directed one of the episodes of Eastbound and Down, so I wasn't there on that day.
Fair enough.
But I know
Great
that
question.
wig was straight up a Ric Flair wig. I think that was even in the script that character has hair like Ric Flair. And I know Will was improvising up a storm, and so was Danny McBride. So I'm just going to guess, but you'd have to confirm that with Danny McBride or Jody Hill. I'm pretty sure he improvised that.
I also think I've seen outtakes of that, and it seems really improvised because I think Craig's in that scene, and he's trying not to laugh, and it's Will's. You know, as McKay said, it's like driving a Lamborghini. It's like Will Ferrell's so goddamn funny.
Very relatable.
No, I still have it. It's the closest I've come is directing Will. All right, fellas. I feel like we did it.
You guys did a
I
great
really
job.
got the word out.
You did a great job.
And me and Adam have another fundraising podcast soon to do.
Also, Gates in DeSantis. Is that what?
2024.
Yeah, Gates DeSantis 2024. We got
it's a strong ticket.
Naughty favors.
Yeah, this is where the real fundraising happens, fellas. If you know what I mean.
They put the fun in
After
fundraising.
2:30, we get down to business.
Thank you guys so
Thanks,
much
guys.
for joining us. It's
Yeah,
Adam
you got
McKay and Neil
Congrats,
Brennan.
you guys, on everything. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did it. Thank you.
All right,
Appreciate
boys.
it.
Take care, McKay. Peace, man.
Later, Neil. Love
Peace,
talking
buddy.
to you.
See you soon. You too.
Yeah, see you guys soon.
I thought they'd never leave. Yo, I won't lie.
Yeah.
The first 20 minutes where they went heavy political talk, I was worried.
Were you?
I was worried.
Really?
I was like, oh no.
You get worried?
I
didn't know you could get worried.
If I get worried. Oh man, that was terrifying. I was like,
why?
What if that's all they want to do for the 2 hours?
Then that's what they do for the 2 hours.
It would have been great
Yeah,
either
who
way.
cares?
So were you worried that they
No.
weren't getting enough of Mean today?
No.
Funny?
No, I like them talking. I'm just saying, Republicans listen to this podcast too.
I don't think that's true.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
that's true at all.
that's-
No,
yeah.
no. Okay.
No,
Time, I guess.
No. By the way, Roy, thank you.
That's I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Roy bats 99.999%
right
on these trivia factoids,
Unless you're in
and
that
the
chair.
0.001% is when I'm sitting here with Adam McKay and Neil Brennan, and now I look like a moron. Now I know why Stugotz feels the way he does.
Moderna.
So you guys want to talk about the goods?
So
Yeah,
the opening
let's finally
scene
talk
of the
about this movie.
goods. Mike, have you seen the movie?
So I was meaning to get around to watching it this
play.
week, and I didn't have the time.
What's funny is I kept trying to hit it on the keyboard earlier. I tried to play this movie like an hour and a half ago, and I didn't know it was a touchscreen.
I saw it this
Really?
week.
You saw it this week?
Yeah,
You got
I
notes?
saw it. Yeah, I got notes, and unfortunately, my third note has the name Charles Napier on it. So maybe I should have looked at my notes before I told him to mean Charles Durning. Yeah, yeah.
Jesus. No, look, the funniest thing about this movie is that it did worse than G-Force. Like, G-Force was an absolute monster. $300 million at the box
It's
office.
hamsters in space.
Audience score 39% on Rotten Tomatoes versus 37% on the goods.
Yeah.
And your number one top line star in this movie is Sam Rockwell. Really? Like, I just feel like all of those things conspire to be like, that's probably one of the most.
As a voice?
Yes.
Okay.
No, he's the only live action.
I don't know. I've never seen G-Force. I don't know if it's like Who Framed Roger Rabbit or
300 million people can't be wrong.
I don't think that's how box office works. I don't think they charged $1 for that movie. You dipshit.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
That movie's terrible.
I'm pretty sure. So yeah. So Roy.
Yes, sir.
Are you not you? Hold on. Are you sober?
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Roy.
You're a liar.
What did you think of Jeremy Piven?
I thought
this movie.
Yeah, I thought he was playing Jeremy Piven. Basically,
Right. He just
was
has the
playing
one
himself.
move, right?
Yeah.
It felt like I had a lot of Jeremy Piven questions, but that's a tough ask of Adam McKay.
So let me ask some questions that I gleaned from watching this movie. Number one, what's the worst you've ever fleeced someone? Because in the movie, Jeremy Piven's character as a kid trades one of those. What are they called? The balloon that's a bouncy balloon.
DraftKings. I mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Like,
After stupidity, after the stupidity hour, there was a real argument that maybe DraftKings.
Now, Mike, let me just say this: as someone who was in and out of paying attention to stupidity hour, I thought it was going to be worse. You know?
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be worse.
I came at it like hoping against hope that it would be better.
Okay.
And
well, yeah, I mean, you hope it's going to be better.
Yeah, well, there wasn't. It seemed as though the entire plan was over YouTube. Let's have two dudes listen silently to a montage that they made. So I was like, oh, we gotta get some. That's why like a meme was like sent up to the pirate ship. I'm like, we gotta get some visual stimulation. But outside of that, which killed.
Of course.
Then Adnan came to the rescue, and Adnan was good. But also, it's a Stugotz secret sauce, man. When things don't seem to be going well, he turns it into a positive because people just love him for who he is, which is totally authentic because he had a lot of time to come with it.
Yeah, I don't get that privilege with people I work with.
I was born in the darkness. You merely adopted it.
What is that?
That was
accent?
pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yo,
not bad.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
see,
good.
you see, that's support right there. That's good teammates.
I got to tell you guys, you have ruined the Arnold Schwarzenegger like standard. Right. It's just him ejaculating when you make that noise. That's all it is.
Ejaculate?
Ejaculate. So the goods, Roy, star-studded cast.
Oh yeah, that was a great cast, man, and I'm happy to see what Catherine Hahn's career has turned out to be. So that's.
I love her.
Dude,
she can't do anything wrong.
How awesome is it? That's what I mean. I wanted to ask McCabe, but I'm drunk.
Right.
That Catherine Hahn is like a meme now, like her winking in WandaVision. That has to feel really fucking cool when it's someone that you gave an opportunity. We got to bleep that out. Okay. It's live. That's someone that you kind of like help break into this part of the industry is now like widespread where people don't even know where that's from. They just use that picture of her winking.
Well, our show has plenty of memes. I mean, you got Billy over here, his head exploding and spinning around like a top back there.
Right.
That's been used a lot. I'm sure he's pretty happy about that too.
I appreciate it. Not the same.
Not the same. Not the same.
1A,
No, I'm just happy that the show has memes.
What's the widest spread meme from this show? Like the one that's got most traction.
I think it's there's like a Stugotz one where he's like in the seat that you're in right now.
Oh yeah.
He's, like,
He's got his
looking
phone.
on
Yeah.
And you don't get the show because it comes up with the graphic.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of people use that too.
Do you guys feel like anything on this show has ever broken out of this show's kind of atmosphere? Meaning,
Cinephobe?
Well, yeah. What's that again?
Cinephobe? Oh, it's the movie where we watch poorly rated books.
It's a movie. Huh?
Ascertain.
We know. I cannot wait for Cinephobe the movie. No. So McKay told a story about being at a bar and hearing people do bits from his movie and thinking they're doing it for him and realizing, no, it's part of the lexicon now. Neil Brennan told a story about the insurrection, someone saying the insurrection is a hell of a drug, which is, again, a reference to Chappelle's Show, but maybe they didn't even know it's from Chappelle's Show. What from Le Batard's cinematic universe has grown greater than Le Batard's show itself?
Princess Claire.
I can't argue that one.
Word combinations, says Chris.
Yeah.
Why didn't you say Wombination?
Yeah, I mean, come on, know your own character.
You think Ant-Man ever forgets he's Ant-Man?
What?
Yeah.
Transition.
Other questions?
Tension?
Tension?
I read tension.
I can feel it in my plums.
In my plums. My wife Donna.
It was a bold strategy to tell the producer on the show that you're just dropping.
That we've been ripping his audio, you
Without
dumb
permission.
shit.
No,
Why would you do that? That's not legal.
He's here. He's part of this, isn't he? Isn't he?
Is he?
He is.
Welcome to
Welcome to Cinephobe.
Okay, what's the most you've ever paid for a haircut? Remember, Ed Helms' character points out, I have a $62 haircut.
No, it was 44, and I'd love to pay 44 for a haircut.
Okay. What do you pay?
65 plus 2.
Jesus Christ.
I've paid more before.
More? What's the most you've ever paid for a haircut? Was the question.
So when I'm just telling you what I regularly pay. When I first moved to LA, here's a name drop. JJ Reddick gave me the contact to his guy, and that was
It's a clean fade.
$75 plus tip.
Clean fade.
Yeah, it's great.
You want triple digits on your cut.
What? $75
Plus tip.
Plus tip.
Fucking $25. You kidding me?
Well, I guess the cut wasn't that good. Mike, what's the most you've ever paid for a haircut?
I think 55 all in.
Is that the regular price or is that
No, the regular price is 40.
Okay. Roy.
$18.
My man, Roy. Juju, what's the most you've ever paid for a haircut?
What?
That'll be about $9, Bob. I haven't had a haircut since 2001, sir.
Are you self-edging up?
Absolutely not. My partner, I saved his life. He give me a lineup every time I need one. Shouts out to you.
Sounds like like you've got the most expensive haircut.
Hold on.
It costs a life.
Hold on. How did you save his life?
I used to be in the streets. I'm not proud of it, but God done brought me a mighty long way. Thank you, Lord.
That's a perfect answer.
Yeah,
Question
beautiful
right
answer.
there.
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer.
Vague.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you and also slightly scared.
I'm not. I'm intrigued.
You want more?
I wouldn't hate more.
I don't think you should press.
Well, I don't want more on the mic, but that's maybe an off-air conversation.
All right, that's good for the show, by the way.
An hour from now.
Tension?
Plums.
Plum. Hey. Yo, you, by the way, so Zach and I do a radio show on Mad Dog Sports Radio. And every time Zach wants to do a hypothetical, he always frames it as, hey, maybe the Clippers aren't that good. But every time you yell, hey, he says it exactly like Will Ferrell. And I think he's saying, hey, those plums look good. You want to trade a Twinkie for it? No, these are my plums.
I mean, what's the most you've ever paid for a haircut?
Ooh, it was the NBA Finals, and it had been a while because we've been on the road, so I got a haircut from the guy who cuts everybody's hair on the Warriors except for Steph and Clay. His name was Chocolate, and I couldn't call him that. I was like, hey, all right, bro. Like, I just could not call a grown man Chocolate. But Chocolate charged me, I want to say like $75. But he came to the hotel room, they cut my hair, and we, yeah.
You won't call this man Chocolate.
No.
But when it comes to the young man from Soul Man,
I'm not sure I remember who you're talking about.
Well, his name is Fudge Leonard. You will happily call him Fudge. So what's the difference?
Like Fudge is like, it's it's a Fudge. It's a funny name. Remember? Do you ever read the
Chocolate's
books?
not funny?
No, Chocolate's not funny. It's uncomfortable.
This is like that Cedric Tina joke. Like, I'm not going to call another grown man delicious. That sort of thing. Like,
pretty much.
Yeah. Not going to do that.
I'd call Jean-Claude Van Damme delicious if that's what he wanted.
Well, let me tell you something, man. Somebody sent a tweet today and said Cinephobe needs to do a martial arts month. And my mind exploded.
Okay, so where would you go?
Bloodsport, which I thought we did a Cinephobe on, but apparently we didn't. I literally watched.
I can't tell you.
Tell the story.
How frustrating it is to have to talk to this man, Amin Al-Hassan, as much as I do professionally. Like this guy doesn't remember anything that happens.
That's right.
You guys have a spreadsheet of the movies you've done, right?
It's
Roy, I got in a full-on argument with him and Anthony Mays, our producer. I said, I swear to God, we've done Bloodsport. I remember doing the joke about how he killed the guy and then took his headband as like bounty.
So what actually happened is Amin watched it at 7 a.m. one morning. I know because he was texting us at 7 a.m. about watching Bloodsport, and he texted us maybe 3 jokes. Maybe.
No, I was more than 3 jokes.
No, and then thought, well, 3 that were funny. And then thought that we had done an entire episode on it and was arguing with us. And eventually we're just like, show it to us. Send me the link to us doing Bloodsport.
It's a great movie, though.
Nobody was arguing that.
No.
If you guys do Bloodsport, please let me be in that guy. I got a tattoo of Bolo on my back.
Whoa.
Greatest movie villain of all time. Yes or no?
Best villain ever. I love villains.
Juju, you know we got cameras. Why don't you show it to the people?
You know
All
we
right,
got
we're gonna
cameras.
do that. Juju's Tattoo has a presenting sponsor, right, Chris Whittingham?
Yeah, it's brought to you by Verizon. Nobody builds 5G like Verizon builds 5G. No one else built this bold because no one else thought this big. And the more you do with 5G, the more building it right matters. The more your network matters. The more Verizon engineers going the extra mile matters. It's Verizon versus Verizon. And who wins? You win. And right now, the audience is about to win because this tattoo is brought to you by Verizon, who built 5G right from America's most reliable network. Most reliable based on rankings from RootMetrics, second half 2020 U.S. report of 3 mobile networks. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
All right.
Oh my God.
Looking at the tattoo, that is definitely
Terrifying.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
definitely
Bolo.
terrifying. I'm scared of him right now that he's gonna jump off of Juju's arm and beat my ass.
Now, I would wager that Bolo in Bloodsport is not the most terrifying. Even Bolo villain.
No, of course. The most
Bolo in Double Impact.
Double Impact.
Yeah. Which we did an episode for.
We did 2 episodes for. That's how good it was.
Which we did an episode that was so good, we had to make it 2 episodes. That's what I was going to say before you interrupted me.
Semantics. Semantics Fox.
So, Roy, what would be your martial arts?
My martial.
Bloodsport is off the table.
Man.
Double Impact is also off the table because we've already done it.
Yeah.
I
We
want to
filibustered a lot here, bro.
I want to say sidekicks for no apparent reason.
Sidekicks?
Yeah, sidekicks.
Okay.
With Jonathan Brandis? The movie is great.
Yeah, Chuck Norris.
File.
Yeah, that's a big time
It's
file.
an incredible, like,
Yeah.
because it's a spoof film, but done seriously.
Seriously.
If you idolize Chuck Norris, he's recreating all of his classic characters. It's amazing. R.I.P. Jonathan Brandis too. Tragic.
Yeah.
Mike, what do you got for martial arts?
All right, so straight up martial arts movie, or
Mhm.
like kind of campy action, like video game style, like we did with Mortal Kombat.
Mm.
Because I'd go Street Fighter if we're doing that, because that movie is straight up awful. But if I'm going just really campy B movie, martial arts movie that I love and would stop on, there's this movie starring Jeff Speakman called The Perfect Weapon.
Oh, Perfect Weapon's
Yeah,
great.
which
Yeah.
is incredible. And yeah, that's one of my favorite martial arts movies. I could do a podcast on that.
In the shadows, Tony, do you have a nominee for Martial Arts Month for Cinephobe?
I gotta think. I gotta brush up on my martial arts movies. I haven't seen a martial arts movie in a long ass time.
Because they don't make them anymore.
They don't, right?
No.
Could you do a Bruce Lee movie? Are there any poorly rated Bruce Lee movies?
No, that guy makes bangers.
Only?
Or he made bangers.
Certified bangers only?
R.I.P. All certified. Roy, you've got one while Tony thinks.
Yeah. I gotta check Rotten Tomatoes for this one, but this one, oh boy, Ricky O, The Story of Ricky. That was one of the bloodiest movies I've ever seen. It was
I'm
pretty
stumped.
gory.
I don't know it.
Ricky O?
Yeah, I don't know Ricky O.
Story of Ricky?
You gotta find it. You gotta
Okay.
find it. Find it, watch it, and then, oh boy, come back to me on that.
Zach, what switching gears a little bit
Oh,
here.
I don't get to answer?
No, we don't care.
You threw out the question. Everyone knows that when you throw out the
The
question,
reason is
you're
I just want to
waiting
answer.
for your turn.
Yeah, that's all. I
Yeah.
was really hoping
You're
you
just
wouldn't go
being
around the room.
polite.
I thought you were going to throw it to me, and then I would go around the room. That's what I thought was going to
Zach,
happen.
what's your pick?
American Ninja, 0% on
Oh.
Rotten Tomatoes, because Amin and I have a long-standing argument where he is completely in the wrong.
No, don't taint it. Don't taint it.
Mike, who is the star of American Ninja?
Sasha from Step by Step.
That's Kickboxer 2.
Moderna.
Also, Roy, who's the star of American Ninja?
You know the answer. Roy.
You know the answer.
I think I know the answer, but I'm not sure.
You know
Michael
it.
Dudikoff?
Yes,
No.
that's
Thank you.
correct.
Yeah, yes.
Wow, what a pull.
Juju, who is the star of American Ninja?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and answer the question y'all didn't think to ask me, and I got 3 words: Jim Carter.
The 3 words?
Jim Carter's one word, I thought.
Yeah, I thought it was 2.
Also, 3 Ninjas.
3 Ninjas are
Kick
great.
back?
One. Surf Ninjas?
There was 3 ninjas kick back, and then 3 ninjas at Magic Mountain or something like that with Hulk Hogan, where he was wearing a wig. If you ever watch 3 Ninjas, and I had the VHS. It was such cool 90s colors, neon and all that. It's like they're saying the F word, and like the
Really?
plot is like these kidnappers are there to straight up murder these kids. Not innocently like rob your goodies from your home like Home Alone. Like they're just trying to murder the three ninjas.
And Double Dragon, another banger.
Yeah.
Great video game.
The answer we were looking for was Steve James, by the way.
Nope, we were so
Steve James.
Amin
That's
I'm
the
gonna
thinks,
get
American
you,
Ninja.
sucker. Yeah.
yeah, Amin thinks
the American Ninja.
thinks the black guy in the movie is the American Ninja.
All my life, when someone says American Ninja, the first name that comes to my mind is Steve James. But I'm not. This
It's
not
Michael
even a bit.
Dudikoff.
No, I don't even know what he looks like. I know what Steve James looks like, though.
You do know what Dudikoff looks like.
He looks like all of you other guys.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
All right. So I looked up Ricky O on Rotten Tomatoes, and I'm thoroughly shocked. 89% on the critics and 85% for the audience.
So Roy, did you think the movie was terrible?
I thought it. Yeah. I didn't think the movie was terrible. I didn't think it was going to be that highly rated. So now it's not even eligible for a potential submission.
So, Mike, I wanted to throw this by you. I cannot find the name.
Why you look for that? What time is Cinephile on?
7 a.m.
Why did
we got prime time? What are you talking about?
Did we get prime time?
Didn't we?
I mean, welcome to Cinephobe, I guess.
Look at it this way: he's getting 4 a.m. Pacific.
Oh,
True.
can't get any of the Hollywood people. The Hollywood elites.
Meanwhile, who got the Hollywood elites?
Yeah, so I mean,
exactly.
We got Method Man, Adam McKay, and Neil Brennan. All three of whom we've done movies of.
Right.
On Cinephobe, which is the podcast
Or
where
the movie.
we watch
Ascertain, yeah.
movies that are poorly rated on Rotten Tomatoes.
So I had a chance, and I had to pass it up because I didn't have time to make the trip work. But I had a chance recently to go to Cabo with Dante Basco, who played Rufio in Hook.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
How did this come together?
It wasn't
No,
just
you
like,
had the chance. You didn't go.
Right. It wasn't
but
just me and him.
It's.
He recently talked about him.
Wow. Rufio.
But yeah, Rufio, which I wonder if I had gotten drunk, would I have done that and ruined whatever potential friendship was there with Dante Basco?
Also, Hook, episode 79 of Cinephobe. You can download it now.
Oh, you know that
wherever
off
you
the
get
top of your head? That's impressive.
yeah.
Ascertain. But yeah, so a friend of mine, a new friend of mine, tension, was going to Cabo for his 40th birthday, and a couple that was going to go had to fall out last minute. So he's like, hey, if you want to go, like, this is what it would be. And I had like 4 days to figure it out, and I just couldn't figure it out. But he's friends with Dante Basco. I'd look at the Instagram stories. Dante Basco is there. And now what a regret that is.
That's, by the
It's
way.
still a great story, though, that you almost
I
went.
No,
don't know if I can tell this story.
Why not?
No, I can't tell the story.
Is it that? Okay, all right. Okay, I was going to tell
Well,
you.
I know someone who told me two different stories about times he almost played basketball with Adam Sandler. And like the second time it just sounded like he was stalking him, but it was
The
he
second
told me
time was
two
absolutely stalking him.
Two different stories in which he almost played basketball with Adam Sandler, but didn't either time.
The second time he literally stood outside and just waited for him.
Outside his home in Malibu.
Like, that's stalking. That is officially stalking.
Yeah, that's stalking.
There was a security guard outside his home too.
So the question I was going to ask was, because you told the story about almost going on vacation with Dante Basco.
Yeah,
who
just
was
me and him, yeah.
Rufio
Right.
from Hook.
Most people know him as Rufio.
Right.
I'm sure he's annoyed by that.
No, you know
I would have
what?
known him as Dante.
He has a really illustrious catalog of being a guest star on black TV shows. Fresh Prince, Smart Guy, Moesha. This kid was everywhere in the 90s. If you needed someone who wasn't black to be a guest star on your show, Dante Basco was there. He was ready.
What's your favorite?
Oh, it has to be Fresh Prince.
Okay, what happened?
He's like dating Ashley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tatiana Ali.
Tatiana, there you go.
Who dated Jonathan Brandis, R.I.P.
Ooh,
Really?
Rest in peace, yeah.
Wow.
Ladybugs, faux or file?
Ooh, I watched it last week, and man, is it
Doesn't hold up?
It is problematic.
Yeah.
Just from the jump.
Mike is,
you know, you have to judge these. It's just hard. You're like, I shouldn't be laughing. I shouldn't even be watching this anymore.
But did you laugh?
Yeah, I laughed, but I was just
Monster.
like more.
Can't believe
You have a
it.
daughter.
Yeah, I was just more.
A child.
I have a child.
I was just more
That's right, at our
afraid
show.
that people would find out that I watched it. So I just
Wait, do you
admitted
do you
to it.
think that there's like the internet police were gonna come down like a Minority Report through the windows and stuff? Mike Ryan, you're
File. It's a great movie.
Great movie.
Yeah, of course.
Hey,
Also,
Tom Cruise acting his ass off.
Yeah,
Oh, of course,
For
always,
sure.
always.
for sure. Colin
He
Farrell
played-
too.
Tom Cruise played a cocky law enforcement guy. Is that what
He
it
wasn't
was?
that cocky.
He
It was
wasn't?
a great Spielberg film too.
Yeah,
You did Daredevil on this most recent
correct. yeah.
episode of Cinephobe, and I want to get around to it because I love how much Colin Farrell is acting his ass off in this film.
Incredible.
He's incredible. Just give us the Bullseye spinoff. That was the best. Like, what did they tell him? He came with a concept for Bullseye because Bullseye was like a Yankees pitcher, and here he's just like a
He's an Irish
a dart thrower
player.
from
Yeah.
Dublin.
He's
Yeah.
a dart thrower. He's got like throwing stars just
He's-
in his
the-
belt
the
buckle.
paper
The,
clips.
the
He's got-
bald head and the scar on the head that was a bullseye was perfect.
He this is his first role ever where he got to use his own Irish accent. I mean that's pretty incredible. Every movie he was in before that, he had to
He had to do a terrible American accent, right?
yeah. And so this was the final, the first one where he got to be himself.
And look how that turned out.
I mean, look,
We're still waiting for the sequel. They tease it at the end.
They do. They do.
I missed that. I thought you were joking.
No, I wasn't joking because we have this running bit on Cinephobe.
What's
is,
Cinephobe?
Oh, Cinephobe is a podcast.
Ascertain.
I like how Roy's now Dr. Evil. He just asked I got to hold back.
I'm just trying to cut you guys off.
We didn't get a fair shake, but
Can't fly, can't fight, can't crow. I can't believe you almost went to
I was so
Mexico
close,
with
man.
Rubio.
If I had like 3
Wait, was
extra
that a
days, I could.
poem?
By the way, that's like the 4th time that Zach has had an opportunity to be in the atmosphere of someone who could be a guest on our podcast and really give us numbers and just completely drop the ball.
You did give him a lot of shit for that.
No. Here's what happens: is maybe 3 or 4 times leading up to an episode, I will say. So for Hook, Erin, my girlfriend, one of her really good friends, plays.
Congratulations, by
Thank
the
you.
way,
Tension.
on the sex.
I hope there's tension.
Oh, somebody else is having a baby. Hey, how about that? Hey.
Oh God, I hope. I hope
Wow.
not yet. Not yet.
Aaron, that's how you find out.
She's not watching this.
Oh.
She's gone to sleep by now. No, but her good friend plays young Peter Pan in it. And so leading up to us going to do Hook, I mentioned
How many connection points do you have to Hook?
I mentioned 3 damn times. Hey, Aaron's friend played young Peter Pan in Hook. Ryan J. Francis. I can get him on the pod. Do you want him? I get nothing. Nothing as a response.
This is how you know it's a dumbass question. Do you think we would have been like, hell no, I don't want no Peter Pan on my podcast?
Yes.
Why?
Because you gave me 0 response.
Why would it ever be no? Do you think you would have booked him and I would say, I'm not going to do the podcast anymore? You thought that was going to happen?
I think you would have done this. You would have been like, why are we doing this? That's what it, because
He's got a
we've
point.
had that.
Point. Like,
Yeah,
something I have to-
exactly. We've done that. We've had that with plenty of guests.
Maybe.
Plenty of radio guests. Mark
Have we?
Henry, we did that. Right?
No, okay,
But
yeah,
Mark
so-
Henry ended up being great.
He was the best
He was
guest.
amazing.
The world's strongest man?
World's
Yes.
strongest man. We had him during the pandemic, early days of the pandemic.
We shit on our program director so hard. We're like, what are you doing?
Why are we
This-
having him? Oh, he's
why
a
are we having
Lakers
this-
fan, sure.
Oh, he's a Laker. What's he going to tell us about Shaq and Kobe? Like, no, man. And then he came on, and this dude was amazing. Like, he had stats.
That's what was amazing to you?
No, I mean, he was well read and well knowledged, and I appreciated it out of a guest for a change.
He was. Wow. We had Tom Haberstroh on tonight.
I know he was terrible.
Yeah,
Should I unveil my theory that I did on radio?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Tom Haberstroh and Kate Fagan. They're using dummy peppers. Those aren't really hot. They're just acting their ass off that whole time.
Hell of a theory there.
I agree. I'm with you.
Now-
I was
now-
thinking it earlier, but I didn't say it.
Now let him know why. It was the smell that tipped you off, right?
So they made the big deal, like, oh, these are the hottest peppers ever, da-da-da. And Kate hands me the bag, opens it, says, smell it. It's hot, smell it. And so I take a sniff, and I'm like, I can't smell it. I mean, there's like a faint odor, and she says, "That's how you know it's hot."
When there is no smell, it's gone. It's so hot that smell doesn't exist anymore. It's the dog whistle of peppers, of heat, right?
Now, does that not sound like bullshit to any of you guys?
It's a toughie.
It's tough because I've never eaten a pepper that I did the one chip challenge.
Oh, how was that?
Rough, real rough. But that certainly had a scent. But it was also a chip. Like they just put a bunch of pepper dust on a tortilla chip. So
Right.
it's not the same.
But did you smell chip or did you
She
smell
wasn't
pepper?
faking. She wasn't faking. Trust me, I got plenty of heat from that behind the scenes. I wish you were, because then a lot of people would be apologizing to me right
She
now.
wasn't. She wasn't faking, but her name is Kate Fagan.
What?
Kate Bacon.
That's what they were calling her.
Yeah,
You're
they're
supposed
calling
to
it
hit
Kate
the
Bacon.
button.
There we go.
It is dead.
What?
This is pretty. It's turned out pretty well, I think, overall.
The live stream, not
the live stream.
not
No,
Cinephobe.
you guys killed it.
Oh,
Let me tell
okay.
you something. Like now, it's a little tougher, but I feel like we're doing okay with the general banter. But with Matt and Anna McKay and Neil Brennan, like it's hard to get out of the way. Lord knows Amin was trying to get in there, but thank God for prioritization of audio on Zoom. All you have to do is lay out for those two guys, and you were just a fly on the wall as two comedy titans,
Right.
geniuses,
Yeah.
Cutting it up.
absolute geniuses, who could have done that on their own. They
Oh,
let
that
us
was the
eavesdrop.
weirdest part. At one point, it felt
even
like a
us.
phone conversation.
Yeah.
Between the two of them, and I was thrown off.
I felt like the NSA. It was great.
Oh yeah.
It was fantastic.
I feel like this was the best portion of the 24-hour broadcast.
Wow.
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 Yeah.
Wow.
And
Wow.
here's the
Wow.
scoring on this. Is this, and on the opposite side, it's stupidity.
Yeah, we all know stupidity's
Yeah.
worse.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
I think you know what my favorite part was. Jim Rome.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
was
Yeah.
that
That
was
was
just
excellent.
goosebumps,
Yeah.
and the fact that he's still posting on social media, he's an icon. I look up to
Yeah.
that guy so much.
Cinephobe
but-
close second.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna give. You know what? I'm gonna give a shout out to Rasheed Wallace because
Oh, he was great.
Oh,
he
yeah,
was
thanks.
early on, and we needed that energy bump because Dan was crying, and we needed to just get out of that zone.
Dan
won
was
that
revving
bet.
high at the start because I looked in the studio 2 minutes before we're going live, and he was just so overwhelmed with emotion and incredible support from the staff that he was moved to tears, which is, from a producer, like personally, like I level with that. That's incredible. Like he's moved in part because he loves every single person
Right.
in this building, outside of Uzak because he doesn't really have much of a relationship.
We made out earlier.
But it's also not ideal 2 minutes before a 24-hour marathon that you can't like bottle your emotions up and like you can't control them. And so he was revving pretty high. He was over-explaining a little bit like I probably am right now. But I think we once Rasheed came in, to your point, it absolutely settled. We got great energy. He honked the horn. Thank God.
That horn was amazing.
There's so many great moments.
Twice.
And we're not even
Twice.
I mean, we're relatively close to finishing this whole thing, but actually it's quite.
No, we're not.
No.
Yeah.
We're not even. That's
8.5 hours or less.
To me, like once it gets to 6 a.m., like yeah, that's a big hurdle for me because yeah.
Oh, you mean breakfast flan hour?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Breakfast
I'm
on for
most
everybody?
worried because I'm gonna get a second win too when Greg Cody comes in here because that's gonna be something at 4
By
a.m.
the way,
Eastern.
the highlight of the night by far was we're trying to figure out. Me and Zach had to do our radio show 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern, and obviously, Cinephobe starts around that time. Juju's trying to plan his set so that he gives us enough filibuster time. And someone asked, "How long's the walk?" And we said about 10 minutes. And Greg flies in and he says, "At that time of night, it'll be about 20."
Which doesn't make
Which
any
doesn't
sense.
make sense because we were walking. We weren't driving. So I said, like, is it wall-to-wall humanity? I believe that Greg thought we were driving.
Right.
But then when he realized he was wrong, he just stuck to his guns. He didn't want to.
He sunk into it, yeah.
Yeah. He just held on to the idea that it would be 20-minute walking at 1 a.m.
And it wasn't 10. I mean, it was somewhere in the middle.
No, we needed to go to something that I had scheduled for later in the program because Juju performed 3 songs, had me saying F Dan Stancic when I generally like Dan Stancic. I think he's a good hand.
Yeah, that's the banger though.
Love that
Yeah,
guy.
but no, I get where he's coming
Gotta play
from
the
because
hits.
he was an avatar for nothing personal If I
No,
if I can say this.
That's
No,
David
no,
Sampson.
no, no, no,
It's not
no,
a
no,
band.
not gimmick infringement. It's just Dan Stanzik became an avatar for everybody that tried to hold Juju Gotti down.
Right.
So it's bigger than Dan Stanzik, but it's hard to separate that when you're telling the crowd to chant "fuck Dan Stanzik." It's
Please,
very
that's the highlight of Dan Stanzik's
pointed
career.
It's a very pointed criticism at that point.
And I want to say, Dan Stanzik, I love you, brother. No offense. This is all fun and games, and I wish you nothing but the best. You and your new wife, your new child. You know what I mean? I'm so proud of you, brother. Keep doing your thing. But fuck you, man.
Okay. Yeah.
You're my brother.
Let me ask you a question because we've got the goods on here in the studio.
Yeah, that was the general theme.
Oh, it's actually playing?
Yeah, it's actually,
it is.
I figured out how to use a
Get my
touchscreen.
notes on me.
So sideburns. Jeremy Piven has them in this movie.
Terrible.
Mike, have you ever tried sideburns?
Of course.
Yeah, I've tried sideburns, but now in my mid-30s, I'm getting the grays isolated there.
Wait, are you anti-gray?
So I'm anti-gray in the weird patches that I have. Like, I'm good with the salt and pepper beard, but when I have a longer beard, it's just like, wow, I have like really long gray hair, and it kind of just messes with the whole vibe. But now I've been doing like that skin fade, and I've been doing it for quite some time. So I tried growing my hair out, and like my sideburns are all graying.
Wow.
So now I'm never gonna be a sideburn guy again. I don't think. Wow.
Tony?
Are you you're pro gray?
Oh, I love having. I've had gray hair since I was like 24.
Where?
So what? Wouldn't you like to know?
Tension.
Baby.
Plums.
Ascertain.
Just on my plums.
Welcome to Cinephobe.
Yeah, no. So I've been at peace with this for a while, but yeah, no. I like.
By the way, the scene that's playing right now.
I'm so distracted by this scene.
You're gonna have to describe the scene for our viewers who are not
right. So this is the scene in which Ian Roberts and Catherine Hahn are negotiating, or she's trying to pretend like she's not going to use her sexuality to sell him a car, and then starts describing a scene in which she, an Asian woman, and maybe a cheerleader are all like kind of getting hot and heavy in a sauna or a shower or something like that.
And Ian Roberts is their landlord. And she says, "Well, how are you going to get over here?" He says, "I'm next door. I'm the landlord." He's like, "No, you're miles away.
You've got properties all over town."
And the line that I wrote down was, she says, "I knew something was missing in this apartment, a big cock."
No, he makes her say it.
Oh,
he said, I got a line for you to say. I got a line for you to say, and then he delivers it, and she delivers it.
She's so funny.
She's great, and a line that he delivers at that point where he says, and maybe a construction woman comes in, and you don't know if she's hot or not until she takes off her hat,
lets her hair down,
Oh, and then she's like, "So how are you gonna get over?" He's like, "Oh, I'm next door." No. You've got places all around town. He's like, I'll get the car. He's like, "It's a good car, isn't it?" She says, "No, not really." He goes, "Fuck it. I'll just push it. I don't care."
The Adam McKay said one of his favorite lines in the movie that he laughed at for 2 years was that it looks like the bus station from Total Recall.
It's all good.
The other line in that scene is, "It looks like a refugee camp for dirty men." Also funny.
Not as funny as the Total Recall one.
No,
Maybe leave with that one earlier.
Well,
I had a note. This is for the riot scene. I said I wrote down turning a riot into a sales opportunity is quintessentially American.
Oh yeah.
Yes. The movie is. That's what he was saying. He was saying the movie was about America coming out of this financial crisis.
Right.
Which is really weird because then he made a serious movie about that financial crisis. Adam McKay did.
Like 10 years later.
I know, but at the moment, in the middle of it, he said, "Let me do something about selling cars."
Yeah.
No?
No.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I don't.
They can't all be
like,
winners. I mean,
see-
shit. Welcome to Cinephobe.
I actually, though, I have one regret about that interview. Ascertain. I have one regret about that. I wanted to get into the other guys because that is
which guys?
The other guys.
Abbott and Costello over here. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
That's a top 3 comedy for me.
Top 3?
Yeah.
Of all time?
All time.
Liked it. I don't know if it was top 3.
I said for me, you don't have to like it. I don't give a shit. But it's a top 3 comedy for me all time. The Other Guys is a banger from start to, that's also on like Financial Crisis. That's like, the whole Bernie Madoff shit and everything. Like that's
true,
a great movie.
There's a Ponzi scheme.
He said the runtime was 142, so that's a long runtime. That goes against
especially
your
for a comedy. Yeah, especially for a comedy. It does go against my rule, but
What's your top 3 comedies
of all time?
Sure.
No order.
No, I want them in order.
Okay, Blazing Saddles is 1.
Okay.
Number 2 is Wedding Crashers.
Okay. I think if I ask him tomorrow, he gives me
a completely
list.
different answer.
Yeah.
Number 3, and it is fluid, so it could move up. Schindler's List.
Delayed reaction. I should have said wow. Or number
Wow.
2.
Wow. Yeah.
Nice redirect, by the way.
Yeah.
Right.
I know. Moving on.
Yeah.
Next.
Roy, your top 3 comedies of all time.
Ah, man, I can't really. Blazing Saddles is one of them.
up there.
Tropic Thunder is 2.
That was a good one.
Yeah, you didn't pick it, though.
But I can't really
Schindler's
think of a
List.
third one. I can't really think of a third comedy now. Which is still out
Schindler's
there.
List is still out there.
No.
Can I
thriller
get,
section?
Can I get handsy with the wheel for just 1 second?
Sure.
Just 1 second.
Go for it.
And ask you guys an NBA story
Oh,
that's going
absolutely,
around.
yeah.
So, Damian Lillard, there's now all sorts of rumors out there that he may be the next superstar to be targeted. And everything that Damian Lillard has ever said indicates that he is going to stay in Portland. He's not one of those guys, kind of the way that Giannis was, even though Giannis started flirting with it a little bit more until he actually did extend. But Damian Lillard kind of did the smoke signal of first, like the disgruntled superstar move of, I want a head coach, and his name is Jason Kidd.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Well, first, that's not even the first step, though, right? The first step was rap lyrics on Instagram. That's the first step.
True.
And then he went to, I want Jason Kidd. We were actually talking about this on Mad Dog Sports Radio earlier.
10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern on Friday nights.
That's correct.
Just accept Mad Dog
ascertain.
Sports.
We try to ascertain if it's a good sports story or a bad sports story. Maybe he didn't get a fair shake as a head coach. I don't know. I'm lost in this Terry Stotts thing right now. But
Are you drunk?
I've had a lot of this tequila. I've had a fair amount. Like I think Master had about there to there, and I think that.
Yo, is Master alive?
Yeah, he texted me.
Okay.
From Zuckerberg's house?
Well,
It's good
You
tequila,
weren't supposed
though.
to name
Oh,
him. Yeah.
He said that in confidence.
He said that in confidence.
I got some scotch here that I
Oh.
offered you.
You did, but
yeah.
I've got this
But you had the
this
tequila.
reposado.
Yeah,
Mahenta
that's probably not a
tequila.
good mix
He
for you.
texted me, I'm at this blank party, and Gucci Mane is performing.
Oh. Featuring Mark.
Wow.
Wow.
Messed up for doing that to me.
I was trying to
You're
remember.
a former
cat's out of the
front
bag.
office
Hold on.
executive.
Hold on. And then
You traffic in secrets.
and then Justin Timberlake's
Just Maine. Drop the Gucci.
Oh no! What?
Wow.
gonna
Disagree.
Wow.
Oh my god.
By the way, Amin almost shit himself during our radio show.
Oh my god. Yo, there was a dark period in the middle of our radio show where he's looking at me, he's like, "Are you okay?" And I said, "I got a fart, and I don't know if it's gonna be just a fart." So I actually, to excuse myself, I went to the bathroom, and thunder and lightning came out, and luckily there was no particulate matter that came out, but the sound and the fury and the smell. Oh my god, the smell. And I really wondered, I swear to God, I didn't tell this to you because I didn't want you to lose confidence because I know how fragile you can be.
What confidence?
So thunder and lightning came out, but no rain, I guess.
No rain.
Okay.
No rain.
Splash.
Dookie bomb.
Dookie bomb.
Drop the dookie.
I didn't know if I was going to make it. There was a point where I was like, I'm going to get in this bed and I'm just going to curl up in a fetal position, and that's it.
Here's the thing. Amin didn't tell me that because he didn't want me to lose confidence, right?
Yes.
He 100% told me about 15 minutes before we left to come back over here, I don't know if I'm going to make it over there.
I think I know the reason behind your situation there. You two had a hot sauce competition in the other room over there.
Competition would indicate there was a competitor no one was competing with us. We were just blowing people out with the hot sauce.
Blowing people out. Okay.
Right?
Maybe word
You were
choice there
blowing
wasn't
something.
great.
You were trying to blow something out.
Attention.
In my plums.
So yeah, Jason Kidd, I think, is an interesting choice for Damian Lillard. You know, I think that's somebody that he obviously has a connection with. Oakland.
Do we want to do smart basketball talk right now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So this is the deal. A lot of people like to kill Jason Kidd as a coaching candidate. Why? Because they look at what happened in Milwaukee after he left.
Right.
In Brooklyn. Didn't work out for him in Brooklyn. I
Well,
know he
no,
left
no.
on his own volition, but it wasn't headed the right direction
But
for him.
it didn't get better after he left in Brooklyn. People didn't.
He had a far more talented team.
He left Brooklyn, and people did not feel like good riddance, other than the people in Brooklyn, because obviously he was trying to do power plays behind the scenes.
Right.
But the thing that cost him in the
Well,
quarter,
wasn't his replacement like making inroads, and it was like a mysterious firing? Like, why he's on the uptick? Why are we firing their head
Kenny?
coach? Yeah.
Well, KD.
That's a
All
different.
right.
Yeah, that's a
KD won
different
Steve
basketball
Nash, yeah,
conversation.
right.
I mean, we could do it, but that's a different basketball conversation. But really, what's killed his reputation is what happened after he left. Right? He left, and Mike Budenholzer comes in, and they're winning 60-plus games or the equivalent thereof, and they're going into the playoffs, and Giannis is an MVP.
Right.
And so there's a feeling that like, oh, Jason Kidd was holding them back. And as soon as they made that shift, everything opened up. And the reality is, a lot of the fruits that Milwaukee is beginning to enjoy now was the seeds were planted by Jason Kidd. I'm not saying that they'd be here today if Kidd were still the head coach. I'm just saying you can't discount the strides they made when he was the head coach.
Right. And so there are things about like what I've called a stepping stone coach, which I think has a negative connotation, but it doesn't have to. So Mark Jackson in Golden State, right? Stepping stone coach, like put some good like tenants in. Steve Kerr comes in, boom, takes off.
But this isn't the final stage, coach. Isn't Terry Stotts already like the stepping stone coach?
So here we go. So you can have like Amin and I were talking about this on the radio of just because you're a stepping stone coach doesn't mean that's you forever. Like we do this weird thing where like a coach can never get better. Like it's just like it's someone like Vinny Del Negro, right? You're just like, I don't want that guy coaching. It's like it's actually not that bad of a coach, but there are issues where like I think I have a ceiling with him. So people think they have a ceiling with Jason Kidd. He might actually end up being a way better coach down the road than what he was in Milwaukee.
And the greatest example of this we came up with was Rick Carlisle. Rick Carlisle was a stepping stone coach for Detroit. They got to a certain point. They weren't getting better. They got him up out of there, got Larry Brown in there. Rasheed Wallace sings the praises of Larry Brown, and they win a championship and they go to the finals.
Yeah, Carlisle was also at Indiana too, right? And similar deal.
Stepping stone coach, right? Except they didn't actually step in.
Well, I mean, Frank Vogel was successful.
Well, Frank Vogel is probably might be considered that, and if Jason Kidd teams up with the right, well, I mean, he was a part of that Lakers staff, was he not? So they did win a championship.
That's the other thing is that Jason Kidd, like Zach said, this assumption that he hasn't gotten better at all. He spent all this time, including a year on a championship staff, and hasn't learned one thing. He's going to come back and coach exactly like he did 3-4 years ago. It's kind of ridiculous. And so, but none of that really means anything, Mike, because the reality is Damian Lillard, who has all the power in that organization, that we know when Terry Stotts got let go, they said Lillard will be consulted on who the next head coach should be. He didn't have to say anything publicly. He has all the power in that room. He decides to say it publicly for one reason, to box them into a corner. So that if they don't do what he says, now he's got his out.
Right.
In the same way that in Houston, James Harden and Russell Westbrook reportedly wanted Ty Lue to be the head coach. So when Fertitta wants someone else, Fertitta thought, I'll play split the middle and get Steven Silas. But Harden said, well, you didn't get my guy, so now I'm out of here.
I do not believe that Tillman actually wanted Jeff Van Gundy.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Not at the price it would cost to get Jeff Van Gundy because there's a cash flow issue.
This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that every owner of every NBA team has a basketball guy who does not work for his team that he listens to. They whisper in his ear. Every single one. And usually it's someone local. Someone who lives in the town.
Sure.
And so, this is just my opinion. Now, I don't know anything. Now, I am not sourcing this. Now, do not quote me. But Jeff Van Gundy having a connection with Tillman Fertitta is not out of the question. Is not incomprehensible.
Now, what would Mike Greenberg sound like if he was doing an Obama impersonation?
Oh boy, hold on now. Is it Mike Greenberg doing an Obama impersonation, or is Obama doing a Mike Greenberg impersonation?
It's a great question of our time.
I don't want to get bogged down in it though. Whatever, you're the artist.
Yeah.
You tell me.
Bogdan Bogdanovich.
That was deserved.
That was a good one. Now, this is just my opinion. I haven't talked to anybody. I have no sources. This is just something coming off the top of my head.
Hearing you do it, I kind of want to hear it the other way around.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, because that impersonation just got fired for not getting Zion Williamson to the playoffs.
Okay. He does this all the time. It doesn't sound like my Alvin Gentry.
It's the same.
It's
the
not.
same voice.
It's not. Hold on. Let me channel Mike Greenberg doing an Obama impersonation. Oh no, wait. Yes, wait.
Welcome to Xenophobe.
Yeah.
Wait, can you get this is a weird thing. Like, can you get in trouble for being a white guy doing a black guy voice, even though you're a black guy?
I'm the dude that's playing the dude that's disguised as the other dude. Now, Governor Romney doesn't want. Oh no!
Oh man! No!
You can't lead with the goods.
I know.
Yeah. There's Sasha and Mullin,
Yeah, I know, but I can't.
Michelle.
I can't. Now. This is now. No, I can't do it, man.
Short-circuited.
Now.
It was like a little Stevie Wonder head nod.
It was like the end of Virtuosity. Like, that's what that was. Which, by the way, qualifies.
Biles.
Yeah, Bile. Big time Bile.
What a cast.
Now, this is just my opinion. Oh no, wait. That's him. I'm still doing.
I
him.
regret this.
Oh,
I don't.
It's a hard one. Wait, hold on. Now I was talking to Michelle. Now I was talking to Salisa. I can't do it. I'm sorry. It's too hard. Let me try Kermit the Frog.
The great ones say, "Not today."
Not today.
Let me try Kermit the Frog doing Obama.
Why?
Because I'm Kermit the Frog. Do I sound like Alvin Gentry too? Okay.
That's racist.
What? It ain't easy being. Oh. I was gonna say it ain't easy being cheesy. Completely messing up. Is there any 1942 left, or what is that?
You want some tequila?
Yeah. Bring that on.
If you're watching right now,
You want some?
live
It's really good.
on
Yeah,
YouTube,
I'm gonna get a cup. I'll be right back.
we are approximately 15 minutes away from the graveyard shift that many people have set their alarms to across this great nation. 4 a.m. Eastern Time, the Greg Cody Show,
Oh my God.
featuring Greg Cody. Prime time slot, baby.
I apologize.
Why? What happened there?
Oh. We're
That's a sipping tequila. That's a sipping tequila.
Everybody's got their cups, but they ain't chipped in, huh?
Snoop Dogg.
That's yes.
You're my
How
brother.
about Adam McKay doing Method Man lyrics? Did you see that, Mike, or were you going?
No, I was there.
No.
I was making sure everything.
Have you
was
slept?
working.
What? Are you okay? What's going on?
So I am inching towards being up for 24 straight hours. Because noon in retrospect was a bad time to start this thing because I'm an early riser. I woke up at 5:30 a.m.
Attention.
You too.
Attention, plums.
Donna.
I know because I got a 21-month-old
Take
baby.
him to market.
So, staying up till noon is a lot longer than 24 hours. A lot longer. We should have done this in the morning.
I was under the assumption this was starting at 7 a.m.
That would have made more sense.
And then ending at 7 a.m.
Can you imagine the hope we'd all feel
we
inside
just had
if
3 hours and 15
we'd just be 3 hours away right now? Because I've been out here I got here and it was work. I was working for 2.5, 3 hours hard
you
before.
You were stressed when we got here. You were.
No, the look on Mike's face. I know stress Mike because his eyes get wider than they usually are.
Yeah.
And they're just he just stares at you like.
When we walked up, he's like, I'm going to go plug Cinephobe. I'm going to run in and plug Cinephobe. And then he opened the door, and Mike's like, out. Get out.
Literally,
He was not feeling you at all.
I opened the door. I had a smile on my face, and Mike said, out. And I did the Abe Simpson. I just turned right around and walked out. I do
well with nonverbal.
I'm going to just say this. I do enjoy messing with Mike. So I had a joke when Adam McKay was on that is clearly not acceptable. Not under no circumstances, I would say on the air. But I decided to type it on my phone and show it.
Just don't. Did you answer the Lillard question?
I'm just saying.
I think Jason Kidd
around
is
it.
a better choice for the Blazers than what most people will instantly react to.
But there's no way they hire him.
No, I think they have to.
Really?
Dame put it out there. Like he's the guy I want.
no.
If you don't give it to him,
It's a done deal.
yeah. If you
It's a
also
done deal.
what a great little leak for Jason Kidd's agent, right?
Oh, yeah. The prices are skyrocketing.
You all right there?
No.
At least you're trying, man. At least.
Trying's an interesting word choice there.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
No, I think that's a done deal because here's the thing: if you don't go get Jason Kidd, and the guy you get slips a little bit, Dame can be like, "Hey, I told you who I wanted. Now maybe I want to be somewhere else."
Have an 8 and 6 November. It's a wrap.
Yeah.
Like if they don't come out like 15 and 1 to start the year, it's a wrap for that guy.
He culture inherits the earth.
Exactly.
See, I think he's Did I say this? With the
Well, I mean, that could
know.
go anywhere. So if you have to ask, let's just default no.
Okay.
But he asked the question like I knew the answer.
You
and
do know the answer.
I have no idea where
We know the reckless speculation.
The right
yeah,
answer is
yeah,
no.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can't say it.
Can we say it?
I mean, who's like? I don't
No
know.
one's
You
watching.
signed your contract.
That's true. Liquors.
Oh no, I don't like that.
That's the clubhouse favorite.
Lakers.
Think about it like this, Mike. If they don't hire Jason Kidd, where will Jason Kidd be employed next year?
Lakers.
What is it with this Jason Kidd?
Mike, let me ask you a question. Now, would you rather the Miami Heat go sign Kawhi Leonard or trade for Damian Lillard?
Well, I just saw Kawhi put up close to a 50 burger, right?
He's shooting over 60% in the series.
Yeah. Did you see that dunk? It was thunderous,
That
but he
baseline one?
barely
Yeah.
got off the ground.
Yeah,
it was
he's-
incredible.
He was
just all-
limping. Well, that's funny. It's like early
he
in the
landed
game.
wrong.
It was all wingspan.
Yeah, early in the game, I saw him limping. I was like, oh, he's screwed. He's not going to do anything tonight. And then he ran off like 15 straight
I
points.
saw that guy limp an entire NBA Finals.
That's true.
But that is the scuttlebutt about Kawhi Leonard is that those knees have an expiration date on them and they're mighty close. Mighty close. So,
But he still does the other things. Like if Jimmy falls off, he doesn't have the shot working the way that Kawhi does.
yeah, no, I mean, sure.
And
but,
Jimmy's defense fell off this year.
I mean, a lot of that is injury driven, I believe. But
I mean, he lost 12 pounds. COVID truly impacted the
Yeah.
Miami Heat. It really did. He lost 12 pounds this
You think
season.
it's real?
COVID?
That's an interesting question. We have to think about that for a second.
Well,
Yes, it's real.
now you want to do that? You already scared away all the Republican listeners.
All 13 of them. We got the data.
Yeah,
13
yeah, 13.
Yeah.
came in.
Mitch McConnell doesn't want you to
No.
listen to
I'm
Cinephobe.
going to
Ascertain.
Maine in August,
Why?
and I'm super excited to
Maine,
find out
wow.
if it's actually real.
Are you going
Wow.
to Bangor,
Oh.
Maine?
I'm gonna plug.
Tension.
I'm gonna plug something with my girlfriend.
Well, tension.
No,
Wow.
different plug. So, thank God she's not watching. She has this podcast, or not a podcast. She has a TikTok. It's Conspiracy Seriously.
What?
It's Conspiracy Seriously.
Okay.
That's the name of the TikTok, and it's got like 170,000 followers and all this stuff. And so they do all these pop culture
Conspiracies?
And
Wild guess there.
and one of them is, and her favorite one is that Finland doesn't exist. There is a conspiracy from like that started on Reddit that Finland doesn't exist, and that's something that people actually believe.
I believe Sasha Barkov is half Finnish.
Yeah, let me double check that.
Barky.
And he's fully finished.
No,
at the
yeah, I was
hands of
about to
the
say,
Lightning.
you stole my joke!
Not
God
yet.
damn it.
Give him the ding.
You're in control of that.
So Zach, we talked about this on the Daredevil podcast.
Mm-hmm.
There is a television show that is getting rebooted
Yes.
that we want to become contestants on, that we still haven't filled out the application for, by the way.
Right.
The television show is called Legends of the Hidden Temple. Have you guys heard of the show?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes, with adults. And Quibi was supposed to do something on this where it was like really in the jungle and more Survivor style, but I guess I never got around to it. I guess it was in Slate 2. But now it's being brought back with adult contestants.
So we got our hands on the link that has the actual application, and in it they ask questions like, do you not remember? Okay.
You were the one that read it
All
to
right.
me. So
okay. So in it they ask questions like, why should you be on the show? What are your fondest memories of the show, the original one? And neither Zach nor I have watched the show.
No, I've watched the show. It was
You don't remember
25
anything
years
though.
ago. I remember Olmec. I think there was something with monkeys at one point. I don't know.
Wow.
Orange iguanas.
Orange iguanas, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well you didn't mention that
Or
before.
the purple parrots.
Purple parrots.
Who are the
You just-
barracudas? Come on.
You
Blue
purple-
barracudas.
Are you a purple parrot?
Blue
And
barracudas.
was it the silver monkeys?
I was a Nick Arcade guy myself.
Oh, Nick
it was
Arcade.
great.
Now,
I
if we
would-
bring
I
that
would
back,
love to be in
yo.
that game, but
I'll
I
Battletoads
saw
it
what
all
it
day.
looked like when they were recording, and I'm like, well, that's not fun. I wanted to be transported in the video
Right.
game, but it's just like a weatherman game show.
Green screen. Yeah.
Green screen, yeah. But so our idea is to get on that show and then do nothing but promote Cinephobe the whole time. Like just every time we
Familiar
talk.
with your work.
Just ascertaining the entire
ascertaining the
episode.
whole time. But we figured because this show has an Instagram account. If we just had the listeners of Levitard show and the Levitard universe just flood the comment section of this Instagram account for Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Right.
With get Amin, get Zach, get
Yeah.
Cinephobe on the show.
At Darthamine, at Talk Hoops.
At Darthamine, at Talk Hoops. I think we have a great chance of being on the show.
Also, we'd crush.
We'd crush it.
I think so too.
Yeah.
If you actually put your minds to it, I think you could. Well, no, I've seen Amin on the American Ninja Warrior course.
Be a lot like Cinephobe.
But I hear Zach Harper can ball.
I can ball, yeah.
Is there basketball in Legends of the Hidden Temple?
They better hope not. Light them up.
Good answer.
Actually, me and Tony should be on this show if this is going to be basketball.
I've,
yeah.
I've heard Zach Harper
Yeah.
can ball, like Tim Kirchin type ball.
I'll light Tim up.
Whoa,
I don't play any. I don't play defense anymore. But I will-
Anymore?
Well, all right.
Who's the best media baller who isn't a former player?
Some like not Chris Haynes, because he played college, right?
Okay, all right, not Chris Haynes.
All right. Other than Tony, I would say.
Let me say Tony's highlights.
Yo, Tony can shoot.
Tony's highlights indicate great skill level, but also a lot of huffing and puffing.
What's wrong with
There's
that?
some huffing and puffing, but that's just selling it to the refs, baby. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Selling to the refs.
Yeah, man. that's
Theater
part
of the
game.
mind. Theater of the mind. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you say so.
Who else?
Beckley Mason was really good.
I never played with Beckley.
Yo,
I've heard stories.
He's
He's
good.
tiny though.
Yo, no, he's got a handle. He can shoot from like 30. Like he's good.
I'll tell you who's really good.
Who?
Chris Broussard.
Oh yeah, I've
But
heard that.
he
I've
never
never played. But yeah.
I'm talking about never passes it. He is never passing
Why
that
would
thing.
you pass it? Why when you can shoot? Why would you pass?
Oh, he's calling for ISOs and whatnot.
Oh, I mean, he's not even calling for it. He's just like, he got the ball, just everyone else just either crash boards or run back.
I've
But
got
he's
somebody
good.
with a great old man game, Freddie Coleman.
Oh,
the OG.
Oh, yeah.
Freddie is
Late nights.
nice.
Yeah.
I feel like
Freddie
elbows
is
are coming your
nice.
way.
Oh, he is throwing
Yeah.
haymakers
Well,
out there.
Over the back.
Tony, did you ever play with Royce Webb?
I didn't have the
yo,
chance. No.
Royce is good.
Yo,
Royce
he
is
had
really
every trick shot.
Royce Webb
Everything.
is an editor for ESPN.com.
He could hoop.
And he is like annoyingly good.
Yeah.
But
and
I
played against him when he was like 50.
I got him
And he
one
was like killing.
Hey, I got him one time with a Euro step though. That shit was so smooth. Oh my God.
Did you make the shot?
Absolutely made the shot.
I don't know, but absolutely.
Hey
but
man. It was a catapult game. They had us tracked and everything. I won MVP. So
yeah, chickens.
Wait, what?
Chicken thigh.
Oh man, what are you talking about?
I believe in me.
I seen you. They should have shut you off a catapult. You're like a pansy. Euro step. What?
Sasha?
They have the data from this game?
Mr. Carl doesn't want you
Let's
to
get the data.
they have the data. They have the data.
Where?
The catapult headquarters.
It's in the cloud.
It's in the cloud.
So the true story. This is how you know it's a true story. The first year they were there, I won MVP because of like all the metrics and stuff. Plus we kept winning. The next year I was literally the worst player there by their tracking. So.
What a
that's how you
difference
know.
a year makes, I guess.
Right.
How does that make it a true story? There was zero evidence that was offered up.
Why would I provide such a disparaging fact about myself? If
I don't know.
free?
Abby was telling Stugotz the other night that Nikola Jokic was like, that guy's still complaining. Like, why would you?
I believe it though. Abby's a big basketball fan.
You believe that more than your bullshit story just now?
Okay.
Easy, John Favreau.
Oh no!
In case you were wondering, in Daredevil, there's a scene where Daredevil apparently is a human lie detector test because he can hear the heartbeat.
Yeah, heartbeat. Yeah.
He can hear the heartbeat of an accused rapist.
Can I offer up an admission here?
Whoa!
You ascertained that in the previous episode of Cinephobe.
Yeah, didn't get a fair shake. I didn't pick up on that when it happened in the movie. I didn't pick up on that.
On what?
On the heart lie
They
detector.
zoomed in and X-rayed on his heart.
I think I was texting Aaron at that point. I don't know.
It's so he's the guy's testifying, and Ben Affleck is just staring with his weird cross eyes at the guy's chest. We get a zoom in X-ray of the heart beating, and it starts to beat a little faster. And Ben Affleck basically accuses him, like in the most legally not cool way ever.
Yeah.
Accuses the guy of doing it. The guy's lawyer says objection. The judge says sustained. And at this point, the suspect who's on the stand, if he just shuts up, everything's cool. But what does he do, Zach?
Why do I have to deliver the line?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Okay, well, he says...
Because, deliver the line during the Cinephobe. You might as well do it now.
Not only was it consensual, but she loved it.
She loved every minute of it. And he says it in the creepiest
voice. Yeah.
She loved every minute of it. What's his name, by the way? You call him?
God.
Oh, is
Joe Quesadilla.
Joe Quesadilla, yeah.
What the fuck is that? Joe Quesadilla?
That's him. I didn't
It's
do
like
that.
Casada or something like that.
Zach
and-
likes
yeah.
to take the names and make them more ridiculous, like spaghetti lasagna and
That was
that's true. Yeah, that is true.
Spaghetti lasagna was the name of the mob boss in Smoking Aces.
that might be the best joke you've ever done on the podcast.
I've done some pretty good jokes.
What's the best one you've ever done?
Well, a lot of the pun work is good.
See, like even you don't believe it. Yeah, I heard you leak confidence there.
Do I have to get in the bucket now? What's in the bucket?
What is in the bucket?
It's goo.
That
tension?
Plums. Ascertain.
Yeah.
Let the boy watch.
Wow.
Zach, favorite Cinephobe recurring bits?
So
you can't say one. One of them is, I think we're we're not retiring it. Okay, go ahead, say whatever you want.
Wait a minute, someone's getting retired?
If it's
What's getting
dangerous,
retired?
don't.
No.
We're almost there, guys. It's 90 seconds.
No.
So, Greg Cody
about
show.
to-
We can land the plane. We can land the plane.
Yeah.
Well, my mom really wants this T-shirt to be made. 20th century bitch. So when something like a payphone shows up, or someone's on a pager or something like that.
TCB.
TCB. Amin has coined the phrase 20th century bitch, which we've now gone to 20 CB to be a little more fan friendly.
And then there's the alternate version, which is 21st century, ma'am.
Yeah, it's way more respectful and current. Yeah. Tony liked that one.
Roy, you're one of the most loyal listeners we have. What is your favorite recurring Cinephobe bit?
I guess I'm going to have to go with acting his ass off. That's the newest one. And yeah, I mean that definitely added to the podcast. Like, yeah. Especially like every Affleck movie, he's acting his ass off.
He's also always in the shower and narrating things.
Yeah.
It's
What
really
what
annoying.
is that?
I don't know.
Why is he doing that?
Jesus, get a medic!
Get a medic!
Medic, I need a medic! And coming up next, speaking of medics,
Dr. McGillicuddy?
I believe Dr. McGillicuddy's going to check out Greg Cody's thing on his stomach.
His navel, right?
His navel,
His
yeah.
navel's kind of weird. It's a
Literal navel gazing coming up
Can't
in
wait.
the Greg Cody show.
It's a change
featuring
from this
Greg
from
Cody.
this show format.
Whoa,
Navel
me?
gazing.
Oh no, my favorite is the newest one. Am I too soon? I'm too soon.
This is the Greg Cody Show with Greg Cody.
Pardon it.
Here's your host, Greg Cody.
Greg Cody is rattled.
Go ahead and talk. You can talk. We'll close the door for you. There you go. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the
Hi,
Greg
Greg.
Cody Show with Greg Cody. And I've just lost that thing I'm supposed to read. I'm a little frazzled here. I mean, Amin's leaning into a microphone as I'm getting ready to read my thing. I mean, it's not an ideal start. But, Christopher, bring me that thing I'm supposed to read. Seriously.
We'll bring it into you. I don't know. Where'd you put it?
I don't know. I was frazzled.
All right.
Hey, everybody. God, I'm tired. I have to tell you, I've known Le Batard for more than 30 years, and I feel like tonight is really tonight or this morning. This is the culmination of our long friendship, to be given this prestigious 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. time slot. It's unbelievable. I've lost all track of time. I haven't slept for 3.5 months. I slept in February, was the last good wink of sleep I had. My eyebrows are being propped open by toothpicks, which is painful. My left eye is bleeding. I'm trying to think of, and Christopher and Yeti, I'm going to ask you guys this same question after I'm done, which is...
Why don't we set up for the people that this is the Greg Cody Show.
It really is.
With Greg Cody.
Yeah.
Yeti Blanc, our producer. What's up, Yeti?
Oh, hello. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes.
Or good night. In the words of our friend Steak Sauce, it's not morning if you never went to sleep.
Yeah, right.
God, don't I know it. It's I'm
When was
short
the last
in a
time
low
you?
chair.
I want to know the last time you were up this late, Greg Cody.
Oh, God.
Last time you pulled an all-nighter.
I can tell you the situation. I can't tell you exactly the year, but it was at a Super Bowl, and we were partying at one of the media parties. Media parties used to be really big at Super Bowls.
Marty's.
That's right. There you go. And this was one where it was lavish. If you don't know Super Bowls, they used to really spend. I mean, needless to say, it was an open bar, including champagne and the whole bit. This one had a canoe, a full-size canoe full of shrimp and crab meat and lobster. So it was a lavish spread. And myself and several other sports writers were drinking throughout the night. Okay, we hooked up with some other people who were fun people. I'm not going to mention names. I don't want to incriminate anybody, any fellow sports writers, in case Dave's wife is listening. But a couple of us were partying with the ex-wife of the former Notre Dame quarterback, Terry Hanratty. Okay? And
What
so
a great name.
this is, and we closed down the media party. Okay? And from the media party, some of us, knew somebody else from the area. So the media party, an adjunct of that, flips off to this side house. Long story short, we're partying until this was before Uber. I take a cab back to my hotel. I stumble into the room. It's 6:45 in the morning, and I would love nothing better than to melt into that bed and sleep for the rest of my life. But what happens is it immediately dawns on me, shit, I got to write a column that's due at 11 a.m. So instead of going to sleep, I have to get up and write. And it was the only time in my long checkered career that I have felt that close to actual malfeasance, to actual dereliction of duty. And it scared me a little bit.
That was a really good story, but the whole time I was just thinking he really needs a sip of water. So if you could go ahead and take a sip of water.
That's a good fact. Yeah, thank you.
Gather yourself here. We're settling in. Like, I know that switch, that line change was a little difficult for you.
Very awkward, ill-timed, but I'm not bitter.
You've got a live read that I put in front of you.
You know what, Mike, I'm glad you mentioned that because nobody builds 5G like Verizon builds 5G. Seriously. No one else built this bold because no one else thought this big. And the more you do with 5G, the more building it right matters. The more your network matters. The more Verizon engineers going the extra mile matters. It's Verizon versus Verizon. And who wins? You. 5G built right from America's most reliable network. Most reliable based on rankings from Root Metrics. Second half 2020 U.S. report of 3 mobile networks. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
Now, I'm very excited about what we have going on here. We have Dr. John Roberts joining us in a little bit. He's
Wow.
gonna, evaluate your belly button.
He's good.
He's gonna do a deep dive on your belly button.
Good.
We might be joined by a psychic late in the hour.
Okay.
We're not really sure how we want to do that yet. In fact, we're actually gonna put up a poll on the Greg Cody Show Twitter. Do you want us to talk to a doctor, a psychic, or both? We're gonna let you guys vote.
Yeah, both of those make sense. I need medical help on my navel, and my navel looks like a small smile, circular smile, like the kid in Home Alone. And on top of that smile is a big, broad nose. It looks like I have a nose on top of my navel. So the medical help is encouraged, and I love the idea of that. The psychic, the timing is right. It's the dead hour. Okay, I researched this, and the 4 to 5 hour is right in between late night and the first light. It's known as the dead hour. So we need a psychic, because I feel like a psychic is one of those scary occupations.
So that's going to be a lot of fun. And, I wanted this to just be you and let you shine. But I learned something about Chris Whittingham about 20 minutes ago.
Right.
And it just needs to be brought to light right
The
now.
fancy lad.
Yeah, the fancy lad.
Yeah.
I learned that he gels his hair before he goes to sleep at night. And I'm going to need him to explain this to the group right now.
Yeah. So I can confirm this to be true. So and it began because my initial salvo was that I hate hats. I find hats to be really uncomfortable. I constantly remove the hat and pull at my hair, scratch at my scalp. I don't like the feeling of wearing hats. So this continues to, I basically am wearing hair gel all the time, because that's how I feel normal in life, is wearing hair gel. And so when...
I don't think you wear a good hat. Some
No.
people can rock a hat. You're just not one of those people.
It's not even about, and I agree with you, by the way. I'm bad. Like, I don't look good with hats
You have an
on.
amazing head of hair, though, by the way.
Yeah,
I
good head of hair.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah.
Some people, like me, I lean into a hat. And the older
Yeah.
you get and all that, I can rock a hat. You, not so much.
But,
Yeah,
But hating hats is a normal thing.
Right.
But
So I
gelling your
think-
hair before bed,
I
I've
think
never heard
we're-
that
So we're
before.
talking about two different things, right? I look bad in hats. That I can tolerate. I just don't, they make me uncomfortable. Because I am only comfortable when my hair is gelled and in a formation, including in bed. So what I will do is I will take a shower in the evening time when all I have left to do is go to bed, and I will gel my hair because I feel uncomfortable and unruly if my hair is not in formation.
So you wake up with an oily pillow.
That's correct.
Wow.
That's correct, yeah. I'll try and at least sit up in bed a little bit without my head on the pillow for about 20 minutes, watch some TV.
Right.
So that I'm not going straight to the pillow with a, freshly slicked head of hair. But that's indeed how I go to bed.
Would you put on a hat right now, just so I can see what it looks like?
Sure.
All right. Who's got a hat for Whitty?
Billy, he's going under Billy's desk. Thank you, Tony. I can't wear this.
Yes,
There's
please.
no,
No,
yeah,
no,
you can.
no,
You can
yeah.
actually wear this.
I'm not wearing that.
Oh,
No,
come
I'm not
on. That's a
wearing
great
that.
hat.
It's
No.
a hat, for Christ's sake. Put it
No.
on.
This is Roy's
All right.
hat.
All right. This one says Yo Mama. This one I can deal with.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Somebody take a photo, because we need this.
That's
We're on
Chris
YouTube.
Whittingham, the fancy lad, wear a fancy hat.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's a little low on your head.
I think it's the glasses.
These dad hats, though, I have a big head. I can't rock these dad hats.
That's a cop. He's a cop.
Yeah.
He is a cop.
Yeah.
A bad
I know my
undercover cop.
rights.
He's the guy who infiltrates a high school.
I'm not telling you anything, cop.
Yeah, oh my God! I just looked at myself in the picture. I look like a cop.
Narc.
You really do. Using all the kids' lingo to try to worm his way into the school.
Where are the deals happening? I hear there's some mischief.
Right. Hey, Christopher, should I feel like I need to call Mom. Should I call my wife right now?
Is she expecting your call?
I don't think so. God, no.
You want to prank call your wife?
I think it would be fun.
At 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, because I do need to ask her something.
What?
Can I do that or no?
I mean, okay, go ahead and talk while I call her.
Oh, you'll
What are
do
you going to
that.
ask her, Greg? What do you think you'll ask her?
Oh,
you
oh,
gonna
you-
ask her what she's wearing?
I know what I have to ask her. I think we might have dinner reservations tomorrow night or tonight. God, I can't keep track of the time.
You
Then
love a dinner reservation. From something I've learned of you over the last few weeks, you love a dinner reservation.
Yeah, my wife makes them, though, so I don't know anything about that. So it's going to determine the rhythm and the rhyme of my day today if I know whether or not I have to meet a deadline to go to dinner. So I'd like to know now.
So you just want to, like, just make a casual call to her?
I would. I mean, you know.
Okay, go ahead. You're talking about, like, Shannon Sharp style. Like, you just want to put her on
Right.
speaker?
Yeah, you never know with her. She could be up.
All right, she's definitely not up. Go ahead, Dad. If that's what you really want to do, call her. This seems a little ridiculous, but, you know, it's 4 o'clock. Put it on speaker. Turn it up.
Make sure to tell her she's live on the air.
Why?
You know, just do whatever you want.
Why isn't she answering? Where is she?
Who is she with?
Hello?
Hello? Hey.
Hello?
How you doing? Hello?
What's wrong?
What do you mean, what's wrong? I had a quick question for you. Do we have a dinner reservation tomorrow? I feel like I thought we did.
No.
Seriously?
You have to ask me this right now?
What's that?
You have to ask me this right now?
Well, because it's going to affect the rhythm and rhyme of my day today. It would help me to know right now whether or not we had a dinner reservation. Are you saying you don't know or we don't?
I don't really want to discuss. I mean, we have to talk about that right now. We can't. I don't think your rhythm of your day is really going to be affected by that right now.
All right. It sounds like you're in a bad mood. What happened? You have a bad day or what?
It's called sleeping in the middle of the freaking night. What are you talking about?
Okay. All right. Hey, I love you so much.
What are you doing?
Well, we're actually doing a podcast right now.
I know, but why are you calling me right now?
I wanted to know whether or not we were having dinner tomorrow night, but you've answered the question. We don't, which is great. So I want to thank you for that and love you very much. Hey, go back to sleep, would you? Put a Lobo's mint under your pillow and dream big.
Yeah, that'll probably be very likely that I can go right back to sleep right now.
Okay. All right. Love you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
How'd that go for you?
Probably about as well as I thought it might, actually. But it's fine. She's a perfect person.
I want to know what topics you brought. Let's go. We got a few minutes now before our interview. This is time for Greg. Did want to get to the sponsor. I know DraftKings, Verizon, built 5G.
Well, here's the thing. God bless the Lebatard show for this whole DraftKings thing and Verizon. Sponsorship big time and deserving every minute of it. Little known is the Greg Cody Show podcast also came up with a major sponsorship deal that's sort of flown under the radar. But we're sponsored by Nellie's Diner now, which is your hometown diner. And instead of a $50 million deal, Nellie is my late grandmother, but the diner goes on in her name. Nellie Doogie was Wild Bill Cody's mother-in-law. And
who's Wild Bill Cody?
Well, my dad. Everybody knows Wild Bill. But Nellie's Diner has given us not a $50 million deal, but a 50-meal deal. You know, so we're happy to have Nellie's Diner.
It's the sight, the sound, the smell of it, morning, night, or noon. It's the feeling you're always welcome, and when you leave, we'll see you soon. It's the place you always go to when you're with friends or you're all alone. It's the taste of Nellie's Diner that makes you feel at home.
Step back in time when you step into Nellie's Diner. It's the only place in town to taste Wild Bill Cody's Bison Burger, deep fried in Nana's 100-year-old lard. Or try a tall stack of our award-winning PFBI pancakes. Dig into the signature Thang-a-na-thang salad. Or try an Uncle Dick footlong. Anything you want and anytime you want it, we got it. All served up with a free side of smiles. We are right where we've been for 60 years at 1440 Zagacki Street, downtown. Nellie's Diner. It's the taste of home you never had because your mom sucked at cooking.
It's the taste of Nellie's Diner that makes you feel at home.
Ah, Nellie. Boy, what memories I have of her. And we're so happy to have her on as a sponsor. That's terrific. Patronize Nellie's, by the way. It's in your hometown. And do that, will you?
Okay. All right, let's move on now. We have a doctor in the house.
Oh,
Dr.
boy.
John Roberts is with us now. Hello, doctor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for
Hey,
having me.
How you doing?
Now,
I'm doing great.
Before my dad shows you his belly button, give the people a little background on what you do and what medical field you work in.
Well, I'm a radiologist, and I specialize in abdominal imaging.
Perfect.
Basically, I read CTs and MRIs, advanced studies of the abdomen. And I heard that there was some type of abdominal wall abnormality, and I thought I might be able to shed some insight on that.
That's great, doctor. I really appreciate that. Before we get to my belly button, I want to address two issues. Okay, you're from Tupelo. Now, I have friends from Hershey, Pennsylvania, and they have to put up with the whole chocolate references and candy bar references. Now, obviously, Tupelo is known for being the home of Elvis Presley. So as
That's
somebody
correct.
as somebody who lives and works in Tupelo, is that a point of pride, or does that become extremely tiresome and annoying to hear the Elvis references?
Well, I think that it's a point of pride, and it's also kind of a rivalry between us and Memphis, Tennessee, because that's where Graceland is.
Right.
But there are a lot of tourists that come to Tupelo to see his birthplace and to see the hardware store where he bought his first guitar.
And have you done that? Have you gone to the hardware store and reminisced?
I have gone to the hardware store many times. It's still a functioning hardware store, and I have been to his birthplace.
Does the proprietor of the hardware store like wear a hokey Elvis wig or anything like that, or is it more subtle?
No. It's basically it's just a small hardware store. People go in there to either buy a guitar or get things for their house to fix their house.
Doctor,
Nothing hokey about it.
Have you been to Graceland? Because I have, and I find it to be extremely sad.
I have not been to Graceland. Haven't made it there yet, but there's also a place called Graceland 2, which is outside of Memphis in a small town outside of Memphis. I've never been there either, but it's kind of a museum to Elvis as well. So if you ever make it to Graceland, try to go to Graceland 2 as well.
Doctor, we'll get to our belly button in just a moment, but I also wanted to admit something to you, and this is the God's truth. Until I was 10 years old, might have been 11, I thought a radiologist was someone who repaired radios. And my parents corrected me. But I'm wondering, have you ever had someone make an appointment with you and show up at your office with a busted transistor radio or something of that nature? Must happen a lot.
That is an excellent question. Not yet. No one has shown up with a radio yet.
Really?
Honestly, I don't know if people still have radios, but if someone showed up with one, I will definitely contact you right away.
Okay. I feel like you could make that a niche. You could be the first radiologist / radio repairman.
Okay. Well, I did about 12 years of training for this job, so I'm not sure if I want to go back for any more training to work on radios.
Okay, I got you.
Can you just show him your belly button?
I'm going to show you my belly button.
No.
Okay.
Keep it up.
No, yeah, keep.
Mr.
This is
Cody.
going great.
But
Thank you, doctor.
Yeah, but first I want to describe it to you so you're not too shocked. My navel is a small round circle, like the kid in Home Alone. And then above my navel is what looks like a broad, wide nose. I have a nose above my navel. Now, can I show it to you and you tell me what's wrong with me?
Let me ask you a couple of questions first. How long have you had this? Can you remember?
My whole life. Like I cannot remember not having it.
Okay. And does it come and go, or is it always there?
It's always there. And as Mike Ryan can tell you, it's uncomfortably squishy. Like I feel like if I pricked it, pus or something would come out of it.
I honestly expected it to be a little bit more gelatinous, but it's liquidy, closer to water than hair gel, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Water more than hair gel. Okay. Yeah, if you want to show it to me, that's fine.
Okay.
Move your all access pass.
See white with writing on it?
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
Let's hold on. Let the camera zoom in on it. Like, stay still, Dad. There you go. All right. There it is, Doctor.
Okay.
assessment.
Okay. And so if you
Hold on,
push
stay
on
up,
that,
Dad,
does it
stay
go
up.
in?
It does.
Ooh, that looks.
going for the
Ooh,
first.
that hurts
Ooh.
me when you do that.
I
Stop.
can almost hear it squishing.
Oh. He's
So
speechless.
bad. Wow.
He's assessing.
What's your assessment?
So what I think is going on
Do you want to
is
see it
that
one more
you
time?
have.
Do you want to see
you wanna see it
Doctor,
again?
you want to see it one more time while you diagnose?
Yeah, just stay there,
Yeah,
Dad. Leave,
just stay
like,
there.
don't
Greg.
move. Let him finish his answer until you sit down.
Proceed, Dr. Robert.
So what I think you have going on is what's called a periumbilical hernia. So you can sit down if you want.
I got to gather myself. That sounds terrible.
So all of us have a belly button, an umbilicus, which is where when we're in the womb, we get our nutrients from vessels that come out of that belly button or the umbilicus to go to the placenta. So every person has a small hole in their abdominal wall there. And some people, that hole is a little bit larger, and it allows things that are inside the abdominal wall to come out. And so some people have what's called a periumbilical hernia, which is, in your case, probably a small amount of fat that is usually within the abdominal cavity comes out of that opening. And that's what you're seeing under the skin there.
Okay. So it's
and since it's been there your whole life, there's probably nothing to do about it. It's, it's just kind of one of those quirky things about you. Now, in some people, these can get larger. Things that would cause these to get larger are things that would cause hernias elsewhere, lifting heavy weights, doing extra strain. Also, if you were to gain, a large amount of weight, that will increase pressure inside your abdominal cavity and could cause this to get larger.
So is it dangerous to me? Should I have it surgically removed?
I wouldn't say that it's dangerous. In some people, bowel or gut could get into the hernia, and sometimes it can cause an obstruction. And that's usually the reason that people have these operated on, or if it gets bigger, it can become painful, and then people will have them operated on as well. Yeah.
If I were to have this operated on, would I go to a plastic surgeon? Would it be a?
It would probably be a general surgeon.
A general surgeon.
Yes, and usually they do a laparoscopic surgery where they put small ports into the abdominal wall, and then they pull the material that's in that hernia back into the abdominal cavity, and then put a mesh on the inside of your abdominal cavity to kind of seal that hole up.
Sounds like a lot of effort. I was about to spend nearly $5,000 on knee surgery for my dog, and then found out that my dog had a terrible, inoperable, cancerous tumor on its liver, and we had to say goodbye to the dog. But the point is, I was willing to spend almost $5,000 on Riley. How much money would I spend on this belly
What
button
tidbit
matter?
was that? What a
What?
horrible thing you just passing by in the conversation.
An essential tidbit.
Well, I think so, Mike. I'm trying to put into context that if I'm willing to spend $5,000 on my dog's knee so that he might limp less, imagine the money I would spend on my own abdominal region, my lower. Would I call it the lower thorax? Is that accurate?
No.
Okay.
So the thorax ends at the diaphragm.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
So this would be the midline abdominal wall.
I see. Because
what
I
would
had
describe
I
this
had
as.
major thoracic surgery in September of 2018. If I'm being honest, had a tumor, a benign tumor, slightly larger than a lemon, removed from between my lungs, just below. But anyway, enough
you
about
say
me.
these things so dry that they're hilarious. These are terrible things that you're describing to us, but I'm laughing because of the way you're saying them.
Well, but getting around to this, how much would it cost me to have this removed so that my belly was smooth and no longer had the nose above the belly button?
Well, it's difficult to say. I'm assuming that if a general surgeon was going to operate on this, they would be doing it only if your insurance would deem it necessary. And so this probably wouldn't be an elective surgery that you would pay out of pocket for.
Oh, good. Good to hear.
So, doctor, how big could one of these hernias get? Like, if let's say an extreme situation, how big could one get, and could it rupture externally?
So, hernias come in all shapes and sizes. Most of the ones that are very large are caused by prior surgeries, where the patient is, not in very good health, and so the surgery site doesn't heal well. But you can get half of your bowel into some of these hernias.
Whoa!
And they kind of become like their own abdomen outside of the abdominal cavity. It's kind of like you have two abdomens going on. They can get very, very large.
You could get a 9-pack.
See, that's what concerns me. That's what scares me. That's what makes me feel like I need to have it taken care of. Doctor, in your illustrious career, how does discussing this on a podcast at 4 a.m. rank?
Not a podcast.
What is it?
You're on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. That's right. It's a podcast within YouTube.
Sure.
Okay. But how does this rank among your highlights, Doctor?
I would say that this has to be top 3 highlights of my career.
And what would the other two be?
Probably graduating medical school.
Okay.
Because there's a little bit more effort in that. And then finishing residency.
Okay, so this would be the first non-medical accomplishment highlight.
Correct.
Okay.
Outside of, getting my medical degree and then finishing the 5 years of radiology training, this would be next.
Okay. Are you normally this well-dressed at this hour?
When I'm asked to give my medical expertise, yes.
Okay.
And also, I bill double for after-hour calls.
Nice.
So,
Are you wearing pants?
I'm wearing shorts.
Nice.
Yeah, can you stand up? Can we see the full ensemble? Give us a little.
I might have to move the computer.
It's fine. Yeah. Oh, it blurred out a little bit there. Nice. Baby.
What did we blur out? I don't even want to know. What the hell? Doctor, thank you very much. We really appreciate you. I think you've calmed my nerves a little bit about this, because I've been very concerned whether this was an urgent matter. And basically, you've told me that it's nothing. It's sort of a cosmetic issue. That's nothing I need to take urgent action on. Is that right?
It is. And I would say as long as it doesn't change in size, you're probably okay.
Okay. And what would be a
But
warning
if you
sign
notice
for?
it to start to get larger, then you might want to have something done about it, because the larger it gets, the harder it is for them to repair.
Okay. And what about the squishiness? Is that a concern at all?
That's probably fat from inside the abdominal cavity that you're feeling.
Okay.
It's called basically a fat containing hernia.
How descriptive. I got plenty of that fat, I'll tell you what. Doctor, thank you very much. The best of Tupelo has been heard here, and we thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Stay tuned next week when Greg details his circumcision.
Wow. I hadn't thought of that. I am circumcised. If we're gonna go there,
don't
but
need to do that.
All right.
Thanks, Yeti.
Wow. I mean, he brought it up.
All right, Dad, you got 25 minutes left.
Okay.
I'm very excited. Take us last time you took us to Logan Paul, Floyd Mayweather.
Right.
Let's go. Where's this thing going next?
I thought we had a psychic coming on because it's the dead hour. I'm interested in that.
Oh, we do, but we need a little bridge. Give us a little bridge. Give us some good tent right here. What do you got?
Greg, what's been your favorite part about today?
Oh gosh, it's been a cavalcade. It's been unlike nothing else I've ever done. I got here at like 10:30 in the morning.
Closer to like 11:15.
Well, whatever. And it's been great. The only surprise was that I was dumb enough to think that a lot of these people would be in studio. Like I thought I'd get a chance to talk to Charles Barkley and everything, but some of these people did it by Zoom, which is totally understanding. But it's been what an undertaking that Meadowlark and the Libertard Show have taken on. I think it's been fantastic. I'm interested to see how they think it turned out as we're now 3/4 through it or whatever.
Mike, how is this going?
I am also interested to find out how Metallark thought this went.
This is interesting because like in it, it's just been like moving so fast that like I don't really know how it's going. It feels like it's going well, but I'm getting a lot of like response that it's going well, so that feels good.
I pulled your son aside and I said you should be really proud, damn proud of your old man, because this is going way better than I ever could have dreamed. I honestly don't know. I kind of feel. Are you fucking with me? I kind of feel like it's a little bit of a rib. But, like, whatever you're doing right now, I dig it. This is one of your better performances. The vibe is you're coming off real cool.
It's an adjustment to be the only person in this room, because even though you all are helping out, I feel alone being alone in the studio. I could not do a show by myself. Like, who's famous?
What if we all just muted? Like, what if we all just muted the rest of the way and you had to just go?
Oh God, I would be like singing within 15 seconds.
Boy, Jim Rome, GOAT status.
Can you
What he
imagine
does
that?
Is incredible.
3 hours in a row. I don't know how
He's
he
the
would
most
do it.
prepared talent in the industry. He's unlike anyone else right now.
Right.
That's why it was up until seeing your belly button was the high point of this broadcast for me.
Sure, I appreciate
And
that.
and Rasheed Wallace honking the horn.
Yeah, that was good.
Great. That was great. I'll speak as a fan who's watched. I've maybe missed an hour and 15 minutes of the whole thing. I had to shower, but like looking at from a fan's perspective, it's been wonderful. I've been thoroughly entertained. Yes, a little bit of it's being self-involved and having a music video and a song played earlier, but the whole thing, running the whole gamut, I've loved every second of it. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeti, I want to give you a little shit for putting at the end, because Yeti, if you don't know, had a music video along with Andrew Streeter that we played. At the end with your YetiBlanc.com. Like you are such
is generated to 0 clicks.
Yeah, that's just like I was just like that needs to be made fun of.
I didn't know there was a YetiBlanc.com. I'll have
It
to.
just redirects to my Bandcamp where you could buy my music.
Wow, how
the
about
one
that?
song I've got so far.
Yeah?
Hooray!
You have any merchandise or anything? Because I want to go there.
Now,
not yet.
Okay.
Yeti mentioned showering, and it made me think of you and your underwear situation. Now, you've admitted recently on the show that you will sometimes not change your underwear from day to day.
Right.
And this is a weird one where it's a 24-hour show. So, like, you've had a few breaks. Have you changed underwear? Have you showered at all? Or you're just rocking with how you started?
No, I haven't done any of that. I'm going to do that at the end of the day, at the end of my shift. At the end of this 24-hour marathon, I will crash. I will burn. I will change underwear. I will shower because I need it. But you know what surprised me about this whole thing is that I thought Batard would do like 4 hours in the beginning and 4 hours in the end, but he's been pretty much constantly. He must be exhausted, is my point. A guy his age. I mean, this guy. Are you surprised, Mike? Or you knew it? You knew what was going to happen, but why has he been so involved in just about every segment? That's pretty heroic of him.
Well, he's the host,
Yeah.
for one, and the DraftKings partnered up with the Dan Le Batard show, and he's a professional, man. He got really emotional before all this started. I
That
shared
was
with,
awesome.
The Cinephobe. It was awesome from like a human standpoint
Yeah.
to see like a host overcome with emotion just because he genuinely loves everybody in the building. It was a real cool moment. Not great to start a show at that level of emotion.
Right.
I think Rasheed Wallace really helped save the show a little bit because then we found our groove. But it's really hard, as you've seen for 40 minutes, being the person everyone looks to carry,
Right.
shoulder the burden of content. You're doing it for 40 minutes, and it's wiping you out a little bit. He was in here for like a 7-hour stretch with, a band would play a song, and you think that's a break. No, it's not a break. It's just everyone in his ear telling him, all right, this is what we got next, and it's 15 different things he has to remember. So it's really, really hard what Dan Le Batard and Stugotz did today.
The 10 or 20 minutes before we started at noon yesterday was honestly one of the cooler, like, just energy with everybody and, like, the music playing before and Dan getting emotional. It was honestly one of the cooler moments since I've worked on this show.
I was out there when he sort of did the little pep rally, and we were all like in a circle and everything. When you guys talk about the emotion just before we went on the air, peel back the curtain and let us know what you saw from Dan, because I don't think I was around at that moment.
He seemed grateful. He just seemed appreciative. He came in and gave us a little speech about how much he loved us, and it was just, we were all just in our feels, and it was awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible the journey that the show has taken in the past 5 or 6 months, and this was sort of like a culmination. And what's amazing to me is that, you know, the show has drawn thousands of fans to these big Moss Miami street parties. They've done a live show from the Beacon Theater in New York City, and yet I think Dan and most people involved in the show felt like this was the biggest undertaking. Do you agree, Mike? Because you've been involved in all that stuff.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest undertakings, to be able to produce the show, direct traffic, still be in charge of content, talk to our amazing team based in Kansas City. It's yeah, this is the most challenging thing I've ever done professionally. But speaking of directing traffic and all that jazz,
let's segue nicely here from a nice heartfelt conversation to a psychic.
Wow. How about that?
We have Natalie Young is joining us. Natalie, are you with us?
I'm here.
There she is.
Hi, Natalie.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for having me.
Are you from Miami?
I have a home in Miami, and I also travel back and forth to Maui, Hawaii.
Wow. Okay. Those are some fingernails. I couldn't help but notice. Congratulations.
Oh my God, everyone always tells me about those.
I mean, show them in the camera because those are fantastic.
These are little butterflies.
Oh, cool. Now, Natalie, are you a psychic? Like, what's the right word for that?
Yeah, psychic. I'm intuitive. I also do life coaching, and I do like holistic healing. So meditation, chakra therapy, Reiki, been Reiki master. So everything I kind of like the holistic field.
And how did you discover your gift?
I was actually very young when I discovered my gift, around 9. No one in my family had the gift. But I start having these visions. I start having these dreams. Unfortunately, they weren't the best. They were kind of like warnings. So, wow. For instance, I had this one. It started with a school trip, and it was a very scary vision. But it was about this the school trip having a fatal accident. Okay. And I actually saved a lot of my friends' lives. I kind of was scared and didn't want to go on the trip anymore. So I kind of made plans, and we did something other that weekend, something different. And there was a fatal accident that happened on the school bus, unfortunately. And then there was visions I was seeing about missing children and where they were. And it was just all these things. It was unexplainable. So then, long story short, my family thought there was something wrong with me. So we were going to therapists and didn't know what was happening to me. Ended up finding someone who was very spiritual, a therapist. And then she introduced me to these other mentors, and they did some testing on me and just found out there was an intuitive ability that I had that was very strong at 9. So yeah, and then I turned it off. They helped me just kind of learn how to turn that off for a little while, live my childhood, and then realized later that it really wasn't a curse. It was more of a gift that I could use to help people, guide them through life, to help make decisions, prevent, save people's lives, and just kind of guide them in the right path. So later in life, I decided that's what I wanted to do.
Natalie, before we get back to that, I want to mention what's with those gigantic leaves above your head? They look like they're from a rainforest or something. Are those real?
No, they're my flowers.
No, above your head. They were in the original shot.
Oh, because the way I have my phone, it's under the leaf.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those were actually small leaves from flowers.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Natalie, when you say you have visions, are they dreams or?
No, I've had some in visions, yes. And then some are in dreams. Yeah.
Okay. The reason we wanted you on is that this is airing from 4 to 5 a.m., which I consider to be the dead hour, right in between late night and first light, which is spooky to me. And there's something about being a psychic that I find to be a little bit of a spooky thing.
Some do.
Do you find that a little spooky as well?
No, not for me.
Okay.
I like it when I was a kid. It was, but now I find it as a gift, so that I use it to guide people. You know, like how many times we ask, like, should I be in this relationship? Should I be taking this job? Is this the right move for me? So I use that, my gift now, to guide people to make the right decisions.
And who's your typical client, if there is such a thing?
A lot of relationships. I have a lot. I work with a lot of people in relationships. Always wanting guidance in relationships. A lot of business too. Business decisions, and love is the most.
And what kind of information do you need from somebody to form an evaluation? For example, just hearing me speak and seeing me, are you able to form any sort of a indication of the type of person I am, whether I'm doomed, whether I'm about to hit the lottery? Like, what can you tell about me just from having met me?
I don't necessarily need a, actually, I don't even see you though. I'm not seeing your picture.
I'm the one waving right here.
A lot of my clients are by phone sometimes, or I've done a lot of programming and I didn't see people. I was just hearing their voice. So
really,
I don't necessarily have to see anybody. It's just picking up energy around the voice. So what I can pick up around you is that there's been a lot of changes in the past 2, possibly 3 years. You've had some standstill. There's been time that just been things at a standstill, but things are finally going to start to move for you in multiple areas. But there's areas that you've been really trying hard to make that happen. And things are finally, doors are going to open, opportunities are going to fall in place. I just feel like you're a very strong-minded person. And usually what you put your mind to, you can almost always make happen. Lately, though, I think there's been sometimes a little bit of confusion, questioning yourself. Should I? Shouldn't I? Is this the right move? Is this not the right move? So you question yourself just a little bit sometimes. But that's because of you feeling a little unsecure in decisions lately because of things that didn't work out in the past.
Wow, that's a lot of baggage to unpack there for me. But it's a pandemic thing with me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's definitely a pandemic thing with all of us.
Right. And also, I haven't slept in 3.5 months. February was probably the last time I really got a good night's sleep. And
That
right
might
now,
have to- and you need to change your underwear. I feel something about if you change your underwear more often,
Really?
then I think that might help.
Okay,
Especially with the interview. I don't know if you're meeting people, like communication better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a good communicator, although
Yeah.
I do that for a living, oddly enough.
You
But,
say you haven't slept in 3 months. It sounds like you're currently sleeping.
You know what? I can't
There you go.
disguise doing this at 4 a.m. It's tough.
Only
Natalie,
10 more
you know
minutes.
what I mean.
Only 10 more minutes. Let's go. Finish strong.
I am finishing strong. Natalie,
Need sleep.
I do need sleep. I really do. What do you see in my future?
There's a few different things that I'm picking up. Pick an area that you're interested in because there's a few different visions I'm feeling.
Well, I have a very serious interest in gardening. I'm currently growing a crepe myrtle tree that's confounding me because it's one of the mother branches was lopped
See,
off
there's a
tragically.
right there. That's in your future. It's
Yes.
gardening. That's a sign.
That's what made me notice that gigantic leaf because that's
Right.
a passion of mine along with cooking. Are you ever drawn into terrible cases such as parents who've lost a child, who have a missing child, come to you looking for clues to the whereabouts?
Yeah, that was when I was very young. That was probably one of my first clients I've worked with. Yeah. Especially for some reason, Maui, Hawaii is so sacred and it's beautiful, and people go there for so many like retreats and healing and like so many positive things.
Right.
But unfortunately, a lot of people go missing. So yeah, I was always called up on missing cases. Some of them turned out, okay. And then unfortunately, yeah, we found a few people that it just didn't work out. Yeah.
Now, when you're counseling people on relationship matters, there's not that much pressure. But when you're dealing with something like a missing child, there's pressure on you. I mean, they're looking to you to be a miracle worker. Is that stressful?
It's not as stressful because I'm feeling under pressure because I've been rated at like 99.8% accuracy. So it's just a natural, like I could see, these flowers, I can see those visions. I know when I'm feeling accurate. It's not pressure like that, but it's pressure because I want to give these people positive news. I want to, help them and hope that the outcome turns out good. And it's pressure about giving bad news. It's more emotional for me than I would say the pressure of not being able to perform and give them the information that they want. So it's more being emotional. And harder for me, yeah.
And Natalie, before we let you go, what do you see as the future of the Dan Le Batard Show with Stugotz as it sets sail in its new partnership with DraftKings?
I feel very positive about it. I feel extremely I think it's going to go quickly and go well and just start like exploding. I just feel good with it.
Great. Natalie, is there anything you'd like to promote? Do you have a website, a book, anything you'd like to mention?
People can reach me at as in the letter A, meditationroom.com. They can also reach me in Florida area at 305-900-8852. In Hawaii is 808-276-1017. And the website again is ameditationroom.com.
ameditationroom.com. Natalie, thank you for joining us on the Greg Cody Show in the Dead Hour. We appreciate it.
It was nice meeting you guys. You have a good day.
Thank you, Natalie.
Bye-bye.
All right, Dad, you got about 7 minutes left. I think you're just going to go to singing, right? That's probably all you got left.
I could sing. I mean, that wasn't. Did that go well? The Natalie thing.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah, I think it was all right.
I had one person send me a comment saying it was good. Send me a text saying it was good.
All right, because I never know. I thought the doctor went well. Natalie, I'm not sure. I need feedback.
Greg, I'm really surprised that you went and asked her about Dan. That's not very in character for you to be less self-absorbed and ask her how the Greg Cody Show was going to go.
I was afraid of the answer. That kind of an occupation, I had to resist being more cynical than I might have sounded because if I'm being honest, I'm not a huge believer in psychics. How do you all feel about that? Because is it a credible thing? I mean, she seemed legit, and I'm sure she is, but the whole line of...
I don't like that. You should have called her out while she was on. You wait till she leaves to say you don't really believe in it. I was a little suspect when she said you're a hard worker.
Yeah. Did she say that?
Yeah, when she said that, I was like, I feel like she's just saying words.
I didn't hear her say that, actually. I've never been accused of being a hard worker, although... I don't know. ameditationroom.com. Flood her with business because she's fantastic. But I'm going to have to study more about that because I don't know enough about being a psychic. I thought is she the kind of person who does a seance and speaks to the dead or no?
That would have been a great question for you to ask.
Question for her.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe next year when we do this thing again, we'll have her back on.
Right.
I think maybe on the way out one more time, why don't you hit that Verizon read,
I don't think psychics do seances, by the way.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, no, I really don't.
Assumption?
Yeah.
Who is that opinion brought to us by, Greg?
Hang on just a second.
Gotta take a swig of water.
My throat is so parched. You know what, though? Seriously, nobody builds 5G like Verizon builds 5G. No one else built this bold because no one else thought this big. And the more you do with 5G, the more building it right matters. The more your network matters. The more Verizon engineers going the extra mile matters. It's Verizon versus Verizon. And who wins? You. 5G built right from America's most reliable network. Most reliable based on rankings from Root Metrics' second half 2020 U.S. report of 3 mobile networks. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
Barry, huh?
You were crushing that read until the end.
I know. You know how Stugotz always blames the death of his mother on everything? I'm blaming 4 a.m.
The good thing is you can, I think, now go sleep for a few hours.
I think I will. I really do. I think I will. What's on next? Like who's on next on the show? Who do I look forward to?
Mystery Crate, which is just a collective ensemble of your favorite Batard show with Stugotz characters.
I know the Mystery Crate.
Yeah, you often contribute.
I think I do.
Well, you used to with You Never Know.
Right. You never know. Yeah. Wasn't that an original bit on the Mystery Crate?
But then you spun out and started your own podcast, and now you're sitting on an empire here that's getting thousands upon thousands of viewers at 4:56 a.m. Eastern time.
Right. I really appreciate people who have tuned in this late, and I hope I have to think that most people who are watching the show right now have listened to the podcast in the past, but if not, welcome aboard, and thank you all so much. And
God, you sound terrible. Thank you, Yeti, for helping us out today.
Yeti,
do you
of
want,
course.
Dad? Would you like to sing a song on the way out with your terrible voice?
I can't even think of a song.
Sure, it's royalty
free.
free.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Don't sing.
No commercial.
Yeah, I would
If you want to give me an original piece of music,
I would never do that.
how about a Lobos update?
Well, it's always football season, right?
All right, let me get it.
Oh, what?
Normally,
It is time now for a weekly update on our favorite team, Rex Lobos. Here is their head coach and president of football operations, Greg Cody.
Thank you very much, Lobos fans. You know what? It's never the off season in Loboville. I don't have to tell you we had a disappointment last year. We did not make the playoffs. It was a crushing defeat. We've made some changes. We have a lot of work to do. We've cleaned house, and we've also made a lot of changes in the football program, in addition to hiring housekeepers to clean the house. So we're going to be back full-time, big time, and put a mint under your pillow and dream big. I'm Greg Cody, CEO of Greg's Lobos. Good night, everybody.
I don't know. Should we let him carry the last minute and a half?
I mean, he didn't even give us the 3 words.
Hey, come on in. It's my daughter, Jessica.
Hey, Dad, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, Jess. How are you?
Missed you.
What's new? How is it having me as a father?
Supportive. I feel like
Thank
I'm
you.
always supported by you, Greg.
You really are.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I'm worried about you and your belly button.
Are
Greg.
you?
Yeah.
Well, the doctor just said it's nothing to worry about, so
I'm still
I
worried.
think I'm more worried about my voice.
Yeah, you don't sound good.
No, I really
Go
don't.
get some sleep, buddy.
I think I am.
I mean, Dad.
You call your dad buddy? What's going on with this? No, it's good. It's all
I
good.
mean, Chris calls his dad Greg.
That's true.
I call my dad by his first name, too.
Yeah,
Do you really?
Yeah, Greg.
Your dad's name is Greg?
Yeah, you're my dad.
Oh, yeah. I forgot the bit.
Oh, wow.
That's
Greg.
God, I'm
Greg,
tired.
Dad, buddy.
Okay.
You're off duty now.
Greg, you
it's
should
almost
stick
5
around
o'clock.
for the next hour or so.
Good night, everybody.
All right, there we go.
Good
Night,
morning.
everybody.
Transition.
We have some leftover sushi in here, Mike. Should we take care of this? What do we do with this?
You can help yourself to it. Welcome everybody to the mystery crate portion of the proceedings. That's what we like to call in the biz a handoff. And like I said, it's a real ragtag group of Batard and friends, crew members here at 5 a.m. Eastern. I'm approaching 30 minutes till officially being up for 24 hours straight. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
I heard your bit about how you wish we started this earlier. You have to be the only person in the entire group that wished this started earlier, because like that means there would have been like members on crew call here at like 4 a.m. to put this thing together.
There were already.
Yeah.
So there were plenty of people here super early, getting started. But it just no one wakes up at like 11, right? No one on our team does.
In an ideal world, I'd like to wake up at like 8:30.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but here's my whole deal. Like if I got a 21-month-old baby, she's waking up early. I woke
Lovely
up,
Juliet.
Lovely Juliet. Don't say anything. I'm not in the mood. And then at 5:30, I'm up. That's a long time till noon, right? I mean, we should start this thing at 9 a.m. So, because I'm staying up a long time now. A long, long, long time.
Have you hit 24 hours yet since you woke up Friday morning?
Steve Martin also.
Yeah, I'm 29 minutes now till I hit 24 hours straight. So,
at what point do you stop, like, I'm a new father, referring to your child by months?
Yeah. I'd say 2 years.
2 years. Yeah.
How would Woody say that? He doesn't have a kid.
Yeah, Woody.
It's just
Where do
common.
you come
It's
from,
common
Woody?
social
When you say
convention.
that.
Yeah, you can
Weird thing for you to have an opinion on, Woody.
I don't know. Let me ask the fathers. Chris, 2 years sounds right?
I'm not a big months guy though. I'm a big like 1.5, 1 3/4.
Use quarters.
Yeah,
Quarter? You do not say
No one's
quarters.
ever said
1
that.
1/3.
No one's ever said
To
that.
answer your question, I think that when they're a toddler, there are certain benchmarks, and people are always checking to see like how far your infant should be progressing as they grow into toddler phase, and then at 2 o'clock you have different benchmarks. But in the growth at 2 years old, I'm sorry.
We really shouldn't seize on mistakes like we normally do on hour 18.
Amin's back. Okay.
Amin.
All right, let's
Right.
allow Amin to weigh
Amin
in.
has an opinion.
Thanks, guys. The answer is 24 months is the upper limit because after that, all the clothes start turning to 2T, 3T,
it's closed.
4T.
Closed.
So 2 years is the answer.
24 months is because there's 24 months and then there's 2T. Don't ask me the difference. When in the baby clothes,
What does T stand for?
Toddler?
Toddler.
How many?
Teaspoon? Tablespoon?
Woody, how many months old are you?
I have no idea. You want me to do quick math?
Yep.
28 times 12? 200 plus.
This is terrible.
What's 2 times 8?
2 times 8? 42. What?
That's not
No.
true.
Wait, 2 times 8 is 16.
Yeah.
Are you 200? No, wait. 216 months old? Does that sound right? That sounds like not enough.
All right, everybody figure out how many months old they are.
All right.
No, I won't be doing
Can
that.
someone check my math? I'll check it myself. All right. I do everything around here. I do not.
I'm incapable of doing math right now.
12
It is hard.
times
It's 5 in the morning.
28 is 336. I wasn't even close.
Yeah.
I'm 408 months old.
Congrats,
All right,
man.
Should be 336 plus an extra 9. Yeah, so 345 for me. 345
No,
months.
I just did yours. It was 336.
No, but
How
I
old
feel like
are
I
you?
brought us to a good topic.
I'm 28.
It is
but
great.
I've got to add extra months because
Oh.
I'm not yet 29, but I'm not far away.
When's your birthday?
August the 21st.
Wow. Happy
It's
birthday.
really not that important.
Yeah, you know. There's lots of bottles of water.
There
around
are
here.
so many.
I normally
Let's count. No,
struggle.
let's actually count.
I
in
normally
that studio
struggle
and
with
this
one,
combined.
like figuring out like which is my bottle of water. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 bottles.
You have to
just
pick
at
a
my
bottle
station.
of water that's unopened, I think.
We have 5 in here.
5 in here, yeah. None of them are mine.
And like 3 of them are there's just 4 on this side of the table.
And then there's
Yeah.
sushi. What?
Yeah,
Like,
this is I
this
think
is
Dan
so
said he
gross.
ate like 4 pieces of sushi. This general environment is a mess.
Can you believe Scott Hansen in this same show was telling us about hydration and like the color of people's urine? That was on this same show.
No, I cannot believe that.
Cortadito. That happened this decade. Cortadito was
Great
our first
band.
band. That
I
feels like
thought
ages ago.
Yeah, I had no idea
I
what
thought
he
you
was-
wanted a cortadito.
Do you guys
Oh,
want
I
coffee?
could do that.
We
Yeah,
have a
I
coffee
could
guy
do
here
that.
now. David's here.
Cafecito?
Okay.
Yeah,
You
this is
get
our
some
coffee
Pepsito?
guy from
Nice.
Super Bowl like 2 years ago. He's here. He
Oh.
brought this bulletproof
Pepsito?
case of coffee makers.
Bulletproof
and such.
bulletproof case?
Yeah, you want to see it?
Yeah.
I do
Yes,
actually.
actually.
Yeah.
Hold on
All
a
right.
second.
Can we kick
All
off
right.
Mystery Crate with some bullet? Is that what they call it, bullet coffee? Because it comes in a bulletproof case. You guys know what bullet coffee is? It's like
I'm
butter.
vaguely familiar.
It's like butter and coffee. And apparently it's for like clarity of the mind. It's good for the brain.
I've heard of it before.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Care to elaborate?
Yeah, it's butter and coffee. Yeah.
You just heard of it?
That's it. No, I heard of it. It's butter and coffee. I don't
No,
know.
that's it.
Why? But why? I mean, butter seems like it would have the exact opposite effect
Of what?
of
clearing-
clarity and of
No.
health.
Society's done a 360 on butter, where butter was
Wow.
great, and then butter was terrible, and now butter's great again.
And we're talking about proper butter, right? We're not talking about like, I can't
Proper
believe it's not
butter.
butter.
Medical science is cyclical, right? Like things just
Yeah.
come and go. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad.
Yeah.
Butter, smoking, stuff like that.
Especially dieting. Especially dieting. Like the amount of life cycles that carbs have gone through has to be at least a dozen.
At
in
least.
terms of
Not more.
good to bad.
I mean, it could be just
144
lies being fed to you by Big Butter. You never know.
Ooh, big butter.
Wow, Jessica in the pocket of big butter.
Butter.
I love butter. I bake with butter a lot.
By the way, the prop has gone miles over. Wow.
Look at that thing.
Look, literally
Holy-
Mike, turn around.
Miami
Look at this thing.
is this yellow
Look at
case.
this thing.
Literally Miami.
Which is, by the way, the most
Literally.
which is the
Open
most
it,
Miami
shove it in
thing
my
ever.
mouth. Come on.
Open it.
Literally Miami.
Look at that
Winnie,
thing.
it's literally
Mike is
Miami.
gonna eat
God.
the suitcase.
Wow.
Holy
Do we
hell.
have a visual on this? We gotta put this
yeah,
on the camera.
Yeah, always producing.
Come
It's
this
in
way.
a
This way.
bulletproof case, legitimately.
No, I mean that can't be bulletproof.
Shoot it. I dare you.
It's sound.
All right, so what's so we're being offered the various kinds of coffee that are in there. Like, cause
It's just one type of
it
coffee?
just doesn't seem like it's on demand. Like I can't drink coffee from
It's
the
the good
suitcase.
stuff, though. It's
Yeah.
the real good stuff.
Yeah, that's a good stuff.
Can we get a little more?
My goal is that I've made it this far without any performance enhancing substances.
Do Tums
No
count?
coffee.
You took a shower.
I took a shower. That's
That's not a
performance
substance, but it helps
I
you.
allowed water to
It doesn't
run on
wake
my
you
body.
up. It doesn't wake you up.
I mean, I've had one soda. That's the extent of my additional energy.
Dr. Pepper.
On hour 18, no. I just had a Coca-Cola.
How's Stugotz doing, by the way, after that?
I haven't
Dr.
heard
Pepper?
back. I'm a little worried.
Me
Yeah.
too.
I'm scared.
That's not good.
Not really worried about Kate.
She's good.
She'll be
She's
all right.
good.
Yeah,
all
she's
right.
fine.
Yeah.
I had a few Tums because I get heartburn when I don't sleep well at night, and Reader did not sleep well last night. Does that count as performance enhancing?
Last night being
Like 3 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like Thursday
No.
into today.
Today's the morning. Today's Saturday now.
Yeah.
So last night's Friday night.
I mean, what is time really?
Okay, Woody.
Flat circle.
What kind of Tums we talking here? Love a good Tums talk.
Extra strength, 750 milligrams, generic brand,
Ooh.
not the chewy
So you're not
kind.
having Tums.
Yeah, no, you're not having Tums.
no.
You're not having Tums.
What would you call them?
Drugstore.
Antacid tablets?
Yeah, antacid tablets.
Okay,
yeah.
I had 2 antacid tablets. And doing the trick, but still have a little bit of heart pain.
I called myself the other day saying that I was gonna get an Uber when I was gonna get a Lyft.
I'm surprised you don't say you hail an Uber.
Taxi?
Yeah. I actually, while ordering a Lyft, I saw a taxi cab go by, and I really wanted to just stick my arm up and.
Do you feel bad for taxi drivers? I do.
Why?
Yeah,
because
the-
of how much their
the-
business has been cannibalized by Uber,
The ones in New
Or-
York
or
got,
just- or-
got
or-
completely
or
screwed over.
or just because being a taxi driver seems sad. There's like a film of Taxi Cab where it's like a very pungent odor that is in every taxi cab that has ever
I
existed.
like taxis.
I feel like that's a stereotype. Though.
Billy, when was the last time you were in a taxi?
When we had that New York show like 2 years
How long
ago.
ago was that?
2 years ago,
No.
maybe.
Try again.
No, it was 2 years ago. Wasn't it 2019? 24 months ago.
Thank you.
That's what you were building to. You were trying to get Billy to do months with you.
Yeah, he got it.
I'm sharp as something sharp right now.
Tack?
I'm not, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Eating this breakfast bowl.
Sharp as Greg Cody.
Yeah.
I'm worried about your chest pains though. What if it's not heartburn?
I guess we'll find out.
Because I have chest pains too.
Where? What side?
On my chest.
Oh, like middle? Left? Right?
It was left,
The
which
one
is
left,
the
right?
concerning
Yeah.
side.
Yeah.
And then I had on the right side.
Mine's on the left too.
Now it's back to the left. It's jumping. Do you have jumping pains ever, you guys?
Jumping.
So your heart is literally on fire?
Yeah. I mean, I also like slept with a bra on, which is generally just a chest pain situation. So, not to like, pivot to something that none of you have an opinion on, but I also didn't want to lie and then that would be awkward and like feel like I couldn't say that out loud. So I just said it. And it's 5 a.m. So, whatever.
There are sleeping bras for this very reason.
Yeah, I
So
wasn't really feeling like changing into one here.
Yeah.
I just felt like I
got
should
you.
just fall asleep in what I
I'm
was
on my
wearing.
third outfit. I regret not bringing a fourth, quite honestly. Yeah, lots of sweat. I'm tired. The adrenal output to do this it's a lot.
Your eyes look a little droopy.
I'm gonna get my second win. I will, but right now I am feeling it.
But
Like,
it's also because I would say our current mode and probably Greg Cody's mode and the tail end of the Cinephobe mode was very casual. So this is probably not, this is in some ways a heavier lift might help you because it would keep you engaged.
Also,
whereas,
just like what I said too about the just general lift. of
Yeah,
everything.
but like I found the times where I felt most tired today is when I was doing the least.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, because when you're kind of in a constant mode of adrenaline, it's enough to get you going. Whereas now you've kind of settled down. You're not really in the 5-alarm fire that a lot of this broadcast probably felt like to you. And so now that it's calmed down, your probably production of adrenaline has gone down.
It makes all the sense in the world.
I earlier today said that I kind of feel like Jason Statham in Crank. If I sit down or lie down in any moment, that I'm going to just completely collapse and not be able to recover.
Your energy is strong right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think you could kill someone?
Good question.
Because Jason Statham's killed a bunch of people. I don't think you could. I couldn't.
How
I
would
don't
you
think
do
I
it?
could.
I think you have.
Yeah. How could you do it?
Like if you had to kill me right now and I wasn't fighting back, like you would just strangle me with my
You
neck?
wouldn't kill for your children?
Wow.
I mean, of course.
Now there's stakes.
I have to say yes to that.
But now you're killing people's children.
No, but what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is, everyone says that they won't kill, but you have to be pressed into the situation to kill in order to really understand what that's like. And so,
Except for people who just
I'm looking
kill
at you
people.
way too intently in your eyes right now. I'm
You are.
you said,
I'm like, is he
you're
gonna kill
giving
me?
off mad for your child.
Yeah,
Should we pivot to
worried about
the
you.
game show that we were gonna play? I'm deeply disturbed.
I'm trying to entertain Billy's question, which is to say, no, I don't think I can kill someone.
But you never know until you're put in that position.
But you don't know until you're pressed into action.
Great point. You never know.
Yo, chicken guy.
I think you've killed somebody.
What do you know about him? I think you're an assassin. He does have kind of dead eyes.
Mike, why did you fire off the sound and then offer no effort into being a chicken?
Because I think you've killed somebody.
Yeah.
You do seem like the type that could kill someone and not really have any remorse and just keep going about your day.
Yeah, like you'll like read a newspaper over a corpse.
Yeah.
No.
Then he puts on his gloves. He's like,
you're not even denying this. Like do like going like you'll just.
I earlier mispronounced a word and I haven't been able to forgive myself for it.
Yeah.
How do you guys
Then
think that I
deny
could
it.
kill
Why
someone?
won't you deny
What
it?
word?
I haven't killed anybody.
Oh, that is not at all convincing.
I am.
I was just messing around.
Well, you convinced
But-
me.
Has Woody
that
ever
you are
killed
killing.
anyone?
That's the most guilty denial of all time, Woody. That was bad. You need to practice that before you do it in front of the jury.
So what's the proper? Okay, you guys would have seized on any tone that I came at that with. If I just said, "I've never killed anyone,"
Maybe you're right.
Oh my God! No,
Maybe
that's
you're right.
worse,
I think.
But
That'd be
I
worse.
know for sure the tone that you went with was not landing right with me.
Yeah, not
I'm
good.
comfortable in the knowledge that I've never killed anybody. So
Are you?
yeah.
Whoa,
Okay.
he just stared at me way too
Well,
long.
I'm uncomfortable. This room
I
has a
saw
weird
that.
vibe.
Yeah.
Did
I
you
am
guys
glad
see
I'm
that?
not in that room.
Yeah.
I am glad I'm
Do you want me to
Orange.
close my eyes for the rest of the show?
You're scaring me a little.
Yeah.
I'm just
That was
being honest.
terrifying. Cody, you saw that,
Yeah,
right?
there's a whole
Holy
vibe in this room
shit.
right now that I'm with Mike. Woody's killed someone.
And then he just casually puts on his like bedtime slippers.
Supper slippers.
Yeah.
Jess, did you
You
hear?
own a robe, right?
No, I don't.
Oh,
Shocking.
man.
Did you hear in the last?
I should have said yes just for the bit, but no, I don't.
What do you
I
sleep
don't own
in?
a robe. Basketball shorts and a t-shirt.
Basketball
shorts.
Basketball shorts?
Yeah.
Why not
Wow.
just boxers?
Yeah.
What's wrong with just boxers?
I don't like it. It's too.
But he also gels his hair to go
It's
to
too
sleep.
out in
That's
the world
what I wanted
for me.
to see if Jessica heard
Out in
that.
the world.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I woke up to that. That was like what I woke up, fired up the YouTube stream from like a room away from here, and heard you say that you go to sleep with your hair already
He
gelled.
gels his hair to go to sleep.
That is fucking weird, Woody.
I thought that was a joke. Wait, that's a real thing?
Yeah.
You said.
Yeah.
Why do you do that?
Because I don't like the feeling of hair that is not in shape. I feel like I'm pulling at it. I don't like my hair in hats. I don't like my hair not gelled because I constantly have like a dryness and irritation.
Yeah, you constantly have that because you're going to bed with hair product in your
murder.
in your
Perhaps.
lips.
There is something to morning
There's
after
something a
hair.
Do you
murderer
not
does.
have druff?
Morning after hair is a thing,
no,
though.
I don't have druff.
You should have Druff if you go to, because you look like you got a lot of product in that hair.
Yeah. It's not too much.
I feel like your hair is so hard that could be your murder weapon. Like that's how you kill
You
people.
just headbutt people and that's it.
And the blood just slides right off of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't his hair look like sharp?
Yeah,
I've been told that my hair is very
Blood
sharp.
gel. That's what it is. Yeah.
Blood gel.
Blood gel.
Blood gel.
You use the blood as gel.
Yeah, I use the blood of my victims to gel.
How
my
many
hair.
hours a
That's
day is your
exactly-
hair not done?
Well, if you're
0.
Yeah.
Zero? Only in the shower is it
Yeah,
not
only
done?
in the shower.
Wait,
and
but
in
you
the very
take,
short period.
hold on. You said you take morning showers, so you go to bed, you gel your hair before you go to bed. You wake up, you take a shower, and then you gel your hair again.
Okay, so
you shampoo your hair?
so this was in the occasion that I take an evening shower, right? So if I take an evening shower, I will gel my hair afterwards prior to going to bed. Now, for the most part, I gel my hair in the morning and I carry it through all the way throughout the day. I go to bed with the same gel in my hair and wake up the next morning with, some dried out hair. If I have to go out in public, I splash some water in it so it doesn't look like there's,
I was gonna say, isn't that what you do just anyway? You just go to bed with the messed up hair already?
It's
Or
not
why
messed up though because this
Are you not
this
worried about
gel's
the
good stuff.
repercussions of gelling your hair that much? Because there's got to
Right.
be repercussions.
For me, the only repercussions that could come is a
correction.
Who said it right?
I think it's repercussions.
Repercussions.
I think they're both correct. I'm going to go ahead and say they're both correct.
I want to know how many times in your life you've left the house without doing your hair.
Only to go get haircuts.
Wow,
So-
so you go au natural to get a haircut.
Correct, and I hate every second of it.
And what do
You
they
wear a
say
hat,
when
do you-
they see
will
it?
you wear a hat then?
Well, yes, I will wear a hat then. Actually, yeah,
Really?
yeah, I'll wear a hat, but then I toss it in the passenger side of the car. Zach Harper, yes.
So I don't do gel in my hair. I do a matte cream. But
Look at you.
I'm with
You
Whit-
got a hair. You got some
LA
hair.
Thank
guy.
you.
You got some
I'm
hair.
with
Yeah, it's
Witty
good.
that you do have to put some product in your hair before
Do
you
you,
go to
do you
sleep.
blow dry your hair so the matte cream can take effect?
So here's what you do. You're gonna
Yeah.
get out of the shower. You're gonna dry your hair with a
Drying
towel.
hair, Billy,
Yep.
what is
You're gonna
this?
put a little bit of product
I
in.
don't know.
Mhm.
You're gonna put a little bit of product in. You're gonna blow dry on a very low push,
Yeah.
and then you're gonna use maybe a little bit of a comb, and then you're gonna finish it off with exactly how much you need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see because I would like to use drier. I use a very liquidy gel.
Right.
Because if I use a drier product, the hair gets frizzy
I
very
get that.
quickly.
I totally get
yeah.
that. Yeah.
So I need to invest in a hair dryer in order to.
I think we're all missing the point, which is that Witty is basically the equivalent of a never nude, but for his hair. He's
Well, I'm a never nude. Period.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Revelation.
Yeah.
Somebody mark that down.
Yeah.
I feel like it.
Period.
What?
That's
I mean,
What?
yeah.
when you say period.
I don't like being naked.
Right.
You take a shower with your bathing suit on.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Come
that's-
on.
That's what that
No,
means.
no, never nude is everywhere
Never-
outside
Yeah,
of the
But
shower.
it's
But,
never
like,
nude.
Other than
No,
when
it
I'm
includes the shower.
Yeah.
No, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Never
no,
nude,
I'm not
that's in the
that.
name.
I'm not that extreme.
Oh my
Mostly-
God, Chris Whittingham's a never nude.
Yeah, mostly never nude.
You're a murderer, dude. I'm telling you. And by the way, the people voting, 74.1% say yes, Witty has killed someone.
Oh my God.
You know,
Yeah.
Overwhelming.
that's generally how murder works. It's what people have determined on a poll on Twitter whether or not you've murdered someone.
I really hope
agitating
you
them.
never get accused of something and then this
Someone finds this video.
yeah.
Hour 18.
the prosecutor plays
Of
this
the
at
marathon
Well, you're also
trial.
really bad
I
at
rest my
denying
case.
that you've murdered someone. Like that's kind of
because
the scary
I feel
part.
no desire to explain myself when I very clearly never murdered someone.
Is that clear though? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that clear.
So you think if I was in a jury in front of a jury of my peers
You
that
are.
I'm not making a convincing
You're
argument?
not. You are and you're not.
But I've not been charged with a crime, so
The crime is that you gel your hair before bed and you're a never
Yeah.
nude. Like you need to
Yeah.
defend yourself.
Psycho.
I mean, yeah, I don't like the feeling of not having my hair gelled. It's just it makes me. Oh, by the way, the only repercussions I didn't finish this. My
Good
hair is graying at a rate of speed.
Okay, but
and
so
I,
is mine,
I think
and I
that's
don't use
gel
gel.
related.
Where,
oh, okay.
where are the grays?
Well, the gel actually hides them remarkably well. They're generally here on the entrance points of either side of my hair. There's a
Your
significant
entradas.
thatches.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your entradas.
yeah. I also had a gray nose hair the other day, and that was
How did you
terrifying.
Find the gray nose hair? Like, did you?
Because
see
it was shiny. It was shiny. Yeah, it was. I was like,
Silver fox.
yeah. You know, and you know what? I'm gonna lean into our video producer Jason Gallagher is graying hair. I think it looks great.
You gotta do it.
I think leaning into gray, leaning into silver, every man should. I don't know why any man paints their hair. I really don't.
Wow.
I mean, but you just admitted to using this gel to hide your graying hair.
No,
so.
I'm saying that is the byproduct of the gel. I'm not saying that it's its function. Although I have used, there is a type of gel from the maker that I use that does blacken your hair.
Who's
your maker? Yeah.
It's Rolda, I think, is what it's called.
How much does this cost?
Yeah,
It's like 18 quid.
A month?
Okay.
A month?
Jesus.
No,
18 quid a month?
It's 18 quid for like a giant tub. It usually lasts me like between 6 and 8 weeks.
It's just a month
All right,
and a half.
this is taking way too long to get the fancy
Yeah,
lad
the
sound ready.
computers.
Yeah, you know,
Buffering.
PC bow, you know.
Chris Whittingham is a fancy lad.
Had a cursor issue there.
Should we play our trivia game?
I was gonna say this isn't
way-
what we were supposed to be
This is
doing.
way too me-centric as well.
I
This whole
agree.
thing is
We're
turned into
learning
this
too
is turned
much.
into grilling me.
There's been a lot of revelations, though, Chris. We had to, you know.
Listen,
set some things straight.
you know, one of the things that I think this show allows its cast members to do is just be completely honest with yourself and with the audience. And I've just decided, you know what? I've got quirks. I'm a quirky personality, and you know what? I'm free to admit them in a public square.
Billy, what's going on back there? What were you just handed?
Yeah, there was hand rubbing because
Our
the
Cuban
coffee has arrived.
Yeah.
We have cafecito.
Yeah, there's
Great
cafecito.
from
Yeah.
the bulletproof
Espumita
vest.
is
I
insane
give you
right
permission to get up from your chair right now and go grab some.
Oh, he'll come in here. He'll come to
A
us.
hint of nutmeg in here?
I legit like my heart might explode.
Really?
My heart's not doing well
But
right now.
aren't you tired?
Maybe don't
Yeah.
drink it then.
But why would your heart explode?
Because I already have chest pains.
There's cinnamon in this.
Yeah, definitely.
There's cinnamon in
There's
it?
cinnamon in
You
this.
described it as
God,
heart
wait a
Little
second.
whip.
Look at
Yeah.
that. Wait a sec. Chris
And I feel
Cody,
like,
get in here, man.
You know,
No,
come on in.
it'll
Ooh, a little
circulate.
whipped cream.
A little whipped cream. Goodness me.
That's not gonna make it into
Is
that.
that-
almost
is
like
that-
an autumnal
okay.
cortadito.
It's
Yeah, let it cool down.
There's a little bit of
Okay.
fall.
spice
Okay.
here.
We need to credit the
Yeah.
people.
There's a little bit of fall.
I think in
Got a
this,
good nose on it.
in this hour, I think we should credit the people that have been involved behind the scenes.
Yes.
There's
Oh
a
my God,
woman who's our
yes.
production manager, Hilda.
Oh, so good.
Who has been an absolute saint.
Jason Gallagher
name's
and all
Hilda.
Jason Gallagher,
All
in
the-
on
all the
video team,
social
but,
team
But Hilda, I
behind it?
asked Hilda
It's
for
Hildy.
But
Yeah,
it's
Hildy.
No,
it's
it's
short.
Hildy.
It's short for Idalisa, and
Yeah.
so Hilda could reasonably be.
Do you want
a
me to bring her
pronunciation
over
of that.
here and ask her? What
Sure. I mean, yeah, you can have her come over, but
She's probably doing
I
something
asked her-
super important right now.
Exactly.
She's literally
so
running the
she
show.
organized our chicken wing eating contest. Just got it done. We showed up and there's a plate of wings there. I asked her for Tylenol earlier, and I've asked her for a million different things, and it's all taken care
I
of.
should have asked her for flan.
And
because
I wonder if she organized.
Yeah. Well, shout out to this coffee. What's your name?
Forgive me, sir. What's your name? David. How did you arrive at this studio?
in a car.
No,
like,
No,
like a
I
human
mean, like,
being.
who organized for your
Right, a
presence?
weird room over here? What are you talking about?
He's one of the production guys. But you just have a case that says literally Miami with every kind of coffee you can make.
I was privileged enough to do the Super Bowl radio show with these gentlemen, and I showed up with my coffee maker. Somebody had.
So you're responsible for Trey Wingo being addicted
That's
to Cuban
right.
coffee.
That's
Thank
right.
you for
That's
bringing
Trey's
me back.
plug.
Thank you, absolutely, because that is my favorite clip. That is my claim to fame. Just Wingo going ape for some coffee.
Yeah. You can say ape shit. It's fine.
I realize where we are.
Yeah.
We can say
Yeah.
ape shit.
Yeah.
That was the best.
Okay.
So now you
Shout out to David.
Thank you so much, David. For I don't want any. No,
You've given
no,
coffee to.
I don't want coffee. Period. No, I'm
Do
done. No.
You've given coffee to Trey Wingo
Oh
and
my
now to a
God,
murderer.
David just crushed that. David, my
Chris, you want
man.
any? Oh, you got some? Okay.
Hello?
No.
Down the hatch. You guys already did yours?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a little sippy sip. Gonna take it easy for now.
All right.
I might actually die.
All right. So Hilda's arrived in the studio. First
So,
off,
hold on. What did you call her?
Hilda. Yeah. Is that okay? Is it okay that I called you Hilda, not Hildy?
No, it's not. It's like childhood trauma.
Childhood trauma.
Like Broomhilda, Hildegard.
Oh.
I love that you made
Yeah,
him.
thanks for bringing
Kids
that
are
back.
assholes. Wait.
I
just
told you it
love
was
it.
Hildy, Woody. I like 6 hours ago, and you didn't take my word for
no,
it.
but I rationalized knowing what her full name was, and so
But
I
you could just say
determined
you're
that it was
wrong,
okay.
Did you guys notice how excited he got when he said childhood trauma? That's a red flag.
Yeah,
That's not ideal.
Sociopath.
So fucked up,
Does he
Woody.
look like he's capable of murdering someone?
With calling me Hilda for sure.
Oh,
Like,
God. See?
Anybody would murder Hilda.
Yeah. 72%.
72?
Well, that's +1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Well, I invited her in here to thank you for everything that you've done for our production, which is not yet completed, but still, I think we should have used at least a bit of this time to thank you. So thank you, Hildy.
Yes.
And forgive me for mispronouncing your name for 17
Let's
hours.
do a round of applause for the whole crew. Yeah.
For the whole crew.
Behind the scenes.
For the whole
Everyone
crew.
behind the scenes.
Security, everything.
Incredible work, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
We're so grateful. Woody,
I dropped some cans.
Yep.
You guys want to play this game?
Yeah.
All right, so Roy, there's actually a folder in the 24-hour stunt folder. That's a Jessica trivia game.
This is a little game we like to call production.
Yeah, I mean, we have sounds to go with these. So I can make it more interesting.
Theater of the mind.
All right, what we're going to do
Hang on a second. Have you seen what your shot glass says? It says Dan's secret stuff.
Oh, that's adorable.
Oh my God. This
know
is
that
the
joke?
cutest shit I've ever seen.
Does all of yours say Dan's secret
Look
stuff?
at this.
I love that.
Look at it says there we go.
Get a little shot of
Get
it?
A little shot of it. Dan's
Yeah.
secret stuff. That is fucking adorable. There, I said it. That's really cute shit.
It has been said.
Love that. And it tastes amazing. This might be the best cafecito I've ever had.
Yeah, it was really
Wow.
Little cinnamony, pumpkin spice latte vibes. Good shit.
You crushed some Starbucks in October?
You know I love a PSL, Woody.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Took me a second, but I got it. All right. So we're ready. So are we ready? Do we have the
I
sounds
think I'm
prepared?
going to go in there to help produce this.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Go on, Chris.
Go for it, Chris.
Now, I believe. Can I explain what the concept of the game is? Okay. So. Obviously, Jessica is newest in some respects to the proceedings. I'm also new to actually working for this show, but I've been listening for a very long time, for more than 10 years, so I know a lot of the inside gags. Now, for the most part, Jessica does not, right? So
I would say that that's kind of unfair, but we'll see. We'll see how I do.
yeah, but I mean, some of these jokes stretch back a very long time.
Yeah, I think the
There are
older they are,
dynamics,
the less of a
and
chance
in
I have
particular,
of
they're
knowing it.
revelations that people have made about themselves. That is what Chris has mostly put together. So he's organizing all of his sounds. So basically the concept of the game will be Chris will ask you a question. You will guess which member of the show is most likely to have said or done X thing. And then Chris will play the corresponding audio that reveals the answer to said question. Go on, Billy.
I have a question. Can I play too?
Sure, you'll probably know all the answers.
Well,
though.
I'll get some wrong just to make it competitive, but I feel like it works best if
as
there's
competition.
people competing. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We'll do that then. So, Chris, do you have the first question ready?
Yes, I do. Here we go. All right, Jessica.
And Billy.
Who on the show once admitted to accidentally doing a shot of rubbing alcohol when they were in college?
Ooh. Okay, can you give me like multiple choice? Who am I allowed to guess from? Is it like
It's like the everyday members
Dan,
of the show.
Stugotz, Roy, Mike, Billy, Chris Cody, myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are your choices.
Okay, so like not Tony, not
Right.
Cortez.
No, well,
you.
We're adding multiple options.
Was Tony involved?
You never know.
There's no Tony answers. I just.
Okay.
I don't,
Wow, spoiler alert.
Oh, Chris, thanks.
I was just like, I
ruined
didn't.
it for her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I didn't mean to cause divisiveness.
No, I mean,
Okay, hang on. But before we carry on, Tony, can we tell the story about how your big reveal today got blown?
Well, no,
Because-
it's not. It's hold on, Chris. Wait,
we still.
spoiler
oh,
alert.
we're
We
still
still
gonna do
time?
still have another 20-something odd
Okay,
hours
but
here.
the
No, no,
reveal was that you
right
work.
now.
Feels like
The
it.
6.5
6.5.
was that you work for Meadowlark Media now, and you're on this, so we know you work for Meadowlark Media now.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean,
So-
the big reveal still hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, no, he
But
hasn't
the big-
revealed
but the
himself
big-
yet.
But the,
No, the big reveal though.
no,
the
big
big one,
reveal
no.
is supposed to be the reveal.
Nah, I mean that's
No,
the big
like
one.
it's like a
You-
soft
you-
open.
Exactly.
It's like a soft open.
Exactly.
So this is
Exactly.
the soft open of
Yes.
Tony.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. He's not officially revealed yet.
Right. Right.
We're just kind
Okay.
of seeing how he plays.
Is
We
that going
wanna
to happen
send
within the
this.
24 hours, or is
Yeah.
it still
Maybe.
to
It
come?
will. It will.
Okay.
When we're on hour like 22 and everybody's just kind of seeing triple of each other,
Yeah.
that's when I strike.
You'll be like LeBron and pick the middle one.
Exactly.
All right, so
he's
should I
so
guess?
Full of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My guess
Who, me?
is
No, LeBron.
the one and only Stugotz.
All right, she guesses Stugotz. Let's see if she's correct.
Billy, who do you think?
Ooh, Poppy.
All right, let's see if she's correct.
No, I had a crush on Betty Ross.
Oh, wrong sound.
What the fuck? God, what the hell's going on right now?
Off to a
Thank
flying
God,
start,
man.
Chris.
Now we know
Terrestrial
Betty
radio.
Radio is going to be Stu guys. God bless Zach Harper, by the way, for still being here.
My
Yeah.
heart is pounding.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I don't. Yeah.
We're ready.
I'm just so mad at myself.
Yeah,
All right,
right one?
let's see the answer. We're gonna fix this in post, right?
No.
All right, good.
Yeah,
this is
Mark.
This is
All right.
live on YouTube.
All right, let's see who took a shot of rubbing alcohol in college.
I was doing shots of vodka in my room, and the earring was in some sort of, it was in alcohol, like real alcohol. And it was sitting there. I was disinfecting it, and then we took it out, and it was in a shot glass. But we had shots of vodka all over the my desk table and my desk in my dorm room. And we put the earring in, and then we started doing shots again, and I actually did the shot of alcohol. I drank that alcohol, man. I spent the night in the emergency room. You know the alcohol that comes in the brown bottle?
Right.
Yeah, my mouth started foaming.
By the way, that's hydrogen peroxide, not alcohol. You got that wrong.
Classic. Did
Don't
he
drink
swallow
either.
the earring too?
I mean, everything we know about that story was in the sound, so we'll have to inquire with Stugotz
I'm
for
gonna have
further
to follow
details.
up.
Moving on.
Can I very quickly say that we're presented by Verizon 5G built right?
Yes, please.
Thanks.
We're
Woody.
presented by Verizon 5G built right.
All right.
Which two members of the show once admitted to having a crush on Jessica Rabbit?
Who hasn't had a crush on Jessica Rabbit?
Well, all right, make that
She's
3
hot.
people.
I'm gonna say one is Mike, one is Billy.
Here it is from the content box. Did you ever have a crush on a cartoon character?
Oh, can I go? This isn't my question, but I did. Jessica Rabbit. Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yes. I think
She was married to Roger Rabbit, even though he was a bunny and she was a humanoid, but they were both cartoons. Jessica Rabbit, am I right, folks?
I'm with you. I'm actually right with you there, Mike. Are we allowed to leer at her in 2019?
She's a cartoon.
Because but I think you're totally right, because it's the same thing for me. It's really the only nominee. It would be the Hall of Fame. We all had a crush on her.
All right, so you got 1 out of 2 there. I don't know, is that right or wrong? We'll give you. There
Yeah,
you go.
I think I get 1.5.
All right, now who on the show admitted to having a crush on Betty Rubble growing up?
Stugotz.
No, I had a crush
Cody.
on Betty Rubble. Oh, wow.
What?
Chris, you have to
Who
leave
is
room.
that, by
You have
the
to
way?
leave room for Billy to guess.
Why is Billy playing? He knows all the answers.
No, he's
Well, now we're
guessing. He's
competing.
playing the
It's a
game. It's a
competition.
I get it.
competition.
Yeah.
Wait,
We
Betty.
established the rules.
Somehow he's winning.
Betty Rubble?
Yeah, Betty Rubble.
Who's Betty Rubble?
Oh no.
Oh
No,
This is not real.
No.
Betty
You
Ru-
Googling
oh,
Betty
from,
Rubble? Yes, she is.
From the Jetsons.
Let's
from
let her
the
find
Jetsons,
it.
Yeah. That's a kind of a weird
It's
one.
not from the Jetsons.
It's not
I
from the
guess she's
Jetsons.
cute. Or the
Wait.
Flintstones, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Right.
Went from
Someone
bad
said
to
the
worse.
Jo-
You
someone-
made
someone-
me doubt. I thought for a second.
Billy, go.
I thought for a second that Betty Rubble was on the Jetsons. Like, wait a second. Have I been wrong this whole time?
Billy.
Yes. You know they had a crossover, the Jetsons and the
I did
the
know that, yeah.
Flintstones?
I didn't know
Yeah.
Betty Rubble, like,
Incredible.
I didn't know her name, but I know who she is, obviously.
Right.
Duh.
Okay.
Flintstones.
Sure.
You talk about me not being convincing. That was not very convincing that you knew who Betty Rubble was this whole
Pebbles.
time.
All right, moving on. Who on the show once called Blink 182 Blink 192?
Oh wow.
Oh my God. That's good.
Mike, obviously. Classic Mike.
I'm gonna say Dan.
Billy, I guess.
He did already.
Mike, yeah.
The Bahamas is actually the perfect place for Ja Rule to run a scam festival, because I could see you thinking, oh, beautiful islands, Blink 192, Migos.
That's a fine.
Oh, Blink 182. Oh, bleep it. Do I get fined for that?
Yes, you do.
Yes, you get fined.
I thought they were names
So
of people,
bad.
not
Just
bands.
names in general. I mean, come on,
Blink
man.
192.
I know, I made it 192. That's funny.
You put this in place, man. You know what? I still owe $1 from
No,
last
no,
week
but
as
wait a
well.
minute.
No,
Well,
you
from
don't.
last
You
week.
do.
I
You
owe
Hold
$1.
on.
That should be more than $1, Dan.
How's this going? Should we keep going?
I'll say this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's good.
it's
I
good.
like it.
Not just that, but the people watching on YouTube are playing along and they're guessing in the chat.
Oh,
so.
awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, this is fun. Okay, also, like, I don't know how many you have, but so far we've done 4, and I have 3.5 out of 4 right. So I think, like,
Well done. Well
let's
done.
have a little pat on the back.
I will also say that I wanted to re-listen to that sound to hear the confidence with which Dan said that name, because normally I know when a mispronounced name or a missaid name is coming because he approaches it with a certain degree of trepidation. He said that with a fair bit of confidence and still was certain that it was Blink 192.
Because I could see you thinking, oh, beautiful islands. Blink 192.
He was so certain that it was Blink 192.
That just is not a catchy name for a band.
No. Blink
Yeah, he should've
192, even if they sing all the small things, which we can all agree is a banger.
That's like if your
So
band's
good.
name was like 57 Degrees. Not catchy at all. Not catchy.
But 98 degrees.
Catchy.
Very catchy.
Very
Yeah.
catchy.
So where in the 90s do you have to get to for it to not be a successful band? Because I think 97 Degrees is still a good band. No,
99
no,
is
you don't think 97 would have made it, Billy?
No.
Seven's,
Not even a
seven's a
fever.
bad number. Yeah, right, Billy? Seven's a bad number.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
A group?
Well,
that's a fine.
99
He's a
degrees.
snob over here.
99 degrees is okay. I think 95 degrees would be. This doesn't make any sense.
No, 99 degrees is too hot.
What's too cold for your body, by the way, now that we're talking about temperatures? Because do you ever take your temperature and like, I feel like this is too cold. I should see someone about this.
I think below 96 is not good.
You never
like,
hear
might
that.
Be,
That
you
is
might be
true.
dead.
It's never like I had the opposite of a fever, man.
My
I
body
had the
runs
chills.
cold. I don't know about you guys. I run cold when I take my temperature. Maybe we can ask Hilda to get us a thermometer.
Hildy.
She'll do it.
Hildy.
Like she'll come back in 10
Assholes.
minutes.
Can we get her fucking name right? She put all this shit together for
Yes.
us. It's Hildy.
All right, moving on. Who once didn't know what the movie Forrest Gump was called?
Wow.
Ooh.
That's breaking news.
Forrest Gump.
What's breaking news?
98.6 is wrong, according to this thing Mike's showing me.
It's
on his
higher
phone.
now, right?
It's
It's
global
higher.
warming.
It can be higher now. Yeah. Oh, cool.
Humans are getting cooler.
Climate change to do that to you.
I'm going to guess Chris Cody.
That's a solid guess. Billy, do you have a guess on who didn't know what the movie Forrest Gump was called?
Ooh, man. Roy.
Let's find out.
Dan doesn't know what the movie Forrest Gump is called.
Can you see it all?
Yes,
yeah,
we
got
can see
you.
it.
We
Yes,
got
we
you.
can see
We
it.
got you.
Right now,
We
we've got you on the couch. Yes. Here he goes out for a bomb. Number 9, M. Smith. It's thrown deep. Oh, don't run into that ladder.
Oh, nice
I got
catch.
so scared.
Yes, he's still running.
This is Marty Smith playing football on the White House
Forrest
lawn.
Gump in that movie. He's left. He's
In that movie, Forrest Gump.
Oh, man.
All right. Who once admitted to catfishing their high school girlfriend to see if they were faithful?
That's weird.
97.5. That's
Wow.
the new normal.
That's a whole degree lower than what you thought it was.
It is weird.
So do you still run cold then, Billy, or now with this new perspective, are you running normal?
Well, now I'm thinking I may be getting a fever.
Oh, boy.
sometimes. Wait, are fevers now lower than they were before?
Yeah, I think it's probably now if you're running above 99, maybe.
Oh, no.
In the era of COVID, did you guys ever do like the measurements of temperature to your forehead, and you were running a fever, but it's because you were sitting in your hot car for too long? I actually was nearly denied the ability to do an Inter-Miami broadcast because they take your temperature, and I was like sat in my car for 20 minutes before I walked in, and I came in at 101. But it was only because it was really hot in my car.
What do you just turn the AC on in your car?
I know. I mean, I don't generally like to run AC that much, but either like I wasn't uncomfortable.
Are you an always windows down kind of guy?
No,
What?
I don't run AC that much.
Well, like a lot
What
of
does
people.
that mean?
Just in
though?
your car, like
Yeah.
at home.
No, yeah, I actually in my home never run AC.
You're a murderer.
What?
You're a murderer.
You
I live in a
South Florida.
I live in a
Usually.
studio.
Fans.
I live in a studio apartment. The building is kept pretty
You've killed
cold,
people.
Oh my
and
god.
the fan usually keeps me cold enough.
This is crazier than gelling your hair before bed.
Yeah, I'm not really that much of an AC guy.
What? I'm so
You're weird, dude.
disturbed.
Wow.
You to say that.
All right, my guess is Billy Gill for the
Borderline Senado
catfishing
León.
because that's a weird move, and Billy's kind of a weird guy. No offense, Billy.
Well-
that's not an insult. It's not an insult.
that could really hard
Whittingham's
not
weird.
to take that as an
I'm
insult.
weird.
Yeah. Basically, for more details, it was
feel
like they
better.
made a Facebook page to, and tried to friend request their girlfriend,
Oh.
and just
in high school.
just to see if their girlfriend would.
When did this happen, Chris?
What was the person in high school?
Yeah.
This
Oh,
is Chris.
I feel like it has to be Whittingham,
Okay.
All right, let's
find
find
out.
out.
just for age reasons.
What's the most Brian Colangelo-y thing you guys have ever done? Because I have a nominee that I did. Really? When I was in high school, I had a girlfriend, and this was actually after high school because it was Facebook, and I created a Facebook account of just a random person, and I requested my girlfriend to see if she would accept.
So you catfished your girlfriend?
Yeah, it didn't work. I had a good one.
Did you have a picture?
Yeah.
Whose
I
picture was
Googled.
it?
I just Googled like good-looking model, and it was just a random dude. So I went for what I thought she'd be into. It was like a blonde guy, good-looking, good body.
Whose picture did you use?
I don't know. It was just a Google image.
You just Googled blonde guy?
Yeah, and I think his name was like Jack.
Oh, that's
Jack Ritter or something. I think that was my name.
Jack Ritter?
And
was the photo was a guy named Jack Ritter, or was your catfish character
No,
Jack Ritter?
I created an account, a Facebook account of a guy named Jack Ritter, and he was very good looking. And then I requested my current girlfriend,
Jack Ritter,
and she did accept the friend request. But when
where did Jack Ritter go to school?
I'm just imagining, like, you see on the side it says "See Cody at FAU."
Oh no.
How sophisticated?
Burner email too.
Burner email?
Yeah.
Whoa, what was the burner email?
jritter@gmail.
I'm kind of sad listening back to that because, like, you're
Wait,
saying.
hang on a second.
Chris, I did not recognize your voice at all.
Oh.
I
was
literally- I
asking.
literally
She,
was
mou-
like,
she
who
mouthed
is
me
that?
4 times. Who is that?
It wasn't until the very end that
Chris,
it
has
sounded
your voice
like you.
changed?
I don't know.
It didn't
Has
sound
it?
like you.
I mean, I'm tired right now. It's 6 a.m., but I'm talking. And should I
You
play
are?
the
Has
game?
it? You are
Is
talking.
it? I don't know
Isn't
if my voice has changed.
Welcome to
Right now, it
Mystery
sounds different because I'm
It didn't
tired.
sound like you at all.
That makes me sad because in the thing you admit to picking out a picture of what you think your girlfriend would have been into, and it was not you.
Well, like, it couldn't be me. Then I had to pick someone
Well,
else.
she should be into you.
Was she cheating though? Like what
No,
happened?
that's what I mean. Like
How did
I
it end?
DM'd her from the Jack Ritter, and she like didn't respond. Like it was, she
And-
did accept the friend request. So it was like
Now she's your wife?
no.
Wow, how did that? How
Would've
did
been a
that
good fairy
relationship
tale
end?
ending.
Yeah.
That relationship ended like most of them do.
Heartbreak?
Just ended.
What?
That's a Whittingham
What?
answer.
Yeah, no, I mean,
yeah.
I don't think
I don't-
any relationship just.
It was a
ends.
high school relationship. I don't remember like the details. Of
Were you
how it ended.
heartbroken?
Did you kill her?
That's not
Wow.
him.
You never know. All right, moving on.
I think that's go for I was broken
like
up
we
with.
need to know now.
He was definitely broken up
definitely
with.
dumped.
You definitely dumped.
Like really
100%
savagely.
dumped.
I think she might be dating John Rittenhouse or whatever.
Rittenhouse?
She's married to the catfish.
That's
guy.
Kyle's brother?
Oh my god.
Who once on the show had to bite into a raw onion and ended up in the hospital
Oh,
because
that's,
of it?
That's Billy,
Oh, okay.
obviously.
Yeah.
Everyone
Roy.
knows that.
My bad. Yeah. So here it is.
Oh,
That's what it sounded like.
There it is.
Sound is vivid.
Yeah, that was hard to watch, Billy.
Was it hard for you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was really hard for me. I would like an apology
I
for having to
apologize
watch
for putting
and
you
listen
through
to
that.
that. It was disgusting.
It's the worst.
It was gross. I hated it.
Still have PTSD from that.
Every pepper that was eaten tonight produced a similar kind of incredibly
crunch.
descriptive sound.
It was incredible, like how good Mullin's sound was when he was
Yeah.
biting into that.
Yeah,
And
considering
Bob
he's probably like on an iPad on Zoom, and like, by the way, can we stop using AirPods for interviews? It's
What?
enough already.
What do you mean?
Oh,
It's
come
enough.
on, come on.
If your sound is coming from your AirPods, it sounds like shit.
Right now, we're showing all the peppers that have been eaten today.
Ooh.
And what was your guys' favorite?
my
Like
God.
of all like the reactions, Bob Lee
Yeah.
cursing.
I couldn't believe he knew that word. I'm just gonna say it. I couldn't believe that Bob Lee knew the S word.
That was really good. Bob Lee definitely. I mean, Tom's like genuine distress was pretty impressive.
If you believe it.
I felt like Bob Costas cursed today. I feel like he's the leader in the clubhouse for most surprising curse.
Romy has a potty mouth, huh?
Yeah.
Very
yeah.
surprising.
That
Never
was
knew.
really cool.
Yeah.
I'm not even a huge Jim Rome guy, but that was really cool.
He dyes his hair, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
definitely.
I love
Another
Stugotz
bite!
and Tim.
I don't think Rome
was-
liked it.
No, I didn't.
After he was kind of like, "You're a hater," he threw in a hater comment at him one time.
He didn't have a great comeback. He
Right.
wasn't ready for it. Yeah. You know, he wishes he had that
Well,
one back.
that's not also how Smack Off works. Like that's why he
Right.
hit him with "You don't get the show" because it was just like this isn't a stand-up routine. You're supposed to just give a hot take.
I have an admission to make now that he's been gone for hours. I didn't know Rome is Burning is not the name of his show still, and I saw it on.
Really?
I saw it on
Rome
TV
is
like
Burning.
not
Jim Rome
Yeah,
is
it's
burning.
not 2009 anymore.
It's the same
Billy.
show. I hate to break it to Jim Rome, who's reinventing himself again while he's not here. It's the same show. What's different from his show now from what it was back then?
Wait, but isn't the podcast? He's doing a podcast that is a
He
new
still
show.
does a show though.
Oh yeah, the radio show is the same show.
Yeah.
Right.
So why would he
But
get upset
the
about people saying
podcast,
Rome is
no,
burning?
no, but the podcast is reinventing himself, right?
I mean,
So we'll see. We'll
Is he
see what he
singing and
does.
dan- what's he
We'll
doing
see.
that's
We'll see what he does with the podcast to kind of change things.
Rome is Burning ended the year I graduated high school, Billy.
Oh, we get it. You're
It's
young.
been a while. No, that's
Yeah.
my point. Is it's been a while.
What year was that?
2012.
Wow, I'm surprised. I'm surprised it was that recent. Zach, you're mortified that you're sitting next to someone who graduated high school in 2012.
I've been up for a long time. I already feel pretty broken right now.
Zach is old, man. Zach is an old guy.
A real old guy.
Who would have had Pat Riley, by the way, as the worst at Zoom today?
I would say, well, actually, Bob Costas would have been my minus 3,000 favorite because we had an experience with him doing a South Beach session during the pandemic, which made me think that he would have been terrible at Zoom. But Pat Riley being bad at Zoom doesn't really surprise me.
Where do you guys think that Bob Costas was in that interview? Because he had like behind him like a full length Willie Mays and someone else, and it's like, is this guy? Is
Mickey
this his
Mantle, I
house?
believe.
He explained it to me. That's his MLB Network home studio.
Yeah.
So when he goes on MLB Network, that's what's in the background.
It's like Willie and Mickey or something, right?
Yeah.
He said something like that.
Home studio, huh?
Yeah.
I have a kitchen table.
A good looking one at that.
Yeah.
Cody, are we done with the game? Because I feel like I
Actually, I don't
did
have a
really
kitchen
well
table.
here. Like,
Where do you? I think we still got more.
Did Billy win?
I think I think Chris organized like 12 of these, so we still got plenty left to go.
I have 5 right so far.
Who on the show once ate dog food?
Ooh, this is. I feel like I know this one, and I can't remember it. Let me think. Hold on. Was it Mike?
Let's find out.
You guys have to look at dog food and say, "Let me try that."
Oh, I have tried it.
I saw this. What?
I've tried it before.
Oh, it was
Go on.
Stugotz.
College.
Oh, why? What happened?
The Store 24 by my house in Worcester, Massachusetts was closed down. Store 24, which means it's open 24 hours a day. They were closed down because someone tried to rob them, and they were closed, and I couldn't get in there, and all I had in my house, and I was hungry, man, was Alpo.
Did you have a dog?
Yeah, well, my roommate had a dog, yeah.
Well, how could you be so desperate that you would eat dog food?
I had nothing else to eat.
But then don't eat. Like, and I say that as a fat person. I can't imagine a situation outside of crawling across a desert or being lost in the jungle, needing some sort of sustenance.
Maybe a dare or a bet or something like that.
Maybe a dare or a bet.
That or you're totally baked.
Nailed it.
I should have known that one.
Exciting update, guys.
Yeah.
We have a guest who's joining us
Ooh.
now.
A guest?
We have a guest joining us live from Chicago, Jason Leisure. Hello, Jason. How are you today?
I can tell how excited everybody is, and it's mutual.
Yeah.
How do you feel, by the way, Jason, that, one, thank you for joining us. Thank you for getting up as early as you got up to do this. And two, that you've been sitting in the Zoom while we've been playing sound clips of Stugotz talking about eating dog food in college.
It sounds like you guys are out of ideas, which is what I thought when you first told me you're doing this 24-hour marathon.
Yeah. I mean,
Why are you doing that, by the way?
Running out of ideas?
The marathon, you thought, like, let's water this down even more. Let's do it 24 hours straight.
No, let's go ahead and tell people why. Because first off, we have a proud partnership with DraftKings. We should update our pools later on. And also,
But we all know.
because
We know about that,
we're-
Chris.
we're-
Trust me.
We're brought to you by Verizon, and nobody builds 5G like Verizon builds 5G. No one else built this bold because no one else thought this big. And the more you do with 5G, the more building it right matters, the more your network matters, the more Verizon engineers going the extra mile matters, Jason. It's Verizon versus Verizon. And who wins, Jason? Who wins, Jason?
So now your show is just ad reads all the time?
Yes. Who
All right.
wins?
So it's gotten really good.
All of
Jason.
us win, Jason.
We all win.
Yeah, you win, Jason. You win because Verizon built 5G right from America's most reliable network, most reliable based on rankings from Root Metrics, second half 2020 U.S. reported through mobile networks. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
I'm glad I could be here for that. Thank you.
Yeah. That's why we're doing it, though, to answer your question.
Morning.
How do I feel listening to that? I feel sick to my stomach. Like I have trouble in the morning in general, first thing in the morning, like, weird smells or foods or like walking through the airport at 5 a.m. kind of makes me nauseous. And so coming on here at 4:30 in the morning, my time, and listening to Stugotz talk about eating dog food, it's making me a little bit queasy. So it's a good start.
Well, if it makes you feel better, we've all been up for the last 24 hours, and there's just like a cold plate of like cold cuts and meat outside of this room, and it
Oh,
just
God,
smells like
jeez.
a disgusting deli out there.
When did that get there? Because that wasn't there earlier, and then I passed it at 4 a.m, which seemed like
Hildy brought it up.
Yeah.
Hilda?
Yeah.
It seemed like a strange time to bring a plate of deli meats.
I mean, we appreciate all the efforts that Hildy has made in making this production a quality one, but that was a choice that I would not have made.
There's a container of sushi that's been there on
Yeah.
the desk for a long time.
Not
That's-
particularly well
yeah.
eaten either.
I don't want it.
You want some
no,
wasabi?
I'm
No?
good.
Sushi,
Yeah.
Jason?
I'll take the wasabi. Yeah.
5:50 a.m. sushi something you'd go for?
You eat wasabi?
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
But the real stuff.
that's the worst.
Not the fake.
If I don't eat the piece of sushi that the wasabi touches.
So when is this over?
At
About 6
noon.
hours.
At noon in about 6 hours and 10 minutes.
No, I mean this segment.
Oh, whenever. I mean, you can.
No, I'm kidding.
You
man.
can
So
feel. You can
guys
feel
are going,
free to provide some
you
content.
You guys are in what then? Hour 17 or something? Or what would this be?
18.
Okay, so definitely nobody's listening by now.
That's not true.
Not true.
We have at least how many? Billy, tell us how many people are watching right now.
43.
43.
In your face, Jason
43
Leisure.
people are listening. Yeah.
So that's about the same as when I used to do the local hour after you guys were taken off the radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't brag. You contributed to that.
Jason, I like your Chicago mug. I'm also I'm from the suburbs of Chicago. Big fan of the Chicago sports teams there. I felt bad
Except for the Bears.
Well, I'm like half a Bears fan.
No,
I felt bad
ridiculous.
for these guys because they were really excited about the Panthers this year, and then obviously they lost in Game 6 to the Lightning, and it was really devastating around here. And I felt bad because I thought, wow, if the Panthers had won the Stanley Cup, I bet you guys would have a connection that would be able to bring it into the studio, so you could all hold it and drink out of it and stuff. It would have been really cool. And they don't know, they don't really know what that feels like. And I felt really empathetic for them. I'm sure you kind of can relate, with the Blackhawks winning it 3 times in the last 15 years. So it was just, I mean, it's not really a question. Just I felt bad for these guys, right? It's a tough look.
I didn't realize the Panthers were good this year.
Yeah, it's the best
I hadn't
in
heard.
franchise history, though, Jason.
I would like to see what Roy's day with the cup would be.
Ooh.
Oh man, I would carry that thing around all over Miami Gardens, all the way down to Miramar, man. Show that thing off. It'd probably
What are you
be
drinking?
stolen.
What are you drinking out of it?
Oh, beer and whiskey and vodka and
All at
tequila
once?
and gin, wine.
I just kind of had Roy staring sternly at it, just set up in his living room, and he's just kind of looking at
All the Miami Gardens iced tea.
Yeah, the Stanley Cup is there.
I would look at all the names, I guess, just
yeah.
one by one.
Would
I
you
feel for
cry?
you guys.
Would you cry, Roy, if you got to hold the Stanley Cup?
No.
Why not?
When's the last time you cried?
I was in Chicago at Wrigley Field, and I didn't realize a couple of tears went down my face. Like, wow.
You sick, or?
This is no, I wasn't sick. No.
Allergies?
Yeah.
No, well, they did mow the grass in Wrigley Field.
do
That's
that.
part of
Did
it.
you tell the tears to mind their damn business?
Yes, I did. I told the tears to go right back in my eyes. What the hell are you doing?
Were you crying because Wrigley Field is such a pure baseball experience?
Yes, that's exactly why I was. Shed a
But
couple
you've
tears
had
there.
a daughter since then, though.
Yeah, and plenty of tears came out on that one. Yeah, you're right.
So
Yeah,
that
I
would have been
did
more
not-
recent.
Yeah, that
So
would
when
have
I
been more
asked the
recent.
last
Yes,
time you
yes.
cried.
Yes, that would have been more recent.
Did you cry when you find out you revealed earlier today in a recent edition of Roy's Realm that you're having another child? Did you cry when you found that news out?
No, I did not. I did not cry for that one. No.
Can I?
Roy's from the Mad Men era where you get a call at the bar that lets you know that you had a child, and then after you finish this old fashioned and a cigar, then you head over and see if it was a boy or a girl.
That's exactly. That's exactly.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring that
Roy's
old
a real
fashioned
man.
into the hospital. Yes.
Can we analyze something for a second? And Roy's going to murder me for doing this.
I am, Billy.
He'll join the
Or
Chris
witty.
Murderer Club. Yeah. Roy, in a private conversation we had outside of this room, revealed that he made this announcement before even telling members of his family that was occurring. And we said, well, why don't you just call him right now? He's like, well, I don't have time. We're like, well, we have a break. Just call him right now. And he's like, no, I can't do that right now. I don't have time to do that. So he revealed this to the world before he told members of his family.
I don't know. Well, my
and then he
in-laws
told
knew.
me about his neighbor's tree that he's very upset about.
Yeah, the tree is still
They painted
a problem,
it. They painted that tree.
Not only did they paint the tree, they added religious messages to the tree. and like Christian messages to the tree.
Yeah,
Now,
but this
me-
is a story for another day.
It is a story for another day. Now, me being a Christian myself, I'm like, okay, this is weird. But I've always had problems with that tree, so I'm like, I'm tired of this tree.
Where are the messages, Roy? Like, are they on the leaves, on the branches?
No,
on
it's on the trunk. It's on the trunk. It's on the
Hmm.
lower end of the trunk. Yeah.
So Wrigley Field, the last time you cried, Ben.
Yeah, the last time I cried outside of
Outside of family stuff,
being born. Yeah.
Billy, that sounds like the longest conversation anyone has ever had with Roy.
It was something. I was watching it. I was like, wow, like this is another side of Roy that I've never seen before. Because normally my conversations with Roy go, hey, Roy. And then he's like, mind your damn business or something like that. And then it's like, okay, I guess this is done. But this was like a back and forth, like 3 or 4 ways on each side. It was incredible.
Well, there was a variable on that one. Dan's mom was there.
Yeah, it wasn't with me. I was just.
I was really talking to Lourdes instead of.
Yeah.
I had a long conversation with Roy for about almost 2 hours on the podcast Cinephobe, which is a
That's a
podcast
team, yes.
where Amin Al Hassan and I, with Anthony Mays,
play?
we review movies that are poorly
This
rated on Rotten
guy.
Tomatoes.
Right, yeah,
We try to
ascertain.
ascertain
There it is.
whether they're properly poorly rated or maybe they didn't get a fair shake.
Fair-
And that's
fair shake,
Cinephobe,
yeah.
wherever you get podcasts.
Right. Yeah. That was a long
How many
conversation.
different podcasts are there? Which podcast am I on right now? Which show is this?
Jason, don't you have a podcast?
Is this Greg's show or Stupidity?
You're on the
Which one is
You're
this?
on Mystery Crate, Jason.
Mystery Crate? Okay. Does Roy have a show yet? Because those
No.
would be good. I would like Roy to get his own spin-off podcast. I would come on there every time because when I said that was the longest conversation anyone ever had with Roy, I say that lovingly. I miss the conversations I'd have with Roy that would go about 2 sentences.
Yeah. Those were meaningful conversations that we've had when you were down here.
It's so little work. It's like, Roy, how are you? Good.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
Straight to the point.
A knowing nod and a parting of ways.
Well, what else do you really need to talk about, honestly?
That's what would go on. That's what the hour of the podcast would be. It'd be like 15 seconds there and then 59 minutes and 45 seconds of this.
Well, you can get that right here on Mystery Crate, Jason. That's technically my podcast. I'm a part of
The last time I cried, I was sick. You guys were making fun of him, asking him if he was sick. And that's why he cried. The last time I actually cried, the last time tears came out of my eyes was because I was sick. Like a month ago, I threw up so violently that I actually had tears come out of my eyes.
Food poisoning?
I don't know what it was. Definitely something I ate, but I'm not a doctor. And I was fine a couple hours after that, but it wasn't like crying, like I'm in pain or weeping or something. Like it was like the tears just came out because of the force that this is good. Let's talk about this. Let's talk
I mean,
about.
I tried to engage you in Chicago sports, like do a little shit talk, and you just were not. You didn't take the bait.
It's too early. I'm not taking any bait right now. I don't function in the morning very well. Like I can't see straight. I'm like clumsy and wobbly.
Yeah.
Like I can't do hardly anything like a normal person first thing in the morning.
Right. You know, we didn't sleep last night, though, right?
I think I might do better that way. That's what I should have done. I should have just stayed up. Instead of getting up at 4:30, I should have just stayed up. I would have done better.
Hit the bars, Old Town.
I'm not living that kind of life. When you're thinking Chicago, this is a totally different Chicago. I'm out here in the suburbs with 2 kids, 2 dogs,
West
all of
suburbs?
which my
North
wife,
suburbs?
everyone, I'm
Northwest?
hoping doesn't wake up right now while they're hearing this.
Which suburb? Which county? Which county are you in?
Kane County, way out
Oh,
west.
Oh, you're way out west. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cougars
almost in
play.
Iowa.
Basically, yeah. King County Cougars, though.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. See, that's the kind of when you say going to the bars, I assume you mean going to Kane County Cougars and TGI Fridays because that's pretty much what's going on out here.
That's good stuff. Yeah, Route 59. You got some cornfields out there. What else you have in Kane County? Some soybean fields, I think.
We got a TJ Maxx.
Nice, love a TJ Maxx.
So yeah, so that's what I traded in Miami for. Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Jason, you have a podcast. I see it in the bottom left of your screen. Why don't you tell people
Yes.
about it?
Well, I started a podcast with one of my coworkers, Russ Dorsey, called Sports Adjacent, and there are.
Did you play
episode-
off? Are you playing off your name there? Because like your name's Jason. I know. It's
No.
Not, you should, I think Sports Adjacent would have been good.
I'm so clever that I didn't even think of that. Everyone has asked that about a month in, and it never occurred to me, and I didn't even choose the name. But no, it's not. And We talk about a lot of really important sports topics like recycling and dating apps and people making food on their countertops. Did you guys know that's a thing?
Oh,
Go
those
on.
disgusting TikToks.
Gross.
Yeah, somebody told me
Oh
about
my
that. They
God.
told me about that on the show last week.
Oh, is that when they make like the
don't-
nachos like on the counter, like counter?
Yes.
What's wrong with counter nachos?
Oh, what's wrong with a plate?
I mean, obviously they're not. It's for a group. It's like you do it for like a party when you're having
But
people
you're not
over.
eating it off the counter, which is fine. You're making it, like you're mixing it together on the counter. That's what's gross.
But,
I don't have a problem with counter
I don't understand what's wrong with that. Like, it's a surface.
Just watch the video. What do you,
No, no,
you would
I've-
be
no,
disgusted
I've
by
seen
it.
it. No, I've seen some of them before. It's
Chris, there are
They lay out a bunch
germs
of chips and then they pour some
it's
cheese.
just a giant cutting board, really.
There are germs on the counter, though.
I'm sure they washed it
But,
first. What
yeah.
are we doing?
Yeah, you wash the counter that you're about to prepare your food on.
And then you have to wash it again.
I actually covered it in a plastic tarp, and then
Oh
I
my
prepared
God.
my.
Of course, this guy's got plastic tarps
yeah,
everywhere. You
yeah.
kidding me?
Okay.
Guy's Dexter over here.
Oddly specific.
Yeah.
American Psycho.
Were you guys able to get other guests for this or just me?
I mean,
No,
it's
just you.
5. It's now 6 in the morning.
Well,
I mean,
Greg Cody just had a psychic on.
Yeah,
And a
that's true.
doctor, a radiologist, who he said until he was 10 or 11 years old thought fixed radios. And he talked to him about Elvis.
Jason, when you were down here covering both the Dolphins and the Heat, I felt like you and I were fairly close. We were friendly. You don't follow me on
Put it that way, but all right.
You follow me on Twitter then, and you don't anymore. What led to that decision?
The old unfollow.
Because I still read your coverage of the Chicago Bears despite my minimal interest in the Chicago Bears. Because I support you, Jason.
That's a terrible
And-
feeling in the technology world
and,
when you see someone doesn't follow you anymore.
You
That's
unfollowed
really-
me, and
that's awful.
Yeah, I generally don't keep account of this stuff, but I also don't feel like you've interacted with anything that I've been doing for a while. So I was like,
Wow.
I wonder if Jason follows me, and it turns out you don't anymore.
I don't think I did in the first place. I didn't
No,
realize
you
I
did. You did.
Ooh,
Oh, okay.
Maybe it
All
was a
right.
butt follow or a butt unfollow.
Yeah, one of those mute follows, like a courtesy follow. It must have been that.
I've done those before. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I would
Oh,
take
you have?
one.
Oh, but if I do it to you, you're
I
gonna
know,
come on here and
I
call
wouldn't
me
know
on it.
though, Jason. I wouldn't know if you followed me and then immediately muted me. I wouldn't know. It would be better for my psyche.
So had I just kept it at that, then we would never even. Yeah, okay.
This
now I'm
wouldn't be
seeing.
coming up. You made a
I should
conscious
just follow
decision.
everybody.
You
I
made
should just follow millions of people, and then.
I follow too many people for exactly.
What do you
this
tweet
reason.
about, Chris? What am I missing?
Honestly, you're not missing much at all, to be honest.
Okay.
It's more the principle of it. Following people on Twitter is a political thing, right? It's like you need
Is
to,
it?
if I get some check marks that follow me, I just follow back out of principle. We're part of a club. We got to stick together.
It's a strong disagree.
Strong disagree.
Yeah.
But you can just as easily follow then mute, and your problem of timeline clutter is gone.
No, because then it's kind of a power move if you don't follow. If
Ooh.
a check mark follows you and you're like, I'm good.
That is a power move.
It's a power move,
I
yeah.
agree. But that isn't like political. Like
Yeah, that's a political decision making.
power dynamics
Yeah.
are at play there.
I would think that you could continue to follow my Chicago Bears coverage and just think of it as the Dolphins.
Yeah, because they're not much different, are they?
Yeah, it's almost the same. Yeah, yeah. 7
Just
and
replace
9
the
every year.
names.
A bunch of quarterbacks
Yeah.
that you've heard of but don't like. I mean,
You wrote a very strong. I was surprised, Jason, because you are generally not a hot takey kind of guy, and yet you really had a go at Matt Nagy. Like you really decided that this was the year that you were going to write a very strong opinion piece saying he should be fired. He was not fired. Will that be awkward?
Not for me.
Okay.
You like confrontation, I guess.
He's certainly unafraid given the evidence of the last 18 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Jason, for joining us. This was a delight.
It was a delight for me too. Thank you.
Thanks for setting this up, Billy.
Anytime.
Guest booker to the stars.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I feel really special.
You're
Miss
the
you,
man.
Jason.
Can't wait to come on with you guys next week at like 2:30.
We'll be here. Anytime. Toodaloo.
That was about as uncomfortable as I expected it to be.
I originally booked him for 10:30.
I don't know. Why does deadpan, Chris Cody, a moment of silence makes you deeply uncomfortable?
I mean,
a
that wasn't awkward.
moment of
Like,
silence.
that's Jason's thing. Is
I
being
know,
like
I know,
that.
but it's fine. It's a different style of comedy, I guess you could say.
Nah, man, I'm sorry. More than 2 seconds of silence makes me uncomfortable.
Really?
Dead air. It's dead air.
Really?
More than two.
In those meetings, it doesn't seem like it.
More than two.
I'm just saying for not to like reveal, but like like I'm always the one in those meetings. Like I feel the silence.
Yeah, no, you feel the weight of no one saying anything more than anyone I know.
Right.
Yeah.
Is dead air like a? You guys have come from more of a radio background than me. I came up in podcasting where dead air is fine, right? Zach's nodding his head.
Because you can just take it out.
Or you just have a second of like a pause.
No, and
You
radio
pause a beat.
alarms go off.
Yeah.
In
Right.
the radio station.
But that's what I'm saying. Like we have fundamental differences in the way that we interpret dead air and silence. Whereas I don't. It doesn't make me uncomfortable. I don't care. You pause a beat. It's fine.
Love it.
Yeah, love it.
Absolutely
Actually,
love it, yeah.
Love it. And you guys are like, oh, we gotta like fill
Panic stations, yeah.
right, exactly.
'cause
And-
you guys know how it is when like Amin Al Hassan says something stupid and you just have to let it hang there for like 3 seconds, right? Like that's what you guys all do.
Speed is everything.
All right, welcome back, Amin. Guys, let's get this.
man.
Let's get this.
Yeah,
back
let's
on
get
track
this
here.
done.
Okay, this hour is supposed to be breakfast flan. That's what it was scheduled. An hour.
I mean,
of
how you
breakfast
doing?
flan.
First, just like you look a little.
Where
rough
can I
right
find
now.
a breakfast like that?
I've completely crashed, and now I don't feel good at all. I'm hoping the breakfast flan will bring me back to life, though, because it has all the essential ingredients and nutrients needed for a complete breakfast.
Does it have rum?
Don't say that word.
I mean, you're presently wearing sunglasses indoors. You've worn sunglasses indoors for majority of the day. Juju Gotti is as well. Today has been an artful day of wearing sunglasses indoors.
Chris, there's a wicked orange light right here that is like blinding. So we're having some trouble back here, actually.
Yeah, there's a blue light on
Chris,
Billy
you
as
say
well.
you put gel in your head before you go to sleep. You have nothing else to say, brother. You lost.
He has a
You
point
fancy
there.
lad, man.
When did you hear me assigning a value judgment to wearing sunglasses indoors?
I heard it.
I'm merely asking.
Yeah.
I'm merely asking
I
about
think
the tactics of it.
observation implied it.
There was a hint of
merely
judgment.
bringing it up.
Here's why I brought it up. I think I'd look fucking
Yeah.
ridiculous wearing
Juju
sunglasses
points out
indoors.
there was a hard ES on those glasses.
We heard it.
Wow.
No, but I am not skilled at all in wearing sunglasses indoors. I think I couldn't do it. So I'm just curious, when do you make the decision to wear sunglasses indoors? How do you execute it? And not, because ultimately you're using an article of clothing that is not necessary.
Do you have prescription sunglasses? Were you able to do
No,
that?
I don't. No, I don't.
Well, then that's a problem then.
No, but what I'm saying is that you're wearing sunglasses indoors as kind of an accessory, right? It's part of a look, right? But it's not actually doing anything. It's not blocking out the sun, which is the function of sunglasses. So I'm just curious, why do it?
This is not an accessory. This is a lifestyle. My whole sauce and everything go with my shoes, and the people at home can't see that, but you can. So you should be the first person to salute me, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Sauce.
got glasses
Salute
on.
'em.
I've been bumping in the shit all day. Goddamn it.
That's the truth.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Chris, you know what you just did? You failed the vibe test that you claimed you passed.
Mm.
earlier.
Absolutely.
I listen. Me and Renee Montgomery, I passed that vibe check. No,
That was
Vibe
today?
unchecked.
That was in the last.
That was
15
yesterday?
hours. Yeah, it was
Huh.
yesterday around 2 p.m. I
Oh,
think.
yeah.
Sure, that wasn't Tuesday.
A couple weeks ago, actually.
I mean, honestly.
My insides are on fire.
Oh no.
Honestly, I mean, mine too.
How does
During
this
that-
happen to you so often? I mean,
Maybe it's too much breakfast flan.
Can Hildy get us some Tums? Can we order Tums delivery for everyone?
The
Yeah.
6 a.m. hour is supposed to be breakfast flan with Amin.
Chris.
And to set it up a little bit, let me just play a quick song of Amin celebrating.
Wait,
his
hang
breakfast flan.
on, because this is a commercial song that he's singing to the tune of.
oh yeah, we can't play.
I don't think you can play that.
Hmm.
This is why Mike doesn't feel like he can leave the room for 10 minutes, because then we'll break the
Good call,
rules.
yeah.
What if
yeah.
I just read the lyrics without a tune?
Do that.
I think you can do that.
do that.
Yeah.
Breakfast flan, do 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 do. Breakfast flan, do 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 do. Where can I find another breakfast like that?
Now, what if that's the moment that brought down the company?
Too close.
2-year contract. Huh?
No, it's actually an original work. So I mean, there's no one who can sue for the lyrics. It's only for the tune. So,
but
now that he's created
he's
a
just
tune,
saying that would be
no, but
ridiculous.
it's a different tune than the one that's in the song.
What's a tune that's public domain now that he can sing? Like, is Happy Birthday public domain? Or I know there was there was a debate over that a few years ago, whether it was or wasn't.
I don't know.
So maybe we just switch the tune out.
Yeah, do we really want to take chances?
Twinkle,
on
We
twinkle,
that?
talked
no,
about it a
no,
little
no,
too much on
Mr.
air.
Birthday.
I feel like we're a little too deep in.
Pop Goes the Weasel is right.
Obama, is that Obama
there? Right, that one's public domain.
Towing the line there, man.
Well, you just sang it, so.
No, I just said There
was a melody.
Is there any Jack in the Box that doesn't go by the Pop Goes the Weasel melody?
What about the ice cream truck song? No,
No, that one you can't say.
No?
No, don't do that. Undo
I
that.
don't like ice cream trucks.
What?
I'm sorry. What was that?
I just never.
You don't
really...
like a good screwball?
Ah, nothing but
Is that the
screwball. Yes.
Is that the pink thing? Is that the pink one with the thing at the bottom?
gumball at the
All right,
bottom, yeah.
that one's
it's
okay.
called bubble gum at the bottom there.
That's overrated though. Like, is that really that good?
Yeah.
That's the first thing you say.
You're an asshole.
It was so good, people wanted more, and they created the two.
I probably just go with like a ice cream sandwich. That's what I usually go with.
Solid. Classic.
Yeah.
There's been a photo going around Twitter with the menu of a ice cream truck and people saying like, "Who you got? Like, what would you order?" I'm curious, Chris Cody, what do you order? I mean, I know you just said you hate ice cream trucks, but what's your order at an ice cream truck?
I think I go simple and safe. You know, I don't like to go too like that thing. Like I like to get something like an ice cream sandwich, just like old fashioned.
A regular vanilla ice cream sandwich.
Let me just say, everyone who says, "Oh, Choco Taco," get over yourself.
Agreed.
That's fine, but like everyone acts like it's this revelation. Like no one's ever picked a Choco Taco before.
That's a messy bite.
Messy bite, not worth it. Not worth the hype.
What do you go for then, Zach?
I like. Well, they have variations of it, but I've always liked the kind of like Ninja Turtle head with the gumball eyes.
See, I was gonna say that I love that, but I would have felt very childish saying that because the modern incarnation of that is a SpongeBob SquarePants, which you would look like a child if I showed up to an ice cream truck and said I would like that SpongeBob SquarePants ice cream. But the ice cream itself and the gumball accessory is a good ice cream. I just can't order it because it makes me look like a kid.
SpongeBob is timeless, Witty. You're too self-conscious.
So are Ninja Turtles.
No, I disagree.
Wait, you're worried about looking like a kid ordering from an ice cream truck?
I mean, yeah.
Why?
That's a good point.
No, I mean, but the ice cream truck is more, I would say, a relic of the past at this point than something that is relevant. I mean, I'm speaking completely ignorantly.
I'm definitely going with the Tweety Bird Pop there. I mean, that's
that's the same thing, right? The Tweety Bird Pop is the same thing.
What?
It's the,
That's not good.
Don't you?
That's the perfect example of like, it's not that good. The screwball, the Choco Taco, like that's my point.
So then, what's your dessert of choice? If
I'll go to like a good ice cream place, like an actual place.
Yeah, but they don't
like,
drive to you.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's true.
I'll drive to them.
The
not the
thrill
same.
of the ice cream truck is that you're
privilege.
outside and you're hot and you
Two
hear it
Americans.
coming, and then you run in your house, you get the cash, you get $3, and you run back out and you try to catch it. That's why the ice cream truck is like a treat. It's an oasis.
I do remember chasing down an ice cream truck.
Really? When?
Like when I was a kid in my
Last
neighborhood.
week.
You ran that truck down last week.
I mean, everyone
I
would,
was
right? You hear the
35
music.
years old.
Guys, I have breaking news.
What's that?
Chris, hold on. Before I get to the breaking news,
Oh my God,
Are you
Witty.
feeling? Are you feeling?
Witty, you are on one today.
Are you feeling
Crazy
the?
man.
Are you feeling the
Conversation
chicken
man
wings
off.
yet?
No.
It's bad.
No, I'm feeling
It's
fine.
bad. I don't know.
I mean, it's just 10 wings. I mean, I guess because you're saying because we did it so fast.
Well, he also ate 10
Yeah,
before
yeah,
that.
I ate 10
I ate a
before
full
that,
plate
yeah.
of
I ate
food,
like
an hour
I have like
before that, so.
19 wings,
Yeah.
and it's
You
kicking
should
off.
Get some Tums.
Yeah.
I also have another ice cream thing question. You remember those little fake cigarettes they used to sell in the ice cream truck? When did they stop selling those? Did anybody like
When
those?
it-
Those
when it-
tasted horrible,
When
right?
someone woke up
Encourage-
and was like, "Yeah, let's stop selling pretend cigarettes
Yeah.
to kids."
No, you look so cool having them. Oh my
So
god, like
cool.
so
Hard
cool. Yeah,
agree.
it's the
Hard
most
agree.
dastardly thing.
My first job was working at a hospital gift shop, and they sold baby-related cigarette-looking things.
For babies?
Cigars?
It was like a candy that was
Baby
in the shape
cigarettes?
of cigar. It was
To
like
give
meant
to
to
your baby?
celebrate. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. They were a popular selling item.
Hey, let me tell you something. If I saw a baby with a cigarette, I'd say cool ass baby.
Yeah. Amen to that. Can I get a?
Can I get an I mean?
It's a cool baby. Okay, come on, Jess. Get the punchline right.
Do you guys want my breaking news?
Yeah, get your breaking news.
The sun is coming out.
Oh, that is good shit.
In Pride Month.
Are we gonna get a?
Would the television people mind if we took the sign down that covers the window?
I don't know.
I could really do with sunlight entering the studio.
I don't know if
actually,
we're
the
allowed
sun's
to
not
do
really.
that.
You see, it's
taped.
daylight.
Doesn't
we got a shot of it. Look
Look
at
at
that.
Oh my God.
We do.
We're almost home.
We timed up breakfast flan with the sunrise. That's
Jessica,
good shit.
please don't say we got a shot of anything. I don't
Sorry.
What about a shot of cafecito?
Well, are these live images of a couple
Oh,
walking
yeah.
down
Look
the
at a
beach?
beautiful couple just walking.
Wow.
Where were
Nice.
they just coming
Did
from?
they sign releases?
Baby.
Do you guys remember the first HD televisions came
Yeah, who
with
could forget?
with Discovery HD Earth? There was this channel that was literally just like showing off HD picture, and it was just live video of nature in high def, and I was mesmerized by it. And I have to be honest, 20 minutes of just high definition pictures of the beach with no sound sounds fun right now.
I love a 4K fireplace.
Oh, 4K fireplace?
Yeah.
For me, the
Oh,
4K
yeah.
of a bead of water falling off of an orchid. It's just like you could see the single bead of water falling. It's incredibly
Chris
soothing.
Whittingham is a fancy lad.
I mean, this guy.
I wish I would have written down all the things you've said in this hour.
And I'm the one who didn't have the
Like
cafecito.
you have so much energy right now. It's honestly helped a lot.
It's
Like I
insane.
feel like you're kind of leading this, which is fine because I'm really tired.
Uh-huh.
What
I
are you
feel
guys?
great.
What are you guys looking forward to the most about after this?
Sleep.
Sleeping.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
1
sleep.
p.m.
Oh
Get.
my God,
Oh my
I'm
god.
I'm looking forward to maybe pitching that we take Monday off. That's something
Yeah.
I'm looking forward
Oh.
to. Maybe entertaining that conversation.
YouTube commenters not going to be happy with that.
Listeners not
All
gonna
all
like
the
that.
listeners are going to be really
They'll do
upset.
their
I'm
job
just
for
saying.
24
I'm
hours.
just saying pitching. Okay.
Stop complaining. Okay?
Yeah. Seriously.
No, you.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
What? You
Yes,
fired
yes,
by Monday,
you.
Witty.
That was a
God damn
plot
it.
twist. I was prepared for that.
Well, I originally backed you, and then I just quickly pointed out this isn't going to be popular. I said, you know what? Got to flip sides on this.
You got to be on the side of the listeners at all times.
Exactly.
We
Yeah, but
wouldn't
hold
be
up,
here
hold up.
without
Wait a
them and
second.
Verizon and DraftKings.
Thank you, listeners.
Wait a
and
second.
Verizon,
Let the
DraftKings.
listeners do their job for 24 hours and see how they like it.
and then expect to be
Wow.
at that place of
Exactly.
employment. What?
Some of them probably
44
do.
hours
Yeah.
later.
24 hours?
Yeah,
No,
people
nobody
do
works
that.
for 24
Yeah.
hours.
No,
Name
there's
a
people
job
that
that
do
requires you
That's
to work
crazy.
24 straight hours.
Cobbler.
There's probably some. I'm not going to pretend like I know off the top of my head, but I'm sure there are jobs that have very long hours that our listeners
24
have.
straight
Yeah,
hours.
name one.
I don't know.
Airline
I'm
pilot?
like
Name
a
two.
surgeon, a
Airline
doctor.
pilot.
Yeah. Have you ever been on a
Pilot?
24-hour flight? They didn't leave and go home in the middle of it, Chris.
They probably did take a break.
They probably have multiple people.
I mean, a lot of people with just like regular office jobs
Yeah.
have to work ridiculous hours too,
Yeah.
Witty. Like, we're not special.
there's
Okay,
offices
but
that are
no
over
one.
24
Okay, hang
hours
on a
a day.
second.
people work
no
hard,
one,
Witty.
No one who works an office job
Yeah.
is working 24
That's
straight
not
hours.
true. I guarantee you that's not true.
So you work an office job.
Yeah.
You're just not going to bed.
Attorney before the big game.
Some people.
You know?
if you're out there and
which-
you have a
just like-
job where
just like
you've
any of them.
stayed
Big
awake
trial
for
date,
24
yeah,
hours to
yeah.
work,
Yeah,
tweet out Whittingham and
soldiers.
tell
but
him
Witty,
he's wrong.
we're doing this for the first, like,
Full-time
we're
job.
doing this once
Mothers.
every blank years. I'm
Mothers.
sure
No time
that
off.
odd people with
Time off.
office
You got that
jobs
right.
have,
Some dads.
a crazy week at work where they
Dads
have
do.
to do something crazy.
Okay, but
Not me.
you're describing
Firefighters.
You're describing its
Nurses.
rarity.
Nurse.
This is rare for us too.
That's what I'm saying, right? This
Amazon
is
driver.
a very rare occasion in which
Adrian
any human
Wojnarowski.
would work for 24 hours.
Now we're just
Woj,
naming
yeah.
people who work.
Yeah.
For 24 straight hours.
LeBron takes no days off.
Oh god.
Witty's
that guy.
so out of touch.
If you're a magician, it's not like you stop being a magician. It's just something that you are
Always
your
on the
entire
clock,
life.
yeah.
Exactly.
Belichick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go. This really blew up in your face, man. He's gonna murder you.
I think that's my role at present. I can say about anything.
Who
Yeah.
who of us all here has not slept 1 second in the last since noon?
Roy,
Me.
Witty,
I have not slept.
Jason for sure.
Oh, wait.
Zach.
I slept an hour.
I slept
Oh,
like
look
an
at you.
hour-ish, yeah.
Roy, did you get some Z's?
No, I woke up at 5 and I haven't slept.
Roy
since.
got here at like 7 a.m.
Wait,
yesterday.
you woke
Yeah.
up at 5?
Yeah, I woke up at 5. Yeah.
So
Because
you,
he has a child.
you did get some sleep.
No,
no, I woke up
Oh,
at
on
5 in the
Thursday.
morning
to
get
okay.
here.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Did
Got it.
Mike
No,
fall asleep
five
because
on
that was
Friday.
a bet?
We'll have to ask him when he comes back.
Well, one of the bets was like, he's got to sleep.
It's before 11, I
Okay.
believe, is the bet.
Which is basically, will he sleep during the 24 hours?
Well, yeah, it's because the thing closed at 11.
Oh,
Here it
he's
comes.
emerged.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Be careful. Don't put on those sunglasses. Woody's going to tell you.
Yeah, Woody doesn't have sunglasses inside.
Can we get to the flan?
Yeah, this is
let's-
supposed to be breakfast flan, guys. So
Okay.
the way that this was scheduled was breakfast flan for an hour with Amin. And then we quickly realized, that's not going to take an hour. Let's do something else. And then for a small time, we pitched, why don't we turn breakfast flan into a morning news show a la the Today Show or Good Morning America? And then that didn't happen. So we
I can do a weather report, Billy.
Oh, yeah?
Do you
want me
want
to-
we go to the penalty box and we can do it in front of the
Yeah,
green
go to the
screen.
green screen.
There's a cot in there in my suitcase currently because
That's
that
fine.
actually became my bedroom.
No, that's fine, yeah.
Just like
That's where you
just
slept?
Stand on the cot.
Okay,
and-
do we
and-
have?
and-
Can we throw to like a? Do we have a weather?
I don't know.
Probably
you
not.
might be pointing to a fireplace, but it's,
don't even
it's,
think
it's
we
worth doing
actually,
the bit.
like-
I saw earlier they have like a stock image of some sort to put in the green
Just
screen.
put anything
I don't
on
think
there.
there's even a camera set up in there or
No,
lights
that's
right
fine.
now.
Just go over there.
Yeah, no.
There's a camera there.
Theater of the mind, Jess.
Yeah. I'll go over there. I'll do the weather.
All
over
right,
there.
you do the weather.
Yeah, but I'm
then.
taking the flan with me.
Leave the flan.
We do not have a weather thing to go to, so that's probably something we shouldn't do.
Okay.
All right, fair enough.
Do you want me to read like some
Or
of
a
the top
cameraman.
headlines
Just
from the
open the
AP or
window.
something like that?
Is that
Okay.
Well, the point was, as we're finding out, this idea didn't really take off.
One thing we can do on the green screen is a live shot of outside. So she
Okay.
could do like a weather report of what outside looks like right now.
Just point towards a bit of the.
Okay, where on the
Go
roof?
ahead. Don't go to the green screen.
No, go to the green screen. Go to the
Yeah.
penalty spot.
Okay,
Go to the penalty box.
perfect.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back with the weather.
Yeah.
Okay. Five.
All right.
All right, see you later.
Now, can I have some breakfast flan?
Weather on the fives.
Well, here's the thing about the breakfast flan that we need to talk about, gentlemen. I did not know that Hildy was a fixer that would kind of just help us with things. And I realized at about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock last night, hey, for breakfast flan tomorrow at 6 a.m., nothing's going to be open that serves flan. So I ordered these last
I
night.
disagree. We're on South Beach.
No.
Really?
Yeah, the place that I got it from, I checked the hours and they open at 7. So I'm like, we got to handle this tonight. So I went and I ordered 6 breakfast flans, and I thought that's enough to go around. How much do you think this cost, by the way? Because I'm trying to figure out the expense situation with parking and with the breakfast flans. I didn't have
Even
a
your
receipt for-
receipts?
Well, they didn't give me a receipt for this. How much do you think these cost?
You
I'll tell you,
should-
$50 for 6
$50
breakfast flans
for
and 4
s-
croquettes.
South Beach,
Yeah,
baby.
South Beach prices.
No, we have
Ridiculous.
to savor them then. We have to
Yeah.
enjoy every single bit of these bits of breakfast flan.
Yeah, well, the point is, some of you are not going to be getting these breakfast flans. So.
Oh, okay.
I mean, are you going to eat breakfast flan?
I just threw up in my mouth.
Oh, okay.
You need some flan.
Oh.
That's gonna change
Zach, how do you
things for
feel about breakfast flan?
I love flan, so I'm in.
What about in the morning? You're cool with it?
Anytime.
Yeah.
I mean,
3
how
a.m.
did, I wanted to ask a
It's
question.
just simply a dessert.
I wanted to ask a question to both you and Zach. During the bit with Neil Brennan and Adam McKay, we had some Zoom issues in which I don't think for long stretches Neil nor Adam could hear you as long as someone else was talking.
Right.
So trying to get a word in edgewise was hard. Did that annoy you in any way, or were you just kind of delighted to be along for the comic ride?
No, I wasn't annoyed at all. It was the easiest episode of Cinephobe we've ever done. We just sat back and we all got to be privy to what was basically a private conversation between two of the biggest names in comedy. I don't know how anyone could be annoyed.
But I presume you'd want to contribute to it, though, right? Like, just with the odd... you had a great follow-up, which actually was never answered, which is, who was the critic that criticized Adam McKay's movie that he got to retract? That is a mystery that remains unsolved.
I honestly could have used more me in that one. Yeah, I felt like I had really good questions. They didn't get to them, and
It's like Neil, back off, right?
Yeah, like Neil. Okay, like all right, Chappelle Show. Yeah, that was big like 15 years ago. Like we're good now. Like
good lord,
Cinephobe, wherever you find podcasts.
How did
Fair
Neil
shake.
get in that like American Express commercial or whatever that is?
Chase
Chase?
commercial with Kevin Hart.
I presume because he
directs it.
He directs
Someone
it?
reached out to his agent,
Yeah,
and then they came up with it.
He directs commercials. Yeah.
Well, he in the podcast where the bit of Cinephobe that you missed, the movie that was discussed was his only movie that he directed.
Yeah.
And so the conversation was about how...
Did you say we?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, forgive me. Amin and Zach.
You've just been hot coming at people, so I felt like I needed to bring it back
No.
at
Put
you.
no work into that. What are you talking about?
I did try to encourage Zach to reset for the audience what the Zoom window looked like.
There was
minimal
never
success.
there
There was no window.
Never
to be
an
fair.
opening.
Yeah, there was never an opening.
Question: when you say forgive me, what if we don't?
I won't.
That's a really good question.
I'm gonna carry on talking. So
Right. I mean,
guess
I
it's
think that's
really
the right
important.
answer. Yeah.
I mean,
Just
then
no
why
murder,
even
and I
ask?
think we're good. Yeah.
How is the weather, Jess?
Carry on.
So there's not actually a crew set up in there because I think they left when I ended up falling asleep in that room. Was
Yeah.
kind of creepy.
So it's
yeah.
your fault that we can't do a weather report.
Well,
'Cause you
just-
They're
decided to
actually-
turn
I
that-
also was
you
the only one
decided
who,
to-
like,
you decided to
wanted
turn
to
that into your
follow-
personal hotel room.
yeah.
They are over there now. I just got word if you want to do it
I
still.
don't believe you.
Okay.
Are they really?
I just,
Yes,
you
they
know,
literally
the person in my
just
ear just told me.
us
Yeah.
in our ears that
Chris is talking to Kansas
Alright,
City.
we'll see.
That's right. That's where they are.
Yeah, well, I like describing a group of people or a technical team as a city rather than our technical team or our production team. No, I'm hearing from Kansas City. You like put your fingers to your earpiece and go, Kansas City is informing me.
The thing about Kansas City is it always makes me think of the mob, right? When they're like in their smaller
Same.
towns, like if you watch Fargo, they always talk about Kansas City wants this and Kansas City wants that, and I feel like that's right now the mob is telling us what to do.
Yeah.
I love the big deal Jess made of like walking like 20 feet. Yeah. She's
Right,
like, I have
yeah.
to go. Are they there?
It's a Herculean effort. to walk
Millennials,
across
am I
the
right?
hall.
right.
So I have a breakfast flan. Amin has a breakfast flan, and we have 4 additional.
I want
flans
one.
up for grabs, and I'm not gonna hand them out. First come, first
Zach
serve.
wants one.
They're right here, if you guys want them.
Do I have to go get it?
I'll bring it in.
Oh yeah, open that tin.
What was the original concept behind this? I mean, were you even behind?
I think
the
Amin was
planning
meant
of
to
this?
lead.
Just
I think he was meant to lead the hour.
Well, he's in no shape to be leading.
Yeah.
So
so
here's well, as soon as I take this first bite, everything's gonna change.
Mm.
But the idea was, like you said, that we're gonna do like a morning show. So I try to book someone to be on with us who could eat the flan wherever they were. We'd have it delivered for them. The problem is, at the 6 a.m. hour, that's too early for the East Coast. For the West Coast, it's 3 a.m. It's too late. There's literally no one in the continental United States who of note that we could book. I tried several names. I won't name them on air to spare them the embarrassment.
Freddie Prinze Jr.
Beetle?
No, I don't burn the Freddie Prinze card for just about anything.
Won't even get him on
But I mean,
Cinephobe.
this
Just
flan.
mystery crates that never come together.
He probably never asked him if we're gonna get down to the bottom of that.
What's that?
No, you probably never asked Freddie Prinze to do
I
mystery
did.
crate.
I did.
Pablo?
No, Pablo. What are you, Pablo?
You don't have any European-based friends that can deliver the news?
Thierry Henry.
You're friends with Thierry Henry?
Yeah, man.
Really?
Yeah, it's weird.
Call
That
him
is
right.
incredible.
Call him right now.
I only have
can't.
one Thierry Henry anecdote, which is that when he was playing for the New York Red Bulls, this is one of the most famous
One more
footballers.
than me.
One of the most famous footballers of all time. He goes to do an interview at NBC at 30 Rock, and they stopped him and asked him to fill out a form for identification. It's the first time in his life he's ever had to do that because no one in America cares about Thierry Henry. This is a guy who once scored 24 goals and 20 assists in the Premier League in one season for Arsenal.
Get over
Being
yourself,
asked for
all right?
ID.
Thierry Henry, everyone has to show ID for everything, all right?
Not
Just
true.
'cause-
I disagree.
Not true.
I disagree.
Post 9/11, listen to this. The Clippers were flying to, I believe, Vancouver. This is when there's still a team in Vancouver. And Lamar Odom didn't have a passport. So then they asked him, well, let's see your driver's license. He said, I don't have a driver's license. He never learned how to drive because he's from New York. They asked him, well, do you have anything with your picture and your name on it? And he pulls out a copy of Slam magazine that he's on the cover with his name on it. And they let him in. That same flight, one of the assistant coaches was Igor Kokoshkov, who was at the time not a U.S. citizen. They banned him from entering Canada. He had to stay behind.
Wow. That's the future coach of the Suns, right?
Yes, and now he's the coach of was it Ephes or where?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Billy.
I don't understand how Lamar Odom at some point would have had to go through customs and didn't have a driver's license. He played for the Clippers, Miami, the Lakers, Dallas, the Clippers,
The Kardashians.
But at some point you have to learn how to drive if you're going to live in Los Angeles or Miami
No, you
for
don't.
12 years. What?
No, you don't have to drive.
So you're just being driven everywhere.
Woody, I'm sure he learned how to drive.
Clearly he didn't. He
No,
doesn't
but
have a
this was, like,
driver's
his
license.
This was one of the first seasons in the league.
Yeah.
I started the story with when he was at the Clippers early in his career.
Okay,
He
but
was like 19 years old.
Come on,
you're
man.
still
keep
you're
up.
still living in Los Angeles, right?
Nah.
You're a millionaire. Yeah, we had Quentin Richardson on, Zach. Remember that?
Yeah.
And we asked him about stories about what it was like being on the Clippers at that time.
Right.
And it was like they were just living the dream, man. They were like, we're in the NBA, we live in LA, and then they went to the club and they got rejected from entering.
yeah.
And that's it. And they learned, oh yeah, we play for the Clippers.
Yeah, we're just Clippers.
But did they have the Slam magazine on them?
Great question.
Not yet, but I bet you they did by the end of that season.
Now, Amin, as the host of Breakfast Flan, I understand we have our weather reporter standing by. Do you want to do a? I almost made a reference to someone who no longer works in morning television. A George Stephanopoulos style introduction to our weather reporter.
Well, she can't really hear us, I'm being told.
Okay.
So it's one of those things that I'm talking right now
Talk
to the
really
audience,
loud.
and I'm talking to Kansas City and saying
Yeah.
we should throw it to Jessica right now for her weather report.
Yeah.
I think we have to talk because she can't really.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a
there
beautiful
we go.
day here in sunny Miami Beach, Florida. Sunrise coming up. Right now, the real field temperature, 86 degrees, temperature 81 with a high of 84 today. The low, 79 tonight. It's partly cloudy, and the high will be 84. I already said that. Moving on. There is a 10% chance of rain, and the humidity level, 82%. That's pretty high here in Miami. Going to be a steamy one today. We have winds out of the east-southeast at 12 miles per hour. 0% chance of precipitation. I already said 10% chance of rain, so forget that. And the air pressure, 30 degrees, whatever the hell that means. Back to you in the studio, Chris Cody.
Thank you, Jessica.
Now, Billy, I'm surprised that in that weather report there wasn't a measurement of the air quality. I know the air quality is very important to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's first time doing it, so we're not going to be.
Yeah, that's fair.
Can I review
can give
this?
notes.
Can I review this flan a little bit?
Oh, go on.
I love.
Whoa.
Yeah, come on. This is a mean segment, man. Let's.
You're just going to dive right in and start
Yeah, that's not how.
hogging
works.
it down?
You're not even eating.
I'm waiting for everybody to be ready.
Exactly.
Oh,
Thank
Roy's
you.
been done.
Finally.
I've been eating.
Someone's
Roy's been done. Here's my thoughts.
Roy ate his whole flan?
Yeah, it's like in 2 bites.
I saw Roy eating it, so I started eating.
The most impressive thing was the other
21
night.
AQI
The other
today.
night, Roy got poured a red Solo cup of Makers, and it was like 3 or 4 inch. It's like a big pour. Like you sip on that thing for a little. That thing was down in like 10 seconds.
Veteran.
I mean, that is impressive, Roy.
Yeah, I know my way around it.
Anyways, back to the flan.
Thank you for cutting me off.
I like the custard part. I don't like this like brown liquid at the bottom.
Caramel, man.
I just like the custard. It's too gooky. This.
Now, I mean, I've heard that breakfast flan is kind of like the cinephobe of like breakfasts.
Okay.
What's cinephobe?
Oh, cinephobe. I'm so glad you asked me.
Ascertain and some flan, huh?
Correct.
Yo, by the way, speaking of cinephobe and the conversation we had with Neil Brennan and Adam McKay, the one moment I felt like I contributed was when
One?
There's only one moment.
2 hours.
There's only one moment I contributed was when Neil Brennan said that Barbara Streisand called the movie cute. And I said, is that a good thing? And I said it because they hadn't heard us the whole time.
Right.
So I said it kind of under my breath, and he caught it.
He wasn't happy.
Wait, when you make Adam McKay laugh, that makes you feel special, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I feel even more special that I pissed Neil Brennan off.
That's the my girlfriend's a comedian, and so that's a tough thing. That's when you kind of you realize like you're not as funny as you think you are, when you're like trying to make a professionally funny person laugh, and it's not often.
I thought it was kind of the other way, where I've always kind of found people who are in comedy to be like particularly charitable with their laughter. Like they don't
She's not.
like they don't want to be intimidating.
She's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zach's girlfriend hates him.
And I wouldn't say hate.
That seems counterproductive to a relationship.
Yeah, no,
My wife hates me.
Yeah, that's true. Anyone else want to reveal that their significant others hate
Tony,
them?
come on.
No.
What do you mean, Tony? Come on. You think my
like-
wife hates me? She loves me.
My
Why she
wife loves
married
me. My wife loves me.
Yeah.
And
My
she
girlfriend
hates
loves me, but yeah.
But hates you.
Like,
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Billy, does your wife hate you?
No.
Thank you.
I'm not falling into this trap, yo. I'm sorry. You're not gonna.
Well,
but
you
she
could
is.
just
She's watching.
You could just answer the question and say, "No, I love my wife, and there's nothing wrong with her."
Roy caught us, guys.
Thank you.
This was just a big trap to get him this whole time.
The entire time.
I've seen my wife like
all 2 hours of
I've-
it.
all
All 24.
Jerks.
I've
jerks.
seen my wife 6 hours
Boiled
probably in
again.
the last 2 weeks. I mean, she's not happy with me right
Having
now.
a second
because
child.
of this marathon.
It's been crazy, yeah.
Yeah, we've been here at the studio working some long hours.
Now,
Hold on. Hold on, Chris. Is there any chance that she's just acting her ass off to make it seem like she's upset with you, but really right now she's popping bottles and like, woo!
Happy you're out of the house.
Maybe.
Is that how? Is how you imagine Chris's wife partying?
Get it done, yeah.
I like that you've seen your wife like 0 times, but you've seen your dad a fuck ton in the last 2 weeks.
I have really enjoyed getting to know Chris's dynamic with his father since working with him for a few months. He is embarrassed on 3 different levels with his father. Before he does something, he's trying to preemptively
what are the
stop
3
him.
levels? What are the 3
He's
levels?
trying to
Hold on.
preemptively stop him from embarrassing himself. Then whilst embarrassing, he's like banging his head against the wall. Then after the embarrassment is attempting to correct the behavior. At every step of the embarrassment, Chris is just sinking into mortification.
I can't deny it. But hey, guys, before I know this is riveting, but we have something crazy right now. We have a shot of Dan sleeping on the 4th floor deck, I believe. Let's see.
All right, so we're looking at the pirate ship.
Okay.
This doesn't look good.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
Is that where he slept last night?
He took my scotch, man. Hey.
Is he okay?
Did he sleep there
I
all
thought
night?
it was sleeping. It looks more like Mike's still up.
Mike doesn't seem terribly perturbed. He attempted a couple of half-hearted kicks. Well, there now appears to be movement.
There's our leader right there, guys.
Yeah. He's going to be on the air in about 2 hours from now.
Have we used that ship?
I think we're.
I mean, we've used it a lot.
Hang on a second,
They're all night.
Billy. I think there's something happening maybe towards the end
Well, no,
where
I
that
know
ship will
that.
be put into use.
Yeah,
but
it was in the meeting.
It's a surprise.
No, but, you know.
I mean, right now it's been used for
we've
Tony's
it.
big reveal, I think.
Which wasn't a big reveal.
The soft
Yeah,
launch.
Soft
That was
launch,
a soft.
please.
I mean,
soft launch.
Soft launch is ridiculous.
Big reveals
You've
coming
been on
later.
the air for 19 hours with
Big
Metal
reveals
Arcadia.
coming later, Whitty.
Yeah.
Trust me, you'll know.
That's
By the
like
way-
having 2 birthday brunches and then being like, I get a birthday dinner tomorrow, though. Like,
Would you want that?
I mean, yeah, obviously.
Okay.
Birthday weeks are what it's all
Exactly.
about.
People who over
But
celebrate
it's
their
lame.
birthday, get over
I'm
yourself.
For real.
Jessica, would you like some flan?
Yeah,
would
would
love
you?
some
We have an
flan.
extra one.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll take a flan.
We'll get you one
I can
right now.
unveil the new commercial-free flan song.
Wow, how exciting!
Ooh. Oh, you,
No! What are you doing?
No.
Jeez. All right, you guys ready?
Trying to get us
yeah,
killed?
go on.
The world premiere. Here we go. Breakfast of flan. 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 Breakfast of flan. Where can I find another breakfast like that?
Ooh.
Hey, easy, careful.
Hey, man. Tone that line, yo.
Why is it breakfast of flan?
Well, because I
Because
need.
that's how it works syllabically.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why is June Lee watching this?
Whittingham is a fancy lad.
All right, guys, here we go.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to take a nice. You want to get all the way down.
The bounce back starts now
Yeah.
for Amin El Hassan.
See that? Yeah. So, Chris, when you take that first scoop, you have to hit the bottom of the container so that you get that little, just a tinge of brown there, that caramel sauce on it.
No.
Tension?
Please note the texture. It's nice and smooth. It's soft, but it's not like watery. You got to have some sort of tension and give back there.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think those spoons are strong enough
Wow.
for that flan. It seemed pretty weak when I was trying to eat it.
Nothing worse than a weak spoon.
It's all in the wrist, Roy.
A weak
I think
fork,
it's-
actually. Wow. That's actually such a good point. Those crappy little white forks.
How about
little
this? A weak
tongs.
knife.
Yeah.
Even worse.
What about
No.
a fork, though?
No, I think the worst
What is this, middle
is
school?
the
Come on.
weak fork.
I've got a take on this. So in the aftermath of we don't want to kill turtles anymore.
What?
There.
When
well,
did we
Was
want
there
to?
a time, yeah,
no,
that we
no,
wanted
no.
to kill turtles?
Well, you know,
or-
because plastic straws
You're
kill
pro-killing
turtles.
everything.
Plastic straw kill
Bro, murderer.
turtles. So we moved to the paper straw, and everyone hated the move to the paper straw. Well, the tiny spoon that you're given with ice cream. As a matter of fact, there's a gelato place around here that
Mamma
ge-
mia.
Gelato, give me a
that
break.
that gave they're like paper spoons. They have no
Oh.
structural integrity to
Yeah,
them whatsoever.
that's crap.
It's just it's completely useless. Almost as bad as the paper straw. People complain about paper straws, not nearly enough about paper spoons.
Well,
Was anyone listening to what Woody just
listen,
said?
that was a hot
Stop
take that
listening.
nobody listened to.
I heard him say structural integrity of a spoon, and I was like,
Or lack
I'm
thereof.
good. I'm just gonna go eat this flan. Thank
Exactly,
you very much.
Billy.
Science.
Does anybody else need to brush their teeth right now? Like I really.
Yeah.
I
Oh
already
my
did.
God,
I did
yes.
that. I did that already.
Yeah,
I brought a
I'm-
toothbrush.
I'm probably overdue.
Woody, you probably brush your teeth like 6 times a day.
No, I know.
Hurts the enamel.
Really? He's a
No.
big floss guy, I would guess.
Yeah, so I ate like 18 chicken wings last night, and not having my water pick with me is unnerving.
Oh, there's some toothpicks.
Water picks, game changer.
Oh my
Yeah, they
god,
really are.
Yeah, I find working regular floss to be incredibly tedious. So the improvement to the water pick has been
Very dangerous.
revelatory.
I don't
Very
need the hype.
What's dangerous?
Water
Get
picks.
set.
Why?
Shot myself in the eye once.
Go.
No, I would say I'm the
Yeah,
Wayne
Billy, you
Gretzky.
okay?
I'm the Wayne
I made
Gretzky
it,
of
Billy.
handling a water pick. That thing is on 10 out of 10 intensity every time, and it is not a single error has resulted
Are
from
you
using
bad
it.
at anything?
Athleticism. Chris and I are going to race. Chris, Cody, and I are going to race later. It's going to go really poorly for me. I'm going to embarrass myself.
Witty,
in a
if you
significant
look at
way.
the screen right now, we're reliving a good moment for you last night.
Oh yeah, it's on the screen.
Oh my god, that looks so bad.
Oh,
I gotta see this guy's face again.
yeah,
that
the
out.
chicken wing
All
thing
right,
was
cut away from that. Can you cut away
really
from
gross.
It's 6:40 in the morning. I do not want to see Chris eat chicken.
Yeah, that was I mean, Kansas City, do better.
No, we love that.
Nobody wants to see that at 6:40 ever, really.
I just
but
wish people
especially
could
at
smell
6:40 in
it.
the morning. You still smell it?
No, I wish people could smell
Oh,
it. I didn't mean to
why?
cut you
Like
off,
buffalo
Woody.
sauce. Come
I'm
on.
kidding.
Oh,
I'm
God.
Why would you
Oh.
want to put the audience through that?
I mean, I
That was
had
genuinely
to endure
unpleasant.
it. I think that was part of the experience for me and my reaction, though. It wasn't what I was seeing; it was what I was smelling.
Is Amin okay? Like he's just rocking right now, back and forth.
No, the answer's always no.
No, but it takes a second for the breakfast flan to begin the bounce back. It's got to
He's got to settle.
It's got to settle. It's got to permeate throughout his body.
Settling doesn't sound good.
I mean, all you've
Permeate.
done is been awake and had some things to drink, and you look like you're in worse shape than Kate.
I mean,
was
have you had
after she
water?
ate the pepper.
Water probably would help, wouldn't
Yeah. There's only 47 water bottles
Yeah.
in front of you. Pick one.
it? Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Okay.
I'm suffering from massive acid reflux right now. I mean,
Oh
it's like
my
my
God.
chest is on
He had
fire.
3
Get him
drops of hot sauce, and all of a sudden, like, I mean, come on,
We got to get him some Tums.
grow
Can
up.
we get some Tums in the studio if anyone's listening? Just a antacid
Kansas
tablet.
City.
Is anyone listening?
Kansas City, can you get us some Tums?
We should get Hilda on this.
Oh my God, Woody.
You
It's not funny.
It's so
Jerk.
rude.
Getting this
It's
woman's
condescending
name
when
wrong.
you do it,
So
Woody.
rude.
damn
yeah.
it.
Mr. Prim and Proper just intentionally getting someone's name
So
wrong for a
when Billy
bit.
does it, everyone finds it funny, but
Billy doesn't do it wrong. He does it right.
Right, yeah.
I haven't
Billy's
murdered
whimsical.
anyone yet.
Mischievous tone to his voice when he does it.
I still can't believe you thought there was a time that it was appropriate to kill turtles.
Weird.
no, I'm saying turtles were killed by our use of plastic, and we are trying to lessen that with the
If you say
decrease
so.
of the plastic
Witty, how do you
straw.
feel that the tables have kind of been turned on you in the last few minutes?
It's been fine. You
It's
know,
been
well, it's
fine.
really an hour and 42 minutes of the tables having been turned on me.
Wow.
He asked
So-
for
You've
all
been
of
pretty
this.
aggressive too, though.
Yeah.
I've been aggressive?
No, not aggressive like a bad, mean. I'm just saying like you've been like, you know, you called out the sunglass
You said
wearers.
soldiers don't
Wait.
work 24 hours a day.
Wow.
Defending
Like,
our freedom.
You
You're
said
trying to
Support
say
the
that
troops.
We have the hardest job. We work the longest. We work the hardest. No one knows what it's like for us, and that was a
you've
really
been great.
tough
I'm not
take.
criticizing you. You know,
You told
you
Hildy
are.
that her
Actually,
name
you
was
are.
wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I don't agree. I do support the troops.
Good take.
Yeah.
I'm pro troops.
We should pay the teachers as well.
Yes.
Yeah, we should pay
Save
the
the
teachers.
wells.
Pro teachers.
Yeah.
Save the whales.
And the turtles.
And
Pay the turtles.
Pay the turtles.
Save the teachers. Save the turtles.
Save the turtles.
Save everybody. No more plastic straws. We got to save those teachers, people.
pay the wells.
Mike's back.
Woody's intentionally not talking right now because he's mad at all of us, and he's like, "See, this is what happens when you make fun of
That's
me."
exactly
and I
what was
don't
going
talk.
through my mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kill us.
That's exactly what was going
you
through
guys
my
are
mind.
ganging up on Witty?
Yeah.
Was it?
No.
You seem
He might murder us,
Mike,
though,
he's
Mike.
pro-
Woody's
Yeah,
been ganging
look,
up on
he's
us. He's
pro-
killing
killing
people.
turtles.
He's got
He's killing turtles.
Turtles. He moved on to
Crazy.
turtles.
You kill turtles. Oh
He
wait,
moved on to
like if you
turtles.
kill animals, like as
Worse
a little
than
kid, that's
people.
like
Kills
a big
everything.
sign.
Yeah.
A lot of movies about that.
Yeah.
Ever break up a good ant pile?
What?
I used to really enjoy that when I worked at Publix.
You murder ants too?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Use the outside of the
yeah,
shoe.
what was going on at Publix?
Yeah, no, because so at the Publix I worked at, when retrieving carts, all the carts were on patches of grass. But occasionally on the patches of grass, there were ant
Wait,
piles.
hold on a second. You are a cart retriever.
Yes.
And noted anti-cart quarterbacker Chris Cody is here. How did you feel about that?
So I'm okay with it because, as Chris has said, when usually at grocery stores, there are people assigned to go retrieve the carts, and you do it for 30 minutes, and that's part of your job. Now, I found the job particularly annoying because, as I said, patches of grass with trees broke up the line, so a lot of tree bark getting in the way. So it would be nice if people return them. We also didn't have a corral for all of the carts, so that was tedious, the fact that you had to pick up each individual one. There's no one place to go and get them from, but it's a job for people to do, and so I don't think it's that reckless of behavior.
And while doing that, you saw some ants, and you're like, today's your last day on Earth, suckers. And you stomped them.
That's exactly what I did. There were some behemoths as well. You just see scurrying ants. I don't know, I really enjoyed that.
You enjoyed watching them scurry
I did,
and
yeah.
suffer
Yeah.
You're a sick man, Chris.
after you destroyed their home.
Scants.
You broke up their families, man.
Ron McGill will be very angry at you.
Perturbed even.
Very perturbed.
What else have you killed?
Incensed, if
Great
you will.
question.
I will.
Thank you, Roy.
Perturbed even.
I kind of thought that when he pounded the table, he was like, "Stop making me mad!"
Yeah, he's talking up right now.
You're
He's
not
kinda
gonna
green.
like me when I'm angry.
Kinda green.
Mike, how are you
Perturbed even.
doing?
I got to sit back and watch you guys. It was good energy. I needed it. I was crashing a little bit. I've been up for 25 hours now. I mean, we're all tired, right? Adrenal fatigue kicking in, and I was really enjoying watching the show. I got a second burst watching you guys have a good time. So now I'm back here to close this puppy out. Granted, we got 5 more hours.
Do you like the direction we took the show, Mike, while you were gone? Was it okay?
I mean, probably a little hard on Witty, but look, everybody unfortunately settled into his role quite nicely, like a,
he
like
likes
a
the
natural.
attention. He likes it.
Whoa.
Yeah. He likes it. I hope he doesn't murder us.
Look, there is I don't think there is
lightly,
a
tread
talent. There's a couple of like talents that are underrated. We have some of them here in this studio, and
Name
we're
them.
spotlighting them
Who
and
are they?
others.
Zach Harper.
Zach Harper and others. And I think Chris Whittingham for a long time has deserved more national acclaim for just being a decent, fundamentally decent, and really good at his job and dependable. Aside from the murders, obviously.
No, he's good at the murders.
Yeah.
He's better at murders than broadcasting.
Excel.
If he hasn't been caught
Yeah.
until today. Oh,
You found out. You found me out.
I feel like
No,
the
I'm a
way to
contributing
catch him,
factor.
though, like I've seen episodes of
Thank you,
like
Mike, by the way.
police TV shows and stuff like that, where you have like the very clean professional murderer, and the way that you catch them because they've done so much work and they've planned the crimes perfectly to never get caught, is you start questioning them and making them think like you slipped up, you didn't plan the perfect thing. So like you play their ego against them, right? And you're like, you're so dumb, you did this and this is why you got caught. And then they eventually snap and they're like, that's not true. That's not how I did it. That's not how I murdered someone. So we just need to figure out how he didn't murder someone and pin that on him, and then he'll confess to how he actually murdered people.
We need Columbo.
You gotta bait. You're right, Billy. You gotta bait him into basically feeling like you could never do this murder. You're not smart enough to pull off something
We're
like this.
underappreciating his murder abilities.
And then that way
abilities.
his ego will take over and demand to be recognized and respected.
That or you find their tokens.
True.
Yeah, every serial killer
Arcade.
keeps a little something.
What do we think Woody would take as his token?
Well, keepsake.
We did find out he was a never nude
Blood
in the
gel.
last hour or so.
Undies?
This is good.
My token is trousers.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Pantaloons?
Oh.
Like eyeglasses,
Fancy.
reading glasses, I think.
Who calls them?
Chris Whittingham is a fancy lad.
It's like riding a bike, that thing.
Yeah.
A big, old-timey bike.
It's one wheel.
It's
not a wheel. It's not a bike. It's a unicycle.
No, it's not a unicycle. It's got two. It's got two wheels.
Oh.
It's got a name.
The big wheels.
Bicycle.
Isn't it like
Those are coming back in style. Actually, is it that or the just a really high
it's
seats?
a penny farthing.
Ooh.
It's a really tall
Mike,
bike.
Penny
Hipsters
farthing.
in Brooklyn absolutely have been seen biking on penny farthing bikes.
Oh yeah, I've
That's
seen
a
'em.
name.
Yeah.
Penny farthing.
How does the mechanics work of that? A giant wheel with a small wheel? I don't understand how that makes sense.
Yeah, you pedal, and then it pushes one wheel. And
Pedal
then
on a chain.
follows.
You know, that's how bikes work.
How do you direct it?
With a handle.
Handlebar.
Do you get on like from a balcony? I just never understood like how you do it.
Have you seen Point Break?
Yeah. Have I seen Point?
my
Oh, you just
God.
parachute in?
Yeah, you just parachute.
Johnny Utah doesn't need a
No,
parachute.
it doesn't. Just hops right on it.
Is Point Break eligible for Cinephobe?
Not even close.
Are you kidding me?
But what do you mean by the cinephobe?
I'm sorry. Is the new
Yeah.
criteria greatest movie of all time?
Hold on.
What's
hold on.
cinephobe?
No, hold on.
Ascertain.
Point,
Here we go.
Point Break does qualify, but it's not the Point Break you're thinking of. It's the Point Break reboot.
I'm not watching Sky
skipping.
Heist. Yeah.
Skipping.
What is Cinephobe, by the way, Zach?
Oh, it's that podcast we do where we review poorly rated movies.
Fair shake.
Ascertain.
It's not the movie that we do, right?
Properly.
No, but not yet. Maybe you should dream a little bit, Amin.
I'd love to dream right now. I'd love to be in a bed right now dreaming.
Yeah.
I'm actually fairly surprised that Point Break got 70% of Rotten Tomatoes.
I know.
Doesn't seem like fodder for critics, to be honest.
Hundo.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, though, cinephobe experts. Rotten Tomatoes isn't just critical reviews, or is it?
I'm so glad you asked that because it can be the audience or the critic score. If it's 40% or lower on Cinephobe, we will review it.
There you go, Witty.
Yeah.
Now, why isn't that included in the criteria that you lay out every time you plug the podcast? I feel like that, like when you're saying bad movies, I think it should be included in the plug. What qualifies as a bad movie?
Well, we say poorly rated.
Or poorly rated,
Yeah.
right? But what does poorly rated mean?
40% or lower.
I
but
know, but what I'm saying is that could be, the next evolution of the plug.
It could be, but we also throw it right into the intro
Okay.
every single episode. So I think if we can drive you to that, because
So-
then maybe you're like, oh, what is a poorly rated movie? Maybe I'll check out this episode, and then you get the lowdown.
Witty, one of the things that we do on the podcast is Zach will look up what the synopsis is for the movie and then the taglines that they went with. Every once in a while, you get a tagline that's so long, we laugh and say, that's not a tagline, that's the synopsis.
That's a
That's
paragraph.
basically what you're asking us to do for our tagline for
hang on
Cinephobe,
a
to make it
second.
as a synopsis.
It already is a synopsis. It includes the word ascertain. All I'm asking is for another line in this already very long plug for your podcast that is like a full-on routine at this point.
It rolls off the tongue.
Like Action Jackson's tagline.
Does
was
anyone
basically
does anyone
synopsis.
who's not a member of Cinephobe want to try the Cinephobe plug and see if they can get it right the first time?
You should listen to Amin do the intro to the show that he's on every single week that he doesn't know.
It was so hard. I couldn't remember anything. That's why we said
Do you not have a script?
The line, if you have a submission, submit it,
That's where
was
it came
because I couldn't remember what the actual line was. And so I said that. And so now it's become a kind of an inside joke where if you got a review it. If you got a submission, submit it. But I would like to see someone do the tagline if you guys could, give it an attempt. The old college try.
Jessica,
the
you want to give it a
starting
go?
to kick in, by the way, guys.
I will get 3 words in. Cinephobe, the podcast where we review poorly rated movies on Rotten Tomatoes and determine whether they were properly rated or wait.
Ascertain.
Do you have a
Ascertain.
synonym for determined?
Ascertain whether they were properly rated or didn't get their fair shake. Cinephobe, wherever you get your podcasts.
That was most of the way there.
That's pretty good.
Not bad.
I fucked up ascertain, which is the easiest word.
Right, well, it's the most memorable one for sure.
Right, yeah.
Easiest.
Well, the easiest to remember because I've heard Amin say it 1,000 times in the last hour alone.
Roy, do you think you could do it?
No, of course not. I can barely remember that I ate flan just now.
Well, you did remember that you ate flan
Yeah.
just now, so
Because
you
I looked
brought
to
it
my
up.
left and I saw the flan
Maybe your
container right
memory
here.
is better than you think.
Barely. He barely.
What's the last thing
Barely.
you
I
don't
almost
remember,
forgot.
Roy?
The last thing I don't remember is none of your goddamn business. How about that?
Roy, I have a question for you because I haven't
Yes,
eaten
sister.
my flan yet
Checkmate. Mhm.
because I'm worried that it's not going to sit well after not sleeping all night. How is your stomach feeling after the flan?
There's a rumbling.
There's a rumble. Yeah, my stomach's like growling because I'm so hungry, and I feel like flan might be the wrong answer.
Might have to take the
Jessica. Listen to me. Look at me right now.
Don't.
Minutes ago, I was a husk of a man. I was ready to expire right here in the studio. Now my voice swells with energy and passion because the flan has brought me back to life. Can I get an Amin?
Amin.
Can
Amin.
Splash.
So yeah, Jessica, if you want to be that, you just go ahead and eat that
Just
flan.
wait 10
Yeah.
minutes. Oh, no,
I'll have what he's having.
You haven't dug into
like
the
He-Man
breakfast
back
flan
there.
yet.
No, because I feel like someone else might want it more, and I
No,
want to save it
no.
for them.
People
like
are
Mike.
eyeing that.
I've been asking.
Yeah,
Do you
for
want a
flan.
flan?
Yeah.
give this to Mike.
Go
Mike
halfsies.
deserves it more than I do.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be right about that. Yeah.
He does.
Not
he
at
really
all.
does. But he.
Thank you, Mike.
No.
Thank you,
No.
Mike.
No.
Thank
No.
you,
Flan.
Flan.
Thank you, Flan. Thank you, Flan. Thank you, Flan.
I've noticed
Mike.
this is the loudest of all the day parts in this 24-hour marathon. Like, we've been peaking the entire time. There's just been straight red.
Yeah,
on
we're at the
every
top.
centimeter.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good energy.
Well, I mean, you were following Greg Cody, and that was just a low
That's
hum.
a low
The Greg Cody show was just a low
He
hum.
was great.
It was,
Yeah, he
that
was.
that was the best I've ever seen Greg Cody,
God.
and he sounded terrible. The entire sound, the show sounded like, you know when you play a vinyl record and before the music starts? That's what it sounded like. Oh, wow.
Content was good.
Yeah,
Good
get it
stuff.
in you.
No, you don't go deep enough. Go deep.
Yeah, you gotta go. You hit the
going
bottom.
deep.
You gotta hit the bottom with that
No,
first.
this is overrated.
No,
syrup.
it's just overrated. I like that. It's a textural delight.
No, get the juice. Just the
Mm,
custard.
I got this. I got the juice.
It's about the custard. Ooh, that juice.
Oh man,
So good. What's next?
it's nice and
I don't
cool
know,
on the
man.
palate.
A breath of fresh air
It
with
does-
Adnan Verk.
Yeah, it does hit different in the
Cinephile.
morning. Yeah, Cinephile's gonna be next.
Yeah, you got to get close to the mic while you're eating that flan. Do a little asthma for the morning crowd.
Oh, you
Asthma?
asthma. I
ASMR.
like that.
Oh, come on.
I mean, it's a lot easier to say. I don't like the initials for it.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm the creator of
ASMR is
with
almost-
SVG.
ASMR is almost in it of itself ASMR. ASMR.
Wait, shh.
Good lord.
Yeah, stop doing that.
Tension?
Wait,
Really got stuck in there.
Let the boy watch.
Oh. Plums.
Ready to go to market.
Are you guys prepared to talk about good movies now? All of a sudden,
Nah, not really. No, I don't even know. I'm so used to the bad ones.
That was good, Mike. Yeah, a little
Where
in
can
your
I hear
mustache.
discussion about bad movies?
So does Clooney. All right. Well, we should thank our sponsors because
should we
before.
should we update the pools?
Yeah, do that.
Great
Oh,
idea.
corporate witty.
I don't have the papers. I think Tony.
Oh, my
Tony, they're by your desk. I
boy.
think.
Careful when you walk it in there, Tony.
Yeah. Well, while you find the pools and we can update the results in them. By the way, we have to create a new pool. I think with new questions. Yeah. So we'll have to
True.
work that out. Billy, you're kind of most briefed on those details.
We have a couple pools coming up, guys. From 8 to 10, we are going to have what is known as a popularity pool. It's going to be the first time that we do this. Essentially, the popularity pool will be anytime Dan asks for something to be put on the polls, it will enter this popularity pool. Once we reach the number of questions for the popularity pool, those will go live on DraftKings, and you go and you vote.
Nice.
And whether something's right or not, the popular answer wins. And the person who has the most popular answers correct will win, potentially, $5,000.
Nice.
Whoa.
Wow. That's neat.
Yeah.
A lot of money.
And then we have another pool after this for more money, but that's more of like a recap thing once the show's done. So even after we're done with 24 hours of broadcasting, you still have another chance to win $5,000 more dollars.
And Chris and I, over the course of the wait, Chris, we have to play beer pong at some point.
yeah, so here's the thing about beer pong. Here's the thing about beer pong, right?
We're gonna be playing beer pong at 8:00 in the morning.
If there's a popularity pool question that is, who do you think is going to win beer pong? And the answer, popular answer is Chris, and Chris Whittingham actually wins, the correct answer is Chris because it was the popular answer.
That's ridiculous.
Popularity pool.
Can we play orange juice pong?
Ooh,
No.
I would be more than happy
Mimosa
to do that.
pong.
Mimosa pong. I'm in.
Ooh, I like that.
Now we've
Blonde
we've
pong?
mentioned our DraftKings connections here. Now we should also mention our friends over at Verizon. And nobody has built 5G like Verizon has built 5G. No one else built this bold because no one else thought this big. And the more you do with 5G, the more building it right matters, the more your network matters, the more Verizon engineers go in the extra mile matters. It's Verizon versus Verizon. And you know who wins, Zach? Zach, who wins? You do, Zach Harper. You do. Because it's 5G built right from America's most reliable network. Most reliable based on rankings for Root Metrics, second half 2020 U.S. report of 3 mobile networks. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
And he's like
like a chipmunk. He has like a chipmunk. He has a wing stored in his cheek right now. Like he's about to hibernate.
Cameraman, closer. Just stay on his best. Top 5 Stugotz words that he loves to say. Number 5.
Listen.
Number 4.
Overrated.
Number 3.
Titles.
2.
Joke.
Stugotz's number 1 favorite word to say.
Rings.
There's rings. Titles and rings. Okay, very good.
Fuck nigga better watch your tongue. All that talking ain't with that. All that shit on your song. Rushed out, you ain't never did that.
It's my understanding, though, that you have a totally toxic work environment and you berate your employees all the time.
I'd like to leave while it's still popular, and I'd like to leave before people tune in and go, what the hell happened to him?
And there's a picture of myself, Nas, Redman, and Curious George.
And Ray has no recollection of this.
He has no recollection, and that was the first time I ever met his ass.
But when people talk about ADR, the line I quote that made me laugh the hardest looks like the bus station from Total Recall. Let's get into PAC law and election laws about associations. Guys, is that where you want to go next?
Yeah, you guys just get movie podcasts. Like, you
By the
understand
way,
where it's going.
thank you for giving me and McKay what can only be called a prime slot. 1:30 to 1:45 a.m.
So what actually happened is Amin watched it at 7 a.m. one morning. I know because he was texting us at 7 a.m. Hold on. Are you sober?
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Roy.
You're a liar.
Welcome to the Greg Cody Show with Greg Cody. And I've just lost that thing I'm supposed to read.
I hate hats.
Would you put on a hat right now?
He's a cop.
Yeah, he is a cop. Yeah, a bad undercover cop.
Yeah, oh my God! I just looked at myself in the picture. I look like a cop.
Narc.
Yeah, if you want to show it to me, that's fine.
Okay.
I've never seen that.
Let's let the camera zoom in on it. Like, stay still, Dad.
What I think you have going on is what's called a periumbilical hernia.
Yeah. Do you think you could kill someone?
Good question. You wouldn't kill for your children?
Wow.
I mean, of course.
But now you're killing people's children.
No. What do you know about Chris Whittingham? What do you know about him?
God, I'm tired.
Welcome, everybody, to Cinephile. Adnan Burke is slated to join us, but right now we're having audio issues. I got to make sure Adnan connects to the audio. So for right now, stand by while we do this for technical difficulties. I will get some people in that studio. Make sure Adnan connects to audio, everybody. Cinephobe! Cinephobe! Cinephobe, assemble! All right. So Adnan this is actually the first real technical hiccup on the day. Adnan is chatting away. You could actually put a Zoom box up. There you go. I'm supposed to be tracking his audio, but I'm not hearing any of his audio presently. Adnan, we can't hear you, so let's make sure you're connected to audio. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. But in the meantime, I will get the Bad Movie crew in there, and I'm sure this worked out swimmingly for Amin El-Hassan. Now we're going to actually talk about bad movies again because Adnan is there, but we can't actually hear him. So this is a natural opportunity here to promote Cinephobe, which Cinephobe, if you're not familiar, with the podcast Cinephobe. It's
Is he just going?
He's just going because he hasn't connected to audio just yet. So, or his microphone isn't working. So I got a back channel with him. You carry here, and I'll handle the technical.
Shout out to
difficulties.
Stugotz, by the way, for getting Adnan, huh? 'Cause
Yeah,
they may not
and
get him now.
and Adnan's microphone worked.
I got an idea for this.
Ooh.
All right,
just let him keep going.
Love ideas.
Yeah, just let him keep going. 2, I'm going to read a description of a movie we've done.
Okay.
And I want to see if Amin can get it. And Billy, you'll have a chance to steal.
I'm excited. I feel like this is my first appearance unofficially on a Cinephobe.
We got to get you on. People want you to do Too Fast, Too Furious.
You know, by the way, little known fact.
They've been asking.
Little known fact. Billy Gill was the inspiration behind us doing Mr. Magoo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was the one that suggested it.
Okay.
Love Mr. Magoo.
It's a very problematic
Oh,
movie.
Magoo, you've done it again.
Why was he driving an eggplant?
That's odd.
All right, Adnan, we're back.
Oh,
can we got you?
I'm here. You guys can hear me. Yeah,
Now we
Cinephile,
can
ready to
hear you.
rock.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, let me hit this open again. How about that? Here, let's
Okay,
let's
sorry
start
about
over.
that,
Let's
guys.
take
We're not
2.
playing Zach's game.
Thanks, Cinephobe.
Thank you, Cinephobe.
Cinephobe hooking us up. That's right, folks. Cinephile continues and marches on. 175 episodes of Cinephile in the books. We had 78 at ESPN. Shout out to Pete Genesini and Dan Stanzik and Rick Passmore and Claire Atkins. We were able to get it done at ESPN, and now we've moved on to Cadence 13, 97 episodes. Shout out to Chris Corcoran and Joseph Engelbrecht and Rich Cook and Sean Cherry, the entire team there. And now, of course, thanks as we climb aboard the pirate ship and Meadowlark, and thanks so much to Dan Lebitard and John Skipper and Mike Ryan and the entire crew for giving us a shot. Because, listen, LAF, man, there's nothing like being a part of Lebitard and Friends. We all know the passion, the popularity of the Lebitard team, and whatever scraps I can take from their popularity, I'm willing to do so. To be clear, I'm sucking off the teat of the popularity of the Dan Lebitard show and Friends. That's exactly the aim here of Cinephile. So, hey, you love Dan? You love Stu? Great. Support Cinephile. That's how we do things, right? It's like, you got a buddy here in your posse. Not crazy about him, but hey, he's friends with Jim. Jim seems cool. Great. I'll give Adnan a shot. So give Cinephile a shot. And by the way, congrats to the entire team, which is growing. Congrats to Kate Fagan, Tom Haberstroh, of course, know them from ESPN. Props to Cinephobe, love Amin Al-Hassan, the entire crew. I've been a guest in Cinephobe, by the way, because they crushed The Departed. They know how much I love Scorsese. So Amin said, do you want to come on? Here's the movies. You have a choice. We can make fun of you for liking. And I was like, I'll take The Departed. He goes, great. So Cinephobe, support them as well. Support the entire team. Thanks to Stugotz, who had me yesterday, literally as just to fill time.
Look at you. 2 appearances. I don't think anyone else made 2 appearances.
Yeah, Cody, he was so, by the way, that is Chris Cody. For those who are, I mean, obviously everyone's aware, but for the Cinephile, perhaps there's one Cinephile fan who doesn't know Chris, but is listening for me. That's Chris Cody. He's going to be my producer now in Cinephile. Chris is a great guy. And while selling me on this appearance today, he said, we're at 5 a.m. I said, we're not at 5 a.m. I said, we're not going to push and say 9 a.m., but let's just say 7 a.m. Normally I'm up at 7:30. I'll get up at 6:45, put a hat on, Team Canada, not a big deal. Cody's like, I'm not sure if that's going to work. I'm like, oh, it's going to work. He comes back to 7 a.m. locked in.
It was a boss move. We had 5 a.m. or 4. We had 5 a.m. and you were just like, not going to work. Tell him 7. And I was like, look at you.
Yeah, there was no negotiation, but I was like, oh, Mike Ryan will understand. He's like, this guy's got kids. He's got a job. I'm like, he's not going to have at 5 a.m. No problem. Having said that, Greg Cody. So what does this lesson teach us? Because the way that Chris tried to sell me was, hey, listen, if it helps, my dad's getting screwed too. I'm like, it doesn't help, but thanks for throwing it out there. Your dad did what, the 4 to 5 a.m.? Is that right?
I'm sorry, Adnan. There's people in my ear, and I'm
yes,
not
Greg did the 4 to 5 a.m. shift, Adnan.
Okay,
hey,
Greg.
Adnan,
Yes, thank
Billy.
you. So I think Billy's chiming in now. Greg did the 4 to 5 a.m. Okay, so listen, everyone here ship it in. I love that there's 24 hours. I keep calling it a telethon, by the way. I feel like we're raising funds for
We raised
muscular dystrophy.
$100,000 for ALS.
We did. So, you know what? That is important because Boog is all about that. So you're right. Okay, it is a telethon. Damn it. It's a marathon and it's a telethon. We've raised money, $100,000 to ALS. I like to pay my part then. Seriously, give money to ALS. I'll donate as well. Go fund me, whatever needs to be done. I'm in. As Chris mentioned earlier, This is my second appearance now. So Stugotz texts me, what's today now? Thursday. And he goes, top 5 clay court players. And I always like texts without context. I make it why would you do that to me? Like Billy wouldn't just text me, top 3 Stallone movies. I'm like, well, is this a bit on the show? Where is this coming from? But that's it, just top 5 clay court players. I go, okay. I give it a minute, and I'm like, Rafa, Roger, Bjorn Borg. I'm like, Lendl won 3 French Opens. And then I'm like, Gustavo Kieran. Great. It doesn't even right back to it. Like, it's 12 hours later, and maybe he's just on the toilet thinking, who's a great clay court player? Let me just ask that name. Sure. 12 hours later, he writes back, we're having Marty Fish on. That's why I wanted to ask him. Sure, no problem. So I listened to the episode of Stupidity with him and Marty, and it's great. It's very serious in some ways to talk about the battles that Marty's had with, mental illness and the anxiety, and it's really passionate, and I love that it's raw and authentic, and Marty's been a great voice for mental health in this country, particularly in the sports atmosphere. But because of Stupidity, they also have to screw around as well. So at the end, we do Fish or Fishy. One of the great questions was, when you're on an airplane, do you hold the fart? Do you fart? I'm like, no, you do the fart. You just have to kind of suppress. Anyways, Stu texts
That's an
me and
upset,
goes,
by the way. That's an upset for me that you're a farter on a plane. I'm a farter on a plane, but you just seem like a respectable guy that wouldn't fart on a plane.
I like that you think it's an upset, Cody. You just thought I was more refined.
It's just such a move because it's loud on a plane and there's just no one's ever going to
But my stomach, when it's like, I can't hold it. I don't like it. I don't know. My mom, I think when I was a kid, she's like, if you hold your farts, like it'll cause damage to your intestines. And I go, okay, you're just going to get rid of it. You have to apologize to the person next to you. I'll get you an extra cookie, whatever it takes. I'm sorry. I've got intestinal issues. So Stu goes, all right, can you come on? He goes, here's what I want to do. I'm like, yeah. He goes, 5 o'clock, Stupidity. I'm like, yeah. He goes, you're going to come on, clay court players, talk Leafs Habs. I'm like, sure. He goes to hockey. He goes, we're going to get Mad Dog on. I'm like, Mad Dog's going on? He's like, yeah. I'm like, that's unbelievable. You get Mad Dog. He's like, wow. He's like, Mad Dog getting on. We're going to get Roddick, we're going to tense, whatever you need. So the show is 3 to 5. I said, yeah, after that, I'll join. Mike Gay's hit me up. A little post-show meeting. I don't like just run out of the building, have a little conversation, get in the car. And I'd said to Stu, I'm like, hey, I'm working 3 to 5. I'll call you from the car. No problem. Maybe 30 seconds in, Mike Ryan texts, like, hey, can you turn your camera on? So I had this moral dilemma. I'm like, okay, so obviously I have to follow Mike. Mike's the boss, and I understand it's being obviously streamed, so he needs video. I'm like, but I'm also driving. So I'm like, well, I'm not to sound like Rain Man. I'm a very good driver. I mean, I'm an excellent driver. So I'm like, I'm not.
Doesn't everyone think they're a good driver?
Exactly, Chris. So like
Roy
everyone's
here,
like, oh, I'm
Roy
amazing. I'm like, really?
Roy here is a crazy driver, and yet he thinks that he's a great driver. So
I'm a
everyone.
better driver than you.
Oh, wow. See, that's what I mean. That's my point, is that everyone thinks they're a great driver.
Yeah, and you're not.
Right. I like when Roy comes in off the top rope. So I had this dilemma, Cody. I'm like, okay, I have to follow Mike because he's like, hey, get a turn of camera. I'm like, no, I got it. I'm like, do I pull over? But I don't want to do that. I want to go home. I want to see my family. I have to finish my shift. I'm helping Stu out, just talking drivel and nonsense about the Habs. But then I'm like, it's going to look bad. This guy's blatantly driving while talking on the phone. And at least I wasn't staring at the phone while driving. Like, I'm just doing this. I'm like, no. But Cody, do you think, like, ethical dilemma? Do you think I handled it well? Like, I was like, I had to appease Mike and Stu, but I don't know if, if somebody's watching that going, this guy's a lunatic. Nobody should drive in the streets of New Jersey without Dan Burke.
Yeah. After you work a full day, you don't need to be pulling off the side of the road. I'm cool with what you did.
Okay. Well, that's good news. Cinephile. We want to be a place where we're going to talk movies and we're going to have fun and be joyful. So, Cody, let's go through some topics. You have some topics here for me. I want to just announce Cinephile. So Chris and I did record the first episode, which we did this week. So that's A Quiet Place Part 2, Mayor of Easttown, which is the limited series on HBO, the story of Late Night CNN series. So all 3 of those, Chris and I discussed and broke down. That episode is coming out next week at some point. Check Leonard and Friends. Go to Cinephile, subscribe, unsubscribe, or resubscribe. Do what you got to do. But Cinephile, that episode's coming out. Today, of course, is like a teaser, an extended preview, so to speak, before we get to the feature film, which is the return of Cinephile. So Chris and I are going to battle around some topics. We got a special guest coming up in about 20 minutes from now. So what do you got for me, Cody? First off, Cody, I want to know about you. How many hours of sleep are you on? Are you guys all been up 24 hours? How is this going?
I've slept an hour. I've been here since about 9:30 on Friday. And, yeah, I slept from about 1:30 to 2:30. And, we're going. It's actually right now, it was waking up. That at first hour I was up after waking up was really rough. But I'm catching a little bit of a second wind here. And it's daylight out now, so we're in the home stretch. I'm feeling good.
And this goes to the entire crew. Mike, Billy, Roy, nobody has slept.
A lot of people have not slept. Like a few of us have slept like an hour, but a lot of people, Mike, Roy, a lot of people have been up the entire. I've been amazed. Even, the Metal Arc people, like the suits and stuff. Like there's a lot of people that have just been up all night. It's pretty cool.
I know Bimmel. Bimmel, we've talked.
Yep.
Is he there?
Bimmel has been. I have not seen Bimmel sleep. I mean, not that I would see him sleep because he'd be in his
Sure.
hotel room, but Bimmel has been up every time I've been around.
We haven't met formally, but he's the only suit that I know aside from Skipper. So if Bimmel's up all night, I respect the suits there at Metal Arc. And how late is this going until? Because I want to watch some of this as well.
Noon.
Dan is coming up at 8, correct?
Yes, Dan is coming. Like basically, you are taking us up, and then from 8 to noon, it's just like our regular show. Like,
Okay.
to finish off. So yeah, it's pretty exciting. But I think I know like you can break down a movie as well as anybody. But I like the fun movie conversations, like the nonsense. Like here's one thing I got for you: the angriest you've ever been with a movie. Like, what are your pet peeves for other people at the movie theater?
Great one. So, before I was very late to the game on getting a cell phone. Like I was one of those guys who was like, you know what? I'm not crazy about it. I see people on their phones all the time. I'm going to hold out a little bit. I'm not rushing in on technology. So when I would go to the movies, this is like 2004, 2005. I want to say I got a cell in 06. So like, I was holding out. Last one in the group to get a cell phone, flip phone, the whole thing. So 04, 05, people were
you
still.
Had a beeper? Were you rocking the beeper? What'd you have?
No, because as a friend pointed out to me, because if you have a beeper, you're a drug dealer. Like at that point, like why wouldn't you just have a cell phone? Like I have a beeper. I'm like, oh, because you already traced because you are dealing drugs. I didn't have a beeper, nothing. I just didn't want to be handled. No, I go home, I check my answering machine. Otherwise, you can't get a hold of me. Email, I'm great with email. 2004, 2005. I did not want a phone. So I'd go to the movies, and then people are blabbing away on the phone, and I'm like, I don't want to be the shusher either. Like I don't want to be that guy in class. People are loud in the back of the class. I don't think I go, shh, hey, do you guys mind? Like, no, I'm not going to do that either. Like, do what you want. If you don't want to pay attention to the class, quite frankly, teachers should be better. So I did not like people talking on the phone. I remember one time, and especially it was a bunch of truants, high school teens, and I can't remember the film now, but I had to be like, hey, guys, do you mind? And they're like, and then the rest of the movie, they were making fun of me. Like, I could just hear them going, hey, guys, do you mind? How about this guy over here? And I'm like, okay, like, no, like, I just want to watch a movie, all right? I paid $7.25 for this matinee. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I totally get it. You're on your phone. I just want to watch the movie. And I gave you guys at least 20 minutes of conversation while watching the movie. And then I was like, I just let me go, hey guys, do you mind? I'm like, hey guys, do you mind? So that's not great. And I felt emasculated because I tried to watch the movie. They kept talking. So that sucked. So yeah, talking obviously on the cell phone, but I don't think anyone does that now. Like that's pretty bold, Cody. If you go to a movie now, it's like, are you serious? Like just text. So if someone's texting the phone,
now it's just annoying if you just see someone constantly on their phone and you're like seeing that ray of light coming up from.
Yes, exactly. So now, and listen, I go to the movies and they're not very packed right now. It's never been dense when I go, which is matinees. So there's like 20 people in the theater, tops, more like 10, and everyone's fairly spaced out even before social distancing and COVID. And so now, if I just see that ray of light, someone texting, I couldn't care less. People are munching too loud. That doesn't matter to me. I'm happy to see that because I try to refrain because I'm fat enough as it is. I don't need any more popcorn or Milk Duds, my favorites. But if like someone's munching loudly, I don't mind. Like somebody will get mad, like, oh, God, I have the nachos. I'm like, he's enjoying life. He's enjoying his eating. So I don't mind that. I do mind, I guess, obviously, kids wailing, unless they're my kids. And I'm like, that's okay. If it's a kid's movie, I think you have to expect that going in. Hey, listen, the kids are going to be kind of loud. I mean, we're watching The Croods too here. Sorry, pal. We're not riveted to Tenet. I think it's a film which is, if it's non-traditional for children and there's a kid crying, then I'm like, buddy, what were you thinking here? Taking your child to Fast and Furious 9.
What's the earliest you take a kid to a movie? Because my daughter is 3.5 right now, and I'm in that middle. Like I think she can kind of do it, but then there's some days where she'll just lose it.
So my eldest son, Yusuf, just turned 13, and my wife and I, we really were dying to see The Dark Knight. So everyone knew this was going to be an epic film, and it's Chris Nolan and rave reviews. And at the time, we couldn't really find a babysitter. Yusuf was he was born in May. This is July. So he was 2 months old. So we didn't really have any babysitters in the area. Don't really know how to get a babysitter. Who do we got here? So we went and took him to The Dark Knight. So my son saw it when he was 2 months old. Now, literally, my wife's cradling him. I'm cradling him. But back to my original point, which is that there should be a grievous offense to anyone who takes a kid to a movie, which is not kid-friendly. He was great. I mean, listen, for 2 hours plus, he hung in there quietly just staring up at me or her. And he had the bottle a little bit. But a couple of times, like, he did start to make noise. He was just babbling. And I'm like, people kind of looking at her like, did this guy just take a kid to see this? Like, oh, he's a big Heath Ledger fan. It's okay. He loves Heath Ledger. He just loves Aaron Eckhart. He really wants to watch his Two-Face. So I wouldn't advise 2 months, but I have done that with my eldest. But for your daughter, 3.5, I think once you get to 3, absolutely. Yeah. My youngest boy is 2.5. He's a mess. He's all over the place. He throws stuff. We went bowling the other day. He's running over other bowling alleys. Like under 2, there's no shot. I think over 3, and your daughter, I can already tell, Cody, your daughter is docile. She's sweet. She listens. 3.5, she can go see a movie right now. You know what? You guys should go see The Conjuring. New horror movie opening up in theaters. I'm sure you can go see it in Miami. Take your daughter to go see The Conjuring. I think that's going to go well.
Adnan, how do you feel about the old flick double dip? That's what I call it. When you buy one ticket to a movie early in the day, and then you just never really leave the theater. And then
this is a great question, Cody. So you would think, again, this is going to surprise you. You didn't think I'd fart on a plane? I shocked the world there. You're thinking now I'm going to have integrity? I got no issue with it. I worked at a movie theater, which is the surprise of no one, which is the favorite job I've ever had. Again, the surprise of no one, when I was in college. And it was this great movie theater. It's called the Carlton, and it's right next to Old Maple Leaf Gardens.
Is there such thing as a great movie theater? I feel like movie theaters are just movie theaters.
No. I'll say exactly why it's a great movie theater, because it was a theater which had been around for a long time. So already I appreciate the authenticity of it. And that doesn't mean like fraying walls and like it smells like it's damp. It's like, no, it's like you can tell this theater's been around for 40 years, kept up in pretty good condition. At the time, this was before you had these like, art house theaters. So it was a rare theater that actually showed independent movies, documentaries, foreign films, all the stuff that I love. So Toronto being a very eclectic world-class city, that was like the one theater. Like if you're into that kind of stuff, if you want to watch The Ice Storm in 1997 with Kevin Kline, and Annette Bening, like that's the theater showing it. If you want to go to the Uptown, that's like a 5,000 seat monstrosity. That's got every airing of Passenger 57 that you would want to see. But the Carlton, I immediately, for many reasons. One, I was going to Ryerson, downtown Toronto, 5-minute walk from where I was on campus, right next to Maple Leaf Gardens, as I mentioned. And it was all the movies that I loved. So I worked at the Carlton for, 6 to 8 months, and awesome job. We had a boss who was, Mr. McElstrom was a nice enough guy, but Miss Brown was a horrible manager, terrible person. So that kind of took away the fun of the job. But at one point I was an usher. One point I was, making popcorn. One time I was, working the front, etc. And I never had an issue. If I saw a guy who I could blatantly, and again, this is an independent movie theater. This is not being overrun with 1,000 people. So the clientele. Adam McGowan, for those real cinephiles listening, great Canadian director, did The Sweet Hereafter. He was there. I remember one time he was there, his wife, so this is like, this is like the real elite here of Canadian film. So if I saw a person going from one movie to another, I'm like, whatever. You know what? The price is overpriced. It's probably $10 a ticket at the time. Go for it. And certainly when I was in high school and prior to working in the business, so to speak, as a ticket taker and working concessions, I had no issue with it. Quite frankly, Cody, I miss those days when I had the time to go, you know what? I'm going to knock out 3 movies today. I don't think I ever had the gall to do 3. Let's be honest. I did have the gall to do 3. I didn't do it a lot, but I would definitely knock out 2. There's no 1 o'clock movie and a 3:45. I'm like, sure. How about this one the other day? So when I went and saw A Quiet Place Part 2, I got there a little late. And I try to time it now. I used to love trailers. Love them, Cody. I was like, 4 o'clock movie. I'm there at 4 o'clock. 15 minutes of trailers. And now I go, this is outrageous. I don't need 20 minutes of trailers. And especially, depends on the movie I'm seeing, trailers to stuff I couldn't care less about.
Right.
That's just been well documented. And we're going to do this on Cinephile, my Tom Cruise rant. But before A Quiet Place Part 2, they have a trailer to the new Tom Cruise Top Gun movie, which you're not going to find anybody who's less interested in that movie than me. And I love Miles Teller. Shout out to Miles Teller, pro Eagles fan, pro Flyers. Go ahead, Cody.
This Batard audience, though, this.
Yeah, so I know you guys love Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise sucks. And I'll tell you why he sucks on Cinephile. And I'll go into a good 20 minutes if you want, because the guy is just loathsome. So anyways, Top Gun movie's coming out. I'm like, great, awesome, cool. He can make some more millions and steal money from all of us, this Scientology nonsense. So I got there and I walked in the movie and the movie's already started. So to realize, it sucks. It's the worst. You're like, what did I miss? I'm like, well, I probably didn't miss much. Movie's supposed to start at 4. I walked in at 4:22. Normally it's 20 minutes of trailers. But I walked out of the movie afterwards and I asked the guy, I go, hey, A Quiet Place Part 2 is showing literally every 30 minutes. I've now walked out at 6. I see it starting at 5:45. Can I go into that theater and just see the 5 minutes that I've missed?
Ooh, you ask. Wow. I feel like you just do that, no?
Yeah. Well, but great point, Cody. I would have, let's be clear, but I didn't know what theater it was in. So it just says, theaters 1 to 18, but it's not showing A Quiet Place Part 2, 5:45. I would have for sure absolutely done that. You're right. But when I walked around, I don't know, where's the 5:45? I don't know, I'll just ask. Woman goes, I'm not sure. I'll have to ask the manager. Oh, okay. Explain to the manager. I go, I just need to watch 5 minutes. And I go, I'll give you my phone. I'll give you my keys. I completely will prove to you that I'm coming back. I will be back soon. He's like, we don't do this. Go ahead. That's a great manager. That's how you get repeat business. That's how you get someone back to you. I'll tell you a bad example of customer service the other day. My wife and I went to dinner. I ordered something that was one of the specials. I don't know if you're a specials guy, Cody. I get coerced to those. What's the special?
Sometimes I'm so into specials and sometimes I'm disappointed. Specials, dangerous game.
Very dangerous game. Because I was like, well, I wanted to go to the Bronzino, but this woman's pushing me pretty hard on the specials, and it's exclusive. It's like the Shamrock Shake at McDonald's. I'm like, I don't know how much longer I'm going to have this. I might as well just get it now. So got the special, horrible. And I'm never that person. I eat anything. Are you kidding?
Sent it back.
But I took one bite. I'm like, oh, this is brutal. Like I just bad sauce, bad flavor, undercooked. So someone told me years ago, they go,
don't you feel bad sending it back?
Oh yeah, but that's the thing, again, too nice. You and I are nice guys. So I'm like, I'll just power through. And then someone told me, they go, no, don't do that. I had a friend of mine who worked at a restaurant. He goes, because that offends us more. Like if you don't like it, it's okay, be honest. It's not affecting the waiter. It's worse if you eat half of it and then go, that was awful. And then you tell everybody in the world that restaurant's horrible. No. Get it back and then you're good to go. Took one bite. My wife does the honors, calls her over, like, this wasn't what he's expecting. I'm like, I'm really sorry. It's my fault. I should have known what it was. It's not right. She goes, no problem. I go, I'll get this other thing. No problem. She comes back afterwards with the bill. By the way, the other thing, really good. Come back on the bill. Do you think she charges me for the food that I sent back? Or do you think she said that one's on the house?
I feel like she charged you.
She charged me. And so I look at it and I go, and I'm like, whatever. Like, it's my fault. I ordered it. You ordered the special. Tough guy. But my wife goes, sorry, did you charge us for the meal that he sent back that he took one bite of? The woman's like, yeah, because it wasn't, I can't read the exact verbiage, but it wasn't like user error. She goes, it wasn't like the company's decision, user error,
That's where no more Mr. Nice Guy there, right? I mean.
No, but so I gave a good tip. I always give a good tip. But the key is, and this is the end of the story, I'm never going back. Oh. Right now, I'm like, now you've lost my business forever.
Do you tell someone, one of them, hey, just so you know, I'm never coming back here?
I didn't do that, but I thought of it afterwards. It would have been great. Here's the bill. I gave you 20%, 25%, but I'm like, I'm never coming back again. You're never seeing this face in Montclair, New Jersey again. Whereas the AMC manager, I was going to be back regardless. Are you kidding? If he had said no, I'm like, okay, well, I'll see you next week. Like, I'm here no matter what. But now I am pumping up AMC, Garden State Paramus. They have great managers. They have excellent theaters. I encourage anyone in the tri-state area, if you want to go see a movie, you go there and check it out. So that's why customer service goes a long way. The next of your movie questions, Chris Cody.
Before we do that, and we do have our special guest coming in, I believe, shortly, I don't want these people that are watching us right now to leave this without subscribing to Cinephile. Hey, right now, YouTube people, support us. We are going to have a fun podcast. Subscribe, rate, review. We're starting next week. We're very excited about it. I just wanted to say that to the people.
Thank you, Cody. Do we know specifically when the first episode is being dropped?
We'll have that shortly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to be specific for the audience, you never know. Someone's like, what, is it Wednesday? Is it Thursday? I'm not really sure. I'll change plans for Cinephile.
My last question is the craziest experience you ever had because you said you worked at a movie theater, like a bad experience with a jerk.
So the craziest experience I ever had in a movie theater is when I got fired. So Miss Brown,
got fired?
That's correct. So the manager, Miss Brown, like I said, not a nice woman, just strident, difficult, unnecessarily cruel. I mean, you're thinking of Cruella right now in theaters? Emma Stone? No, that was Miss Brown. And to the surprise of no one, I get along with everyone great. Sandra was awesome. Nancy was great. Shane was a good dude. Shane was funny. Shane, I'm always like, hey, man, like, what's up with the girls? Hey, eventually, like, after 3 months, like, I'm gay. I'm like, you know what? That one's on me, Shane. I should have, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep asking him about Greg. He goes, no problem. Just every single time I saw you, like, hey, how about Nancy? How about Sandra? And I'm like, actually, I'm gay. I'm like, no problem. All good. How about Steve? How about Tim? Huh? They're good looking guys too. So the theater was a great experience. Everyone there was awesome, but Miss Brown was just a pain. And I don't know why. She just had it out for me. Okay. We've all had jobs where someone had it out for you And she was just always in my grill. And I'm, not a temperamental guy, but there's only so much I'm going to take. And then one day she said something. I don't know what it was. And I cursed at her. I don't know specifically what I said. I may have said, why don't you just F off? I mean, that's pretty bold now that I think about it. But it was probably that. I mean, I was 19. I was mad. She said something like, why don't you just F off? And she almost gave a look like, I gotcha. Like, all right, like you're dead. Because there's a couple people like in the foyer. Again, this is, a time period. This is 1997. You did not have a lot of theaters like this where you could walk in and there was a cafe. There was like, nice bagels, little cafe area. Then you go watch your snooty tooty movie. So maybe a couple people in the cafe, they clearly didn't hear. But the next day, Doug McEllistrom, who's the manager, said, Adnan, can I speak to you? I'm like, sure thing. Mr. McEllistrom calls me and he goes, listen, you do a great job here. I'm like, appreciate that, sir. He's like, I know you really love these films, this type of clientele. I'm like, of course. He goes, but my understanding is Miss Brown says that you had an altercation with her. I'm like, well, it wasn't an altercation. I didn't shove her or anything, but she was getting in my grill and, I fired back, quite frankly. And Samson, yeah, I'm sorry, we have a special guest coming soon. I said nothing. And she goes, yeah. So she says something like, McEllistrom goes, you had an altercation. I didn't have an altercation. I just said something. That's okay. He goes, well, you know what? I'm really sorry. We're going to have to let you go. And I just stared at him. I go, you're firing me? He's like, yeah. I'm like, I'm 19 years old. I'm in second year, Ryerson University, studying radio and television arts. And you're firing me. I'm like, I make $6.85 an hour. He's like, yeah. I'm like, I can't believe I just got fired. That was the craziest story I had. On the way out, she's like smiling at me like, haha, got you. I'm like, I'm appalled. I'm still in shock. Richard, one of the coworkers, loved me. Everyone had my back there. That's the craziest story I had.
Adnan. I mean, that was a good story, but I see David Sampson here, and he.
Are you done, Adnan?
Our special guest. So Sampson, people were wondering, like, hey, when is Sampson going to make an appearance here on the 24 Hours?
Here
it
I've
is.
Been watching this since it started. I've been sitting here since noon, and I shit you not. I don't sleep a lot. It's fine. But you come on, wherever you come from, right? I love you, Adnan. You're a great guy. But I got to tell you, you got to be a part of this. I just couldn't take it anymore because I have to go running because on no sleep, waiting to be called. I'm watching you guys do your thing, and I think it's great. I think you're raising money for charity. Don't even get a call for that when I've been raising money for charity forever. You guys are going through, I don't know what the hell. You've got music playing. You've got people eating peppers. You've got Cody in the middle. I'm watching, first of all, sitting here watching Greg Cody in the middle of the night. I'm good. It's fine, right? It's a normal night for me. But then I got to listen to you. You don't even show up on time. Then you get to go on twice. And I'm sitting, and I said, that's it. I had enough. So, Dan, I'm sorry. I don't even know if Dan's around. Mike.
Dan's coming up at 8. I'm sure he's listening to this.
Whatever. Hello,
You're
Adam.
crashing the party, though. I love this, though. Samson, it's great because everyone's like, what about Samson?
I'm done with you. First of all, what makes you think that you're the movie guy on the ship? How is it that it's pretty funny, right? I ran a team for 18 years, have a World Series ring, the most hated guy, somehow have rehabilitated myself to enjoy the possibility of having fun doing something.
It's been a great second act. I recommend it's been a great second act. Go ahead.
And you somehow board the ship, and I'm the guy. I get no respect, but whatever.
No, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. When Dan reached out, I kind of thought, what about Samson? How's this going to go? Like, this is, you have a star player and David Sampson kind of runs that lane and you're bringing in another guy. Like, this will create some friction. And he's like, but there's no friction. You're the guy. I'm like, okay. So it's like, it's even worse than what I thought. It's not like me and Samson will coexist as the movie guys. You're our movie guy. I'm like, got it. Okay. He's like, you're having Cinephile. Emil Haas is Cinephobe. Samson is not getting his own movie podcast. He'll come on the show. He'll give some takes. You're the go-to guy. I said, man, I hope Dave realizes this.
Wait, he told you that you're the go-to movie guy?
I mean, it was in confidence.
That is. I think that was just a desperate ploy to try to get the $50 million from DraftKings because he told me.
You were the movie guy.
So you can't be the guy if I'm the guy. And your jokes are interesting. They're fine.
Yeah.
We got to give the audience what they want.
Okay. So speaking of what they want, the Oscars, because I didn't get all your takes, but I want to know what you thought of the experience overall. I'm giving my takes on Cinephile next week. I enjoyed the experience. You and I are both Oscar lovers. I was just thrilled to have the Oscars take place. I'm not that guy bashing the Oscars saying, oh my God, why are they doing this? Why is it that? Like, listen, there was issues, of course, but I liked having Questlove. I liked that it felt like a luncheon. I liked that we had award winners. I liked that Anthony Hopkins shocked the world, winning Best Actor while he was sleeping in Wales. Your thoughts on the Oscars, Dave?
I'm sorry. Are you talking about the Oscars from a month ago that I've been discussing on Nothing Personal and on the Leonard show?
Listen, there's a new audience here.
Now.
There's always a new audience here, Dave, just in case they've missed those hot takes you've been giving. The hot fire you're spewing, just regurgitate it for us.
Okay, it's Nothing Personal with David Sampson. It's right on YouTube. The Oscars were great. You know, people don't like the Oscars because people think that actors are way too full of themselves and they don't want to see it. And they're not willing to watch movies that aren't involved, 2 hours of mayhem and insanity. Right. I thought the movies this year were incredible. I've been talking to people, including you, about Sound of Metal from the beginning. Yeah. And why people still have not seen Sound of Metal. The only take I had that was terrible, and people were critical of me, and this had nothing to do with race. This had nothing to do with cancer. This had nothing to do with death. I love Chadwick Boseman as an actor, but he was not the best actor with the best performance this year. He simply wasn't. I actually found the movie to be fine that he was in.
Sure. Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, for those who are unaware. It's on Netflix.
But if you're going to watch a movie this year, it's not Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. Viola Davis was good and Chadwick was fine. But Riz Ahmed was way better. And Anthony Hopkins, who ended up winning, was the best performance of the year in a movie called The Father, which was so depressing because I was talking to Batard about this off the air one day, and we were wondering whether we were looking in the mirror. Like, is this where we're going to be in 5 to 7 years? Will the contract with DraftKings be up by the time Batard is exactly like Anthony?
That's horrible. Listen, for anybody who's seen The Father, this has been a man staring mental illness in the face. He's senile. Like, at moments, Anthony Hopkins is funny, and he's loud, and he's brash, and then he's completely confused and bewildered. The image that you're portraying of you and Dan potentially being like Anthony Hopkins, he's an 81-year-old man. He's deep into dementia. That's a frightening thought that's where your mind and Dan's mind went.
Do you not look at our faces?
No, come on.
This is us, right? We are late middle-aged white guys staring dementia right in the face. When we're talking on the phone, sometimes even on the air. Hey, have we just talked about that? Hey, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, no, we can't talk about that. We definitely talked about that already. That's what we're doing in the middle of a show as he's trying to build this pirate ship. And I'm under the assumption, I think I may have it already, because I'm under the assumption I'm on the damn ship. And then all of a sudden I look around and I don't see any water anywhere. I see me and my little shovel from when I had little kids, like shovels you bring to the sandbox. And I'm shoveling out water as I'm taking on water. And I'm looking around. Dan, is that you? Is that you? And then Mike Ryan pulls the plug on the show, and then Stugotz shows up. That's pretty much how it goes down. We are The Father.
Okay, I hope people see the film. The last scene is about as great as screen acting gets from Anthony Hopkins, to back up David's point. It's absolutely so powerful and poignant. I love the fact you and I are both all in on Sound of Metal. As we've discussed, it was my favorite film of the year. I thought Riz Ahmed deserved Best Actor, although I had no issues with Hopkins winning. But I wanted to ask you about Minari, which has been incorrectly pronounced Minari. Many of us thought it was that case, but I saw the director, Lee Isaac Chung, say it's pronounced Minari. You had messaged me because you're like, wait, how did you get this already? And I had the screener. And you're like, oh, flex move. I'm like, well, I'm just letting you know. So now what did you think of Minari?
You know what? Stop proving yourself to the pirate ship, okay? Hey, I get screeners. You have to pay $19.99 for Minari? I get that sent to me because I'm Adnan. I'm Mr. Important Pirate Guy, dingy boy. Yeah, I paid $19.99 and I watched Minari.
So what did you think of Minari? Beautiful film, right?
Can't get anyone to watch a movie with subtitles. Why is that? I'll review a movie with subtitles on Nothing Personal, and Coca, the producer, will say to me, you know what, David, do yourself a favor.
Yeah.
Stop trying to prove that either you're intellectually superior to your audience or...
No, that's not what it is. Yeah, it's number two. Go ahead.
No, that's not what I'm trying to prove. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt to everyone that they're willing to expand their movie horizons.
Yes.
Watch a great movie, because the best foreign movies are ones where you don't even know you're reading the subtitles.
Hang on, like
Minari is
Parasite.
that type of movie.
Yeah,
like Parasite's a good one.
Life is Beautiful
is a great one. Did you see Life is Beautiful in English or Italian?
I saw it in Italian, English subtitles.
You have to watch it that way, right? There were people who watched it. They released a dubbed version of that movie.
Brutal.
He can't do it, right?
That is such a bastardized version to Roberto Benigni. I mean, that's absolutely absurd. I don't know why someone would do that. But Minari, I'm glad you and I both loved it. I can't believe Coca said, listen, Coca, a good dude, but that's a bad take by Coca. I don't want to slam the guy like he's not here, but I'm with you. What David's trying to do is, listen, this is a great film. If you watch this, you will be happy to have seen it. If you support Nothing Personal, you know what I'm into. Why would you say, you know what? It's a great film. Don't see it. I'm not reviewing it. No, why would you? It's a ridiculous idea.
The amount that Coke and I fight over movie reviews and over the show and over Le Batard, it's hysterical because he's like, not only do these guys not treat you well, but then you go on their show and talk about movies that we could talk about on our show. And what about this guy Adnan? Great that he did a sit down with you, but this guy's full time. Full time.
I know. It's
definitely.
No, listen.
I'm talking about you.
I know it's not a bit. I know this is legitimate rage coming out of your pores. And quite frankly, I agree with you. I felt uncomfortable this entire time. The amount of people who said, what about Samson? I go, I'm not sure. Should I reach out to him? Like, I don't think that's me. I don't think this is on me. I think this is on Dan. But if at some point I misstepped here, I'm going to own that. If I should have clued you in as to what was happening, I own the malfeasance.
So the way that I got into this today is I have been a little bit crazy over the last 24 hours since noon. I have had an alarm on my phone that I have been texting Ryan and Le Batard on the dot every 5 minutes saying, is there a call-in number? Like, should I be aware of something? Because this can't be true. I didn't realize whether this was a bit or not.
Sure.
That's the joke. The audience has thought, oh, this was all planned. Everything was all set.
No.
And I had no idea. So these bastards, I swear to God, I get a text from Cody, no less. I didn't even get it from Ryan or Le Batard. Cody's like, you can't talk about this. I'm like, talk about what? I'm not even on the show. Talk about what? And then I get a text with a number to zoom in.
Okay, Cody, you gotta open up your mic here. Go ahead, please retort to what did you tell him not to talk about? I didn't even know Samson was coming on. Quite frankly, he crashed the party, which I've thoroughly enjoyed. But what did you tell me you couldn't talk about?
I mean, things that have been possibly in the news in recent weeks. Involving people maybe in the Zoom.
All right. But
fair play
he
to
didn't
you
even
then.
know.
Thank you. That's why I didn't want to turn on my mic.
But then he got the Zoom. It was like you didn't even tell him, hey, thanks so much for coming on. Do you mind? Adnan's kind of struggling right now. He's telling horrible stories. Can you save him?
I screwed up.
Unbelievable. That's okay. Now, listen, Samson's rage, unbridled. How about this, Dave? You mentioned Greg Cody eating peppers. There been a moment of this 24 hours of nonsense, lebedum, that you particularly enjoyed? Because quite frankly, a lot of it doesn't sound like you have enjoyed it, but you've watched a lot of it.
All right. I'm telling you, I have not slept because I made a promise to myself that I would be available because I want to support the show, and I think this is a great thing. I love the charity part. I loved every part of it. I love seeing Pat Riley. I love seeing Rasheed Wallace. I love listening to Greg Cody. I thought Stupidity was fine. I mean,
no, come on. Stupidity is pretty good. Come on.
It was fine. Yeah. I had never heard of the Lime City Trio, so I thought that was fine.
Okay.
Is it lime or lemon?
Cody, ruling on that, please.
Lemon City Trio.
Oh, Mike Ryan off the
Lemon City Trio, I thought was great music, so that was nice. But it's just funny having me sit in one place at one time when I've got the inability to do that in general because I'm very antsy and I couldn't.
Yes.
So I haven't done anything. I'm down to this much water. That's how much water is.
What I love is, like, I've never seen you this giddy, and I know it's not giddy. That's the wrong word. You're sleep deprived. Like, you're losing your mind right now. I'm watching a man on the edge of madness right now. Like, if it's 1 to 10 to get to true madness, you're at 7. Like, you're going to go for a run after this. They're going to go, who's that delusional man on the streets of Miami? That's David Sampson.
So I already picked out my outfit to go running in it, and I'm going to run in a highlighter color shirt because I'm afraid I'm going to be in the middle of the damn road because I'm not going to know which side to run on because I'm tired. And I admit it. So in terms of movies, I got to ask you this.
Sure.
Why don't you carry around your top 100 list?
Yeah, so we discussed this on Nothing Personal. Dave was nice enough to have me on his podcast. You can check it out once again, Nothing Personal on YouTube. And you said to me, do you have a top 10 list? I said, yeah, kind of. You go, no, that's not the answer I was looking for. I want like a written out, number 56, et cetera. I go, I know my top 10. I don't have a top 100. So my pledge to you was I will do that. I think before I come on Nothing Personal again, although you said to me there's no repeat guests. So we'll put an end date at some point. I need to do this. But to your point, and Dave's right on this, I'm wrong. If you're a real movie fan, I did this when I was 17. I have my top 100 movies of all time. I just haven't updated it. It's been 20 years since I've updated it. You have it, and not only have it, this isn't like on some your iPad. You walk around. If someone just approached you in the street in that highlighter green shirt you're going to wear, and go, I'm just curious, where do you have it number 73? You go, I'm glad you asked. And you'd pull out the paper and answer it, correct?
Midnight Run.
Yes, Charles Grodin, the late Charles Grodin. De Niro, unbelievable. Marty Brest, so funny. Great concept. One of De Niro's best comedies. And Grodin's incredible. You have The Watch. I mean,
hey, you got change of 1,000? Get out of here.
How about Dennis Farina in that movie? Every single line he says is amazing. Is this more on number one? Put more on number two on the line.
I miss Dennis Farina.
Oh.
And by the way, Yaphet Kotto just passed away.
Yeah, you're right.
Charles Grodin just passed away.
Yeah, God.
All of the people in my top 100, they are dying one at a time. I'm watching them, and it may be from staying up for 18 hours straight waiting for a goddamn Zoom number. Ridiculous.
Put it on the poll. Put it on the poll, Guillermo. Do you miss Dennis Farina?
No one does.
No, I do.
No one
I do
does.
miss Dennis Farina. Former
Character actor.
Former Chicago cop. Absolutely.
I know he's a great actor. I'm questioning just how much David actually misses him. That's all. Like, it seems.
No. I'm backing up Samson. Dennis Farina and Get Shorty. I'm put it on the poll, damn it. I agree. Dennis Farina and Get Shorty's incredible. That's a fantastic actor. I miss Dennis Farina. Yes, unequivocally, Dave.
What about Dennis Farina in Out of Sight?
Another good reference to Dennis. Listen, Dennis Farina's got some movies here. I like that Levitor did give the background, though. Former Chicago cop. Has a great accent. You know what? I'm going to do some movies. Chicago. He was walking the beat like Sean Connery was in The Untouchables. He's a Chicago cop. You know what? Screw it. I'd be great on the silver screen. And Dennis Farina became an actor that we all know and love and cherish. When did you first put together the top 100? And you tinker with it constantly, yes?
Yes. So every time I see a movie, I decide whether or not, and I still watch a movie every single day, I decide whether or not I'm going to put it into the top 100. Like last night, I didn't watch a movie. I actually did something ridiculous while watching this show for the last 20 hours or whatever I've been doing. I have several devices which I've been able to figure out. So I have an iPad, and I was watching a movie. I was sitting here waiting, right? I would go outside once in a while and do whatever I'm going to do, because you got to do something if you're going to stay up this late and this long. And so
I love how crazy you are. You're a maniac.
Whatever.
You're losing your mind, Samson. You're losing your mind. Go ahead. What did you do last night?
I watched a movie called Two Hearts.
Two Hearts.
It's the single worst movie I've ever seen in my life. And for whatever reason, these streaming services pretend they know you. They have these algorithms, I guess.
Yes.
And so I get movies suggested for you, but I watch all types of movies. And if it's suggested for me, I'm going to put it on. And this one was BADDD. So it's not going to make my top 100. So I do tinker with it, and I change the date whenever so for example, Parasite came in after I watched it. It came in at 85, and I had to take a movie out, and I took Youth out of the top 100. I don't necessarily take the movie that's number 100 out. It doesn't work like that.
Sure.
Because I'll do a reevaluation every time I put a movie into the top 100. I'll look to see what the order is and where I should do it. So I keep it with me at all times, tinker with it, love it, and it's my top 100. So it's not... People criticize me saying, how could you have Fearless as your number one movie? and not the one with Jet Li, the one with Jeff Bridges, directed by Peter Weir? And the answer is, it's my damn it's the top 100 list, not yours. It's not the best movies ever made, ever, or the consensus top 100. It's my top 100.
To that point, I'm doing SportsCenter years ago, and I meet Neil Everett, who I'm a huge fan of. And I said, you know why I love you? And he said, why's that? My hair? I said, no, it's not your hair. Because it's the fact I look like Al Franken. I'm like, no, it's not that, although I do kind of think you look like Al Franken. I said, it's because one time my brother was watching you, and in America, we do not have SportsCenter. So my brother was so excited. He was living in Peoria, Illinois. He goes, a guy just sit on the air on a home run call. He'll take him across the street to Mitch and Murray. And I said, that's unbelievable. I said, he's dropping a Glengarry Glen Ross reference. It's like, yeah. So I said to Neil, I go, like, if you make one line like that, you literally have a fan for life. Like that guy's the best. And Neil goes, that's so interesting you say that. He goes, when I said that, the coordinating producer, Alfred, said to me, what's that? And he goes, I said, I'll take him across the street to Mitch and Murray. He's like, well, what does that mean? He goes, it's from the movie Glengarry Glen Ross. It's Al Pacino, Jack Lemmon, David Mamet play, Pulitzer Prize. What are you asking me for? They're like, no one's going to get that. Like, that's like, no, like go with something a little more broad-based, more popular. I hope Coca's listening. And Neil goes, yeah, but I get it. The end. Like, I'm entertaining myself. At the end of the day, I get it. I don't care if this joke's hitting with 1,000, 1,000,000, or 2 people. I get it. So back to your list. Fearless, Jeff Bridges, great film. Rosie Perez, I get it.
Do you know that I give as gifts a set of steak knives all the time? All the time.
Second prize is a set of steak knives. Third prize is you're fired. Oh, do I have your attention now? I want to recap Two Hearts because Samson actually suffered through this. A 2020 American romantic drama film directed by Lance Houle, never heard of him, starring Jacob Elordi, never heard of him, Adam Canto, Tierra Scobie, based on the true story of Leslie and Jorge Bacardi and Christopher Gregory. The film was theatrically released in the United States on October 16, 2020, receiving generally negative reviews from critics. Budget of $15 million, it grossed $1.3 million. But look for the review coming soon on Nothing Personal.
Oh no, I'm not reviewing it. I'm actually trying to get viewers. Definitely not reviewing that. The Bacardi family. There's an interesting Miami Marlins story. I saw Bacardi is now a sponsor again of the Marlins, for which I'm happy. But they left us. I had such a thing with the Bacardi family. It was something else.
All right. Shout out to the Bacardi family. David Sampson, you've been more than generous enough to crash the party. I cannot believe you suffered through 24 hours of this. You're going to go out on a run in a highlighter green shirt. Once again, support Nothing Personal, which is available. And honestly, David does a great job. They're interviewing people from all walks of life. Shout out to his producer, Coca. Do you have a last parting shot here to Dan and friends? Just how irate and incensed you are at the way your loyalty has been treated by this disgraceful group of people.
I don't think it's irate. I just think it's disappointing. I just want communication. I think in life that's what you want. And when they know, because I texted them that I was sitting in one place for this whole time, and it's just enough. Like, I'm not going to interrupt a run again, but I just find it hard to understand their hiring practice. I really do at Meadowlark and what they're doing here. And I've been around longer than you. I've been doing stuff with Dan for 20 years, and it's just whatever. At some point, enough's enough, and I hit my limit. So I'm not berating Dan. I'm sure he's tired and grumpy and exhausted, and they're not feeding him. And whatever.
They're not feeding him. You think this comes down to hunger? You just think, honestly, it's hunger pangs.
When
They're
Dan doesn't
feeding
eat.
me. They're feeding me plenty. I have it brought in by Flume. They bring it in and they feed me. Mike Ryan spent the last 3 hours passing grapes down the shipping container factory line to feed me. And at the very end, Billy Gill would place it delicately in my mouth. I want to rephrase that. Gentlemen, we will see you. Thank you for being on with us. Samson, we do appreciate that you made the time, and a lot of people were made happy by that because they won DraftKings bets because you made it on the show. Congratulations.
Whatever.
See you later. Adnan, thank you.
I appreciate you, Dan. This was fun. And by the way, Dan, just a quick thought before I pass the baton. I just want to get your thoughts on Hemingway and androgyny, because I had to rewatch some of that incredible documentary. Shout out to Lynn Novick, who's a part of the Meadowlark Media conglomerate, and along with Ken Burns, great directors. As you know, you listened to Cinephile, where I discussed the Hemingway episode, how immersed I was in it, and how shocked I was at the moment where one of the biographers says that his fourth wife said, Ernest came home one day and said, listen, Tonight, I want to call you Steve, and you're going to call me Catherine. When we saw Hemingway, this model of masculinity, a man who's next to gigantic lions that he's killed and tamed, and he's out there fishing, was that not why you watch a documentary like Hemingway, to be stunned by this revelation of what this man was doing in the bedroom?
Wow. Okay, so that is multi-layered, and I want to start with, we have been doing this for 20 cocaine hours, and you just threw
He's throwing Hemingway.
You threw at my lap. No, it wasn't Hemingway.
For me
was
it was.
androgyny. It was androgyny that he threw at my lap. I'm coming in here, and I'm delirious. Amin was in the other room, and he just shouted, I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. I need a gurney, is what he shouted. And I have descended. I am now officially Willem Dafoe in The Lighthouse. I am on the edge of madness. Listen, I pooped in a bucket 3 minutes ago for no reason, just because I could. I don't know why.
There's bathrooms.
Guys, thank you for being. That's what I'm saying. It's delirium. We are so tired, guys. Thank you for being on Cinephile. Adnan Verk.
Thank you, Captain.
We're gonna have.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, guys.
We're
Be
gonna
well.
have good movie stuff for you. Good God, Stugotz. We are hurting. Stugotz, I'm not kidding you. Stugotz said he tried to sleep, okay? And because we're short-circuited. And Stugotz said that he just stared at the ceiling for an hour and would twitch every once in a while if there was a sound anywhere. Like he's feeling ghosts. He is short-circuited.
I went upstairs to a hotel room here. I started watching, I think it was Amin and Neil Brennan at the time. I realized, and I said to myself, why am I watching this thing? I threw my phone across the room and then just stared at the ceiling. I mean, that's
How
it.
good was that? What do you mean?
That was
why
incredible.
were you watching that?
No. It was good. It was entertaining. I was exhausted. I was trying to sleep, and I couldn't sleep, and I was watching Neil and Amin. It was fantastic, but I just wanted to sleep.
I mean, we can reminisce about, this is delirium. We can reminisce if you want, but one of my favorite, just the absurdity of all of that, seeing Neil Brennan and Adam McKay talk about comedy on, for 2 hours, that relaxed with Amin and Zach Harper. That was special.
Felt dirty, like we were eavesdropping. They didn't have to do that for us. And Zach and Amin did a great job navigating that. And the interview with Method Man before, we had Adam McKay with Method Man and Adam McKay with Neil Brennan. So thank you to all of our partners. Arguably one of my favorite parts of the show, but my favorite part of the show, Stugotz, is when we give our presenting sponsors some love.
All right, let's do it. It's Verizon Wireless. Nobody builds 5G like Verizon builds 5G. No one else built this bold because no one else thought this big. And the more you do with 5G, the more building it right matters, the more your network matters, the more Verizon engineers going the extra mile matters. It's Verizon versus Verizon, and who wins? You win. 5G, built right from America's most reliable network. Most reliable based on rankings from Root Metrics, second half 22 U.S. report of 3 mobile networks. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
was cool. Different. Billy, why are you laughing? What are you laughing about back there? It is sheer delirium around here. Like everyone's going crazy. I look at Amici laughing at. I mean, my eyes are cross-eyed. I just wet myself.
There's just a lot of self-doubt right now, I think, in the room that we need to kind of change. Like, I was telling Chris that a lot of the executives were watching the Greg Cody show, and they were commenting, like, why did we have a psychic on at 3:30 in the morning? And naturally, he believed this, and I'm like, don't worry, no one was actually, like, watching at the time. Like, you're good. Don't worry about it. He's like, I was really concerned. He's like, I think the doctor went well. The doctor, Dan, I don't know if you caught this, that came on to diagnose Greg Cody's.
It went. I actually thought the whole Greg Cody hour went well.
All right, Mike Ryan said it was fantastic.
Hold on a second.
Hour.
I need to get to John Amici here, but just let it be known, okay? In terms of the lo-fi, just crappy that we have done around here, I was smiling from ear to ear at how infomercial and fake that doctor seemed. And I just, like, he was clearly a quack, but I believed him because I felt like he had paid someone $100 so we would believe him just to get on the air with Greg Cody.
It was public access from 1989.
It was unbelievable. I was laughing. There's so many things like that have happened. Like twice, Juju Gotti threw it to Cortadito, and then the camera's just on my face. On Gordito. John, we're happy to see you. And John Amici is always somebody who brings to us a look at you. What are you laughing about? Because we've descended into madness is what you're laughing about.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yes.
And you're delighting in the fact that everyone around here, you can tell that we're sort of broken and that this is unhealthy and that there's a reason that nobody does this much content consecutively with no commercials.
Yes, listen, I need to tell you, the last time I saw something like this, it was a psychology experiment that we watched when I was in graduate school to watch the effects of sleep deprivation on people, watch how irrational they become over time. Please continue.
Okay, no, I want the show to get a little bit smarter, but again, it was gurney related, what Amin said. He needed a gurney.
Is John joining us from the future? Like, what is that background?
It does.
It's a I don't know what it's called, but it's a fancy light on the wall. I like it.
Your camera follows you if you move, as opposed to Pat Riley.
What time is it where you are, John?
Who just left his Zoom camera on the balcony.
It is 1 o'clock, and full disclosure, because I knew that you would all be slightly crazy. I have been drinking, so I just wanted to let you know.
Yes.
I thought that my drinking would parallel your sleep deprivation.
All right, then I'll do it with you. What the hell?
Jesus Christ.
I appreciate the level playing field, but I'm still going to drag you.
Oh,
listen,
really?
This might help. This might help.
It won't.
Okay.
Stump the Meech is coming up later this segment. I want to talk to you about all of the things still going on in America, because there are very few people as strong on some of the subjects that are tearing America apart as you are. So let's just start. Are you following at all what Ron DeSantis just did in Florida in terms of a bill that he signed vetoing mental health help for people on the wrong end of a pride massacre?
Yeah, I didn't know about that. It doesn't surprise me in any way. It just who removes the option of mental health from somebody? Who removes the option of mental health support from somebody? It's like the lowest possible bar in a world that's so disrupted, so crazy, so challenging. It doesn't surprise me at all. As if, whether it's about pride or whether it's about BLM or whether it's about white supremacy, if there's mental health support required, it should be provided. I can't imagine the lack of ethics that allows a person to suggest this kind of law, and I can't imagine the complicity and the kind of abdication of moral responsibility that would be possible for a group of people to vote for it. But it doesn't surprise me. That's the horrible part. Doesn't surprise me.
But you can't be numb to it. Like the lack of surprise there, John. I mean, the lack of surprise there to me, you can't be numb to that, to the idea of power that publicly on the second day of Pride Month, saying no health care if you're on the wrong side of Pride. Like you're doing that. You're just doing that to hate symbolically.
Yes, but you're doing it because you know there's an audience who loves and revels in you doing it. So the thing we do is we pretend, I think because we need to feel like the world doesn't have a substantive proportion of difficult, challenging, ethically compromised people. We need to believe that it's this one individual, but actually this one individual is interested in sustaining their own power. They would not operate this way if they didn't think there was a substantive group of people who would applaud this, if quietly around dinner tables. Maybe not in public, maybe not on social media, but if you look on social media, it's there too, the support for it. There's a huge number of people who believe that what this man has done is right. They may not all be brave enough to say so.
Naomi Osaka, you must have, as a trained clinical psychologist, found all of this riveting.
I don't, again, Roland Garros is one of my, I'm not a sports fan, as everybody on this show knows. But I enjoy France broadly, and I enjoy watching that clay court. And now I can't. Because their response to a person who has declared that their mental health would be at risk if they continued to be assaulted by bad questions from journalists, and their response is to fine and then force the ejection of. I know she left, but I don't know she had much of a choice in the scheme of things. I just don't understand that. This is more of that thing where, and we've seen this in other areas, Dan. We've seen this with people throwing water bottles at athletes. We've seen this with people yelling slurs at athletes. People don't see athletes as human beings. They see them as superhuman in one context only, their skill to put a ball in a hole or to hit it a volley across the net. But they don't see them as having the same fallibilities, challenges as anybody else. In part, if you look at social media, people are talking about money, as if money makes your mental health perfect. It's just outrageous. It's such a ridiculous response. But again, how could anybody be surprised by this? Of course, sports it's a modern day plantation. And you know that the second any athlete does something that is not approved by the bosses. Because the second that happens, you suddenly see the metaphorical whip.
Meech, what do you say to people that say, hey, it's just part of her job?
Yeah, but everybody, at least in the United Kingdom, I don't know, in the US, I'm sure it's pretty labile, but in the United Kingdom, when you have mental health stress at work, you can take time off for that. You can modify your work day for that. When you have caring responsibilities, you can modify your work day for that. When you have lots of different things that impact your life and work, look at what's happened through COVID. We have modified our work and our life. We've understood the different pressures that come with family members who are sick and the mental health stress. Workplaces have put on huge amounts more, and it's not been perfect by any means, but huge amounts more support for mental health. So why is it that if you volley a tennis ball, is that right? I don't know. When you hit a tennis ball, there is one response as to you as a worker. But when you're the CEO of an organization, or when you're just a bot, a person who is nameless and faceless in the eyes of too many, then you're someone to feel sorry for. I don't think her skill in tennis makes her any less susceptible to the stresses that human beings suffer. And I think anybody who has been under the scrutiny of the spotlight understands well that glare can become oppressive. It can make you unable to function. It can make you have thoughts that are really worrying and scary. And if you look at Naomi's feed on Twitter, that is where she was. And I think we should be supporting her, not pretending that somehow her skill and her money that she's earned makes her immune.
Meech, can you explain for people, because I think people are confused by this. Can you explain in a way that people might understand how she can go out and play in front of 50,000 people, but cannot handle a 2-minute press conference after the match?
A, press conferences are never 2 minutes. B, she is a woman in sport, and as such, she is subjected to a different type of question. Perhaps it would be better if sports journalists realized that they were sports journalists and not just fans with pencils. People ask, if you listen to the kind of questions people ask of and about women athletes, it is so often not a conversation about their greatness in sport, their challenges, their whatever else. It's questioning that seems banal, ridiculous, absurd in the face of things. Plus, even if they were the most brilliant questions, doing your job in front of a crowd, again, I know fans hate to hear this, but you know you don't exist, right? When I'm shooting a free throw, and again, I'm a bad example because I'm super average at this, or was, but when you're shooting a free throw, you can jump up and down all you like. You don't exist. You can boo. You don't exist. So you can pretend that you doing the wave around the court is going to manifest in some difference in my behavior on court. But that is a delusion of your own mind. And she's much better than me. So her focus between those lines is going to be supreme. But all of a sudden, she's then faced with usually men who are asking her questions that may or may not impact her self-esteem and her ability in a different way, her mental ability in a different way.
You said, and this makes people object and put their fists up all the time, you said plantation, metaphorical whip, and what I've been hearing in that form on that analogy for 30 years is some form of give me a break, $40 million, $30 million, whatever. The money attachment to stop doing the metaphor with the slavery and with the lack of freedom. What do you do with that in the way of a rebuttal?
I mean, I can't control people's response to my metaphor. All I can say is if you don't understand how sports work, then I can't educate you on this. But if you honestly think that the athlete getting paid $40 million is the person in charge, I just think you're in an incredibly delusional state. Those aren't the people in charge. They're the people you see on the court. They are the people doing the work. They are not the people who are running the arenas, who are running the sport business behind the scenes. And it's not that you don't have any control. Clearly, there are some athletes who have great control. I'm sure that there are tennis players who could have decided not to speak to journalists, who would have been allowed to, who have enough profile, perhaps are the right kind of person, and there would have been less ripple. But not everyone is the same.
But not in charge isn't the same as slavery. Not being in charge. Like, I sort of understand why it is that that the moment that...
where does the pro system start?
What do you mean?
It starts in high school, right?
Yeah.
Maybe traveling teams.
Younger than that even. No, younger than that. Younger than that.
So this is all part of the same system. The system has a pipeline that runs off that same thing. And if you have this minuscule minority at the very top end who happen to make some money, bearing in mind the vast majority of people who play sport in high school and college go on to make no money in sport, even if they're very, very good, because they're a wrestler or they're a fencer or a lacrosse player or a volleyball player. This is part of that system. And I get that people will object to the metaphor, but the control is not where people think it is. Because people have been allowed to wear certain t-shirts or allowed to kneel or allowed to talk about transgender issues or because NCAA has boycotted certain cities for certain periods of time, it doesn't mean the control is all where people think it is. And when you operate in a system where your control can be taken away because you decide not to talk to the media for one discrete period of time, that lets you know how much control you actually have.
We are going to get to Stump the Meech in just a second. It's what you've been waiting for. You tolerate all of his yammering and all of my questions.
Just to get to that.
My big macro tapestry of societal questions. I know you want the laughter, but
good morning.
Give me it's a good Saturday morning. It's a good Saturday morning sort of feel, talking about some of the serious, slow stuff to build up to some laughter. And before we do that, I just want sort of a minute from you to explain to me, because you said some of it with the dehumanizing nature of entertainers. You don't think of them as human. But once you get to the point of throwing bottles, and once you get to the point of spitting on athletes, and when Jamel Hill and Michael Smith are on with us, and they're talking about that's not black people you see throwing that stuff or spitting. That's not something that you see done. You don't see the person who's arrested is not a black person, because they know there are going to be consequences to behaving like that in public. You do what with what's happening there between fan and customer beyond the I don't think you're anything but an entertainer?
I mean, this is not new, but the social political environment of America has shifted to mean that people who thought bad things about certain people they now feel more able and entitled to demonstrate their thoughts in action. When you throw a bottle at a 6'9" or 6'3" or something mountain of a person who could obliterate you in a heartbeat if it was a physical matchup, you're doing so because you know that the rules, the mores, the norms of society will protect you. Because you have an excuse, as there always seems to be, whether it's a white shooter or a white bottle thrower. It's mental health, it's drink, it's something else. There's always an excuse. But you know that excuse exists, and it gives you license to behave in ways that shouldn't be allowed. But make no mistake, your favorite athlete, you throwing a bottle at your favorite athlete or at another athlete from another team is not about your dismissal of their skill. It's about your dismissal of their humanity. When you countenance behavior that we would generally chide and challenge children if they behave that way, you know that something has slipped, something has broken. Athletes aren't people. They're entertainers, minstrels.
He nailed that, and he knew it. He knows when
And he
he's
took off
good.
the glasses.
He did jazz hands.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. He just did jazz hands. He really did. All right, let's start it. That gets it started. Let's go.
Right.
Is everyone ready?
Right. You can handle the big societal issues pressing the globe. But can you guess what Stugotz is saying when he botches the English language, John Amici? Can you?
He alleges that he's ready. Let's see.
You're not ready, Meech.
The first.
I may be a little delirious. Maybe that puts me in a good mood. Easy one first.
Oh, wow.
Create. Ooh. I know it. Create.
So do I.
Create. Yeah. Easy one.
It sounds like create.
So your final answer?
Yes.
That's what I would guess.
It is creating. So
Oh,
close.
that's
I pulled out early. I mean, that's what I do on words, you know. I eject early. Sorry, bad phrasing.
That was the easy one, Meech.
That's okay. That's okay.
There's still plenty of time for you to get back in this game. Here is word number 2.
Get. Ooh. Get. I know it. Get. I know it. Get.
No, you don't.
Get.
Yes,
I do.
you
Get.
don't. No.
Yep. Get.
You don't. Oh yeah.
Get.
Oh yeah.
Get.
Oh yeah.
Get.
Now it's house music.
Get. 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 Get.
It sounds vaguely Scottish, I will say that. Just the way it sounds.
Get.
Not an acceptable answer. Vaguely Scottish is not acceptable.
Get.
No, that doesn't work. Okay.
Get.
Gather or no? Is it gather or is it one more time?
Get. Get.
I mean, I'm trying to think of the context. You would say get her.
Get.
Well, it's one
Get.
one
Get.
word, isn't
Get.
it?
Get.
It's one word.
I
mean,
assume
you never
so.
know.
I assume
Get.
so.
Get.
Okay.
Get. Get.
This is one
Get.
word, though.
Get. Get.
I'm saying gather. I'm just going with gather. It's all I've got.
Final answer?
Yeah.
It's grass.
Get.
Seriously, Stugotz. That's
Seriously. Yes.
What?
No, you should look at him that way. He totally deserves that. Seriously, Stugotz.
grass.
It's
I don't-
unbelievable.
see, this is what makes me wonder because I don't watch all the time. Is this like this is what you do like at 9 o'clock in the morning? You just figure out words and then say them in a way that completely bastardizes them. Anyway, next word.
Yes,
That's right.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
These are all techno songs. This is all. This
is all a product. All of this that's happening right now is a product of Mike getting embarrassed once, maybe twice, by me winning.
We're taunting you.
Scott Meach.
Is it one word or two words? You guys really are delusional right now.
It's one word.
It's a full sentence.
It's a paragraph. One word. Maybe.
Tooth?
Actually, we're going to give you this one because we're not exactly sure either. It's either team or teammates, given the context.
He's wrong then.
Okay. You get,
I was still wrong.
You get a free. No, you get that one for free.
Stugotz, what were you trying to say here?
You've no more idea than I do.
It was either team or teammates.
He wasn't listening.
There's no syllables in there to even grab hold of anyway.
All right, here's another one.
It's an easy one, Meach.
Was that what happened to you? Was that Qatar?
No, he was saying.
Did you just cough up a lung?
He was saying something, and then someone hit him in the neck with a nunchuck.
See, all I've got, is it one word or two?
This is him being beaten to death.
Is it one word or two?
Quit asking
This
questions.
is a city.
Quit asking questions.
This
and
is an
lose.
American city.
Oh, I might get
Detroit.
that. I heard it. Oh, I would.
Final answer?
I would have guessed Denver.
It's Denver. Congrats,
He said
Dan.
Detroit. He said Detroit.
I know he did, but
Everyone's tired.
I'm sorry I ruined it. I thought he already lost. Hasn't he gotten 3 wrong? This is the money ball then. If it's 2-2 because I gave it to him, this is the money ball.
I can give him 2 money balls. I'm that confident.
Sup.
One word or two. This is definitely going to be a techno.
That's one word.
Well, you know it's got multiple syllables in it, so.
I love hearing him talk.
He's actually thinking about this as if he's going to get it. He's like staring into the wild beyond, thinking to himself, maybe some ordained God will bring me the answer, so I will be
You got this, John.
Like, what are you trying to figure out? You got no chance.
Is it sons? Maybe Phoenix Suns?
It's
Maybe
itself.
Suns?
Itself.
Of
course. Itself. And we have no idea what Stugotz says at the end of this. So maybe with the context, we can all guess together. You've obviously lost the game, but since you're an expert at this game, despite always losing it, we're asking you to help us out.
I don't always lose.
It's a whole sentence, and we'll try to piece it together.
All this guy has done since he's been traded from the Jets to the Carolina Panthers is celebrate his new home. Celebrations. Walks into his new house, celebration. Walks into his new facility, celebration. Sees his new, head coach, who's a quarterback whisperer, who's so good at it. He did such a bad job with Teddy Bridgewater. Celebration. Okay? That's all you. What are you celebrating, Sam Darnold? That's all you. That's all you. That's all you.
What was the end of that thought is the question.
I'll give you the following word right after whatever this is, this conglomerate of words he was trying to say.
That's all you. What are you celebrating, Sam Darnold?
I mean, it's fairly obvious where I was going, right?
That's all you. What are you celebrating, Sam Darnold?
I'm honestly distracted by how terrible that ragtimey music is in the background.
Man, what a segment that was.
It's consistently embarrassing to me.
What a segment that was.
The music, that we can't get better music. Right
That's all you. What are you celebrating, Sam Darnold?
That's all you do. Is the rest of the thought, that's all you do is celebrate, but he knows you know what he's talking about there.
It is. That's it. It is.
That's all you do.
Your guess is as good as mine. I got no idea. No clue. Thank you, Meech.
You lose, Meech. You lose again. Thank you for celebrating
Don't bury
with
the lead.
us.
I dragged you yet again.
From the future. He does, Billy. That is such a good call by you. He is such a Star Wars dork that what you have behind you makes you look like you are absolutely joining us from the year 2064. Oh, there he is.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's got an actual lightsaber in his house.
Careful.
He arrives with props. Meech, always good seeing you. Thank you, buddy. He does. He looks like he's from the future.
That is one of the most underrated sounds in all of movies. The lightsaber being swung.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Put that on the poll, Guillermo, at Batard Show. Is the lightsaber being swung one of the most underrated sounds in the history of cinema?
Dan, I have exciting news for you. That poll will not be on Twitter. That poll will be part of the DraftKings popularity pool that we have going on now to 10 o'clock. After 10 o'clock, popularity pool is going to lock. And then you go on to DraftKings, you vote for the most popular answer. If you get them right, you may win $5,000.
That is excellent. We have a sponsor. We have somebody who's helping us out, and they create games, and they give us money, and they give you money, and you give them money, and so everyone scrubs each other in money.
Oh, you're not giving them money, Dan. This is a free-to-play pool.
But have we given away our prizes? Like, have we given away our legitimate money? Have we given away all $40,000 we were going to give away, or do we have more money left on what's happening with DraftKings?
We still have more monies to give away. We haven't given away all the monies yet, but we're well on the way to give away all of it.
I did see, Dan, in our first pool game of the show. I'm already leaking confidence here. There were a number of winners. They all won $300. I don't know any of their names, though.
Okay, that's okay, but you could sit in the leaking bucket of leaking confidence.
I mean, it's early.
It is early, but we're all delirious. So you can, I don't know if you can get the water out of there and the goo and just do all theater of the mind because we're tired. And I don't want you actually covered in goop anymore.
Poor Smetty.
I am so, just pour all of us. Well, not really pour, but you know what we mean. Like, this has been awful in terms of remaining sane.
Oof.
Because I feel like everyone here, my eyes are itching, like my eyelids are twitching, like I've got bugs on them. I don't know why that's happening.
You haven't slept.
This is
in
not
24
but this
hours.
is not This is not in any way normal. Again, I remind you that these shows, somebody goes on the air and they do a 2-hour show and it's a 2-hour radio show and then they're done and that's their life. That's their work day. Like these radio shows are not 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 hours.
And they're winded after 2 hours. I'm telling you, like we've done it. I mean, it's exhausting.
I think we have a cure for the late morning sleepies, though, right here. Looks like we got a little cafecito.
More cafecito.
Put it in my vein.
Oh, Laura, our CFO, said, whispered to me a little bit scared, is this supposed to be doing this to my stomach? Is that, and I'm like, how many have you had? How many have you had? And she's just like, 1. And I'm like, it's too many.
Cheers, Dan.
Yeah, all right, there it goes. Oh, my God.
I was going up to the hotel room at 3 a.m. and someone was firing up a fresh batch of coffee shots. I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing?
This is deeply unhealthy, everything that we're doing around here in every way. We are awaiting Dan Patrick, and forgive us if we are, give me one. Forgive us if we're sort of crawling to the finish line. This is a very real thing. This is not an acting thing. We are done. We are spent, and we're crawling around. And forgive us if this doesn't feel that it has quite the same energy as what it normally does.
The Cafecito guy, his name's David. He's the one who got Trey Wingo hooked on Cafecito, and he's the best. He's the best guy in the entire world. I think I'm going to bring him back to New York with me until I move down to Miami. I'm ready to go. David, you're part of my family now. Let's get married. Let's go.
This one's got like a cinnamon kick to it. She just held at a moon that does not exist anymore. The moon went away a few hours ago. Oh, dear God. I feel like there should be Jamaican air horns. All of a sudden, it's escalating. We will get our energy to the right place through this black fuel. Dan Patrick is here. Let's slow it down to the dulcet tones of the forever stoic televised genius, a pillar of professionalism. Dan Patrick joins us, and he is decidedly not delirious. He is looking like he is ready. This is exactly how Dan Patrick should look on a Saturday morning, right? Like he's figured out stuff that the rest of us haven't.
Fresh 8 hours of sleep, about to play some golf. I mean, he is looking good.
How are you, Dan?
I'm good. I just wanted to start by saying that my parents are dead. So in case you ask me how my mom is, as you've been known to do, she's dead. And so is my dad.
Okay. Thank you for getting that.
Sorry to hear that.
See,
Dan.
that would never happen to Dan Patrick. See, this is what he's doing there. I'll tell you what Dan Patrick's doing there. He's slicing me because he's like, you see that I'm professional. Like I don't have to do this show that you guys do where you guys make all these mistakes and then all of a sudden have to cover them and laugh because you're falling around in the sewage. He's like, I just don't make those mistakes. Like I'm not somebody who's going to be so unprepared that I don't know that the guest. I'm not going to ask a question about the guest's mom if I don't know that the mom is alive.
You've done it before, though.
Have I? I think I've only killed one mother that wasn't dead. Have I done more than one?
I think the key, and Dan Patrick teaches this in his school, I believe, just assume everybody's parents are all dead and don't ask them about them.
Yeah. Yep. That's fair.
That's a rule. Okay, so thank you. They teach that at your broadcasting school because we don't have a broadcasting school. Look at what we have. I came in here and there was human poop on my console. Like we don't have a broadcasting school and any of this professionalism nonsense. But you're telling me, what is the worst mistake that you've ever made? What is your greatest as someone who never gets exposed like that because you're too good at television? What do you regard as your most embarrassing televised mistake?
I remember a Sunday night Sports Center, and there was a golfer named Willie Wood, and he won a golf tournament. And over the score panel, I said, "Guy, could you imagine if his wife's name was Holly?" And finished the show. I got a message on my machine. Hey, Willie Wood did have a wife named Holly. She passed away. So now it's, I don't know, 12:30 in the morning. I'm trying to track down Willie Wood somewhere in America to apologize to him. And eventually I got a hold of him and I apologized. I think it might have been his first win on tour. And I was so cavalier that I threw that out there, not knowing that his wife had passed away. So that one was one of those cringe-worthy, not many people knew about it, but he did. And I felt horrible about it. Fast forward to a couple of months ago at a golf course in Arizona, and who's there? Willie Wood. And so we actually had a little bit of a laugh about it. But yeah, it was one of those moments that it stays with me, because when you start to talk about certain things, make sure you know what you're talking about. And that caught me off guard pretty good.
Is it a blessing or a curse? Your need to always be better, your need to feel like something needs to be perfect. That's obviously that's a mistake that's embarrassing, but it's especially mortifying to you because it's just not something that happens to you very often. It's not like you could know that coincidence would be in play, but you're particularly hard on yourself, are you not?
Well, it got to the point when I was doing SportsCenter that I would always look for what I did wrong. And I was missing the point of doing SportsCenter. SportsCenter is supposed to be fun. And if you make a mistake, embrace the mistake before somebody else says you made a mistake. And for a long period of time, I would look at the air check after every SportsCenter. I would take it upstairs as soon as we're done, and I would look at the entire hour-long SportsCenter just to look at the negatives. And you know, it was such a defeatist attitude of, let me go home and think about all the things that I did wrong, instead of, did we do 52 minutes of really good TV and maybe there were a couple of moments that weren't great. And I finally got over that. It took a long, long time. But yeah, when I would do Football Night in America, it was, you have to be perfect. Handing out a Super Bowl trophy, I made a mistake where I said to Gronk, "Did you ever think you'd get this feeling again?" He goes, "This is my first time holding the Super Bowl trophy." Well, there's 100 million people watching. And in my mind, everybody goes, "Man, he just fucked up in front of 100 million people." And so that stays with you. Those are the kind of, instead of saying, hey, you did it, you got on, you got off, nobody got hurt. Those are the kind of things that stay with me, which I guess it got me to this point, but it'll be the death of me too.
How'd you get over it, Dan?
I drank. Just started drinking.
The brown stuff?
Yeah. Tequila.
Push it down.
Yeah.
Push it down with brown. Just repress it and put it in all the
Little
tights.
bit.
Never let
Little
anyone
bit.
see it. Cover it in Irish armor.
Yep.
Deeper, down deeper. No, it needs to go deeper than that, so no
Way,
one can
way,
ever
way
see
deeper.
it. Yeah. And more brown, so that you flood it. You drown it.
Way down.
So it's in your
Dumpster.
feet. So you find it in your feet.
It's in my socks.
It shouldn't be that joyless, though, Dan. Like, I get it. You're saying, well,
No, Dan, we've had these conversations, and my wife and my kids know. Like, it's just when you got to be perfect, and it's not the best thing to try to be in this business, and but you can't turn it off. There's nothing I can do about it. As much as I tried to go, hey, let's just go out and have fun, and it's never going to be just go out and have fun. I'm doing better now. Since I left ESPN, I realized that I don't have to be as measured and worry about those things. And I do say this to my broadcast students, even if you're not having fun, your job is to have fun or give the presentation, because people never want to hear, oh, you had to do the 11 o'clock Sports Center, boo-hoo. Oh, you didn't get sleep, or whatever it might be. You got a great job. And part of that job is to let people know that this is fun. It's sports. But it's this ball and chain that's there, every day.
So you're saying that you teach in your classes? You're saying that you teach do as I say, not as I do?
Yeah. Yes, because I tell them, if you get into this business, you're going to make mistakes. And what do you do after you make those mistakes? And that, it would stay with me. There's stuff that's happened 30 years ago that, stays with me. And they're small things, but you're like, how did you not do it that way? Or why did you ask that question? So it's just something that sort of lingers. It's always there to tap you on the shoulder, whether you think it's there or not. It'll remind you, and it's been something that has gotten me to this point, though, because I want to be great every single day. I even told you when you said, hey, do you want to be on the show? And I said no, because I don't have anything to say. And as much as I love you guys, I just thought, I don't have any John Gotti stories like Bob Costas does, or, Greg Cody and P. Like, I don't have any of those to really share today. And I thought, you're going to have me on at the tail end and you need an uplifting story or something funny. And I don't have anything other than Stugotz putting his hand on my thigh after your wedding when he took me back to my hotel.
No, that is true.
No, that part is true. Yes, that part is true. But you say you've got nothing interesting, Dan, but you're using this ridiculous sliding curve of absurdity, right? Because you do, first of all, for those of you who do not know in the audience, Dan Patrick's show gave us permission. The producers talking on air, all of that stuff. Like, Dan Patrick's show was doing that before our show was doing that. Billy, why are you making a face?
Well, because he said he has no interesting stories moments after saying, when I was presenting the Lombardi Trophy to Rob Gronkowski.
I know, but that's not interesting. That's like, I apologize because it's like, hey, yeah, I did it 4 times. I had some moments when I did it that were kind of interesting. I'm trying to hand Eli Manning the keys to he won the MVP, and I'm supposed to give him this Corvette. Well, he worked for like a Toyota dealership, and he didn't want the keys. He didn't want to be. So we're on the podium in front of 100 million people. He walks off the podium as I'm reading the card saying, Eli Manning, you are the winner of this black on black Corvette. Well, he's left the podium. I have to turn and yell to him on the podium as he's walking down the steps, get your damn keys, basically, come up and take this thing. And he still has that Corvette, but at the time he didn't want to be seen with something that said Chevrolet. I mean, imagine just win the Super Bowl, beat the Patriots, Tom Brady, and he's walking off the stage because he doesn't want to be seen with the keys to the Corvette. So, that's an interesting part of it. Not that I got to hand out the Super Bowl trophy.
But it's interesting, Dan. Like, you've led a fascinating life, a great life. You have great stories. Like, I find it hard to believe. You're just unwilling to tell them, I think, maybe. I don't know.
No, he has a radio show where he tells them all the time. And
but he's fascinating.
There's Dan's.
He's got a very negative view on himself.
Well, this is, you just said, I can't turn it off. And you said, on top of that, and it might have gotten me where I am, but you said, and it'll be the death of me. It will be the death of me. Those words were carefully chosen. Like, it doesn't sound, it does sound like a blessing and a curse, Dan.
Oh, it is. It is. Absolutely. But look, this is supposed to be a joyous moment, not some therapy session for me. I just, you and I have had conversations, and I didn't know we would be talking about this, but
okay. But for example, your radio show, I remember the things that we're doing with Hank Azaria, for example, as a Brockmire character. He'll be on with us in a little bit. You were doing those with Will Ferrell. You were doing that with Anchorman.
That's Hank Azaria?
No, that's Ron Burgundy. He was doing it with.
You said Jim Brockmire and Hank Azaria. I'm like,
no,
they're two separate people.
Jim Brockmire.
24 hours, I will admit.
Hank Azaria.
Jimmy.
Freedom.
Jimmy Brockmire.
Yes, Will Ferrell came into your studio as Ron Burgundy. You are somebody who has been in Adam Sandler movies. These are people who have gravitated toward you because blank.
I have no idea. I try to treat them just as people and not something more than what they are. I mean, Sandler's become a really good friend, and it didn't start out that way, but like after you kind of peel back the layers and then you get to talk to them, and Bryan Cranston has become a friend, and I really appreciate that they allow themselves to be open to somebody like me, because I'm not in their stratosphere, but they allow me in there and they treat me as an equal. And I'm very, very grateful for that.
Those people seem to be enjoying themselves, though, in the creating.
Yeah.
Is my point. Like those are people that are gravitating toward you, and they arrive at this dried up twig of a man who they're coming with their laughter and their lubricants to sort of like make your soul something that is a little bit lighter. And you're like, okay, I'll be in an Adam Sandler movie, but I'm gonna do this as deeply, deeply dark as I can. Okay, Adam, let's go.
I know. I did a scene in, I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry, and I was a Brooklyn cop, and I should have had a Brooklyn accent. Like, it bothers me. I was like, what the fuck? Why didn't you come up with a Brooklyn accent, or at least try that? And I'm thinking, it's a Sandler movie. Nobody cares. But yeah.
You want to try it out now? You want to work it
out?
No.
My wife's from New York, and thank God she doesn't have a New York accent. So no, we don't need to try to bring one up now.
We have talked about the glory days of doing television for ESPN. You were the big show. You and Keith Olbermann were pioneers and trendsetters. How was the relationship with you and Keith as it relates specifically to process, as it relates to it seems to me from afar, I can't possibly know this, that Keith would go in there and be brilliant in a way that was super weird, sitting down at a computer and just writing something lovely in 4 minutes, and then you would meet him exactly there with the same kind of excellence, but you would grind your way to it through 4 hours.
Keith is one of the great writers, and he processes so quickly that he could write an hour show. Now, we probably had 70% of the show is ad lib since it was live, but he would write everything in about 22 minutes, and I had to grind over what am I telling the audience, and what stat do I need to put in here, And it would take me a good 3 hours to write the show. But we never once discussed the process, ever, because we were opposites. And then we got on the air and we just did it. And I think we had, we did have the respect of one another, that you just kind of did it, and you were in a foxhole with this person. And he was a great teammate. He was an unbelievable teammate. And I think if we had tried to dissect it, then it wouldn't have been the same, because we were trying to get away with things on the air at the time. People have to understand what ESPN was like back then. They didn't encourage you to be a personality. They wanted you to just do SportsCenter. And our goal was at 11 o'clock Eastern. What can we get by the goalie? And, if management's up, which we doubted, but if management is, how do we do this in a clandestine way that we feel like we got away with some things and we had some fun. And we really did it for in-house. We did it for the camera people, the director, producer. It became sort of, that was the audience. That was our core audience. We didn't know who, they never told you ratings. They didn't tell you anything. We had no idea. You're cordoned off from the rest of the world. And we're like, we're in it together. Who knows, what kind of impact we're having. And I think that management fought us tooth and nail. I thought we were going to be fired one time. I always say that you don't want to go into a room that has too much paneling, because then you're in management's office.
Guillermo, put it on the poll. Do you want to go in? Do you ever want to go into a room that has too much paneling?
Yes, because then it's serious. And I went into this second floor conference room, and it had paneling on the ceiling, and I go, oh, we are so fucked. And all of my bosses were there, and one of my bosses started banging on the table. We will not put up with this, blah, 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 blah. And at the time I had three kids, and I'm going, oh my God, I'm going to get fired from SportsCenter. And we walk out of the room. Now we got to go do SportsCenter. And Keith and I walk out, and I'm just thinking, oh my God, what do I do? I got 3 kids. I got what am I doing? And Keith goes, fuck him. I go, what? He goes, fuck him. I go, fuck him? Okay. And then we just basically said, if you want to fire us, but we were going to do it our way. But that was Keith really saying, hey, we have something here. They don't know what they have. They won't know it until we leave. And really that was the case, because once we left, or he left, then they're trying to, hey, how do we get that again? And even now they're trying to get people who have personalities. They encourage it now. Back then, they said
they encourage it. Put it on the poll, Guillermo. He's got no interesting stories, remember. Put it on the poll at Batard Show. Fuck him. Yes or no?
He might have one of the greatest Rolodexes of interesting stories in the history of mankind.
Well, he's certainly got some interesting stories, and I want to ask you the specifics, though, because this part seems crazy to me, Dan. It really does, and I'd like for you to walk me through it, right? Because SportsCenter with a smirk was something that you guys basically invented, and it really kind of changed the game in terms of how the stuff is done. The part that I don't get, and perhaps you can explain it to me, given that it's sports, given that it's games, it's entertainment. You're a content company, any content company. It doesn't have to be that one. Can you explain to me what sense it makes to you that the idea that you could just do this one little thing that would be a joke and not straight sports, that would be controversial? Because I just think that what's mushroom clouded over the last, all the years since, swallowed us too. The idea of like, hey, can we paint a little bit outside the lines? Like, you guys opened that, you made it wider by a lot. You made it wider, you and Keith did. But can you explain to me how we arrive at the point where it's that hard at the very beginning? Hey, can we get away with a few things and then people immediately start liking it because it's a little different, a little more authentic, a little more honest than television usually is?
They told me point blank that they did not want another Chris Berman. And I'm thinking, because of his personality, Chris was, in their minds had seceded from the union. He was a state unto himself. And I thought, why would you not want more of that? The reason why there's ESPN is Chris Berman. I mean, what he did, when he did it, how he did it. And then you sprinkle in Bob Lee and then Tom Mees. I mean, those are the founding fathers. And they didn't want that. And they were so nervous about creating stars. And then you have to manage them. You have to pay them. It was very short-sighted because at the time, I remember Keith saying, we're worth $1 million each. And I go, we are? He goes, yes. They were making $400 million a year on SportsCenter. SportsCenter was financing the building. And, at the time you're going, well, they're never going to pay us that. And I just remember it was always knock down, drag out. If I was told during one negotiation, and it's Mark Shapiro who acknowledges this, he laughs about it. I don't laugh about it, he does. But Mark Shapiro was my boss. And he says to my agent, if Dan doesn't re-sign, he won't get another job in the business. He's over the hill. And so I think I'm about 50 at the time. I mean, not exactly the kind of words of encouragement you want to re-sign with. And so I thought, oh my God, maybe he's right. I'm over the hill and I won't get. So I signed the shittiest deal in the history of ESPN. I worked from, I'm trying to think how bad this was, but basically I was at ESPN from 10 in the morning until midnight. I did afternoon radio, slept in my office for an hour. I had a sleeping bag, got up at 5, started writing SportsCenter, got off the air at midnight, went home, and then got up and then had to be back in there at 10 o'clock for a morning meeting. And I did that for 3 years. Unbelievable. But hey, I wasn't over the hill. I still had a job there.
Was that so? What happened? Because I think of you. The weird part about that is it sort of reeks of insecurity, as television does. But you are not. I do not think of you like, I just think of you as a perfectionist and not insecure at all. But the idea that someone would say, well, you're over the hill, and that you would crumble in the face of it, like, it's totally human. It makes sense to me. But it's just preying on the worst of television's insecurities and vanities for someone to be like, well, it's going to be over for you soon, and if you're not here, you'll be irrelevant immediately, and then you're signing a deal and work. Like, it's crazy to me that's not exactly empowering creators. That's I was there, I'm trying to think, my first 10 years, and I was in a cubicle. Now, I'm not asking for an office, but after 10 years, maybe you get an office. I remember management came to me and they said, and brought me in hushed tones, yes, paneling on the walls. And they're like, we're going to give Chris Berman an office. And then, I just like, what else? No, we just want you to know we're going to give Chris an office. I said, you should be naming a building after him. But they were so, if you were a coordinating producer at ESPN, you got an office as soon as you walked in the building. You could be there 6 weeks, 6 years, it didn't matter. You got an office. Whereas talent never got, we just had cubicles. And I remember they just thought, oh my God, Dan, you better be seated. We're going to tell you something that, well, we're giving Berman an office. And I went, okay. I'm like, yeah. I said, are you giving Bob Lee an office too? Yes. I said, okay. Like, all right. I said, if you eventually get around to giving me an office, then great. It'd be nice to be able to like put my suits in there or ties in there. Or, I don't know.
And it took 2 more years that I finally got my office there. So I was moving up the food chain.
Did you get a television in your office?
Well, I got one, but I'm doing more live highlights because a lot of times when you do Sports Center, I didn't get to see the highlights before we went on the air because we were on the air when the game would finish. And I said, could I get another TV, small TV? Could I get another TV so I could watch 2 games simultaneously while I'm writing the show? And they said, no, we can't do it. It's precedent setting. That was their big key, precedent setting. So I just went out and stole Jason Jackson's TV. And I don't even know if he knows to this day, but he came in one day and his cubicle was right outside my office. He goes, somebody took my TV. And I said, I'll be damned. And I had the TV in my office. So I had 2 TVs that I was able to watch games every single night.
Can't believe you did that to J-Jax.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And I love him. He's a wonderful friend. And but yeah, I needed to watch my highlights. So, it's all right.
Dan, do you enjoy watching yourself on TV?
No.
Can't do it?
No, because I'm looking at myself right now, and I don't even like looking at myself right now. I love radio. I love radio to me is magic. It's the last bastion of magic, I think, in this business and you guys do such a wonderful job that when you listen, even if it's better when you listen and don't see, because then that imagination, it gives you ability to just disappear. I mean, TV doesn't do it as much to me as radio does. When you listen, it's intimate. You let me in your car, let me in your house, and we're sharing something. And there, there's some, the visual that you plant in your head might not be the one that I would, but that's the beauty of your interpretation of that. And if you want to call, you can call the show. You want to email, you can tweet, all of that in real time. If you were writing a column for the Miami Herald, I can't get in touch with you in real time. I'm writing a column every hour, and you get to comment on me writing a column. And I grew up loving radio, listening to music that way. And then that opportunity to be on the air was just, every single day. And that's why I wear headphones, because I want to hear it. And I told my guys, the Danettes, don't acknowledge the cameras. This is voyeuristic. I want people to see, well, what does really happen behind the scenes. And that was my goal when I started this, 14 years ago, is I have, I think, 13 cameras in there. You get to watch what you want to watch. But I said to my guys, never lose that feeling of it's radio. Explain it. People can't see it. Explain it. And, TV will complement what we do. But I will hate giving up the radio portion of it. TV, like after Football Night in America, people are like, do you miss it? And I go, no. Do you miss the Olympics? No. But I would really miss doing radio. Really miss it.
Would you like to hear some fake Jason Jackson? Are you interested? Can I interest you in some fake Jason Jackson right now?
Absolutely.
790 the ticket, talking to my man, Dan Leonard and Stugotz. Dan, welcome back from your vacaciones. Heat fans, don't worry about the Heat. They're going to be A-okay. Well, there's a game going on, and I've been talking for the last 2.5 minutes. That's it for me. I'm the fake Jason Jackson, double J, or J Jackson if you're nasty.
Oh, Mike, I want to go through the whole library and just dump it in his face, but we got to go to music.
He's a funny guy. He is a really, really funny guy.
And works blue. Thank you. Nobody would know that. Nobody would know that. Dan, thank you for being on with us. We appreciate it.
Hey, thank you guys. And always been a great admirer. And appreciate the friendship too, Dan, as always. And Stugotz, maybe get to second base next time you drive me home from a wedding reception.
I will try.
Oh, I know you will.
See you later, buddy.
Let's toss to the lone wolf, one-man band.
many of you will be very pleased if you have been with us here for 21 straight hours. As many of you have, it's a bit crazy, honestly, and I really hope that you enjoyed how wonderfully, absurdly lo-fi everything overnight was, because it was just magical to watch. Greg Cody killed it, just crushed it from 4 to 5 p.m. It was just, he just sank right into it, and I'm guessing that many of you have been worried, as we've been.
It was AM, not PM.
Okay, thank you, Stugotz.
Yeah.
It's very early, and
I know. I was just letting you know.
I have arrived. I know you're trying to be helpful, as you always are. The corrections are not about puncturing my
find you.
soul. No, thank you for not taking money from me that time. But Kate Fagan had that devil pepper, and I don't know where you are with it now, but I was legitimately concerned. You know what I didn't know? What I didn't know before yesterday, and this seems super amateur and irresponsible and also dangerous. I just assumed that there was some sort of vetting process on these peppers, that like people knew that it might feel bad, but you wouldn't be worried about your life or anything like that.
There was. Tom told us, like, he gave us a whole system where a jalapeno was like 8,000, and yeah,
those numbers don't mean anything.
Yeah.
But when I hear 8,000 for something that's considered mildly hot, like a jalapeno, and then 2 million, that's a lot more. I kind of figured, yeah, you're in for something.
Yeah, and on our end, there was a vetting process. Tom said it was fine.
Yep. We actually, after Tom ate his, we were back there and looking up the Carolina Reaper, and I think in a moment of attempting to quiet our panic, Skipper was like, well, don't worry, you'd have to eat 6 of them to put your life in danger, which to me is a little too close to where we want to be. I thought it was going to be 1,000 of them, but 6 felt like, wait, 1 and 6 is not that far apart. But I survived the night. And I'm going to get Ernest here for a second. Dan, you do that well, right, Ernest?
Allegedly.
I actually called Tom in when I was in the bathroom out there, and I just said, like, seriously, health is all that matters, because I had reached a point where I felt like I could just sit in one place and not be in pain. And both Tom and I did this because his mom has ALS and my dad died of ALS, and it was actually a kind of beautiful moment between me and Tom, sitting there just saying, I'm going to feel better in a couple hours. And your mom and my dad had to deal, because you can't breathe a little bit, you're in pain. And we both just sat there and said, we raised more money in a couple hours than I am ALS and that the Pepper Challenge raised in months and months and months. And your audience is beautiful for helping us do that. I didn't want to eat the pepper, but in retrospect, it was almost like a religious experience, Dan. Seriously, it was because of just sitting there and thinking about my dad that whole time.
Well, you've been to hell and back, and the book is the book is a tribute. Like, honestly, she left all that's nonsense, the vanity sports, the insecurity. She left all of it to go care for her father, and wrote a lovely book that is a love letter to her father, and do the repair at the end of life. The reason I was sobbing at the beginning of yesterday's show, like, my father was sitting in the seat, Stugotz was, and it's the blessing of having built, through my father and coming from Cuba and no freedom, something that we were calling freedom, that has birthed this family that we're trying to create around here. And so that speaks to me, the idea that, everything that happened. How much money did you raise, like, when you go through it? Because the audience has been unbelievable about this, and the loyalty is a bit crazy. It's allowed us to do all of this, and you were an unbelievable badass with all of that.
Yes.
Because it's one thing to do what Tom did, but to see what it did to Tom and then choose that afterward, I would not have done that.
I believe it's well over $100,000. I could be wrong. And how do you feel, like, right now? Are you feeling?
I feel I'm not quite back to 100. I don't know if you can see, like, my cheeks here have red marks on them. I feel very hungover. My throat is really sore because the pepper is like. How much detail do we need? I was trying to throw the pepper up, so like I feel like my whole body was trying to reject it, but. To get back to the positive of this, because even the experience had some positives in it, but we raised over $114,000 for I Am ALS. And that is insane. So you're
Splash.
like everyone watching this, like it's not just the money, or although that money will go to great use, there is a huge understanding gap between the everyday people and ALS. And the people tuning into this show, now they heard those 3 letters, they know more about it. Like that is almost as important as the money, getting people to understand this is 100% fatal. We're looking for a cure. And people just heard those 3 letters for 4 hours on this show. And the awareness in that is huge for the ALS community. So thank you, Dan. Thanks to everybody in there for allowing us to do that and bring this to this freedom.
You're thanking me, of course, for drinking that Dr. Pepper,
got us
right?
so on.
I'm literally
good job,
thanking you
Stugotz.
because you happened to be there and you were in front of me, but I don't have a lot to thank you for because the way I remember it.
I mean, 23 different flavors.
I mean, you're welcome. It's me, you, and Tommy in this together.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
All right,
You weren't as helpful as you could have been last night, but I still love you.
I love the slow reveal of their friendship coming together where like the 3rd or 4th time, Kate, who doesn't really know Stugotz, is like, oh, you're not actually helpful at all. Like you're not trying to help
Got us
anybody.
over 100K,
You
Dana.
are, yes, you are just always self-interested. And yes, the character
Dan,
is real.
Kate got us to 88. I got us over 100.
That is
I
correct.
Dr. Pepper. How
That
about
is.
that?
You
Yeah.
did. You did.
23 different flavors is a lot of flavors.
Right.
And they don't meld well. So
No,
I mean,
it's a nightmare for the palate.
and he had a long night because of it. I hear he couldn't sleep.
Yep, my tummy hurts.
Yeah,
I
your
mean,
tummy hurts.
yeah.
Slow.
What is the weirdest sensation any of you are feeling? Because I'm telling you, this is Willem Dafoe in Lighthouse. This is a descent into madness.
Things are making me nervous. Like I hit the slightest noise. I'm very jittery for some reason. It's
Well,
just
that's
making me nervous.
I mean, the Cafecito will do that.
So I'm happy to say I didn't have a drink. I didn't fall into the temptation of doing a 24-hour marathon, but I did fuel my anxiety with caffeine and not sleeping. So my fingers are kind of tingly right now, but I'm so happy that Kate is okay because I kind of feel like we all went through something yesterday.
We did.
And it was all for a good cause. And the fact that we raised that much money compared to months of fundraising, I want to thank our audience too. Yes, you are devil people and your bloodthirst knows no bounds because we kind of felt like we had to give you a payoff despite many voices saying this is very, very dangerous and Kate's own apprehension. But thank you, Kate, for giving our audience, satiating their bloodthirst.
That's right.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know what at one point we were going to put up a poll to see what your audience would say. I don't know if we can do that retroactively to see how many of them
All right,
wanted
let's
me
do
to
it.
eat
Go
the
ahead,
pepper.
Go ahead.
I hope it's more than 50% because otherwise I'm going to
All
have
right, put it.
So many
post-game
poll
regret.
questions
All
to
right,
look
let's
through,
do
though.
it this
Gotta
way.
find
Okay,
it.
this will be should Kate eat another pepper? Like, now we're not going to have you eat another pepper, but let's just see what the response comes back. Let's
if
see.
we get the
No,
$200,000,
don't
no,
do it again.
I'm
Do
not.
do it
I'm
again.
not. I'm kidding.
$300,000 back-to-back Dr. Peppers.
Oh
How about that?
my
I'm
God.
gonna have to stop you. We're gonna have to get corporate involved.
That's what I
Yeah.
can do.
All
I
right.
mean, just here to help.
Put it on the poll and send it to Skipper. Should Kate Fagan eat another pepper? We are going to run races outside here. I don't know the specifics or the mechanics of this, but what are we
You
going
mean
to
the
do?
Azerbaijani Grand Prix, Dan? It's on right now. Q3 is on. We've had 3 crashes already on turn 15. It's a big day in Baku.
I don't understand how you became our F1
Grand Prix.
expert.
Netflix, man. I started watching it. It's good.
It's a good show, Mike.
Yeah, all about the petrol.
Max Verstappen.
Who's going outside? Who is racing? What are the conditions that we are about to bring back when we go outside and have a race that involves whom? I don't know. We did this at ESPN for a while, but then it had liability issues and we weren't allowed to do it anymore. So now we're allowed to do it again.
The conditions in Azerbaijan are beautiful, Dan. Thank you for asking. It's clear skies, no rain. Looks like a good day to race.
No more cafecito.
Dan, throughout the night, we've been having the best Chris competition. Right now, Chris Cody is leading Chris Whittingham 2-1. Best of 5, so 3 ends it. If Chris Whittingham wins this race, we're going to a sudden death 5th competition. That's beer pong. We're going to a 5th sudden death competition. So they will be running the race course, which we used to run outside, and then one of them will win the race. And at the end of today, we will determine the best Chris. And that best Chris, by the way, is also part of the DraftKings poll that we have going on now. We have a number of things going on right now, Dan. Thank you for asking. We have a popularity pool that's going on now. Every time you say, put it on the poll between now and 10 o'clock, that's going into the popularity pool. We need a couple more of those, so if you could sprinkle some of those in, that would be very helpful. That person, $5,000, or it'll be split if a bunch of people get it right. Then we have the big one, $25,000. Someone will win that before the end of the show today. And then, if you think the fun's over there, no, my friend, it's not. There will be a post-show giveaway, another $5,000. For free?
Wow.
All for free.
That's a lot of cash.
Why are you here? You're supposed to be racing.
All right, well, get out there, guys. Let's go do this.
We all want beer pong, right? Like we do.
We all want to do it.
I believe. Put this on the poll, please. Is this a blueprint game for Whittingham? Because we're not going to get to the beer pong because this is going to end his season. He's Kawhi right here in this foot race. This is going to end this competition for Whittingham. He's not going to win this.
Can I add a poll? Will we get all the polls up in time?
Yes, add that as a poll.
Just put that one up.
At Batard
the number
show. So go outside and have at this.
Whittingham seems very confident in his ability to run.
He just took a rest. He's the fresher of the two sprinters.
I think Whittingham is lead-footed. I think he runs with cinder blocks on his feet. I think it's going to be. I
play soccer with Chris Whittingham weekly, and while he's not fleet of foot, he is a trusty center back. And straight line speed, he can put up a fight.
Put it on the poll, Guillermo, please. Does Whittingham look like he has heavy feet? I don't know why I'm assuming this. I don't assume it about anybody else in here.
He does. He's got to. I keep telling him, pick up the knees, pick up the knees, pick up the knees. He keeps trying to get flat-footed, gets megged a couple of times, but he'll get there.
We're going to have to slow down the polls a little bit. We're trying to catch up now, Dan. It's been a long night. So will we have enough polls? Does Chris Whittingham look like he's lead-footed? And then there was another one. I don't remember what it was.
Wow,
Should
how
we
did you
slow
forget
down?
that one?
Should we slow down the amount of polls we're putting up?
That one. No, that wasn't it.
Well,
It was the pepper one.
The pepper one?
Oh, yeah.
No, we have that one. Was there another one?
If it's, do you push it down with brown?
No, that one's in there.
All right.
All right, so we still need more polls. Okay, very good. I don't honestly know how to explain to people. They're going outside now. What is happening with us? Because my face is spasming. I can feel it, although I don't think it actually is doing that. Like there
Chris
is
Cody
some
signing autographs.
This is so weird. I will never get used to Chris Cody signing autographs. I don't.
Nor should you, really.
I mean,
Really, any of us.
Let's think about this for a second, just real quick. Just let's think about this. Let's run this through, okay, to its logical conclusion. Somebody right now is going somewhere with a napkin signed by Chris Cody. Where's that going to be in 30 years? Like, is that going to be is that hung up in somebody's house? Like, what is that? What are we doing?
Collector's item, Dan.
Because what I'm guessing is someone goes home with a napkin with Chris Cody's signature, and then they get something in allergy season, and they use it to sneeze, and then it's gone. Like, I don't believe that's any sort of treasure. I don't even understand, honestly, if you make me think about it, the whole origins of the thing. Like, why did I want to meet a person, have their signature, and take that somewhere with me as if it meant something? It's totally absurd.
The question is whether the napkin was worth more before the signature or after the signature.
Put that on the poll, Guillermo, at Levitard Show. Was the napkin worth more before Chris Cody autographed it?
It's a nice little touch. Like, you can't have a conversation really with famous people. Like, it's a quick thing. Here's my autograph. Take it home with you. Put it in a frame. It might be worth some money down the road. Thanks for being a fan.
Guillermo, put it on the poll as well, please. Has the autograph been replaced by the photograph? Because I don't believe that's anything. Like, I don't believe people are doing
I'd rather have an
anymore.
autograph than a photograph.
I'll
for
put
me.
that on the poll as well. Would you rather have an autograph or a photograph?
We got to slow down the
at
polls. I know I
Levitard Show.
told
You told me
give
more
some
polls.
too
I
many
had the
polls.
cafecito.
Slow
You
this
told
down
me
a
more
little bit.
polls. I
Would
gave
you
more
rather have an
polls.
NFT or an autograph or a photograph?
Wow, that's a good one, too.
I think you should bombard the people with polls like it's just all cafecito, that's the reason that this is happening
But then
right
it's
now.
like a test. You're taking a test. If you go past like 8 questions, it's like, this is like homework. Do I want homework?
Kate, how about an autograph photo? How about that?
An autograph photo
Yeah,
or
you
a
take a
digital
photo, yes.
a digital autograph photo is really the
Yes.
pinnacle of what we're looking for here.
Right,
Yeah, an
yeah.
NFT of an autograph.
Whittingham is doing calisthenics like Jim Carrey and
Is
Cable
he in a
Guy.
suit? I mean,
Jim Carrey and Cable Guy has to be the funniest calisthenics scene I have seen in the history of the movie.
Yes.
And Whittingham is ready to do this. He is wearing jeans. I believe he will run with the leg.
This is the most casual he's ever been. He's wearing sneakers. Also, we found out he's a never nude earlier today.
I think Whitty's going to spring the upset here.
I
really
think we
do.
should all
Yeah.
agree with Dan's major point there that Chris Whittingham is going to indeed run with the leg.
Yes.
Well, I was trying to finish it, and whatever. Everybody's on the cafecito, and I never got to my point.
Amin seems to be running this, so this probably is not going to end
Jesus.
smoothly.
All right, are we throwing it out to Amin right now? Or are we throwing it out to anybody?
We are waiting for our runners to be in position, and then, Dan, they will go on your mark.
Okay, so this is nice, though. We have access to the famous Ocean Drive. We used to have to run on a sidewalk far away, but now we are using all of Ocean Drive. Wow, he is ready to go. Okay, so Amin, he can't hear me. He's just waiting for me. Can he hear me?
They're going now. We waited.
They're going. They're going.
he fell!
Oh, no!
Oh, no! Chris
No!
fell!
That's going to be
Beer pong!
This is what ESPN warned us about.
That's going to be amazing.
Why would anyone?
Instant
Why would
fair
anyone?
play.
Why would anyone let us do that?
Why is
That's
that?
so
Why is
dangerous.
that liability? Why does ESPN?
Oh, no.
Oh, this is going to be amazing. Chris is going to lose.
Oh, my God.
Look at the replay. Oh, no, he biffed it.
Oh, he choked!
I think he still won.
No. And
Can we see the replay once
yes,
more? Where's
please.
the line?
For
Is the
the
line
ass
Amin?
crack. For the ass crack. Slow motion ass
Freeze
crack.
on the ass crack.
Should've had a
Freeze. Let's
correspondent.
do this correctly.
He is so upset
Let's
right
do
now.
this correctly.
We got
Here
the photo
go.
finish here.
This is so good.
Chris Cody was on his way to a win.
This is so good. This is
I
unbelievable.
think he won.
Oh, no. He fell.
He won. He
No.
won.
I think he won.
Oh, no. I got Whitty by a nose.
No,
Where's
it's the line.
Where's
Chris
the
by a
line?
finger. I'm telling you.
No, Chris has passed it.
Pylon.
Wow.
Where's the line?
I think it's that security tape.
I think
thing.
Tony is the line. Tony's
Oh,
hand.
Tony's the
fingers.
line.
No, I
So,
don't
yet
think he
I
is.
have confirmed with our rule makers the line is that pylon right there by the sign guy, and it
Wow.
appears that Chris Cody
Wow.
started his fall just in time
No.
because Chris
Cody's
Cody
the best Chris.
is the best Chris.
Wow.
That is.
Wow, that was exciting.
Wait, get that, can
And
we have-
embarrassing.
Can we have that thing roll a little bit further just so we can
Yeah,
make sure?
freeze on the
Yeah.
ass crack.
Right.
Yes, please. I know this is a difficult request, television, and I know that everyone is delirious,
And they're
now
killing it, by the way.
and Meadowlark Media now has a lawsuit on its hands because we should have never been running outside. People get hurt, obviously, and I think he's going to be cut up. He is limping. They are rewinding it right here, and this is wait for it, please freeze on the ass crack. Okay, you got the clumsiness.
Oh, no.
Clumsiness. Yeah, asphalt. That sucks. That doesn't
right there.
feel good.
Right there.
And there it is, ladies and
There
gentlemen.
it
No,
is.
hold on. It's not there yet. It's got to jiggle
I
and
think it
land.
may be on his way up.
Yes.
Okay, hold up,
yes.
hold up.
Yeah, oh, there
There
it
it
is.
is. There's
Zoom
some.
right there. Coming out for
Here
a
it is.
peek. Hold on a second.
There we go.
Great ass.
There we go.
That is some straight ass right
Television,
there.
ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to keep this up until he gets back in the studio.
No, let's keep it up forever.
Can I have your autograph?
I want this, yes. I want this as picture, as a photograph to remember this day. I want him to sign it. I want him to sign his ass crack, and I want to hide it. I want to put it up in here, and I want to sell prints. I want to sell prints and make
One more slow-mo, if you could, so we can bathe in it. I want to bathe in that crack.
that glorious freckled crack.
Man.
What a dramatic finish.
Unbelievable. Are we certain Chris won? Yeah.
Oh my
Chris
God.
Cody.
I really think that there should be
Chris,
like
let's walk you through this replay. Your initial.
Look at that ass. Look at that ass. Oh, my.
Can we get the freeze frame again?
No, that's not.
Freeze frame again. Are you bleeding?
I'm bleeding. Yeah, my knees are bleeding.
Scrape on the knee. Scrape with the knee.
I wish I could say that I dove I just fell. It's been a long pandemic.
We saw that. Yeah.
You're sweating.
You should have passed it off as a dive, though.
All right,
You
I
should've.
want to interview the winner because you're a champion now. Chris Whittingham loses the blueprint game, heavy-footed as predicted, And that is a scar. What state are you in here, Chris Cody? Because I think you've got a lawsuit against Meadowlark Media. I don't know.
God.
No, you wait.
Oh! Zach Harper has a perfectly lined up, and I clearly win. Oh no! We could cut that a little quicker.
All right, so
shirt.
So just to be clear, Chris, you just got here. You would like us, as just a matter of decency, to not show your ass crack, right? You would like that.
That would
not
probably
to-
be a preference of mine. Yeah, it's a
okay.
white ass, man, a wass.
All right, let's go ahead and run that again. Let's just keep running it. Feel free. If you could get picture-in-picture, just put it in a corner again and again. I just want to see. Congratulations, Chris. You are a champion. You defeated Whittingham.
Whittingham should be ashamed of himself.
I do wonder if DraftKings or any bettors can claim on a technicality somehow that Whittingham was actually the winner, that all of this is bogus and fixed, that the finish line is not where you thought it was. I feel like we've got controversy. I feel like we're too easy to just say, you know what? Them's the breaks. I really do feel like we should be looking at this and have a major controversy, because all of us thought, who was that standing at the finish line? We thought he was the finish line, that the person was the finish line.
Did someone declare a winner outside? Did anyone do that?
So no one really explained to us what the marker was. I thought it might have been a mean, and if it was mean, then Whitty edged him out just ever so slightly from the replays that I saw. But apparently it was that pylon, and Chris Cody fell just in time.
I thought that the pylon, I thought that also that Tony was the finish line, and I do wonder about this because I don't know the rules of track. Do you only indeed have to get like a fingertip over the line in track and you can win on your stomach?
Yes. It's just the first body part to touch and you're done.
Okay.
Yep.
I was not aware that you could win a race on your face. It has to, I mean, crowning you as a champion for what we just saw. That should be what we crown as a champion around here in terms of athleticism, Chris, that you would win a race with ass crack, falling down, bleeding, looking.
Did what he had to do, Dan. I mean,
Blood, sweat, and tears.
I'm not proud of that performance.
I mean, how can you be, honestly?
It was a gutsy one, Chris.
You are the opposite of Damian Lillard. You're the opposite, right? You win, but you're a loser because we got your ass cracked. And congratulations, but your congratulations is that we're all laughing at you, and what happened to Whittingham doesn't matter. Jessica, I need to talk to you about. Whittingham's totally strange. He's unbelievably weird, and we're discovering
That's not
that.
nice.
No, the reason because she's the one that keeps pointing it out to everybody. I don't even mean to direct this at Whittingham. Jessica is learning, like all of us, very quickly that Whittingham has a lot of idiosyncrasies.
He does, but he's such a sweet and kind person. He offered to walk me up to the hotel room last night. We had a discussion.
To kill
about
you,
me
Stugotz.
Yeah,
to kill you.
No, I want to hire him to take care of me in my old age. I do. He's such a sweet person. I love him. Oh, Tony, I'm sorry. You're a different story. There are different things I want to do.
Whittingham has some very Patrick Bateman-like tendencies we learned today between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Well, give us some of them, right? Because the gel in the hair thing, I don't understand. I don't know anybody who would admit to putting gel in their hair to sleep.
Dan, he showers before bed, gels his hair into its very sturdy dew, goes to sleep, and then sometimes wakes up, takes a morning shower, and gels it again. And this is after his stove alarm wakes him up, no less, and before he puts on his three-piece suit.
That is Patrick Bateman.
And Dan,
Psycho.
the three-piece suit is going over jorts or something because he's a never nude apparently.
Jorts for sure.
Whatever he wears under his clothes because he's a never nude.
He's Tobias.
Dan is speechless.
Has anyone heard of the combination, the trifecta? Somebody who wakes to an oven stove, gels his hair before sleep, and is a never nude.
The answer's no.
And all the other weird shit when he does that, we don't even have to get into, because we all have weird things in the show, right? His thing is that he's a fancy lad, he corrects people. Billy has his stuff. Yeah and
normal.
that stuff is fine, but it's all the other things we're learning about him that are really just Fascinating, Whittingham. Fascinating. And I'm sorry for getting on your case during the 5 a.m. hour. I was tired and it was an easy target and you were talking a lot. But I'm glad we learned all of this because now I'll know. Keep my eye on this guy.
I mean, what state are you in right now? Like, how are you doing? Because you were shouting about a gurney before.
You mean
were,
actual state? Because he might not know.
You were drinking at 3 o'clock. You were drunk by 3 o'clock yesterday. Everything was unhinged, and now 18 hours later, we've arrived in a place where you've been. Every time I saw you, you had what were you drinking? Was it rum?
No, I was just drinking water. I'm fine, Dan. I was a little low energy this morning, but I had some breakfast flan, and it brought me back to life. Oh, yeah. Well, we got a new breakfast flan song because we can't use the regular one because we don't have the rights to the music. Yeah. So we used some basically open, what is it? What's it? Public domain. There you go. Yeah. And it goes a little like this. Breakfast of flan. Breakfast of flan. Breakfast of flan, 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 flan. Breakfast of flan.
Beautiful. What you guys did last night, I enjoyed so much. I want to relive it for the audience that perhaps didn't get it at 1 o'clock in the morning. You want to take us through? This is a time I actually want to talk about Cinephobe as opposed to all the other times you foisted upon us.
Ascertain.
Never heard of it. What is Cinephobe? As I ask you legitimate questions, because I do feel for all the cool stuff that happened overnight, what you guys did last night with Neil Brennan and Adam McKay. I'm assuming you guys were as delighted by this as we were watching it and listening to it, yes?
I loved it, but I'd like to know what Amin remembers.
I remember a lot. I remember Adam McKay rapping Method Man lyrics to Method Man.
He said one line to him.
That's still a lyric. Yeah. That counts, right? I remember Neil Brennan name dropping a lot of Chappelle Show stuff.
Yeah, we asked him about what his favorite sketches were, so
that's not what we asked.
Well, kind of.
That's not what we asked. We asked about things that you've done that were funny but bombed, and then the opposite, things that were hacky but did great.
Wow, he remembers.
Wow. Yeah, uh-huh.
None of that happened, though.
I remember Zach trying to jump in and be
Are you kidding me? For
unsuccessful.
like 40 minutes, you just it was all you.
It's all theater of the mind, baby.
Theater of the mouth. That's what it was.
Ed Helms was great too.
Yeah.
Ed Helms was really good.
Oh yeah. Spiky hair. Yeah.
Steve Carell too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did enjoy it. We're messing around.
Right.
We're nearing the end, Dan.
No, there's been a descent. There has been a descent into the bowels of hell. Yeah, just 2.5. What do we have remaining over the next 2.5 hours? Brockmeyer's going to be over here. There is Delirium has settled in. Oof. What is it that we have in the next 2.5 hours to promise the people as we sort of limp and lurch toward the finality of this thing? Everyone is covered in a certain kind of desperate film.
I can't see.
You're twitchy. You're nervous.
This is the fun part. Yeah. Everyone's delirious. It is a fart. Jim Brockmeyer and Sheena Dott going to be joining us in the final hour, and we got Mike Schur joining us at 10 a.m., and this all leads up to the end of our 24-hour marathon with a massive, explosive payoff.
More?
Of doing 24 more additional hours and 2 cans of Dr. Pepper.
No. Ascertain.
Chris, that
are we at 300,000 yet? By the way,
Chris, that injury looks bad. Like it looks like you really cut. I mean, that Kate, you winced each time because that's a terrible way to fall. And the asphalt situation. There aren't a lot of places worse to fall than running onto asphalt because now you've burned your skin and all of that is, it's very unpleasant.
It's a dangerous game.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, I watching that, I thought that actually you're hurting. And I feel like you're not hurting.
My knees are scraped a little, but I actually feel like I did a nice little roll there. and I could have broke my wrist.
You saved yourself?
I'd like to see maybe later on the internet, like the replay of it, because I feel like the roll was tight. Nice little. Oh, we got a replay coming right now. I just heard in my ear. Look at me.
I want to explain. I want to.
Very shortly.
So you're okay. You're okay.
The magic of what is happening.
All right, let's take a look up there.
In this race.
Here we go.
Take us
All
through
right.
your process.
All right, so right here, I'm like, oh shit, I got to a bad start, and then I'm like, all right, I'm getting on him, I'm good, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to fall.
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely won. And there's, oh my god, my back is white, and I hate this part.
Nice rollover though. You
All
did
right, we don't have
protect
to stop
yourself.
it there. And cut. Scene. Back to live shot.
Chris, quick question. Was there any point where you thought you were going to run into me? Because I saw you coming. I was like, holy shit.
No, I blacked out. I was just watching Witty, and I got off. He got off to the better start, and I was like, oh shit. And then I was gaining on him, and then I was like, oh no, my legs are giving out.
Cody, I have a question. Do you have a back, or does your butt crack just go all the way up?
Oh my!
Put it on
Fair
the
question.
poll. Put it on the poll.
Put it on the
Emma.
poll.
Does Chris Cody have a back, or does his butt crack just go all the way up? Chris, please help me, because
what do you need, Dan?
I believe that race
was the saddest thing you've ever seen.
No, it's the best way that possibly could have gone. That there is no hypothetical example that you can give me that is better
Right,
than
if
the
I
one
smoke
that.
them, it's not as good.
Well, no, anything.
Right.
Like, give me any other alternate hypothetical that is better than the race is finished. He has won, but he's a loser. And here's some ass crack.
I always lose. I'm like the opposite of Stugotz.
Thank you for all your hard work, Chris, and your bleeding for the company. What are you laughing about, Mike? Just general delirium?
All of it. Really swety. The headphones that I just.
Ooh. Oh,
Super
wipe those down.
sweaty.
Wipe those
Yeah,
down.
whatever. If I cared about hygiene, I wouldn't have done this.
24 hours.
Although I am on my third change of clothes. Wow. Same socks though. Not too happy about that.
Kate, you experienced this, and Chris Cody just experienced it a moment ago. The putting on of that headset while this show is going on, and Kansas City, which we just met today. Thank you, Kansas City. Like, we don't know Kansas City. This is the first 24 hours we have spent with Kansas City, and the directors of all of what has happened today are not here, but they only exist, as far as I can tell, in Mike's ear. And yesterday, Kate is a professional. She's done television for a long time. She is accomplished at the doing of this. Kate sat in that seat, and Kansas City was doing something, and I'm assuming it was just shouting and dancing in some pagan ritual, because you pulled off your headset and got disoriented while you were talking, saying, like, what is this in my head? What was there shouting and panic?
There was. My experience with producers talking in your ears, that they try to come in quietly. And the producers in Kansas City, not saying they did this to you the whole 24 hours, but they came in very sharply, almost like a bolt of lightning into my ear. And if that's what you've been experiencing for 22 hours, then your mental gymnastics have been on point, because usually producers are a little more subtle.
No, but he's crazed is what I'm saying. Like, putting that in a headset for 22 hours, you think I'm Willem Dafoe in Lighthouse. Like, he's the other guy across from me that was shitting in the bucket. Like,
I'm about to sleep with a mermaid.
The whole thing is nuts. I wanted to ask all of you in this room, though, because I found what Dan Patrick was saying. I didn't know much of that he was talking about, and I've talked to him a lot over the years, but he was just talking about the idea in a space like ESPN, and just make it any corporation. He was talking about that it was hard for him to get an office at ESPN, and he was saying the coordinating producers did have offices. And so he was talking about sort of the culture of structure in a corporate framework. Who has the power? Who gets the offices? Who's in charge? And then what does that birth? And Dan Patrick was saying that him and Keith Olbermann were like trying around the shadows. And Kenny Mayne says the same thing. They were just trying to get away with stuff because they weren't the ones in charge, that they were the labor. Now, they're the guys, who made the company. And what Dan Patrick said specifically, which is, we don't want more Chris Bermans. And his response is, why wouldn't you want more Chris Bermans? Like, why wouldn't you want dozens and dozens of Chris Bermans? And the answer is if you keep everybody the same, then you don't have to set precedents with anybody, and everybody becomes disposable, and the power stays in power. And what ends up getting birthed is not the wonder and amazingness of Chris Cody's ass crack.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm thinking of Peloton right now. Maybe it's the fact that this is 22 hours, but Peloton actually tapped into something because of the cult of personality. They let I feel ridiculous right now, but they let their teachers be themselves instead of everything being Peloton. So then you tune in for that person. And at ESPN, it was very much if anybody was trying to drift outside those lines, they wanted you to be ESPN. And I always thought that that was a mistake because what people tune in for is all of the craziness on the outside of the lines.
But isn't Chris Berman ESPN? Like he is ESPN, no?
But maybe that was the original like framework, and it was like, okay, Dick Vitale, Chris Berman, like fitting into that. But if you were trying to do something completely different, then you were outside of it rather than saying, let that person develop their own cult of personality.
Think about what we're saying here, though, philosophically, Stugotz, just as you see everything that's happening around here, and we left ESPN, and just the idea. ESPN birthed a star. That's a dude. I was calling his answering machine when I was in high school, leaving him nicknames just because I was so interested. I'm like, what is this? What can possibly be happening?
Major star, major celebrity, Chris Berman.
And so he and Dan Patrick, who he instigated a revolution with Keith Olbermann, Sports Center with a smirk, saying the fight the whole time was how do we get around the crevices and everything else, and how do we it's Keith Olbermann. Do you know how good Keith Olbermann is at television? Just at the doing of television. And Keith Olbermann is saying when he's getting advice from the powers that be, fuck him. And Keith Olbermann has had a lot of chances, but Keith Olbermann has also burnt everyone, at least in part, because fuck him doesn't work when you're not the one with the power, right? No matter how talented you are. You will lose.
Fuck 'em usually doesn't work, Dan. Yeah.
And so Chris Berman, though, I ask you this question sincerely. If I say to you in any form of entertainment, never mind the delivering of sports, just any form of entertainment, your company wants to make money. Hey, here's a star. Do you want more of those, or do you want to just stop that right there and not have more of those? Like that's what Dan Patrick is saying, right? Dan Patrick is saying we don't want any more Keith Bermans. And I ask you, where else is that so? Tell me where else I can find
Keith Berman. It's late though.
I'm sorry, Chris
Major
Berman.
fun.
My fault. It's early. It's not late.
Stugotz knew not to correct you on that one.
$400.
Yeah.
Just trying to help.
Thank you, but do you guys have an answer to my question?
I don't have an answer, but I think like the way that audiences have fragmented, ESPN is just a channel, and now people aren't tuning in to just a channel. They're tuning in, like Kate said, to see a person, and that's why this live stream is so cool, Dan, because people aren't used to seeing you on YouTube Live, but they know us and they know the personalities in this room, and they find us and they follow us and they keep watching no matter where you put the show. And that's what's important now with everything in streaming.
Was there a newness to it when Chris Berman did it that automatically made him a star? Dan Patrick, Keith Olbermann, like there was a newness to it. We'd never seen that before. Never seen personalities like that before.
Sports was delivered seriously. I'm actually interested in all of this, and specifically as it applies to the intimacy of this medium and what we're doing specifically today, because I would argue not only is the streaming the new wave, obviously, during a content age, but there's something to me, and what I've always loved about radio or now podcasts is the specific intimacy of we are the friends who exist inside your head, better even without video, so you could just imagine what it is that's happening, and it's just the voices that are carrying you. And somehow what we've done over the last 22 hours feels to me more connected and more intimate than television. That you feel like you're just sort of looking in on our world, but you could reach through it because you're here doing it with us.
Oh, especially for 24 hours, Dan, because there was a lot of real that came across that screen. There was a lot of family dynamics, a lot of frustrations. If you think you're going to sit down for 24 hours of content and everything's going to go smoothly and you're going to be happy and not frustrated with idiosyncrasies, like, look, Stugotz felt that chair, felt the all the sensitivities around stupidity, and he felt exposed at times, and then we rallied around Stugotz and turned it into a win. And the pepper thing, we chronicled that, and wow, I'm getting oddly emotional here because I think I'm manic. I might be manic. Yeah,
we're nearing the end, Mike.
I'm manic. I'm manic.
There's that balance between overproduced and underproduced. I don't know. We're certainly not overproduced these last 24 hours, and maybe teetering on.
Yeah, it depends on who you ask.
Yeah. But I mean, at ESPN, if they'd done 24 hours, it would have been so produced that you wouldn't have had to be present for certain times, even if you were a part of it, because you were sort of plugged into the machine of each hour. Versus here, you're actually present and you're living in the real moment.
We said no to Travis Kelce.
I mean,
we
that's on
did,
you,
Mike.
bro.
I mean, we did. He was ready to go. I mean,
He was ready to go when we had 2 other guests booked because this was actually produced. The Dan Patrick thing kind of turned out well. I'm happy we didn't bump him.
Well, I don't want to conceal the part of this, though, that you just skipped past, because what happened, I'm not kidding when I say this, like one of the happiest moments in the last 24 hours for me and everyone here, friends, right? We're all friends. We're going to be working together.
Cinephobe?
Building a company together. Was seeing Mike Ryan physically sink near the microphone while smiling as the CEO corporate skipper bullied his way in and was sort of standing over him, very friendly, very affable. I love the man. I'm a friend, will be a friend for life. And we had at the center of this company on the first goddamn day, and this is lifelong friends here we're talking about are going through some shit here over the last 10 years. This is the guy who Skipper built everything that's here. He put it here. He's the one. Disney doesn't even understand how this exists here because nothing like this exists at Disney. He put it here. And watching Mike smile as he fell like down on the microphone and sort of like as the physical symbolism of corporate just standing over him and coming into the content space where we birth all this stuff, our executives were out there and everything that was happening for 90 minutes when we got stuck in the mud on the pepper stuff.
Right.
We need the payoff, and we're like, we need this payoff, and I'm stalling. I'm trying to get to where we have a timeout. I'm stalling. I don't want us howling dogs to be peer pressuring Kate into doing this when she can make her own choices, but none of us like the way this looked, and we're trying to get to the payoff, and Kate just had to eat it. She said, I'm going to solve this for everybody. And good God, like we got the payoff, but I didn't want her to go through that. None of us did. Like it was foul to see her in pain after what happened. But I thought it was great for us as a company to learn all this stuff, for that to be an authentic media moment for all of you to see and not know if it was real. Is Skipper acting? I'm not totally sure if he's acting. We've got corporate coming in here, and he was mad, and I don't blame him for being mad. But we want to keep the content. We want to keep the content free of anything that comes and touches it.
Are we going to have jobs on Monday?
I don't know.
Payroll, anything?
I don't know.
I'm having a second child. I need this. Thank you.
I mean, it was a great first day, though. Or 22 hours. No, it was a lot of fun. It was fun while it lasted. You're having a second child. Billy just had a child.
So should I move to Miami or?
Well, didn't you didn't do that already?
No signing.
Can you get your refunds back? Or can you get your deposits back?
Well, Mike, can you take us through the moment when Skipper was in here and you almost created a meme of corporate and content leaning away,
and he
but
doesn't
still
want,
saying
like, he's not actually corporate. This guy comes from Rolling Stone, but
Right.
in that moment there was the
It also
tension.
comes from Disney.
The tension between creative and corporate, that was a real thing. You guys you saw
No,
that.
I mean, you saw it. It manifests with a physical position. But look, there was an argument to be made. I understand where they were coming from because corporate wasn't exactly all cool with the optics, but they had no idea what conversations were being had in here. The conversations that I was having directly with Kate. And I think they were trying, their intentions were in the right place, but I don't think they realized that the optics of John Skipper coming in and saying this is shut down and basically a white knight savior when we're all trying to collectively find the best way out of this. I was looking around like, okay, then I guess I'll do it. And that was genuine, despite you throwing a flag on the play. We needed to do right by the people that donated. That's a lot of money. It was 6 figures. We needed to get that Dr. Pepper, and I'm so happy that we did.
Well, you're so happy, but I'm seeing right over your right shoulder. It's nice of you to be smiling and happy and you got that money, but Amin's had his face in his hands the whole time. Like he just threw away his career at ESPN.
Yeah.
Like he just said, I'm getting aboard the pirate ship.
Wait a sec. I think Amin had problems before the pepper.
No,
right?
He said,
He showed up drunk.
No, well, there's that. But now
He was celebrating.
He's got kids. He just signed his contract. He thought we were ending the show with him on the pirate ship signing the contract. And now we're wondering, well, is this thing falling apart on the first day? Is it all over?
This would be such a great final segment. I feel like we're talking it out and recapping everything, but we have 2 more hours after this, and we're actually going to be tossing to a video package that basically is very redundant and recaps in visual form everything that we're talking about right now.
Well, that's not redundant.
Well,
Now
actually, the
people can see it
overnight shift,
again.
which was, I hope we see some Greg Cody in this because, my God, I'm going to rewatch that.
I want to watch this together. Is that ready? I'd like to sit here.
Yeah,
and
you're going to toss to it in 2 minutes.
I believe that the overnight is it's the best thing that we can do, in that it's the worst thing that we can do. And
But 4 a.m. was a perfect slot for Greg and what Greg did. It was perfect.
So happy he was in on that concept, and man, if I didn't know Greg any better, I'd say this is the greatest comedic acting performance of my lifetime. But I just know that it was just authentic. He was drunk, tired, and unhealthy,
Being Greg.
and genuinely interested in speaking to a 1980s doctor.
I love him, man.
Radiologist.
Fine.
I was told that Mike Schur wants to talk just 1995 Royals baseball for an hour.
Yeah, I think Mike Schur, like David Sampson before him, has been watching this entire marathon, so he has his thoughts. So the next 2 hours are going to be real fun, recapping what had happened before. And don't forget, Jim Brockmeyer kicks off our final hour here alongside Sheena Dot, so that should be fun.
Should we talk to Mike Schur about, if indeed he saw it, about how that played out on YouTube, all of that, because we're in it, right? We're just doing the creative stuff, and this is an epicenter for fun stuff and laughter and pushing and challenging. But I don't know. When I walked into the other room out there, like we were sitting here laughing and scared and having fun, and I walked into the other room, and it was just a bunch of people who looked haunted. There was a lot of executive whispering, and these are all people here to help us. These are all very good people who are this collection of people has been put together specifically so that this company can have a soul. Like, legitimately, this collection of people are going to help us and the creative community be more creative here. But that's going to get tested, and it's going to have bumper car sparks.
But what was going on is normal to us, right? We're in a very comfortable place there. It's not normal to them.
Well, this is our home, and they're new.
Yeah.
They just got here, and you're not going to tell us how to do it. Not after what we just did. Like, we are not going to be told how to do it. Like, if we flame out, we might flame out. We might do something stupid. This stuff is hard, ad-libbing. We're going to make mistakes, and mistakes are less tolerated now than they have been. Like, public mistakes don't have the context of, oh, we were doing this thing you don't understand. We're family. Like, we make a mistake publicly now. It can have ramifications, but it's one of the reasons I wanted to be my own boss, wanted us to be our own boss. Let's see if we could see Chris Cody's ass crack. Let's see it.
All right.
Like,
Dan,
that's the goal.
We have a 10-minute retrospective here, Dan, before Mike Schur. Go ahead and toss.
Let's see it.
Look at that! Look at that! Dan, we have a pirate ship on the roof.
Oh, there it is. Look at that.
Now, I believe Dan has said GD over the course of the program. I don't know, does that count?
Yes.
I mean, who the fuck do you think curses
Oh.
first?
Oh, no.
Yeah, you just keep walking. That's the way to close
All
out
the way.
Yeah, close out the bit. You don't have to actually
The security people couldn't walk any further either, huh? I'm on my own now.
Hug it anyway. Just hug it.
Yes, honk the horn. Honk the horn.
Let me see.
Yes.
Hold up.
Yes.
Listen, it's a little one.
All
right, wait a minute.
And I got up with such a start that my back ached, and it's like a lower back spasm. It's pretty serious right now.
Right.
Put it on the pole.
There's nothing worse, right?
Right. I need a paramedic. I need Meadowlark dollars to pay for a paramedic to be here.
Overbearing, just a tad. Chris Whittingham is a fancy lad.
Can you bring it to the top like you never ever stop?
Crisscross!
1 foot, y'all.
Oh, glorious victories over the kingdom of Miami. Milwaukee.
The one and only proclamation. Oh, here we go. Anita and I are having a second baby.
He turns to his henchman, he goes, Bob Costas, sportscaster. I turned the North Stewart's wife, I said, John Gotti, mobster.
Do you know who Dan Lebitard is?
No.
Do you know who Chris Cody is?
Should I?
No, you probably shouldn't.
Can you even believe? Look who's on the fucking pirate ship.
That's right,
Unbelievable, man.
Look at that. Yeah, just put it on his head.
Somebody has taken a piss in the last 20 minutes, right there.
It's two people in the world I'll kill on sight. Your dad and Skip Bayless.
Wait a second!
Y'all ain't shit for this. Let me just go ahead and say that. Like, really? And then Alsace? Come on, Batard, really?
In the first paragraph, the first sentence of the book, it said life is difficult. And sorry, Dan, I got to take this call.
That's okay.
I'm just kidding you.
Rui Hachimura. Oh, come on. God. RUA? No? Am I done already? Jeez, RUI.
I'm a gentleman. I was raised as a gentleman, but I'll say this straight up. Fuck you.
Double? Wow.
Leonard, okay, thank you. That's it's going off the rails here. Congratulations to Amin Al-Hassan. He has been signed by Meadowlark Media.
Hey, I learned from the best. I learned from my good friend Michelle.
Oh, here we go again. For the love of God.
No one cares, Amin. No one cares.
Well, you know, I talked to you. I talked to Sasha, Malia.
Oh, for the love of God.
Your mother is a saint. That's the only reason I'm not killing that motherfucker when I see it. That's the only reason.
The whole thing. Okay. Wow, that is brave. That is not in any way.
Oh no! Speechless. I was speechless.
All right. So he's going to give it a shot, and he's going to eat. Oof. Oh man. A vigorous chomp there.
Yes.
Just poems about what has
Holy
happened.
shit. It's a serious story.
No, but that's what I want you to do. I want you to talk seriously while your face falls apart. You leak from your eyes because they're stinging. Like, please talk as seriously as possible.
His
You're
cheeks are
crying,
dripping.
You're sweating.
Where it's at?
His cheeks are dripping.
The face of journalism. Look at it. It's weeping. The face of sports journalism.
Big crunch.
Yeah, that is a big crunch. Now the
What?
it's just horror. I mean, it. I don't know how long it's going to take.
Don't rub your eyes. Don't rub your eyes.
God.
Do not rub your eyes.
20 seconds.
It hasn't hit yet.
It hasn't hit yet, and you already can't speak.
Yeah. All right, so I'm able to speak. LeBron James has played hiccups. The hiccups are here. Not faking.
No, nobody thinks you're faking, Tom.
And he's like a chipmunk. He has a wing stored in his cheek right now, like he's about to hibernate for the
Cameraman,
winter.
closer. Cameraman, just stay on it as close as possible. Top 5 Stugotz words that he loves to say. Number 5.
Listen.
Number 4.
Overrated.
Number 3.
Titles.
Yes. 2.
Choke.
Stugotz's number 1 favorite word to say.
Rings.
There's rings. Titles and rings. Okay, very good. Just a small.
Oh my God!
Fuck nigga better watch your tongue. All that talking ain't with that. All that shit on your song. Star, you ain't never did that.
It's my understanding, though, that you have a totally toxic work environment and you berate your employees all the time.
And I'd like to leave while it's still popular, and I'd like to leave before people tune in and go, what the hell happened to him?
And there's a picture of myself, Nas, Redman, and Curious George.
And Ray has no recollection of this.
And he has no recollection, and that was the first time I ever met his ass.
But when people talk about ADR, the line I quote that made me laugh the hardest looks like the bus station from Total Recall. Let's get into PAC law. and election laws about association. Guys, is that where you want to go next?
Yeah, you guys just get movie podcasts. Like, you
By the
understand
way,
where it's going.
thank you
Yeah.
for giving me and McKay what can only be called a prime slot. 1:30 to 1:45 a.m.
So what actually happened is Amin watched it at 7 a.m. one morning. I know because he was texting us at 7 a.m. Hold on. Are you sober?
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Roy.
You're a liar. Welcome to the
Hi,
Greg
Greg.
Cody Show with Greg Cody. And I've just lost that thing I'm supposed to read.
I hate hats.
Would you put on a hat right now?
He's a cop.
Yeah.
He is a cop.
Yeah.
A bad
I know my
undercover cop.
rights.
Yeah, oh my God! I just looked at myself in the picture. I look like a cop.
Narc.
Yeah, if you want to show it to me, that's fine.
Okay.
I've never seen that.
Let's hold on. Let the camera zoom in on it. Like, stay still, Dad.
What I think you have going on is what's called a periumbilical hernia.
Do you think you could kill someone?
Good question.
You wouldn't kill for your children? Wow.
I mean, of course.
But wait, now you're killing people's children.
No.
What
What
do
do
you
you
know
know
about
about
Bruce
Whittingham?
What do you know about him?
Did you kill him?
God, I'm tired.
This doesn't look good.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
Is that where he slept last night?
He took my scotch, man. Hey.
Is he okay? It's all in the wrist, Roy.
A weak fork, actually. Wow.
Minutes ago, I was a husk of a man. I was ready to expire right here in the studio. Now my voice swells with energy and passion because the flan has brought me back to life. Can I get an Amin?
Amin.
Hello, you're crashing the party, though. I love this, though. Samson, it's great because everyone's like, what about Samson?
I'm done with you. First of all, what makes you think that you're the movie guy on the ship?
I am now officially Willem Dafoe in the lighthouse. I am on the edge of madness. Listen, I pooped in a bucket 3 minutes ago for no reason, just because I could. I don't know why.
You can handle the big societal issues pressing the globe. But can you guess what Stugotz is saying when he botches the English language, John Amici?
Man, he just fucked up in front of 100 million people.
How'd you get over it, Dan?
I drank. Just started drinking.
Looks like we got a little cafecito.
More cafecito.
It in my vein.
Oh, Laura, our CFO, said, just whispered to me a little bit scared, is this supposed to be doing this to my stomach? Is that, and I'm like, how many have you had? How many have you had? And she's just like, one. And I'm like, it's too many.
Cheers, Dan.
Yeah, all right, there it goes. Oh, my God.
The cafecito guy, his name's David. He's the one who got Trey Wingo hooked on cafecito, and he's the best. He's the best guy in the entire world. I think I'm going to bring him back to New York with me until I move down to Miami. I'm ready to go. David, you're part of my family now. Let's get married. Let's go.
This one's got like a cinnamon kick to it. She just howled at a moon that does not exist anymore. The moon went away a few hours ago. No, oh dear God. I feel like there should be Jamaican air horns. All of a sudden it's escalating. We have arrived 3 exit ramps beyond delirium. This is the end of the parade when you clean up the litter at the end, and that brings me to Mike Schur. It's just the remnant.
He's the litter.
He's just this thing at the end of the festivities. We'll get to him in a second. But Billy, let's go. Let's wrap this up here with some of the things that people need to know officially about how this thing got sponsored, what they need to do to help us, because we're going to ask you to help one more charity here in the next couple of hours. We will do that in a second. But before we do that, Billy, tell them what's up.
Dan, very exciting news. Over the past 2 hours, you've been putting up polls, not normally on Twitter like you would see. Go to DraftKings, sportsbook.draftkings.com. Go to pools, top pool. You go on there, popularity pool. All the polls that you were putting up, they're in there now. You vote for your favorite or what you think is going to be the most popular. If you get all the popular ones right, you could win $5,000. Wow. Live now, 90 minutes only. Closes at 11:30. Wow. So go in there now. DraftKings, sportsbook.draftkings.com. Pools, you can win $5,000.
One of the greatest delights around here that has happened in recent years is people like Adam McKay and Mike Schur, professional funny people, very good at comedy, just sort of look at what we're doing around here and just gravitate toward it. And Mike Schur, out of nowhere, you know, the guy's done amazing things in Hollywood and just writes terrific shows, smart shows, decides to come down here one time and just write about this weird show that exists for Slate in his spare time, just because he likes the show. So he is with us now. He's become a friend, and we will tell you about something that is meaningful to us for different reasons at the end of this. But he wants to talk 95 Royals baseball, and that's not weirdly my wheelhouse. Like, I love 90s baseball, but I'm going to have trouble with 95 Royals baseball, and I think Mike Schur is just going to dump a whole bunch of garbage on our head here because he's going to go even deeper on dorky 90s baseball than we can go.
It was an odd team. I think, like, Vince Coleman was on that team and, like, Wally Joyner. It was like a weird team, Dan. That's why you don't remember it.
On the 95 Kansas City Royals, Mike, this is, I don't, let me think for a second. I don't remember anything about the 95 Royals.
Before we get to Mike Schur, you think you don't remember the 95 Royals. And then I say the name Joe Randa, and it all comes back to you.
Third baseman, right?
Stugotz, was Mike McFarland on that team?
I believe so. I believe he was. Relief pitcher?
Catcher.
No, and then he wasn't.
Okay, this is where Stugotz enters the bluffing portion of the proceedings. Mike, please teach us everything there is to know about the 1995 Kansas City Royals.
I mean, the key to this team, I think, is that the way that you all talk about 90s baseball, like this is the ultimate 90s baseball team. You don't realize it because they were hopelessly mediocre. They were 70 and 74. And they there's nothing interesting about them at all. But here, let me drop some names of guys who were on that team that somehow it was like this weird. It was like a Roomba team that went around the league and vacuumed up a bunch of like 33-year-old guys from other teams. So the first baseman on the team was Wally Joyner, which is the best. Like, who knew that Wally Joyner ended up with the Royals? Greg Gagne from the late 80s Twins dynasty.
Wow.
Ends up on that team playing short. Gary Gaetti is on that team. Sorry, Gary Gaetti is who I meant. Vince Coleman is on that team.
Wait a minute.
33-year-old Vince Coleman.
But Gary Gaetti was not the shortstop. He was the third baseman.
He was the third baseman. Gagne was the shortstop. Gaetti was the third baseman. Vince Coleman in left. Tom Goodwin in center. And then a young Johnny Damon is on that team. He's the future of the Royals, although he immediately left as soon as he could. But also Michael Tucker from those Braves teams was on that team. Pat Borders, the former Blue Jay, is the catcher. Jose Lean, remember him, the second baseman for the Pirates? He ended up on that team. Joe Randa. Juan Samuel. Remember Juan Samuel had like 40 stolen bases one year for the Phillies?
Yeah.
He looked like a future star. Nope. 34-year-old Juan Samuel coming off the bench for the 95 Royals. Felix Jose, who looked like he was going to be a power hitter for a while. No, he ended up on the Royals. And then in their pitching staff, probably I think the epitome of the 90s baseball player, Mark Gubiza.
Oh, that's
Goobs.
good.
Yeah.
That is a great, that is, you could not have picked a perfect comedic name to punctuate the useless 1995 Royals than Gubiza. But I want to, at the risk of painting the audience, because I couldn't keep up with you because we're delirious, I actually want to go over that list again because I've got a couple of funny stories, but I missed a player in there that triggered one of the stories.
You have a Jose Lean story?
I do have a Jose Lean story, and I've got a Michael Tucker story, but I need to hear the list again just so that I could produce the third story that's going to get triggered.
All right, here we go. I'm just going to run down the whole lineup.
You could do it very quickly. I just need the trigger.
Roster. Wally Joyner, Greg Gagne, Gary Gaetti, Vince Coleman, Tom Goodwin, Johnny Damon, Michael Tucker, Pat Borders, Jose Lean, Joe Randa, Juan Samuel, Felix Jose,
that's amazing.
young Mike Sweeney.
It was Pat Borders.
No, he was the catcher, right? No, Felix Jose, and put it on the poll. Do you confuse Felix Jose and who is that? Who's the right fielder? Junior Felix. Do you confuse? But
Of course you do.
Here are the stories that I have.
Two
real
first
quick.
names. I mean,
Jose
okay.
Lean was the only player in a baseball clubhouse I have ever seen in, I believe, the Barry Bonds clubhouse, who just, I was a reporter, different time in America, just threw a knife, like a hunting knife, across the room, and it embedded in the wall near me because that's Jose Lean was crazy. Like, it's a hunting knife. I'm there. I don't know why I'm in the Pittsburgh Pirates clubhouse, but he throws it, and it ends up embedded in the wall. Michael Tucker, this shows you how little I know about sports, talking to a scout early in my career, and I'm like, I think Michael Tucker is a better defensive outfielder than that other guy over there, Andrew Jones. And he says, you're an idiot, and just walks off. Like, Vince Coleman.
was right.
Yes, of course.
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Mike, for nothing. But what I wanted to ask you specifically about that you triggered is, I would like for you to take everything that you know about America and everything about Boston that you know and pin it on Johnny Damon as what's happened to Johnny Damon since he was a young Johnny Damon, breathalyzer, .30, and at the front of like this terrible American movement to be dumb.
Well, Damon was always like the guy that everyone's like, what happened to that guy? Nothing happened to that guy. He's been this guy his whole life. There was a story about Johnny Damon training in the offseason in Florida where the way that he used to train was he would go out onto the street of whatever weird Florida suburban development he lived in when he had the crazy long hair and he looked like a caveman. And he would wait until cars drove down his street and the speed limit on a street was like 30 miles an hour. And he would race the cars to see if he could run as fast as the cars. So imagine you're just like, you're going to someone's house, you're looking around, you're trying to find whatever address this is. And suddenly crazy long-haired Johnny Damon is sprinting alongside your car on the street. That's how he got into shape between like in the off season down in Florida. And I mean, he named his autobiography Idiot. I have a signed copy of his autobiography signed to me on my shelf. He called it Idiot. So like he's always been an idiot, sort of proudly. It's just that when the recent geopolitical events occurred, he got swept up in that sequence of geopolitical events. There's another story about Johnny Damon that I love, which is Johnny Damon was married. This is what I remember. You should probably, I know this is live, but you should probably, at least in spirit, play the reckless speculation sound for this. But I heard this story from a number of people.
Well, hold on. Well, you gotta hold on. Yes, you gotta wait for a second. Yes, please. We're gonna need you to slow down. We're gonna need to filibuster. Have you been watching? Can you give us any critiques as a master guy at comedy? How have we done? We're a little bit crazy at this point.
You've done great. This has been fantastic. I haven't watched the whole thing because I'm not a lunatic, but I've watched probably 10 or 12 hours since you launched. And it's been delightful. Everything you've been doing is great. At one point I thought what I should do is bring in just a regular like yellow bell pepper and just casually eat a yellow bell pepper, a sweet yellow bell pepper throughout the course of this half hour. But I'm in awe of everyone who did that. And I'm very, very, even more in awe that you did it to raise money for a very worthy charity. So congratulations to everybody who ate that pepper, even if, as I gather, it has caused some friction amongst you and your new bosses.
You see my Dr. Pepper? Or?
I did. Well, and actually, I read about it and thought, oh, God damn, that's perfect. Just well done, Stu.
Before we play the reckless speculation sounder, I would be interested in your perspective as a creative, as someone who has fought these battles in Hollywood, as someone who I've learned recently, this part's crazy to me, Stugotz, because I've learned it just recently as these guys have become friends, that Mike Schur and Adam McKay have these, and also Bill Lawrence, who can't get in the inner circle over here, no matter how hard that he tries from every angle. Like, this dude has been just waiting around trying to talk to us, and he's so jealous of Mike Schur because Mike Schur got in here, but he earned it because he wrote an article about us, and Bill Lawrence hasn't done that. He just did Ted Lasso, and that's not good enough for us. Like, he's got to do better.
All it takes to earn it is write about us.
That's right.
It. I mean, he did come on 5 consecutive days with us.
Not enough, and we haven't talked to him since. Like, we got rid of him, and we don't. Well, the part of it is the problem with Mike Schur. Like, they have genuine professional rivalry, right? But you're poor man's Bill Lawrence. He's always been more successful than you are.
Wow,
correct?
Mike did not take that well.
God damn.
What are you doing?
I mean, I'm coming on here. You guys are 22 hours into this thing. I wake up early I wake up at 6 in the morning and take a shower and come onto your hour
you're here
22 of your
first.
marathon, and you hit me with that.
I think you're funnier. I think you're better. I think your television
Dan.
shows are better.
He did call you a master guy of comedy. We're nearing the end. I mean,
Yeah, and he did, and then he said that I'm a poor man's Bill Lawrence. I mean, you're not wrong. Look, Bill's been doing this for a really long time, and he's had a tremendous amount of success. And so, yes, I'll take that. I'll wear that. I'm the poor man's Bill Lawrence.
He can't get
I'm
on the
fine with
show.
that.
You can get on the show. He can't. He waits around and he can't get on the show. But the reason the reason I bring it up is because I wanted to talk to you about just how the corporate machine you're at the top of Hollywood, you and McKay, and yet you've been doing all this dumb shit with us. McKay gets no greater joy in life, it would appear, than calling our show and being a prank call, just being a dumbass prank caller. So what is it? Like, what is it about the tension between creatives and corporate that as you watched play out some of the stuff that played out here that you found interesting?
Well, in McKay's case, I would venture to say it's not really about the tension between creative and corporate. It's more like he's had as much success as literally anyone can have in about 5 different corners of show business. But McKay comes from the Chicago improv world. He was one of the founding members of the Upright Citizens Brigade. He's a world-class improviser. He's one of the greatest improvisers who's ever walked the earth. And that includes, famous actors like, Steve Carell and Stephen Colbert and Amy Sedaris and people like that. And so the thing that McKay can't get out of everything he does, even though he's directing movies with Leonardo DiCaprio and winning Oscars and whatever, the thing he can't get is like the juice that comes from just straight up improvising, like just walking onto a stage with no script, with no safety net, and improvising. And when I lived in New York in the late 90s, like the coolest thing to do, the thing that you had to do if you were interested in comedy, was go to the UCB shows on Sunday nights, because like everyone, it would be like Amy Poehler and Tina Fey and Rachel Dratch and McKay and Horatio Sands and Kevin Dorff, who was and John Glazer, these guys who were writers for the Conan show in the 90s. And it was a 2-hour show, and you would laugh until you thought you were going to die. Like I remember seeing them and thinking like, I can't laugh any harder than I'm currently laughing. And it was all improvised. And so that kind of live performance improvisation stuff for guys like McKay is like, that's crack. And once you're addicted to it, you can't ever go back. So he can't get that juice from, even despite his incredible success and all the Oscars and Emmys and everything else. You don't get that. You don't get the live audience. And so he'll always enjoy calling into your show and being stupid for 20 minutes and inhabiting a character and just improvising whatever he's going to improvise. He'll always prefer that to anything else in his life.
And so the tension with corporate as it relates to creative, because you guys weren't surprised. You guys, one of the reasons that you were fascinated by our show is because, if I recall correctly, and it's true of both of you, that you were like, how does this exist at Disney? Like just a genuine curiosity of how is it possible that this exists? Why and how is this allowed to exist?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like that was what fascinated me. It was 2 things. One is, how does this exist at ESPN? Because ESPN had cultivated this incredibly sort of streamlined, very corporate feel, so corporate that it was beginning to bore me, I think, and other people, because I just didn't care that much about SEC football. And so I was fascinated as like, how does this group of weirdos stuffed into a closet in Miami even exist under this umbrella? But also, what fascinated me was that somehow you were not only a group of weirdos stuffed into a closet, goofing around, and mostly, frankly, talking about yourself. Like most of your shows in that era that I was writing about it, where you guys were just talking about your own show. Like you were just navel gazing, and yet it was entertaining.
Literally at 4 a.m. today. Greg Cody's
actual navel gazing. Yeah, that was a great metaphor for what you guys have been doing. But also then you would turn around and you would have Bomani on to talk about Donald Sterling, and it was like, well, this is really interesting, because how is it possible that they can do both things? How can they goof around and like talk about nothing and giggle at themselves, but also when something important happens in the world of where sports and race cross over, you were the best place to go for insightful commentary. That seemed really impossible to me, and that's what sent me down there to stay at the Clevelander and write about your show.
Well, now we talk more about the 1995 Royals.
Thank you. It's about time.
I'm sorry. I'm just fascinated by you guys and the way that you do comedy because writing comedy is so damn hard.
He asked for the reckless speculation.
Yes, we'll get to it.
Time to throw away all journalistic credibility and get reckless. Here is something we like to call reckless speculation.
You're good.
I'm good? All right. So the story I heard was that Johnny Damon was married, and he cheated on his wife with a stripper, and then his wife found out. And then he married the stripper, and the other guys on the Red Sox allegedly were very pissed off about that because then his new bride went and sat with the wives at the games and basically told them all of the ways that the guys on the team used to hide the fact that they were having various dalliances with various other exotic dancers. And so for a while, apparently, Damon was like persona non grata in the Red Sox clubhouse because his new wife was like saying, oh yeah, here's what your husband does, and here's what your husband does, and here's what your husband does. And by the way, he's still married. And when he got pulled up to that woman, and when he got pulled over recently and blew like a .94 or whatever on the breathalyzer, she was the one who was with him, who was screaming at the cop and saying, do you know who my husband is? Which is fantastic. So he's always been this guy, and it's just that now I think in retirement he doesn't really have anything else. There's no baseball for it to distract him from being an idiot. He also, by the way, like he's a guy who he was such a huge part of that team that won the 2004 series, and then he left and he did the only thing you can do to make Boston really angry at you if you are a member of the 2004 Red Sox, which is he signed with the Yankees. And so he was just immediately dead to everybody, I would say, after that.
You love to talk baseball. You geeked out with Tim Kirkshin. We wanted to do that for you again. We tried to get Tim Kirkshin in here, but we couldn't pull it off because you guys did that on a South Beach session, and people loved it. Just you guys dorking out so much, like 8-year-old kids. Did you know this? Did you know that? Did you know that this happened in 1890? And I'm curious, as you talk about some now gossip, have you gotten anywhere with reading, with reporting, with talking to sources? Because you've developed some baseball players that know things as relationships. Cal Ripken Jr. story, the mythological story involving Kevin Costner. Like, has anyone ever gotten to the bottom of any of what I'm talking about? This is more reckless speculation, by the way.
What are you talking about?
Time to throw away all journalistic credibility and get reckless. Here is something we like to call reckless speculation.
You're good.
I've always heard, thank you, Sue. I've always heard that that's fake, that's apocryphal. The story is that, as I remember it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Ripken cheated with Kevin Costner's wife or girlfriend. That Kevin Costner found out, got angry, and they got into a fight, and Ripken got an injury. And then, but it was gonna ruin his streak, his games played streak at like 1900 or whatever. And so the Orioles went into their sprinkler system and flooded the field so that the game would be called off, so that Ripken wouldn't break his streak and that his thumb injury could heal that he had gotten from punching Kevin Costner in the face. Or maybe it was the other way. Maybe Kevin Costner stole his wife. I can't remember. But the point is, the urban myth is that the Orioles faked a rain out in order to preserve Ripken's games played streak. And the reason they did is because he had gotten injured in a fight with Kevin Costner. I've always heard that is completely made up, that there's no truth to it at all. I mean, I want to believe it. It's a fantastic story.
I do believe it. Yeah.
I went deep down this rabbit hole a few years ago at my last job, and unfortunately, not a lot of evidence, but it sounds really compelling. So I'm all in on this conspiracy theory.
All right, great.
With you.
Yeah,
I
let's
think
be
we should
all in.
go
I'm
for
all
it.
in.
All right, put it on the poll, Guillermo. Are you all in on this Cal Ripken Jr. Kevin Costner conspiracy theory? At Le Batard Show, are we done with the 95 Royals, or is there anything else that worth discussing? And do you have any more, as our White Sox correspondent here at Meadowlark Media, complaints about Tony La Russa?
Listen, look, I'd talk about either of those all day and night if you want me to. The
I
only
would
other guy,
I would
the only
actually.
other guy who
Can you
really
take care of the next 24 hours, all day and night? Just talk about those two
Just
things.
take an hour and 40 minutes.
There's a couple other guys from that team that fit into the Dan Le Batard Show with Stugotz love of 90s baseball. Kevin Apier was a pitcher on that team. He's a great 90s name.
Yes.
Also, Hippolito Pichardo
A great comedic name.
Truly great. Yeah, wonderful. Rusty Meacham was on that team. If you remember him, and Mike Magnante, both guys whose I have about 200 or 300 baseball cards of them apiece. I think that pretty much covered. Oh, Dennis Rasmussen was on that team. That's more of an 80s baseball name, but that's a pretty good baseball name. And then Tom Browning. Tom Browning, like for a while, his rookie card, which I'm going to say was 87 maybe earlier. He was like a guy who everybody thought, I think he threw a no-hitter, and everybody thought he was going to be, when he was really young, and everybody thought he was going to be like like a Hall of Famer, and then he kind of flamed out and ended up on the 95 Royals. Also, the 95 Royals, remember, this is a team that they only played like 135 games or something because of the strike. The 95 was the year the Braves won the series in the strike-shortened year. It's the only year they won in that whole Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz era. So in addition, yes, one more humiliation for the 95 Royals is they didn't even get to play a full season.
Do you have an assortment, as someone who has an ear for comedy, do you have an assortment of funny baseball names, just comedically, where you go Hippolito or Gubiza, where just...
Gubiza's the best.
I mean, but I imagine that given Mike's wealth of knowledge in this area, my guess is that we could produce a top 5 list of comedic names in baseball.
Well, I was going to do it. I was going to ask, just because it's like a Batard show with Stugotz fantasy of mine, that I could get a top 5 countdown. I was going to ask to do a top 5 list of the 95 Royals, but now we've blown through that. So I mean, look, there's no shortage of these names. Denny Hawking is a guy I always, when I need to make a reference.
Denny Hawking.
Do you want it to be a top 5 list, or do you just want to keep going?
No, it's too late for that now. It's too late for the top 5 list. But Denny Hawking, I'm trying to think of other guys. There's a couple guys. Let me look up that Twins team. There's a couple of guys. Oh, you know who I mentioned sometimes is Eddie Guardado. Remember Fast Eddie Guardado?
Easy Eddie Guardado.
Easy
Tom Brunansky. That's a good one.
Brunansky, yeah.
Pat
Mahomes was on that team. Pat Mahomes Sr.
Right.
Look at that.
Yeah.
This is now I'm in the 95 Twins.
Can I interest you in an Eddie Taubensee?
That's a good one.
Oh, Eddie Taubensee.
Yes.
That's a good one. I haven't thought about him in a long time.
Why would you? I mean,
he did nothing.
What was the first name of that? There were 2 catchers on that Astros team. Eusebio was one.
Oh, Rick Eusebio?
I don't.
Maybe.
Paul Bacco missed that team, right?
Okay.
Man, that dude could handle a staff. Phrasing? Tension?
How about Joe Slusarski? That's a good one.
It is. I could, you know what? I'd be perfectly happy just sitting out the last half hour of the show silently, or the last hour and a half of the show, as you just throw out these names and laugh to yourself or say, "Is that a good one?" And nobody supports you. You just, you just drown in one name after another.
Pat Listash.
Listash. Stashy.
Gary Lightenberg.
Let me see how many fanfare sounds you can get by just roaming through the 90s at a leisurely pace, looking at
Mike Bielecki.
Keep it up.
Milt Kyler.
Carry us home, sure.
No, it's just an hour and a half to go. Sure. Take us home, baby.
Buddy Groom. Geronimo Baroa.
Oh, yes!
Yes! Everyone loved that.
Yes! Geronimo.
Todd Van Poppel.
Oh, he had a year.
Steve Ontiveros.
He did have a year.
Atlee Hammaker.
Oh, that's the best. He had a few years.
Mike Devereaux.
Oh, Mike Devereaux, yes.
Didn't Atlee Hammaker's arm actually fall off, or was that Dravecki?
That was Dave Dravecki, but he did have some terrible injury, I think. There was a weird period of time in that era when guys their arms would fall off mid-pitch, and everyone would have to turn away, and then they would run out, and you would never hear of them again. And I think Dravecki wrote a book about it. But also Mike Sorotka.
Oh, it's a beauty.
I'm like, do you have 90 more minutes in you?
Candy Maldonado.
Tell the people about what we're doing here, Mike, because we continue to ask the audience to just give us money, but it's for good causes. And we've been supporting Ron McGill's charity, Kate Fagan, and Tom Haberstroh. These are deeply personal charitable efforts that are touching their families. And Mike Schur, just because it feels right, and I should tell you that Mike Schur was a totally unhinged, crazy person over the last, 6 years, 6 months of the political spectrum, maybe before that as well. But just, he's a decent guy. He's kind of like Kirchen in terms of being nice, but get him to talking about politics and he's a lunatic. Is this why you got involved with rescue.org?
No. Not really. I was involved with them before this. Rescue.org is the website for the International Rescue Committee, which is one of my favorite charities. And I got interested in them just because years ago, I just needed I was sort of like poking around to try to figure out where I should give money when I wanted to give money to people. And they're just a wonderful charity. They go wherever there is trouble in the world. They're in like 40 countries. And they deal with any humanitarian crisis. So famine, poverty, war, disease, anything. They just go where the most people are in the most trouble and they try to help. That's their only mission. And it's not political. It's non-denominational. It's just like, where are people hurting in the world and how can we try to help them? So I was just like, well, these people seem like they know what they're doing. And so for, anytime I do anything, charitable, usually I start with them because I just feel like that you know that your money is going to people who are in desperate need. They have intervened a significant amount in the refugee crisis at the southern border. This is what people want to be talking about after 22 hours of a marathon, right?
Well, no, but look, we put some of the serious with the silly, and look,
sure.
There's no disputing, okay? Kate Fagan and Tom Haberstroh and Boog Shambi have been deeply moved by what this audience just did because, hey, we made fools of ourselves for you, right? We did this stupid thing where, eating incredibly hot peppers, and next thing you know, Bob Lee is crying, and it's funny. They did that so it would connect with you and you connected with them and you raised an enormous amount of money. And so this means something to you for important reasons. And so even though these tend to be things, hey, somebody talks about this and people tune out or whatever, why are you doing the charitable stuff? Make me laugh, make me a bicycle clown. But rescue.org is something that, this is something that is meaningful to you for the right reasons. It's simply about helping, Mike. I've heard you talk about, we're fighting over masks, like the smallest of inconveniences to help somebody else, and you're just trying to help here.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the great thing about them is that it doesn't matter whether it's, extreme famine and war in Yemen or the refugee crisis at the southern border of the United States or hunger in the South Sudan or wherever. They just raise money, they fly people in and they try to help. And that it's like you just know when you give them money that the money is going directly to helping people with this incredible organization. They work a lot with local governments. They work with other international aid groups, and they just go help people. And so like anytime, like if you read about like a volcano erupting or something, it's like, well, IRC is going to go there and try to help people. And so I just really love them. I think they're great. And if you're looking for a place to throw $25 and you want to know conclusively that you have made a difference in someone's life somewhere in the world, this is the place to go, in my opinion. So rescue.org is their website. And they were actually founded in the 40s in part by Albert Einstein to help victims of World War II, like just get help and resettle and stuff. And they've become this enormous aid charity that works everywhere in the world. So yeah, check them out. Rescue.org is the website, and I think they're great.
All he does is funny, smart television. Rutherford Falls is something you should check out on Peacock. And also, I was surprised, I didn't even know, to see your name as an executive producer on a show that's really funny, Hacks on HBO Max. Yeah. How is it that you get involved with something like that? And what does being an executive producer on something like that mean?
Well, in that case, it was Jen Statsky, who has been a writer on shows I worked on for a long time. She worked on the last couple of years of Parks and Recreation. She was with me on The Good Place for all 4 years. She and her friends, Lucia Agnello and Paul Downs, had this idea brewing for like 5 or 6 years. And they came to me and said like, hey, can you help us with this? And they had thought the entire thing out. Like sometimes, you just have like a germ of an idea. They knew what the pilot was. They knew what the whole first season was. They knew how all the characters would go for years and years. They know how the series is going to end. And so my role was basically to help to produce it and help them like pitch it and sell it somewhere that it could have a chance for success. And we pitched it around to a bunch of places and ended up at HBO Max. And so I'm sort of to that show what like McKay is to Succession, which is like a sort of umbrella eagle eye view kind of helper outer and producer. I look at cuts, and if they need help with something, I try to help and stuff. That's not my show at all. It's very much their show, but man, it's so good. I'm so proud to be associated with it, even because it's really, really good. And Jean Smart is a revelation. It seems weird to say that about someone who's been so good for 40, 50 years or whatever, however long she's been acting. But man, she's just incredible. And it's really, really funny. If you haven't watched it yet, I highly recommend it. Forget rescue.org. They're fine. They'll spend your time and money getting HBO Max and watching Hacks, because it's better than rescue.org.
Mike Schur is one of the many people we have helping us around here. He is with Meadowlark Media, and I am told, okay, and this is one of the reasons that you are able to sneak your way in here, and Bill Lawrence doesn't rank where you rank in terms of being somebody that this show cares about. You are doing original work, I am told. We haven't had a chance to talk to you about this. Mike says everything's been so hectic here. He was saying that you actually have something for us here, that you have written comedy, like special to our show. You have taken time out of writing all these comedies. What are you doing here? What is it that we're going to do with this?
Well, I mean, I've been watching the marathon. I've made some observations.
Oh, wow.
I guess you could call it marathon observations.
Yes.
Does that sound good?
Sounds great.
You've got marathon observations. All right.
I've got some marathon observations.
It is time for
Mike Schur
to share his game notes. No one in the media will tell you what happened better than my boy Stu.
Marathon Observations is sponsored by no one because it's 7 a.m. on the West Coast. You've been live for 22 hours and no one is listening anymore. Dan, after decades at ESPN, multiple suspensions for various shenanigans, public battles over China, and LeBron James billboards, the firing of Chris Cody, the rehiring of Chris Cody, and one very awkward interview with Rob Manfred. Make no mistake about it. The Dan Le Batard Show with Stugotz is back. The pirate ship. The best thing that ever happened for fans of this show is not DraftKings giving you $50 million to do whatever you want. Nor is it you giving us 24 straight hours of content that we didn't want. The best thing that ever happened for fans of this show is the Florida Panthers losing in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. So we don't have to hear 10 more hours of Mike and Roy talking about Sergei Bobrovsky and Coach Q, the Ice Cats.
Bob.
Wait. I take that back. The best thing that ever happened for fans of this show was the Miami Heat getting swept in the first round of the playoffs. So we do get to hear 10 more hours of you realizing you could have had James Harden for Tyler Hero. You know what the first R in Hero stands for, Dan?
I do not.
Ruh-roh. You know what the second R in Hero stands for, Dan?
I do not.
Regret. Because you could have traded him for James Harden. You know what the O, E, and R in Hero stand for, Dan?
I do not.
Overrated.
Yes, of course. I should have.
You know what the H in Harden stands for, Dan?
I do not.
Hero. As in you could have had him for Tyler Hero. Hey, Dan, you know what the difference is between the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics?
I do not.
The Celtics won a playoff game this year. Dan Le Batard, telling me that Boston is racist in retaliation for these heat jokes. Collision course. I spent 4 hours in the shipping container in 2018 while writing a piece about this show for Slate.com. It didn't smell great then. I can only imagine what it smells like now after 22 hours of you packed in there like sardines. My guess is that it smells like sardines. Chris Whittingham, a non-Caucasian guy who loves advanced metrics and soccer and uses words like chicanery and calls 0 nil. And every time he says something fancy, a little jingle plays that makes fun of how fancy he is. Somewhere, Pablo Torre is jealous.
So jealous.
Witty.
So jealous.
Jessica Smetana, a football-obsessed woman who leaks confidence when she talks and is unfairly asked to answer on behalf of all women every time something happens involving women in sports, because none of the dopes in that room know how to talk about misogyny without putting their feet in their mouth. Somewhere, Mina Kimes is relieved. Smetty. Yesterday at noon, I wrote a joke for this bit, and the joke was that this 24-hour marathon would be the longest Dan has ever gone without drinking tequila since the first 10 years of his life. Then I turned on the marathon 8 hours in and saw Dan and Charles Barkley drinking tequila. Dano, here's my review of the guests I've seen so far. Ron McGill, great as always. Jim Rome, take it down a notch. Jamel Hill casually drops that Skipper gave her first $1 million check. Legend. Pat Riley, pretty chill. Like really chill. Like maybe he somehow got into Stugotz's stash right before the Zoom started. I'm pretty sure at one point Pat Riley called Amin El Hassan amino acid.
Yes, he did.
He did, right?
Yes, that is absolutely correct. And also showed us a UFO. Showed us an actual UFO.
Shane Battier. You know how Shane Battier is aging, Dano?
Not at all.
Like a fine wine.
Yes.
But the best guest, by far, the deer behind Michelle Beadle. John Skipper should sign those deer to a multi-year contract and have them just roam around the Clevelander. I saw the official poster for this marathon. Mike Shore on the poster. Adnan Verk on the poster. Brockmeyer, a fictional character, on the poster. David Sampson, not on the poster. Miami finally gets its revenge for that god-awful stadium that built the city out of $1 billion. You know what the S in Sampson stands for, Dano?
Swindler.
Super pissy that he's not on the poster. Fountain of content. More like fountain of being super pissy that he's not on the poster. If you don't like this marathon, might I recommend you flip over to ESPN, where every day they do an accidental marathon featuring 24 straight hours of New York Jets coverage with Mike Greenberg. This marathon started 20 hours ago with Dan crying and Stugotz carrying a feather duster and Billy holding a 7-day-old baby. And the only woman in the entire studio being forced to stand up. And Stugotz sitting in his chair shirtless. And Chris Cody sitting in a pool full of goo. And Mike Ryan covering a Verizon Live read that Dan couldn't do because he was crying.
and Amin and Poppy on the roof in a fake pirate ship. And all of that was in the first 30 minutes, and you're still going. DraftKings didn't bail right then and there. The hell are they thinking? Speaking of hell, Art Briles. Dan, those are the marathon observations.
That is, professionally done.
Yeah, I'll still be talking about the Panthers, though, Mike. I'll still be talking about the Panthers. Thank you very much.
Unbelievable. Poor man's Bill Lawrence, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. Thank you for being on with us. Mike Schur, you are the best, sir.
Thank you, guys. Good luck, and ladies. Good luck with the next hour and a half.
Thank you.
I'll be watching.
Standing ladies. Answer for all women. Are you offended? Are all women offended by what Mike Schur just did there? Rescue.org. If you want to just give to something good, if you simply want to help, that's very simple. Rescue.org. Help because you should. Mike, it is good talking to you. So let's see what we have next here. We've got an hour and 20 minutes left. We've got Brockmeyer coming up around the corner. What else do we have? Because I've lost my way.
Well, why don't we cover for Dan, because he's lost his way, and do a sponsor read for Verizon, who along with DraftKings made this incredible day all possible. And man, that was this marathon at its apex. I don't know if it's because I've been up for close to 30 hours, but I haven't laughed like that while listening to this show since Greg Cody did an entire 4 a.m. hour on this marathon earlier today.
And we'll get to that in just a second here. But first, thanks again to Verizon Wireless. Nobody builds 5G like Verizon builds 5G. No one else built this bowl because no one else
Yeah. I'm a Verizon customer.
And the more you do with 5G, guys,
that's my phone.
The more building it right matters. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The more your network matters. The more Verizon engineers going the extra mile matters. It's Verizon versus Verizon. Guess who wins?
You do?
You do. 5G built right from America's most reliable network. Most reliable based on rankings from RootMetrics' second half 22 U.S. report of 3 mobile networks. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
Chris is so much better at that than you.
I know he is,
Yeah,
Mike.
you may have to do that going forward.
I'm perfectly fine with that. So.
You've been doing this for 20 years,
Yeah,
man.
you know, but I can't read, Roy.
Most reliable based on rankings from RootMetrics second half 2020 U.S. report of 3 mobile networks. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
There's no way I'd be able to do that. Zero chance.
No.
Greg Cody has arrived in studio, and I want to celebrate this as well.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. I don't know why you're applauding.
I'll tell you why we're applauding right now, and I feel like you might know why we're applauding. Because Zach Harper and Amin El Hassan, I believe, did special content today, and you should check out Cinephobe, but not because they're begging you all the time, but because it's good and it's funny. And Adam McKay and Neil Brennan were on with them doing it, and you would think that is the best thing that we could do late night. And I salute them because it was great, but I think even they would concede, they would bow to the master in terms of amateur comedy done well. The belly button, the navel gazing of Greg Cody at 4 a.m. I'd like to relive it for those who didn't see it, who weren't lucky enough to stay up that late to watch some really amateur, wonderful television.
I got back down here at around 7:30 this morning, and Mike Ryan, who's been up for like 2 days, had an ear-to-ear smile. And I said, "What are you smiling about?" He said, "Greg Cody's hour." He said it was that good,
That's
that
praise.
entertaining.
That's praise.
Yeah.
So let us relive it with you again now. I have a lot of questions. I just want to know everything about what you were feeling. You were delighted to have the 4 a.m. slot.
Yeah, it was great.
And what did you imagine it would be? How did it turn out for you? You had the stage to yourself. You've always wanted this around here.
Right.
Often when we stop talking, you stare at us and then just break into song because you if there's too much silence, you fill it with.
It's on, yeah.
But you had an hour to yourself. Tell the people what you did with it, the people who didn't see it.
I leaned into the fact that 4 to 5 is the dead hour. You can convince yourself that it's the worst possible time slot unless you convince yourself that it's the best, which I chose to do. So I wanted to find an actual legitimate doctor willing to do this at 4 a.m. because just that would make him interesting to me. And we found a guy in Tupelo, Mississippi, who's a fan of the show, and he was really into it. He was great, really played along. And then we brought on a psychic. We didn't have her do a seance because there was a time issue, but she was fun because that played into the fact that it's the dead hour. 4 to 5 is known as the dead hour, the time right between late night and first light. And so I wanted to play on that as sort of a theme of my guests.
Chris, how did you feel about the entire psychic experience? Because I heard some whispers when I came in, these things can be competitive and gossipy, and there's a lot of infighting already in the offices. People are trying to climb and stuff. I heard a lot of people saying, well, the psychic, that was a stretch. That didn't work. That was an idea that Greg attempted, but Greg failed and the psychic failed.
I mean, I feel like the vibe of it fit the time slot, just a little odd. But yeah, like we looked at each other afterwards. Like we were like, "Was that good?"
I said that on the air, which I probably shouldn't have. But I cold called my wife.
Yeah, we did that too, like Shannon Sharp style.
Yeah, and that was fun. For
a groggy 4 in the morning. What your wife woke up surprised, and you were just airing it without telling her you'd be.
And you ready
airing.
for the bit? The bit was him just seeing if they had a reservation tonight.
Right. Because that affected my day. How
he was just he was just getting an errand done.
Right, and so I wanted to know at 4:15 in the morning, and she was genuinely pissed off, which made for a good minute and a half. I didn't keep her too long because I'm a polite
right
man.
now to talk about this.
Were you expecting something different?
What were you expecting? No, hold on. I want to see. So you tried to recreate the Julio Jones situation by waking your wife in the middle of the night.
That's right.
And she is dead asleep. She picks up the phone and she thinks maybe the phone's ringing. Something horrible has happened.
Yeah, and she sees that it's me on my caller ID, and so she's worried. I think she knew, obviously, that we were doing the show, but I don't know that she knew that we were on the air yet or whether it was 5 to 6. So she picks up sort of half angry and half worried, which is a nice combination. You want that interest in someone.
If you missed the Greg Cody Show hour at 4 a.m., it will be released as the Greg Cody Show podcast this Monday. Wow.
That's true.
Did you have a resi?
No, we didn't, actually. And I could have sworn that we did. But it was fun. We didn't even get to Mount Gregmore, so that's how action packed it was.
Let's do it now. No,
Do
we
you
don't
still have
to.
it?
It's a terrible bit.
Oh, let me see what he's got. You didn't get
we'll
to
take
Mount.
any bits right
at
now.
this point we will take anything.
We just had a guy blurting out baseball names.
Yeah.
I don't know that I have it with me. Where's my bag?
That's okay. We don't have to do it. We sprung it on you, and it's unfair. Billy, what are you laughing about back there?
I just whispered in Stugotz's ear, "Wake and take," and he said, "No, absolutely not."
I can't see.
We don't even have the capacity to do wake and take, do we? We were supposed to be a telethon.
Don't do
Yeah,
this.
don't get me.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Telethon. This was supposed to be a telethon.
Just 10 minutes to Brockmeyer. Just 10 minutes to Brockmeyer.
And something to break it up in between.
I need something. You got to give me something to
Wait,
break it
how
up.
does Mount Gregmore go? What's the premise?
The premise is that Mount Gregmore kicks Mount Rushmore's ass because instead of just the top 4, we have a top 5 plus an honorable mention.
Oh, let's do it.
Okay, and this was the Mount Gregmore of, I think it was things that people do in the 4 o'clock hour, 4 a.m. hour, or something.
Do you remember them or no?
No, God, no. Are you kidding me? But somewhere it's around.
We're going to find your bag.
It's my bag. Do what I want to do. Yeah, maybe we'll find it. Papa got a brand new. He's looking for my bag. All right. Am I right, Rory?
Oh, God. Dude. I mean, James Brown's ruling is great.
I mean, you can answer his question. No would be the answer.
Okay, then no.
Roy?
No.
Oh, Roy feels like I just desecrated the whole life of James Brown.
You did.
Put it on the poll, Guillermo.
Wow.
Did Greg Cody just desecrate the whole life of James Brown at Lebatard Show? Is everyone ready?
This is
an
amazing.
impromptu found in some luggage that was. This place is a mess. The place smells bad.
Just to be clear,
terrible.
This
man.
bit was not good enough to make the 4 a.m. hour.
We're done, and Chris just went. Chris,
We literally emptied the bag.
yes. Chris, who is bleeding because in our zeal to give you entertainment, is bleeding.
Greg, you okay?
And revealed to us for the first time his ass crack, because we will do anything for your people. Just went through a dumpster where he found a bag. There's all sorts of food around here. Like everybody smells bad. we found a piece of paper for content that was not good enough at 4 a.m. to make it between a psychic and some fake doctor.
No, he's a real doctor.
No, he's a real doctor.
He's a radiologist, Dan.
Oh, yeah. I thought he was a guy who fixed radios. That's what I thought a radio
That was a great line. Reheat that gold.
Yeah, not as good reheated.
You tried to hit the loser game show sound, but I needed that for all the microphones.
Taken away from me. I can't do the loser game show
No,
sound anymore.
I think that pot is for the band.
Number 6.
Oh, we're going? All right. I got an intro. We got to do it right.
I'm sorry.
I've been told we don't have your intro, but I can find you some music that can work for this if you give me just one moment.
Yes, but find the good stuff, okay, Mike? I want you to go. Look, we want to do the end of the fireworks show where everything really goes out with a bang. And, music rights are tough to get and they're expensive and it's a whole hassle and stuff. But we're not going to spare any expense around here at Ass Crack Central. We're going to make music that people want to hear all over the place. And we're going to make some of it ourselves and we're going to buy the best kind of music as well. So go ahead and intro Mount Gregmore. I mean, is the whole library from the 1920s? Like, honest to God, is the whole thing? What? Can we get music after 1930?
This is jarring. I'm used to my Greg Cody show imagery.
I'm sorry, it's not good enough for you. We found the only thing in this building older than Cody. It's the music.
I love it.
Let's go ahead and do it.
All right, time for the latest edition of Mount Gregmore, and I do mean time, literally, because this is the Mount Gregmore of things happening between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. Honorable mention, Greg Cody's bathroom runs. I am never awake at this ungodly hour, but unfortunately my bladder usually is. I sleepwalk the 7 steps from bedside to bowl, except that one time I took a quick detour and unfortunately made soggy the corner of a walk-in closet.
Oh, that's true. He had too much to drink that night.
Allegedly. Number 5, farmers. They're usually up by 4 because the first of 2 daily cow milkings typically happens at 5. Dear Farmer John, feel free to sleep in a couple extra hours. Betsy won't know the difference. Cows are stupid. Number 4, burglars. You've cased the neighborhood. Now it's time to pull a nylon over your face, douse the car lights, and roll back in. 4 is the dead hour, smack between late night and first light. It's also the hour when cop cars are on patrol, you dumbass criminal. Number 3, people swimming in maple syrup.
All right, slow down for a second. Billy, why are you making faces? I'd like this to go a little slower so the jokes don't land.
Like an hour and 7 minutes?
Yes, just if you can just slow it down so you can do an hour and 6 more minutes.
People play this on 1.5 so that it slows that would speed my voice up, actually.
Yes, it would.
Number 3, people swimming in maple syrup to drown their post-club hangover headache. Waffle House does 23% of its business in the 4 a.m. hour. I totally made that up, but it seems possible. Number 2, billionaires. A 2019 Wall Street Journal article interviewed a bunch of billionaires and found the vast majority get up at 4 a.m. It's the early bird gets the worm theory. Hey, if I'm that rich, my first hire is somebody to get the worm for me while I sleep in. And number 1.
Chris, wait a minute. You look at your son. I want you to look at your son. This is a man who fell down.
I hope you're crying. I hope you're crying tears of joy and
great.
pride because your old man brought it.
Back in my day next?
Number 1. The number 1 thing happening between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m., Batard Show fans. You all are the greatest. You not only get the show, you also get the unemployment check because the bosses keep firing you for listening to the Batard Show while you're on the job. Thank you for your sacrifice. The Mount Gregmore.
Yeah. Automatically, it was hard to follow.
Yeah.
Great
One
calendar
down.
at the end. That's
I loved it.
Well, I got to read, I'm going to remember all that? Come on.
I feel like Greg wanted more fanfare there. He lifted his arm up. He wanted to be heroic. He wanted to.
Yeah, it's fine.
It meant a lot to us. Chris.
I'm glad we got to use it because, like I say, it didn't get on the show, the podcast last night because we completely forgot about it.
Okay, and that's the kind of care that we show people around here on the work that we're making. And thank you, Greg Cody, for what I believe to be us done with comedy We've used it all up. That's the last of it that we had right there. Like that's
Ever?
We thought we had 24 hours of content. We went through 95 Royals. We thought, and we didn't have 24 hours. We came up short. We ran out of funny, and you just heard what happened.
Yes.
Free done.
That's right. Free done.
Free done.
But around the corner, we have Jim Brockmeyer and Sheena Dot joining us. But before then, why don't we relive the guest spot that really breathed life into our 24-hour marathon, FREEDUMB, Rasheed Wallace.
Could somebody wave at some people and just bring us along with you there? No.
Oh no, actually, I'm just renting the RV. No, I don't own the RV.
Okay, so you can't order somebody.
I couldn't own a big bus like this.
Honk it anyway. Just honk it.
Horn. Yes, honk the horn. Honk the horn.
Let me see.
Yes.
Hold up.
Yes.
Listen, it's a little one.
All right, wait a minute. Did you expect a better honk from Sheed? I wanted better than that. That's a little baby honk. It's like Sheed has a small dog. Come on, Sheed. What kind of honk is that? There's a man's honk. A man's honk. Come on, Sheed. What is that? You got a teacup Maltese of a honk. Come on, Sheed. What is that?
Do it again, Sheed.
Oh man,
Do it again.
It sounds like a Toyota horn.
One more honk. One more honk.
You can't hear it.
One more honk. Shh. A tiny bicycle horn. A tiny bicycle horn.
This is why we left the FBN.
I love you, man.
Check out his new podcast. Let's Get Technical with Rasheed and Bonzi Wells. Rasheed, we got to get you on again. I need some of the secret stories. You got all the good ones, Rasheed. This can't be the last time we talk to you. You got all the good stories. Like that Ben Wallace is terrifying. Ron Art, like what those teams were crazy. Like Ben Wallace, nobody right? Like, yeah, that's it. Ben Wallace, him laughing and me saying, right. That's it. That's the analysis.
Hey, it was tough. It was tough. But thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate it. And, I'm glad to come back on anytime.
All right. Thank you for honking that horn, man. Twice.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Rasheed.
That's great.
Bye,
Awesome.
Rasheed
Wallace.
Wallace.
I'll try to have more of a truck horn next time.
That's always true. Don't change shit.
Yes, we shamed you. You're not as masculine as we are. You got a tiny little horn. Yeah, Mr. Technical Foul Guy, all angry and stuff. Yeah, you got a shitty horn. Little baby horn. Get out of here, Rasheed Wallace.
Bye, Rasheed.
I did not think that's how that was going to end there. Just come on.
I am pooped.
Come on. It's an hour and a half. Are we done yet?
I have a headache.
Are we done?
I'd like to throw up.
I am pooped, says Stugotz. That was an hour into the show. That was 1 hour into the show. We have 1 hour left, and this is very exciting to us because Brockmeyer is a part of the family now, and so is Sheena Dot, and we love having them be a part of the family. And you should check out what they're doing on the Brockmeyer podcast, part of the Lebatard and Friends Network. You should get everything on the Lebatard and Friends Network, and Brockmeyer will come to you automatically. But we're excited because these people are very good at what they do. It is Jim Brockmeyer joining us now with Sheena Dot to promote their podcast. Welcome, guys, and Sheena.
Hello. Thanks a lot, Dan. Pleasure to be here. Boy, I got here just in the nick of time, didn't I? You guys okay? You guys are freaking out over there.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on?
We're very tired, Jim. We're very tired.
Yeah, well, take it easy. Do you have like medical plans for after this? You're gonna go to the hospital, or what are you guys gonna do?
Well, we just got health insurance. The Cobra thing has been frustrating. Everybody needs to be reimbursed.
You guys were screaming about horns just now. I mean, I prepared a bunch of stuff to talk about. I probably could have just jangled keys in front. It would have been just fine for you fellas.
Anything will work.
Do you have any? Yes, we'll absolutely just sit here and watch it. We need 1 hour.
5 minutes.
We need 1 hour of comedy left. If you want to close this out, just jangling keys. That's all we have left.
I don't think you'd notice any difference at all if that's what I did. But it's an honor, really, sort of, to be here at the end of the Dan Le Batard sleep deprivation experiment. Very happy to join you when you're at your obviously most delirious. Gee, I'm a little disappointed. I thought that by now, you wouldn't be screaming about car horns. You'd have smeared feces on the camera and disemboweled Stugotz, but I can see he's in one piece. Barely. And, sorry we couldn't be there in person.
Why aren't you? Explain this to me. I don't understand why you're not here in person. You guys were invited. We wanted you here. We wanted you roaming around the studio. Why aren't you here in person?
Well, because of how you guys are rolling right now. I knew that by the time you had us on, the room was, first of all, it looks like it stinks in there.
It does.
And I didn't want to experience that in person. I didn't want Sheena to have to experience that either.
It's more thoughtful than he usually is. Surprising to me because most of the time me and Brockmeyer together, he smells really bad.
Oh, I just smell bad right now.
Yeah.
Comes with the territory. I drink to excess almost always, and I wear the same jacket every single day. So what do you want from me?
I'm surprised that you would be put off by our debauchery. That seems your wheelhouse.
Yeah, I don't like it like at 11 in the morning in Florida, I don't enjoy that. No, that's a lie. I do, but I prefer it in Tampa. But I like the Tampa flavor of ridiculous. But I appreciate you having me here digitally, personally, whatever. This marathon you're doing, it's a testament to freedom, Dan, is what it is. Finally, let's celebrate. You're liberated from your soulless Disney corporate overlord. You're just thrown off the shackles of the villainous capitalist machine that has dominated your life and bossed you around, plain and simple, for so many years. And to commemorate this, you're forcing all your employees to work 24 hours straight. And I think that's beautiful. What a message that sends to Disney. They're not the only ones who can efficiently crush their employees' spirits. You guys can do it. Boy, you are well on your way to being the next Jeff Bezos, Dan. Can't wait for the marathon, the big finale in about 52 minutes. Everybody's going to throw bottles of their own urine up into the air like a graduation cap. It's going to be wonderful.
We should do that.
Can I ask you, well, you're not far from it. What is this marathon for? What are you doing? Is it to raise money for a cause? Or is this money for you, Dan? Are you strapped for cash?
No,
What's
it's
happening?
free and it's dumb. It's a freedom festival, and anyone who wanted to give money could have done so for 3 charities or DraftKings, but didn't have to. DraftKings could have been just free. You could subscribe and play free games, and you didn't have to pay money. That's what the point of this was, to make it and stay free.
Yeah, well, certainly you got the dumb part down.
Thank you.
What's the goal? Because as far as I can tell from even the last few minutes, it seems like you're trying to mentally break your audience. And sleep deprivation, as we know, is an essential part of any brainwashing cult. And I imagine at this point, your audience is suggestible enough to do whatever heinous and reprehensible act you suggest, like, subscribe. I blew that joke. Never
That's
mind.
okay. No, that's all right.
Like what? I was going to insult Stugotz, and I dropped the ball right at the 2.
That's unfortunate.
No, but that's okay. I think you can do it anyways. All right, keep going. Keep it moving.
Now, let me circle back. Whatever heinous and reprehensible act you suggest to them, like subscribe to Stugotz's podcast. Good night, everybody. I took a shot at Stugotz.
All right, 11 o'clock in the morning. It is not good night.
Yeah, and I slept well last night. I got no excuse. Just so you know, I got one more little bit here.
No, but hold on. There's some questions I want to ask you beyond your bit. Like the thing that I wanted to ask you about, because I would just think that as a kindred spirit, I need to understand what your relationship is with Tony La Russa, or how you feel in general about Tony La Russa, because he seems to be like a kindred spirit with you.
Well, I love Tony. I'm probably not the most unbiased person to talk about this, because me and Tony La Russa, we go way back. Not many folks know this, but he was for many years my designated driver. Did you know that, Dan?
I did not know that. No, how would I know that?
No, well, he was. We'd have these amazing in-depth conversations about baseball while he was just driving up on the sidewalk. It was some good memories.
Were you always drunk when, or was he always drunk? Or you guys just hung out together?
Everybody was always drunk, Dan. Absolutely. But La Russa's the best drunk driver I have ever met. I mean, I put my life in his hands night after night, and he always got me home every single time, or at least, to a Taco Bell drive-thru where he'd fall asleep behind the wheel. So he has my utmost respect. And who am I to point fingers, right? Obviously. I mean, let he who is without DUI accusations cast the first stone. That's what I always say.
Before we get you out of here, and thank you for making the time that you made for us, because we love having your podcast as part of the family, but every once in a while you like to go macro with your societal observations on Brockmire, and I've got to imagine that you've got some opinions here. Just some, I want some opinions from you on just the way NBA fans have been behaving, because it's been quite the mess here. That fans don't seem to like the athletes, the entertainers so much, spit on them, throw things at them.
Oh, no, even for a nut like me, it's been pretty disheartening to see. And I see a lot of people blaming the COVID lockdown. They're saying people have been locked inside for so long, they don't know how to behave in public anymore. I don't buy that one, Dan. Because if that were the case, wouldn't we be seeing this across society? Wouldn't there be like rampant stories about people out to dinner drop-kicking Benihana chefs and elbowing Walmart greeters? We're not seeing that. My theory, and see if you can follow me here on this, is that some people are assholes. That's my theory.
It's a
good theory.
It's a fine theory.
Yeah, I don't think COVID-19 is what made those fellows at the Utah Jazz game racist. They were already living in Utah, for crying out loud. Pretty good chance that was there before.
So it's not about think pieces. You don't think we have to write, hey, this is because the pandemic has made people crazy and fans are crazy, and so they want to throw things at the entertainers. You just think people are assholes.
Yeah, here's a think piece for you. There are more assholes now than ever. There's the think piece. But it's natural asshole growth. You know, like we would have seen these assholes earlier this year. They just couldn't get out to a game. So they're all coming out at once. It's like now how like there's a million Marvel movies coming out this year because they got them all built up.
Yeah.
But, you know, I understand people sort of being taken aback by this behavior. I'm quoting one of my most beloved adult films when I say that it can be jarring to see this many assholes all at once. That's what we're experiencing basketball right now.
Thank you. Always nice to take trips through porn with you. Always.
Yeah, you know I'm going to take you there.
Yeah, you always
We know,
do.
we know.
That is what Brockmire says during lovemaking. And you should check out his podcast because you know he's going to take you there. Brockmire and Sheena Dot. Do you have anything left in the holster?
Can I just ask, what is this even being broadcast on?
It's a good question.
I mean, is this Twitch? Is it OnlyFans? Where are we going to here?
It is only Dan's. It is YouTube. YouTube.
Wow. So Dan Le Batard is a YouTuber now. My goodness.
Are you guys going to start doing like ASMR, Dan Le Batard mukbang? What is your
We've
next?
already done that. We did at Disney. We did ASMR with Stan Van Gundy.
What are you guys talking about? What word did you just say? Munbang? Mulbang?
Mukbang, where people
what's mukbang?
People eat like a bunch of food on camera, like everything off the McDonald's menu. Have you never seen this?
People watch that? What is that? Like a fetish? What is that?
I mean, it's like no more of a fetish than watching Dan and Stugotz for 24 hours on YouTube, I would imagine.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Well, congratulations with whatever the hell it is you guys got going on.
Such a good question. Sajak asked us the same thing. And I think a lot of people are asking this because it's like
all the white men have asked you the same question, haven't they?
What are you guys doing? Yes, that's what's happening around here. We're changing the game with Brockmire, with Sheena Dot. We're doing it for ourselves. We are making people laugh all the time because we're hanging out with our friends and having fun, and one of them is a debaucherous drunk.
I just want Jim to talk for another 50 minutes if possible.
Well, I got a couple of more things.
Sure.
I'm used to being sleep deprived. You know, I used to call baseball games. If we were on a West Coast trip and an extra inning game, you do whatever you can to stay awake. You know, coffee, uppers. One time, I got through an 18-inning game at Pac-Bell Park one time by I just smashed my own testicles really hard with the base of a bobblehead. You know, and now whenever my voice cracks, I think of Jeff Kent's mustache just kind of bobbling back and forth. It's like a weird Pavlovian thing I got going on there.
Okay, very good. So that seems terrible.
No, but I think I see what you're doing here. You call it FREEDUMB. You rallied all your employees together. You're trying to be Braveheart, aren't you, Dan? You're the William Wallace of mediocre sports shows, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. FREEDUMB.
Thank you,
I think that's all I have.
All right. You gave us an extra minute. We appreciate it.
We appreciate everything that you gave to us. Thank you, Jim Brockmeyer. Thank you, Sheena Dot. Thank you for making time at the end of this extravaganza for spending time with us. Happy to have you be a part of the family.
Get some sleep, guys.
Yeah, happy to be here. God bless y'all, all of you. You're doing the Lord's work over there. Love you.
Excellent.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
And if you subscribe to the Jim Brockmeyer podcast featuring Sheena Dot, you'd know that Jim has had a budding feud with Joe Buck all season long. It's one of his triggers. And this week's guest, well, the upcoming week's guest, Joe Buck.
Oh, wow.
Promises
That's a
to
big
be
one.
super contentious.
That if you love Brockmeyer and Hulu, that is his big adversary. That Joe Buck. Who was it that we had on earlier today? Was it Sajak who said, "When I think of somebody who is
When
great"?
was today?
Yeah, I mean, Sajak was last night. Wasn't
It was 12:30 this morning.
Oh, man.
So Sajak, was he the one that said that the person? Were you listening to this? That was the best at the doing of television was Joe Buck. That he thought that there was no one better at the doing of television than Joe Buck.
Not surprising. I mean, he's super relaxed doing it, and he's very, very good. I mean, almost too relaxed. It's amazing.
Well, a lot of people don't like him. He's widely respected throughout the industry as having a gift. He is not like some golden child nepotism because his dad was a great Hall of Fame broadcaster. The people in the industry say, man, that guy is super smooth at what he does, and he's hated. He's hated. And furthermore, in his history, and this part has been interesting to watch as more and more people get into the content game and want to, if all of these people are going to, sports is underserved, right? And Joe Buck was given, I remember this the way that it happens to guys. I've told this story before. Joe Buck was given, I thought HBO was going to get out of sports television stuff, out of the giving of chances after Bill Simmons and Joe Buck. They dabbled in sports. They went to get the two popular guys who did really good, clever, funny stuff. And Joe Buck came out and started his show by standing in front of a stand-up wall. And then there was the expectation of funny. And then Artie Lang sabotaged what was happening there. And then you scar, even HBO, Creative Empire HBO, gets scarred by what it is that happens there, where you put something on the air, it doesn't last very long, and then it ends up not succeeding. And I thought when those chances disappeared that HBO would be like, okay, enough of this, because if Joe Buck can't do it and he's clever and he's great at television, if he can't meet the expectation of funny, if he goes up against a stand-up comic, Artie Lang is going to embarrass him. I learned this with Bill Burr the other day. Well, I didn't learn it with him, but I practiced it.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that. I listened to it, and you handled that so well. I guess you let Bill Burr punch himself out, but holy cow, that was really uncomfortable to listen to.
Bill Burr is exceptional, okay? And there is a rule. Like, I don't, for all of you who felt the need to say, hey, Batard, you're not nearly as funny as Bill Burr. He crushed you. Yeah, I know. I know he's incredibly funny. Like, he's been sculpting. This world is fascinating to me. The world, like, Bill Burr is acidic, and he is fire, and he is, like, hissing radioactive rage, and it is funny. He is good at it. But he was super delicate, Stugotz, in the conversation, protecting the feelings of other comics. Like, he was just coming after me, rabid. But the other comics, he was very careful about not doing it to them because there can be some sensitivities among the guys who know how hard that is to do.
Right.
But there is a rule that is simply known. Do not go up against a stand-up comic, like in anything conversationally. When Mike says I handled myself well, all I was doing was trying to backtrack because I do not want a funny fight with that guy. I'm going to lose it 1,000 times out of 1,000.
Dude, but it wasn't a funny fight. It was a fight. He was legitimately mad. I don't understand. Maybe the Boston thing is a trigger.
Dan?
And look, it is awfully convenient to just project all that stuff onto Boston. I mean, Cubans have their own very racist history down here in South Florida, so I get being defensive about it, especially if you're not at all about that life, but man, you got him hot.
And that was the intention, right? Like, to go in there and just sort of tease Bill Burr and see if you could get the funny out of him because he can get enraged and it's fuel for him. But while backing up, because I'm not kidding you, those are not
You do not want battles of wits with those guys.
No, but I love the vultures always being there for you. Bill Burr took you to school. Of course he did.
That's right. But to me, it's interesting how small, Stugotz, that world is. When Neil Brennan, Adam McKay, and Mike Schur, when all of these people are talking, they all know each other because the world of comedy is a small, sad, pained, insecure place that births a lot of all the idiosyncrasies. The stuff we talk about with Whittingham. We're all weird. Everybody is weird. It's just how willing are you to be public with your weirdness? And comedians sort of mind the pain of that and get up on stage, stripped to their vulnerability, expectation of funny, and everyone in entertainment thinks that stand-up comedy is the hardest thing to do, to sculpt that skill. Chris Rock, Jerry Seinfeld, they are meticulous about sculpting every single word because they know where the spaces are for the laughs. Like they're not being naturally funny. Those are sculpted things because you expect them to be funny and they have to meet that expectation.
Which is so difficult.
Oh my God, you have to be so smart and so good at comedy in order to sculpt. Writing funny is the hardest kind of writing. I could write and make anybody cry. Making people cry is easy with writing. Making them laugh is really hard with writing. And so those guys, I've never been able to find this comedian that this documentary about comedians. I think it was called Comedians. And I've told you this story before about what this is, and it was a fascinating look. I think it was Chris Rock and Jerry Seinfeld marveling at Bill Cosby because Bill Cosby could just get on a stage and riff. And they were like, we can't do that. We don't know how to do that. Chris Rock would be on Saturday Night Live and he'd be clearly reading cue cards, because the gift of just going and being funny is not one many have. And so this documentary, to me, this was right into the depths of where comedy resides in all of its difficulty and pain and vulnerability. Jerry Seinfeld has had a hit television show across a decade, a hit television show that almost got canceled because of TV executives. And then it just caught because somebody was doing somebody else a favor. And across a decade, Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David rule comedy. And he becomes the knighter of all other comedians. They go in his car, they drink coffee. If you are a comedian, you sit next to Jerry Seinfeld and he drives you around. He's got an airplane hangar full of Porsches, just like Jay Leno does. And Chris Rock and Jerry Seinfeld are talking about comedy. And Jerry Seinfeld, who at this point has had every success imaginable and every comedian's respect, and they all know who the good ones are, and they all know that if this guy thinks you're funny, anyone thinks you're funny. And Jerry Seinfeld is a kingmaker. Like if he approves of your comedy, everyone genuflects there. Jerry Seinfeld was in a kitchen in a small, dirty Cleveland restaurant, and he was trying new material, and there might have been 40 people outside. And he is sitting in the kitchen of a dirty restaurant trying new material, and he is sitting somewhere after all the success in the world, and he's holding his stomach, and he is bent over, and he is sick, and he is running off the cameramen who are doing this documentary because he does not want them to see him before he performs new stuff at the height of success among 40 people. And those people have spent some of the last few hours with you. Brockmeyer and Mike Schur and
Holy shit.
Adam McKay.
How'd you string all these words together?
Mike Schur's marathon observations.
Amazing.
My God.
Yes.
So good. Wow. If you're a diehard fan of the show, and I know we're getting some viewers now tuning in to see this train wreck here in this final hour, seeing how this all comes to an end, if we actually come to an end, I'm sure the video is already being pushed out to social. It's already out. You got to tune in to that if you're a diehard fan of the show, because he plays that audience and he drags us. He roasts us.
But let me explain to you about these two guys, because I want people to understand as they help Meadowlark Media become whatever it is that it needs to become, because I have never seen what it is that I'm presently seeing from those two specific guys, Schur and McKay, who are responsible for a lot of the funny you see in entertainment across the last couple of decades. And Mike Schur started as like in his spare time screwing around doing Fire Joe Morgan, where he would just make fun of sports writers and the stupid things they wrote. when you see, and I'm not kidding you, I've never seen a level of genius like this. Like it's just totally foreign to me in this realm of understanding where this stuff comes from. So Mike Schur and Adam McKay were in early Saturday Night Live in their early 20s. Mike Schur was a scared writer, not confident at all, and the head writer was McKay, who was super confident. Imagine you're walking into that room, and you're going to do The Office and Parks and Rec and The Good Place and Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Rutherford Falls, but you've gotten to the room, and McKay's the best anyone's ever seen. McKay is just, he's the head guy, and so you're insecure. When those two guys are on a text string and something grabs their attention, what ends up happening for the next 10 minutes is the funniest things you will ever read over, like, just reams and reams of brain pouring out of just funny on top of funny on top of funny on top of funny, where they're competing on funny. And it's like, holy shit. Like, holy shit, how do these people make this kind of comedy so easily? You saw it for I'm guessing most of you know that Adam McKay was doing those crank calls. I'm guessing the great majority of you.
What? What are you talking
Damn.
about?
What?
Come on.
I felt lied to. I feel lied to right now.
I
expected that from Stugotz to lie to me, but not you.
It was a Palm Springs area code.
That wasn't Leonard?
I have it wrong? I got my information wrong?
Yeah,
Is
you
it
have it wrong. He's got one of those voices. It happens all the time.
Is McKay screwing with me? He just was. He said,
I mean,
heard
who
that.
wouldn't want to take it? That was one of the more unintentionally funny mistakes we've ever seen. And he did Cinephobe. You think he needs to disguise his identity? What is he hiding? Come on.
He must have been confused, man.
Carry me home.
Well,
that's all I got. I'm out.
Literally.
Charles Leclerc, P1 at the Azerbaijani Grand Prix, Dan. We can talk about that for the next 20 minutes, I think. 18 minutes. Yeah.
How about two?
2 minutes. I can do 2 minutes on F1. It was a crazy qualifying today, Stugotz. That's all I got.
Pronounce
I'm
Grand
losing
Prix
steam.
flawlessly.
I don't know, Stugotz, why you would think that we would have Bill Lawrence coming up. He's
It's a blood feud.
He's the creator of Ted Lasso, and I just got done telling Mike Schur that he was a poor man's Bill Lawrence, but that the reason that Mike Schur should feel good about himself.
Dan, I wasn't listening, okay? I mean, I'm fine myself. I don't care. Here, $10. Here you go. Tired.
But look, this is everyone says that the last 40 minutes of the 24-hour marathon is the hardest.
Struggling.
But
Yeah, everybody knows that. Yeah,
if you can
everybody
just
knows
get me to 40, I just need you to get me to
20.
40 so I can cue up the band and then we can haul our tired asses up to the roof and do an activation that none of us have the energy to do.
Okay, so wait a minute. We
have to do something on the roof?
Is there going to be there's going to be quiet until we're just going to all march up to the roof of the
We got a
Cleveland Dome?
band. We got a one-man band, Lone Wolf.
Okay, and how are we doing this? I just
So
want
the
to.
band plays. Our tired asses go upstairs while the band is playing, giving us cover under the guise of just musical entertainment, which is actually big. I really dig this band, Lone Wolf. But while Lone Wolf is playing, you guys position yourselves on the roof for the final extravaganza, the apex of the 24-hour Freedom Marathon, Dan. I mean, this is
Very exciting.
produced.
Yes,
We've got budget. There's a pirate ship. I saw you fell asleep on it.
Okay, so this is we are headed toward our conclusion here.
You slept on the pirate ship?
I don't know. They've got some embarrassing
I mean,
video.
slept is one way to put it.
Stugotz, you know what you're doing, right?
What?
Before the end, you were in that meeting where we
no.
talked about what you were going to do at the end of the show.
What am I doing?
You weren't in that meeting?
Oh man, there's all sorts of safety precautions.
Come on.
You were wait for real. He wasn't in that meeting.
I thought you were just your Zoom camera was off.
I wasn't in the
Yeah,
meeting.
you're handling explosives.
Oh my God.
I brought
Stugotz.
explosives.
Yeah,
Let me grab
we have. I mean, we
Let
have
me
a
see.
firearm.
Let me
or
grab
something.
these
We'll just like tell a fib.
What are we gonna do? Stugotz doesn't know what he's doing. He wasn't
I
in
never
the
know what
meeting.
I'm doing. Oh my God.
Oh, we got a box of fireworks, ladies and gentlemen.
Thunderbooms.
Meadowlark Media has spared no expense.
$19.99 for the whole pack.
So they have spared expense. $19.99 for the whole packet.
Maybe light one in here, get things going.
No, no, that's a terrible
I
idea.
don't think that's the greatest idea.
And I've been thinking. Mike Schur was electric. Jim Brockmeyer was a delight. Sheena Dot was a delight. But It's been too long since we've seen Chris Cody's ass crack on our television screens here. Let's relive the action with this 3-minute recap.
Thank God.
Long back.
This is nice, though. We have access to the famous Ocean Drive. We used to have to run on a sidewalk far away, but now we are using all of Ocean Drive. Wow, he is ready to go. Okay, so Amin, he can't hear me. He's just waiting for me. Can he hear me?
They're going now. We waited.
They're going. They're
Oh,
going.
he fell!
Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Chris fell! That's going to be
beer
pong!
This is what ESPN warned us about.
That's going to be an amazing.
Why would anyone let us do that?
Why is
That's
that?
so dangerous.
Why is that a liability? Why does ESPN?
Oh, no.
Oh, this is going to be amazing. Chris is going to lose.
Oh, my God.
Look at the replay. Oh, no, he biffed it.
Oh, he choked.
I think he still won.
No. And
can we see the replay once more? Where's
please.
the line?
For
Is the
the
line
ass
Amin?
crack. For the ass crack. Slow motion ass
Freeze
crack.
on the ass crack.
Yes, freeze. Let's do this correctly.
He is so upset
Let's
right
do
now.
this correctly.
We got
Here
the photo
go.
finish here.
This is so good.
Chris Cody was on his way to a win.
This is so good. This is
I
unbelievable.
think he won.
Oh, no. He fell.
He won. He
No.
won.
I think he won.
Oh, no. I got Woody by a nose.
No,
Where's
it's the line.
Where's the line?
Finger. I'm telling you.
No, Chris is past it. Pylon. Wow.
Where's the line?
I think it's that security tape.
I think Tony is the line. Tony's
Oh,
hand.
Tony.
Tony's the
Fingers.
line.
No, I
So,
don't
yep,
think he is.
I have confirmed with our rule makers the line is that pylon right there by the sign guy, and it
Wow.
appears that Chris Cody
Wow.
started his fall just in time
No.
because Chris
Cody's
Cody
the best Chris.
is the best Chris.
Wow.
That is.
Wow, that was exciting.
Wait,
Say,
can we
embarrassing.
Can we have that thing roll a little bit further just so we can
Yeah,
make sure?
freeze on the ass crack.
Right.
Yes, please. I know this is a difficult request, television, and I know that everyone is delirious.
And they're
now,
killing it, by the way.
And Meadowlark Media now has a lawsuit on its hands because we should have never been running outside. People get hurt, obviously. And I think he's going to be cut up. He is limping. Oh, they are rewinding it right here. And this is, wait for it. Please freeze on the ass crack. Okay, you got the clumsiness.
Oh, no.
Clumsiness. Yeah, asphalt, that sucks. That doesn't
right there.
feel good.
Right there.
And there it is, ladies and
There it
gentlemen. No,
is.
hold on. It's not there yet. It's got to jiggle
I
and
think it
land.
may be on his way up.
Yes.
Okay, hold up.
Yeah, oh, there
There
it
it
is.
is.
It's
Right there.
coming out for
Here
a
it is.
peek. Hold on a second.
There we go.
Ass.
There we go.
That is some straight ass
Television,
right there.
ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to keep this up until he gets back in the studio.
No, let's keep it up forever.
Can I have your autograph?
I want this, yes. I want this as picture, as a photograph to remember this day. I want him to sign it. I want him to sign his ass crack, and I want to hide it. I want to put it up in here, and I want to sell prints. To review, we left ESPN after Chris Cody got let go. Chris Cody has delivered us that magical bit of content as symbolism, his ass crack, as a symbol for our victory, as a symbol for him being the greatest Chris. But what I think gets lost in that video and television, if we could please, if there's a way for you to just play for me that video, I think, understandably, because he's the greatest Chris, we focus on Chris Cody throughout that. But I want you here to simply watch the loser throughout. I want you to not be distracted by ass crack and freckles and the guy with all the fame who's incompetent, who got us $50 million. But I want you guys to watch the specifics of Chris Whittingham, because I am telling you, this guy surprised me. He came in with perfect running form. He came in with such zeal, such competitive fire, hair gelled, stove alarm working.
If you watch closely towards the end, he thinks he has a chance, and he sticks his neck out.
No, it's unbelievable. It is. I don't know what the famous running scenes are in the movie. Everything Tom Cruise has ever done, he's run like 5 miles in the history of the movies, just in full sprint.
Dude, it's like Forrest Gump in that movie.
Thank you. Watch him. Look, it is just perfect in jeans and perfectly white shoes with gelled hair. He realizes he's going to learn, but lose. But look, he's got a chance. And here we go. And he runs through with vigor and verve, shouting, I think, roaring that he's won. A competitive burst of fury that sent him by the sprawling freckled ass crack.
I've never in my life leaned forward whilst running, and it somehow washed over me to do that.
We all have asses, all right? Enough.
Breaking the tape. Show me that again. Again, full focus on the perfect running form of one Chris Whittingham. Again, the loser in the scenario where the winner is on the floor bleeding with an ass crack showing. The loser in this is
perfect form.
Just perfect running form. A surprise. I said he'd be cement-footed. Honestly, can we just marvel? Our athletic feats. He's our greatest athlete, Chris Cody. He's the one who beats us at everything. I want you to see how that finished and how he became the greatest Chris and what that says about all of us.
Watch the next.
Watch, here we go. I'm going to break that tape. No, but it's the shouting. It's the roaring.
Kept going out of the shot.
Well, because I didn't break my fall by falling.
Oh my God!
I couldn't help but notice, like, not exactly the same support system to come to Chris Cody's aid when he leaves half his knee on the asphalt as maybe if he threatened to eat a spicy pepper.
How are you doing? Is everything okay? Because you were hemorrhaging. You had everything. Is it like that? You got that itchy feeling that you really scratch yourself up on the asphalt?
Like itchy feeling? Like
Yeah, it's
on my
not
knee?
itchy, right? It's not mosquito
What is
bites.
it?
I mean,
Well, what is
Describe your pain.
I'm okay. I got a few scrapes, but I feel like my tumble and my roll there was pretty impressive, actually. I could have broken a wrist. I think it could have been worse. Nice little tuck and roll by me.
We would have been impressed if your ass wasn't so long,
right,
Chris.
again,
we
we
just
heard-
can't
Oh,
stop
man.
looking at that long ass.
I feel like if the roles were reversed here, this would be inappropriate.
Okay, very good. We'll keep it moving. We'll keep it moving. Good. That's good work. We've learned something.
Yes,
Yes, Chris. Excellent. You are learning about the way. Yes, we are proud.
Look, Jess needs to go to sensitivity training.
Equality.
Eddie play.
Let's update some polls here. Okay?
Stugotz!
We've got 24 hours worth of polls to go to. I want to review some of the stuff that happened over the last 24 hours, the way that we review the show at all times when we're doing it the normal way for 3 hours or 4 hours a day is we review the polls to reminisce about everything that has happened. Greg Cody, come on in here and reminisce as one of the founding members of this family, as one of the patriarchs, along with my father. Let's celebrate a weekend in review, or the end of our week. So what do we have in the way of polls? And if I sound, forgive me if I'm rambling, and I sound like a lunatic.
It's okay. We all understand.
We are done. We don't have anything left in the tank. Anybody? Amin, you got something to give me? You got what? That's it? You're done. Billy, you got one roar to give me? You got anything to give me? Nothing?
I just whispered to Mike, Terry Stotts was fired?
Okay, yes, we missed that. That was breaking news some point during the show. Amin, give
And
us
Dame Lillard wants to replace him with Jason Kidd.
again, that's equality too. They're recycling Jason Kidds all over the place.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, Jesus.
Go to the ocean. Get out of here.
Yes, please leave.
Get out of here. You and your ass crack. Get out of here. One last time. At Batard Show on.
Let me grab my explosives.
Go ahead, shoot him off from the beach.
Yes, please
shoot him
do.
off with the police officer because I'm not spending that $19.99 on the roof. Take him and fire him off. We'll get some video of you firing off fireworks, un cohete, over there like 3 blocks away. Whittingham, are you the one who's got the polls? Who's got the polls?
I'll go back to the start of this marathon. Our first poll was, is goo goo? 89.6% of the audience says, yes, indeed, goo is goo.
That was a long time ago.
Should Dan's tears be sponsored? I believe they're brought to you by Verizon. 94.9% of the audience said yes. Does Chris Whittingham look like he's going places that aren't arenas? 91.7% of the audience said yes. Is Greg Cody a blank canvas? 71.5% of the audience said yes.
Close.
Does it take a while to build that bladder integrity?
Wow, that was a long time ago.
Scott Hansen, right?
Yes.
I think so.
95.5% of the audience said yes. Does burning hair smell bad?
It's a big one for Cody. Cody wasn't sure that it smelled bad.
96.2% of the audience said yes. Would you love to hear Greg Cody interview Wu-Tang?
That's such a good question. Method Man unfortunately called early, so we were denied.
He called late, didn't he?
He called Cinephobe, and it was tremendous. They recapped how high. So I would have loved to have seen how he fit into the Greg Cody Show programming, but I'm kind of happy the 4 a.m. hour went the way it did.
88.9% of the audience wanted Greg Cody to interview Wu-Tang.
Thank you. There's a method to my madness.
Here's a big one for Greg as well.
Oh, God.
Has the alarm ever woken you?
Sitting on that for a while.
That's a good joke.
I know.
That's
It's a
good
solid joke.
It was.
There's a method to my
No way.
man.
You say up
23 and a half hours in, man. That was amazing.
Oh, my God.
That's
I'm done.
it. He's done. He's done it.
Walk off.
He's done it comedy. He's got no funny left. He's got no breathing left. Give him his asthma inhaler. We're all delirious. A method to his manness.
And we'll do one last poll here. Has the alarm ever woken you in a way that your back hurt? Close one. 53% of the audience said no.
Chris Jericho understood there. Chris Jericho understood. That was 20 hours ago. We did not get through all of the polls. We got through 4 hours.
We got to 2:30 p.m. yesterday, basically off that timeline on the polls.
Did you guys have fun?
Yeah, I'm proud.
Can I
of the
answer
work
on
that we
Monday?
did. This was like we've worked other places, and this is the most support I've ever felt for one of our projects. So thank you to DraftKings, thank you to Metal-Arc, thank you to our incredible team here, from Jason to Alex Tyner to Santiago, to all the bands that played, all the talent that helped us out, from security on down.
We're going to forget some people.
So
let's just.
Yeah, and thanks to Verizon, thanks to you guys for putting this all together. The shipping container, did a tremendous job. Did you have fun, Dan?
Yeah, it was super moving. It was, emotionally fulfilling, right? We did a hard thing during a pandemic. We bet on ourselves, and we came looking for you guys, and you found us, and DraftKings found us, and now we're going to be able to make some cool shit for a while. And 3 years at least, we got to make some cool shit for you. And look at the people. Look at the people who rushed to our aid, because all of these people you heard from today, it's all the same story, right? It's like, oh, we saw what happened with you guys. Let's go over there and help those guys. We want to support what it is that they do. And so how can we not be moved by this thing that Miami has birthed? How can we not be moved? All of this was never supposed to be any of this, man. This was just supposed to be us screwing around on that terrible studio off 441, just screwing around. The producers don't talk on the radio. Stugotz is building the radio station, and the owners that he's bankrupting, one of them is calling him from a tree while helicopters circle overhead. And we build a genuine relationship that is family oriented. And the only thing to survive that era of just ownership is Stugotz and our show. Like, that's as radio dies, as newspapers die, as podcasts become a thing, like, we have something out in front of the waves that has outlasted everything through great fortune and luck and family and love and all the shit that we have here that you guys get tired of me talking about because it's yammering and it gets in the way of the fun. But Stugotz, how moved are you by this? You and I shed crocodile tears when we saw the shipping container on a stage and people were taking pictures of them. At Jay Wakefield. Mm-hmm. What is that? That was a couple of years ago.
Yep. Yeah, very moved, Dan. And you and I had a moment right before we got started yesterday, before I went down to lead the marching band. It's been a very moving experience, really, since the day we left ESPN. It's been a very moving experience, I think, for both of us to see the overwhelming support.
Oh, when are you calling? When are you calling? 6 months, 5 days. Told me you'd call. you said you'd call me tomorrow. I'm the least respected person that you've ever had on this show. I'll tell you something else. Fuck Mike Schur, by the way. All right, I'm starting a feud now. I'm not promoting Ted Lasso. But first of all, by the way, you know where Mike was born? Boston? No, Michigan. Okay, he was born in Michigan. All right. A. B. I grew up in Connecticut. I like the Sixers, but then Mike must have grown up in Boston. He grew up in West Hartford. Okay. He grew up in West Hartford, Connecticut, and Boston. What?
How long have you been waiting there?
Every morning you said you'd call. It's such. And by the way, I know it. And you grow up as a writer. All you're hoping for is that someone treats you with respect. And hey, Brockmeyer, he's on the TV. Let's suck his dick every day. Okay. By the way, Henry, you didn't hear that.
That's your son.
But the guys that write the stuff.
That's your eighth grade son, Henry. What are you?
No, dude, this is not for you. This is all right. This is out. All I wanted to do was tell one person besides my mom about my plane crash. By the way, congratulations on the new studio. It looks awesome. It has the same vibe as the old studio, which I think is.
How long have you been there? 6 months, just sitting there on the Zoom, waiting for us to call you back and talk about your plane crash.
Look, man.
You're supposed to be making Ted Lasso.
Comedy. If you know comedy, you know when you say that someday you are going to call and I'm not going to be there and you're going to give me a shit. So I was there every day going, the phone's going to ring, by the way. But you know what? There's probably other cooler comedy writers like, yes, Mike Schur. And by the way, I was going to promote Ted Lasso. This is my announcement of my feud with Mike Schur. He's one of the few people I think I can take. Boston sucks. I'll tell you, this is an actual true thing. I was going to ask you guys how you felt. By the way, what's fucking better than sleep? I just slept for 14 hours, by the way. I just want everybody to know that was amazing.
What are all those whiteboards? What is all that stuff around you? That looks unpleasant. If you just bringing the Ted Lasso stuff, you've just been sitting there every day for 6 months
yes.
and writing Ted Lasso whiteboard stuff.
By the way, this right here, that's the first 4 episodes of season 2. You want to know about it? You don't get to, because Mike Schur gets his dick sucked all the time. That's why you don't get into it, all right? And I'll tell you something else. By the way, I was going to do a joke about how I was going to interview you guys for Bad Decisions magazine, and I was going to put you on the cover with Jake Paul and Spoelstra and Pat Riley for not trading Hero for Harden, and he stole that joke. He stole that joke. I don't even have material now.
That's why he's the poor man's Bill Lawrence. He's a thief. I want to escalate this feud.
Yeah, I know Hero's trash.
I want to escalate this feud. Bill, thank you for waiting for 6 months to get on with us, and I'm sorry.
Oh, no, don't you cut me off.
We got to finish up the show. Just wait there. We'll get back to you the next time we do 24 hours in a row. Just wait there.
Yes.
Just please. We'll be back. We'll be back. And you just stay there. No, we're coming back. We will. Yes, we will. I promise. We'll be back the very next time that we do a 24-hour marathon. Just wait right there, please. Just keep working on Ted Lasso. A lot of comedy comes from pain. So we will get back to you, Bill Lawrence.
All right, so we're approaching the end here, so it's time for our big extravaganza. But one more time, let's throw it to Lone Wolf One Man Band.
You helped us make this happen. You gave us the freedom to come up on the roof of the Clevelander and celebrate our family. I'm slurring. It's been a lot of tequila. Thank you for being with us.
You smell.
I smell bad. Let's go.
Let's
go.
do this.
Let's roll the plane.
Yeah. Oh, champagne! 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 Oh!
Do it again. We got to do it one more time.
I'm gonna go hug the steering wheel of my car.